Introduction. I was merely a humble lotus picker in the mortal realm when, under the moonlight, I heard the great deity of the three altars call me my lady. The world knows of Nezha, the third prince, who rides upon the windfire wheels, wields the fire-tipped spear, stirs the seas, and slays dragons, all while exhibiting an innate rebellious spirit. He returned flesh to his father and bones to his mother, his soul reborn within a lotus, casting a cold gaze upon the heavenly court, fiercely admonishing the Dragon King, even making the Jade Emperor concede to him. Yet, no one knows that the lotus picker he once saved would, a decade later, become his lawfully wedded wife. On that stormy night, trapped in the lotus pond, he came through the fire, driving away the malevolent serpent with a single thrust of a spear. When we met again, he descended from the heavens, standing in my courtyard, the red silk fluttering, his gaze resolute. 10 years ago, I saved you from drowning. Now I have been reborn as a man. It is time you repay me with your hand in marriage. I dropped the wooden basin in shock. Third prince, you must be mistaken. He merely scoffed. I, Nezha, never forget a debt of gratitude, nor do I betray my affections. From that moment, my life transformed into a series of encounters. Celestial maidens from the heavenly court questioning, what merits do you possess to be worthy of the third prince? I would lower my head, stirring porridge. I can provide him with a warm meal. The Dragon King of the East, sea threatened to flood my home, and I stood defiantly at my door with a broom. Harm him in the slightest, and I shall dismantle your dragon palace. When he, intoxicated, caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace and was cast down to the mortal realm, I took his hand and led him home. Fear not, for I am here. He claimed to be a natural calamity, a bane to himself and others, unworthy of having a weakness. Yet, I stubbornly chose to be his vulnerability, the mortal woman who dared to tug at his sleeve, feed him porridge, and softly call him Nezha during his moments of fury. Chapter 1. Tao Yao. Tao Yao was once a peach tree in the palace of the Earth Mother, planted by the Earth Mother and the Emperor of Fusong during their vow of love. Therefore, the Earth Mother cherished it dearly, tending to it herself, never entrusting its care to another. 200 years after the Great Battle of Fengshan, 1,300 years ago, the peach tree transformed into a young girl, bearing semblance to both the Emperor of Fusong and the Earth Mother. Thus, the Earth Mother named her Tao Yao and treated her with exceptional kindness. A century after her transformation, the Earth Mother sent her to the revered Bodhisattva of purity to attend his teachings. The Bodhisattva, recognizing Tao Yao's intelligence and eagerness to learn, summoned Kong Xian, allowing her to become his disciple under his personal tutelage. Consequently, aside from attending the Bodhisattva's lectures, Tao Yao spent her time learning martial arts, spells, literature, and etiquette from Kong Xian. Time transition. Master. Master. As Kong Xian was about to retire for the night, he heard the flustered voice of little Tao Yao drawing near. With calm composure, he waved his hand, instantly donning his attire. You rushed into Kong Xian's chamber, throwing yourself into his embrace. What is it? Kong Xian asked, somewhat helpless, yet did not push Tao Yao away. Master, the Thunder God and the Lightning Mother are thundering in the west again. I am scared. You burrowed deeper into your master's arms. You have taken form for 1,000 years now, and you possess the strength of a Tai golden immortal. You need not fear ordinary thunder tribulations. Kong Xian gently patted Tao Yao's back. It was indeed Kong Xian's fault. When Tao Yao first became his disciple, he had taken her to the mortal realm to subdue a demon. On their return, they happened upon a peach tree demon undergoing a thunder tribulation, which ended in a tragic failure, leaving it charred. Little Tao Yao was instantly terrified, trembling and pale. From that moment, the Thunder God and Lightning Mother left her with profound psychological trauma. Master, Tao Yao wants to sleep with you. Seeing little Tao Yao tugging at him toward the bed, Kong Xian quickly pulled her back. Absolutely not. Kong Xian rejected her without a moment's thought. Why not? You used to coax me to sleep when I was little. You murmured in dissatisfaction. Utter nonsense. You know that was in the past. You are now over 1,200 years old. How can you still sleep with your master? Go back to your room. Kong Xian's usually composed demeanor faltered for a moment. But I am scared. You said, feeling wronged. Very well. Sleep here. I shall guard you. Kong Xian sighed softly, unable to bring himself to send Tao Yao away. I knew it. You are the best, master. You exclaimed joyfully as you hopped onto his bed. Will you not come up to sleep with me, master? Your bed is large enough for 3. You looked at Kong Xian, who sat with closed eyes in his chair, unable to resist speaking. No need, you may rest assured. I will sit here and guard you. And it is also a good opportunity to cultivate under the moonlight. Kong Xian opened his beautiful eyes, gazing at you gently. All right, you lay back on the bed, somewhat disappointed. With your master's presence, you quickly drifted into slumber. Kong Xian gazed at the peacefully sleeping girl, his eyes filled with tenderness. Chapter 2. Has Nezha awakened? Quickly wash up and come to dine. Kong Xian remarked coolly upon noticing your awakening. Today, we have vegetarian dumplings. After hastily refreshing herself, Xiao Taohua sat beside Kong Xian, first offering him a dumpling with her chopsticks, and then savoring her meal in small bites. Drink some soup. Kong Xian lifted a bowl of soup and placed it next to you. Protector, the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Realm has arrived and inquires if Tao Yao is available. Xin Cheng announced as he entered, clasping his hands in a respectful salute towards Kong Xian. It's Nezha. Nezha has come to play with me, you exclaimed, excitement surging within you. Master, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal. Hearing of Nezha's arrival, you leaped up in joy and dashed outside after bidding Kong Xian farewell. Kong Xian glanced at the untouched bowl of soup, opening his mouth to speak, yet ultimately refraining. He merely gazed deeply at the retreating pink figure, gradually fading from his sight. Withdraw, Kong Xian's demeanor appeared somewhat forlorn. Protector, Tao Yao is still young. It is only natural for her to be playful. Xin Cheng couldn't help but interject, attempting to console him. With a sigh, Kong Xian rose to attend to his duties. Xin Cheng followed suit, letting out a soft sigh as well, lamenting his master's state. Outside the courtyard, beneath a peach tree, a young man lounged lazily against its trunk. He was strikingly handsome, his features chiseled like a sculpture, with a face that was both angular and exquisite. Though he appeared carefree, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes commanded respect. His thick, raven hair framed a pair of arched eyebrows above delicate, elongated peach blossom eyes, brimming with emotion, drawing one in effortlessly. With a prominent nose and lips of perfect fullness, he wore a dazzling smile that could dazzle anyone. Nezha. Upon stepping outside, you found Nezha seated beneath the blooming peach tree. Xiao Taohua. Nezha looked up suddenly, seemingly surprised by your swift appearance. What brings you to Lingshan today? You asked, beaming with joy as you approached him. Tomorrow, the Buddha will deliver a sermon. And I have come with my father, Nezha explained with a grin. The Buddha delivers sermons? Is it not once every 100 years? It has only been 60 years since the last one, you replied, puzzled. That, I cannot say, Nezha admitted, equally perplexed. Are you unaware of the Buddha's sermon? Nezha's expression shifted to one of concern. Typically, on the afternoon prior to the sermon, Venerable Kasayapa informs the disciples of Lingshan, you reassured him. Realizing Nezha was anxious about his attendance. Rest assured, I shall go, you noted, sensing Nezha's tension dissipate. With a wave of his hand, Nezha conjured a string of candied hawthorn berries and offered them to you. Look, candied hawthorn. I thought of you while I was down in the mortal realm hunting demons. So I bought these treats for you. I've been preserving them with my magic. Try them and see if they still taste the same. You eagerly took a bite, the sweet and tangy flavor bursting in your mouth. Delicious. You should try some too. You extended the untouched end of the candied hawthorn towards Nezha. Nezha, seemingly oblivious, bit into the very spot you had just nibbled. Ah, delightful. He lightly licked the frosting clinging to his lips and smiled. Chapter 3. The White Mouse and Master Pilu. During your playful excursion on Ling Mountain with Nezha, you encountered the second disciple of the Buddha, known as Jin Shanzi, Master Pilu. Both of you promptly offered a respectful greeting. Third Prince, Sister Tao Yao, Master Jin Shanzi acknowledged with a courteous bow. In terms of status, you felt unworthy of being called sister by him. The disciples of the Bodhisattva and the Buddha held significantly different ranks. However, since your master, the Peacock King Bodhisattva, was recognized by the Buddha as a maternal figure, your standing was elevated by a notch. Thus, the disciples of Jin Shanzi and other followers of the Buddha referred to you as sister. Master Jin Shanzi was gracious. Yet you dared not presume to address him as elder brother, having always respectfully referred to him as Master Pilu for millennia. That little mouse in your hand is quite adorable, you remarked, observing the charming white mouse cradled in Jin Shanzi's palm. Some days ago, I stumbled upon this injured creature and took it back to nurse it. To my surprise, it seems to have a connection with the Buddha. It has listened to my recitations daily without fail, and I have grown accustomed to its company, Jin Shanzi replied, smiling at the little white mouse. This mouse has developed quite a presence. I hope the master remains cautious, Nezha gently cautioned. Thank you, Third Prince, for your concern. I am well aware of my limits. It is time for evening prayers. I must take my leave, Master Jin Shanzi said apologetically, bowing to you both. Please, Master, you and Nezha bowed in unison. As you watched Master Jin Chanzi's retreating figure, a sense of perplexity washed over you. Had you just warned Master Pillow to be wary of that little white mouse? Though it had acquired some essence, its cultivation paled in comparison to that of Master Pillow. What storms could it possibly stir? I fear the mouse may unsettle Master Jin's heart. It is rather restless, Nezha replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. You felt a twinge of confusion but chose not to dwell on it, unaware that one day Nezha's words would indeed ring prophetic. Well, it's getting late. I shall escort you home. I will come to fetch you bright and early tomorrow to attend the Buddha's sermon, Nezha said, noticing the bewildered expression on Xiao Taohua's face, and smiled. With that, you took Nezha's hand and skipped back. After bidding farewell at the door, you stealthily planned to sneak back to your room. Back already? A somewhat displeased voice echoed. Master, you are not yet resting? You trembled, turning to face Kong Xian standing in the courtyard. Yes. Remember to attend the Buddha's sermon tomorrow, and next time you venture out, do return early. Now go rest. He replied. Understood, Master. You should also rest early. Good night, sweet dreams. Good night. Kong Xian watched as Xiao Taohua dashed back to her room, softly murmuring a farewell. The following day, you grabbed 2 buns and stepped outside. Indeed, upon opening the courtyard door, you saw Nezha waiting beneath the peach tree. Have you been waiting long? No, I just arrived as well. Nezha responded with an air of nonchalance. You reached out to brush the fallen blossoms from Nezha's shoulder and head, presenting him with a bun. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Gongli makes the best vegetarian buns. Do give it a taste. Nezha accepted it and took a bite, nodding in approval. Gongli's culinary skills have certainly improved. As you both savored the buns, you made your way toward the Great Lane Temple. Chapter 4. The Scorpion Demon, Chixi this time. As you and Nezha listened to the teachings of the Tathagata, you scarcely absorbed much before hastily setting out to capture someone. In the spiritual mountain resides a scorpion demon, regarded as a half-disciple of the Buddha. She frequently attends the Buddha's lectures, and you have shared a few encounters, enough to consider her an acquaintance. The scorpion demon, named Chixi, possesses a rebellious spirit, defying all norms. However, over the centuries, she has not committed any egregious acts. Today, for reasons unknown, Chixi not only disregarded the Buddha's teachings, but also danced about, disrupting others. Seeing this, the Tathagata extended his hand, intending to expel Chixi. Unexpectedly, she retaliated by thrusting the venomous stinger from her tail at the Buddha's fingers, inflicting wounds upon his golden form. The pain was so intense that the Tathagata cried out. Chaos erupted in the spiritual mountain as everyone rushed to seize the scorpion demon, and you and Nezha were naturally among them. There she is. You launched your peacock feather, attempting to ensnare Chixi, but alas, the feather fell short. The peacock feather, crafted from 9 plumes by the great peacock king, Kong Xian, served as a nimble and sharp whip, yet lacked the necessary length. Observing this, Nezha recited an incantation, causing the Hunyuan silk to extend infinitely, pursuing Chixi. Got her. The Hunyuan silk coiled around Chixi's waist, and with a slight exertion, Nezha pulled her back. Chixi, however, was unwilling to surrender, allowing her venom to seep forth, gradually soaking one end of the Hunyuan silk and swiftly climbing upwards. You quickly drew the Chungying sword to sever the silk. The Hunyuan silk could repair itself, so it was of no consequence. The venom of this scorpion demon was no trifling matter, and if Nezha were to inadvertently come into contact with it, it would spell danger. Nezha conjured a fiery spear, aiming it towards Chixi. She hastily brandished her sword in defense. Seeing Nezha wield the fiery spear, you felt a wave of reassurance. The spear, true to its name, bore a flame-like tip, unleashing a torrent of fire, sharp and deadly, an unparalleled weapon against demons. Chixi, having only recently attained a millennium of cultivation, stood no chance against Nezha. Thus, you leaned back against a tree, waiting for Nezha to capture Chixi and return to report. Yet, observing the fierce battle above, you sensed that Nezha appeared somewhat strained. This shouldn't be the case. Before you could reach Nezha's side, Chixi transformed her sword into a scorpion tail, launching a fierce attack. Nezha hurriedly defended himself, but was ultimately struck down by Chixi's palm. You swiftly flew to catch him, landing safely. Gazing at Nezha's pale visage, you felt a twinge of conflict. To abandon an injured Nezha in pursuit of Chixi would indeed be rather heartless. However, if you choose to remain and care for Nezha, allowing the scorpion demon, who inflicted harm upon the Buddha, to escape your grasp is unacceptable. Not to mention that the Tathagata is considered your half-master. As a disciple of the peacock Daming Wang Bodhisattva, you ought not to permit the scorpion demon to evade capture. Should the Tathagata learn of this, not only would you face punishment, but it would also inevitably implicate your master, the Arhat. Intercept her. You called out urgently as you saw the 18 arhats before the red evil. Upon hearing your command, the 18 arhats swiftly surrounded the scorpion demon. You breathed a sigh of relief, for the trouble had been diverted. Whether or not the scorpion demon could be apprehended was no longer your concern. Nezha, how do you fare? You administered a peach blossom elixir into Nezha's mouth and infused him with a measure of spiritual energy. Nezha shook his head slightly, indicating he was unscathed. What ails you? Were you injured during the recent expedition to subdue demons? Nezha again shook his head. Is it that shameless father of yours who has tormented you with the Linglong Pagoda? Nezha remained silent, his pallor deepening. Witnessing this, your ire ignited. Ever since Nezha ascended to the position of the central marshal in the heavenly court, serving as a divine guardian under the Jade Emperor, Li Jing, fearing Nezha's burgeoning power and potential retribution for past grievances, has kept the Linglong Pagoda close at hand, subjecting Nezha to torment on a daily basis. The routine torment is but a minor punishment. Every century, Li Jing subjects Nezha to severe trials at the highest level of the tower, leaving him so grievously injured that he cannot rise from his bed for half a month. Although the Jade Emperor disapproves of Li Jing's methods, he can only offer mild counsel and refrain from intervening, for parental discipline is ultimately a matter for Li Jing's household. Chapter 5. Set a modest goal to surpass Li Jing and then confront him. Have you consumed the peach blossom elixir I provided? It was only last month that I bestowed it upon you. Could it be that Li Jing's madness recurs daily? Your true form is that of a peach tree, and the peach blossom possesses a cooling quality, capable of invigorating the blood and alleviating pain. It serves perfectly to counteract the searing flames of the Linglong Pagoda. While it may not significantly mitigate other forms of harm, it can certainly provide Nezha with some relief. Therefore, since your acquaintance with Nezha, you have consistently visited him every 100 years to aid in his recovery, gifting him numerous peach blossom elixirs crafted from your own essence, so that he might recover independently when Li Jing's whims strike. There are still plenty left, Nezha gasped, regaining some composure. He had initially intended to listen to the Buddha's teachings at Ling Mountain without encountering any disturbances, believing he could recover on his own without wasting a peach blossom elixir. Alas, fortune had not favored him, leading to this unfortunate predicament, and Nezha smiled wryly. Is it wasteful? Once you finish, simply ask me for more. There is no need to be so frugal. They are meant for your healing. Who else would you save them for? Or is it that you are short on funds and wish to barter them? You feigned anger as you looked at Nezha. Cough, cough, cough. Nezha's face flushed crimson, and he began to cough urgently. I was wrong. Please do not be upset. I understand you have not misappropriated them. I merely feared you would be too thrifty. You gently patted Nezha's back, repeatedly apologizing, never realizing how much he cared about this matter, finding it rather amusing. The peach blossom elixir is crafted from your essence. Extracting such vital blood not only impedes your cultivation, but also harms your body. I understand your good intentions, yet I cannot treat the elixir as mere candy. Moreover, I have endured without it before. It seems unnecessary to waste it when a brief respite would suffice. Regarding today, I must sincerely explain to you, Nezha, should I grow dependent on this, what would become of me if you were to abandon me in the future? Noticing your disapproving expression, Nezha gestured to lighten the mood. I will always be here for you, always by your side. You gazed at Nezha with unwavering determination. Nezha, momentarily taken aback, softly inquired, really? Always by my side? Of course. I, Taoyao, would never forsake a friend. You assured him confidently, patting your chest. Nezha, upon hearing your words, fell silent for a moment, then sighed inwardly. The road ahead is long. Taoyao is still young. Therefore, you must not skimp on your nourishment. Understood? All right, understood, Nezha replied, gently ruffling your hair with a resigned smile. I have pleaded with my master for quite some time, hoping he would lend me the 5-colored divine light. I intended to confront your father and compel him to experience some discomfort. However, my master forbade it, citing that it is a matter concerning your family, and he would not allow me to interfere. You pouted in discontent. As for your father, what family matters could there be? Is there a father who behaves in such a way? Clearly, he is taking advantage of his seniority to bully others. Just wait until I cultivate further. I will surely make him regret his actions. You declared passionately, shaking your fist. Very well. I shall await the little peach blossom to aid me in avenging this. Nezha recognized the impracticality of this little peach blossom surpassing Li Jing. Yet the unwavering support she offered warmed his heart and filled him with joy. Chapter 6. Can the scorpion spirit truly escape? The discourse of the Tathagata was abruptly concluded, prompting Nezha to return to the heavenly court with Li Jing. Thus, your daily life resumed as usual. Attending lectures by the Bodhisattva of purity and receiving teachings from your master, the peacock great bright King Bodhisattva. However, despite the collective efforts of the deities, the scorpion spirit managed to elude capture and scathe, leaving you perplexed. It is not merely the multitude of holy beings present. Considering the inherent adversarial nature, both your master, Kong Xian, and his brother, the Rock, are natural enemies of the scorpion spirit, making her subjugation ostensibly straightforward. The Rock, as a mount of the Tathagata and a great Luo golden immortal, along with the advantage of their inherent opposition, should have easily subdued the scorpion spirit. Not to mention your master, Kong Xian, who possesses a quasi-saint cultivation and similarly counters the scorpion spirit. How could he fail to capture her? Surely, a mere demon could not possess strength formidable enough to overpower the collective might of the sages of Ling Mountain. Could it be that my master harbors resentment towards the Tathagata and his Buddha mother? Unlikely. My master has always acted with prudence and would never allow personal grievances to affect significant matters at Ling Mountain. What troubles you? Do you harbor doubts regarding what I just conveyed? Kong Xian observed the contemplative expression of the little peach blossom, filled with curiosity, and posed the question. I apologize, master. Tao Yao was momentarily distracted. You responded with a hint of guilt, bowing your head in remorse. Pray tell, what perplexes you so? Kong Xian inquired softly as he closed the map of mountains and rivers. After Master Scorpion's venomous assault on the Buddha, was she able to retreat unscathed, leaving the multitude of enlightened beings on Mount Ling powerless against her? Is it true that even Master cannot capture her? Yet, from my observations of Nezha's confrontation with her, had he not been injured, he would have effortlessly subdued her. The esteemed beings of Ling Mountain possess formidable powers. How could this be so? There exists a rationale for this matter, and the Tathagata is well aware of it. You need not dwell excessively on it. It is merely an early strategic maneuver by the Tathagata regarding an impending event. Kong Xian smiled faintly, though he did not explicitly reveal the nature of the event. He provided a brief elucidation. So, it is merely a game played with you lowly beings? The Bodhisattvas and Buddhas are privy to the truth, while you remain blissfully unaware in your pursuit. Nezha had even suffered a sting from that wretched scorpion. Master, why did you not forewarn me about your playful antics with the scorpion? What if your disciple were to perish from its sting? Do you not care for Tao Yao at all? You glanced at Kong Xian with a hint of dissatisfaction. Since you have been sent, Master surely possesses the means to ensure your safety. Should you fall victim to her sting, it would simply reflect your lack of skill, squandering the 200 years of magical cultivation you have over her. Thus, should you endure her sting, it would be well-deserved. As for dying from a mere venomous sting, your master is hardly so incompetent as to be unable to counter it. Kong Xian cast a cool glance in your direction. You chuckled nervously. It seems I must diligently practice. Should the scorpion challenge me, I might not prevail against her. Although her cultivation is inferior to mine, her poison and pipa are indeed unavoidable. Do you now comprehend? I understand, you nodded vigorously. If you grasp the matter, continue to listen. Spending your days in ignorance of knowledge, yet inexplicably curious about trivialities. Kong Xian once again unfurled the map of mountains and rivers, meticulously explaining further. Chapter 7. The request of the golden cicada. On this day, you, as usual, visited the Bodhisattva of purity to attend the teachings. Upon concluding the sermon and making your way back, you spotted the golden cicada and Ananda from a distance. Sister Tao Yao, before you could approach, the golden cicada called out urgently, as though fearing you might miss them. Venerable Pilu, Venerable Ananda, you greeted them with a gesture of reverence. Sister, Ananda returned your greeting. Are you two venerables headed to the scripture repository? You noticed they were walking south, towards the repository which also served as a confinement chamber. By the decree of the Tathagata, the golden cicada has defied the Buddha and has been sentenced to 10 days of confinement. Ananda slowly shook his head. Before you could continue, the golden cicada swiftly interrupted. I humbly request Sister to seek out the third prince and implore him to spare that white mouse. The white mouse? Is it truly the one raised by the venerable? You were taken aback, having heard from the Bodhisattva of purity that there existed a golden-nosed, white-furred mouse spirit in Ling Mountain, punished for stealing fragrant flowers and precious candles. The Tathagata had decreed that Li Jing and his son should capture it. Yet, you had not anticipated it to be the one raised by the golden cicada, and judging by his demeanor, he hardly seemed to be neglecting the mouse. Is it truly worth the trouble to steal a mere 2 mouthfuls of fragrant oil beneath the watchful gaze of the Tathagata? Indeed, the matter is rather intricate. I find myself unable to explain every detail to my junior sister at this moment. I humbly request your assistance. Jean Chanzi's eyes were filled with urgency, accompanied by a hint of pleading as he gazed at you. Very well, I shall seek out Nezha to elucidate the situation. However, given the Buddha's decree, It seems Nezha may not possess the ability to alter the course of events. If that is the case, I am grateful for your help, junior sister. Jean Chanzi expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. You are too kind, revered one. You quickly returned the gesture. Junior sister, we must not delay the Tathagata as command. It is time for me to escort Jean Chanzi to the confinement chamber. Ultimately, Ananda granted Jean Chanzi the time he requested from you. You may proceed, revered one. You promptly stepped aside. As you observed the retreating figures of Jean Chanzi and Ananda, you pondered where to find Nezha. Just as you retrieved the peach blossom bracelet, intending to send a message to Nezha, you noticed a cloud of auspiciousness drifting through the sky. Li Jing and Nezha? Have they managed to capture that elusive mouse so swiftly? Upon witnessing this, you hastened to pursue them. Nezha, you finally caught up with him at the entrance of the great Thunder Sound Temple. Tao Yao, what brings you here? Nezha appeared somewhat surprised. Have you apprehended the white mouse? Is it still alive? You anxiously grasped Nezha's sleeve, whispering your inquiry. Nezha remained silent, his gaze briefly scanning the exquisite pagoda that Li Jing was holding. Has it been placed within the pagoda? You silently mouthed your question to Nezha. Nezha gave a slight nod. Seeing this, you pulled Nezha aside. I recently encountered the revered Pigu, who requested that I seek you out, hoping to spare the life of the white mouse. Upon hearing this, Nezha furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat troubled. Though it is our duty to vanquish demons, a mere mouse spirit is hardly a matter worth the Buddha's summons from afar. Nezha sighed. If the Buddha has indeed called upon us, there are two possible interpretations. The first possibility is that the Buddha does not truly wish for the mouse's demise, perhaps intending to spare it for another purpose. If this is the case, all would be well. However, I fear the second scenario, where the Buddha cannot tolerate the existence of this mouse, yet does not wish to harm the bond between Jean Chanzi and his master, thus assigning us the role of the villain. If that is the case, I cannot take it upon myself to spare its life. The Buddha's decree has summoned the Heavenly King and the third Prince Nezha to an audience. Nezha had scarcely finished speaking when Kasyapa emerged to guide them into the hall to report. Nezha gave you a slight nod before departing with Li Jing to fulfill their duty. Chapter 8. An unraveling dilemma. You waited at the entrance for quite some time, until Nezha finally emerged, accompanied by a woman in white. Her beauty was radiant, akin to petals beneath the moonlight, fresh and pure, captivating all who beheld her. Father, His Majesty has commanded me to go to Yaoguang Mountain to capture the escaped Gujiao. I ask that you and my sister return to the heavenly court to report to His Majesty. Nezha cast a discreet glance in your direction before bowing to Li Jing. Very well, Li Jing replied haughtily, leading the woman in white away. The woman displayed proper etiquette, offering Nezha a gracious bow before nodding at you, then following Li Jing's footsteps as they departed. Has the Gujiao fled once more? You raised an eyebrow at Nezha, teasingly chiding him. The Gujiao is considered a favored pet of the Jade Emperor, who, aware of Li Jing's character, refrains from meddling in the affairs of his subjects. He discreetly approached Nezha and advised him that whenever he felt exasperated watching Li Jing, he could mention that he was mandated to apprehend the Gujiao, thereby allowing himself a moment of respite to converse. Li Jing, in this instance, is rather vexatious. Nezha, listening to your jest, offered a resigned smile. Moreover, I still have matters to report to our esteemed Lord Taoyao. Nezha leaned closer to your ear, his tone playful. Oh dear, stop being annoying and speak of serious matters. What did the Buddha say? Is that woman the white mouse nurtured by the Vimalakirti? You gently pushed Nezha's head aside, exclaiming, must you not behave more decorously before the entrance of the great Thunder Sound Temple? Taoyao truly has a knack for jesting. Still waters run deep, in the mountains. One feeds deer while seeking longevity. Upon hearing this, Nezha stood upright and slowly recited a profoundly meaningful phrase. Did the Buddha utter this? You inquired, surprised. Looking up at Nezha, the Buddha's words, on the surface, imply that what is reasonable should be allowed, and what is not should be withheld. Yet, it evidently conveys to Nezha that rather than eliminate her, it is preferable to utilize the mouse spirit. Is the Buddha seeking to employ a 3-century-old mouse spirit? Indeed, that is precisely the interpretation you should adopt. Consequently, I inexplicably gained a, Nezha shrugged, affirming your thoughts as he spoke while walking. He interrupted you, pulling you away from the entrance of the great Thunder Sound Temple. You realized that some discussions were perhaps inappropriate in the presence of the Buddha. Once you capture that white mouse, will there be an interrogation? The Vimalakirti does not appear to be one who would allow a white mouse to be deprived of 2 drops of oil, does she? Moreover, the Buddha has always favored his second disciple. When has Vimalakirti ever been remiss in presenting incense, flowers, and precious candles? Why would she resort to stealing oil right under the Buddha's nose? Do you truly believe the Buddha is concerned about that half piece of incense candle? Not to mention, your master, Kong Xian, once swallowed the Buddha whole. Did the Buddha ever punish him for that? Not only did he not punish him, but he also conferred upon him the title of Bodhisattva Kanke Daming Wang. Furthermore, back when the Buddha had not yet attained enlightenment, he even fed eagles with his own flesh. How could it be that he would seek to apprehend a white mouse over a mere half-piece of incense candle and imprison his most favored disciple? Nezha lowered his voice, speaking softly to you. But how could this trifling 3-century-old white mouse have offended the Buddha? You still pondered. Do you recall the hint I provided to Jin Shanzi? Nezha straightened his demeanor. To sway the Buddha's heart? How could a mere mouse sway the Buddha's heart? Jin Shanzi is favored by the Tathagata precisely because his heart for the Dharma is unwavering and his understanding is profound. You found it hard to believe that a mouse could disturb Jin Shanzi's resolve. It seemed rather far-fetched. The matter of emotions is indeed intricate, Nezha lamented. Are you suggesting that he was so frightened that he hastily covered his mouth? Jin Shanzi was indeed confined for opposing the Buddha to protect the white mouse out of affection? Chapter 9. Fortuity amidst countless tribulations. The trials of love are the most arduous to navigate. Nezha's voice carried a hint of melancholy. The torment of emotions is indeed a formidable adversary. Just look at the celestial maiden of the Moon Palace, and one can discern her plight. Day after day, she pines for Hou-Yi, and as a result, her cultivation lags behind that of her fellow fairies. This clearly illustrates that one must refrain from entanglement in matters of the heart. Love arises unbidden. Delving deep into the soul, how can one hope to govern their own affections? Even deities find it challenging to restrain their hearts when they fall in love. Nezha lowered his head with a wry smile, sorrow evident in his eyes. If one truly succumbs to love, one might as well visit the underworld and ask Meng Po for a bowl of forgetfulness soup, or seek out the old lord for a love-erasing pill. You pondered aloud. Should I assist the venerable Pilu in procuring a forgetfulness pill? Unaware of the sadness lurking in Nezha's gaze, you eagerly tugged at his sleeve, inquiring further. If you were to ask, I doubt Jin Shanzi would accept it anyway. Why squander a favor from the old lord? Nezha masked his emotions, maintaining a composed demeanor while observing the small peach blossom before him. But if he declines, we could keep it for contingency. Should misfortune befall us, and we find ourselves ensnared by love, it would safeguard our cultivation. If one were to fall in love, how could they bear to forget her? A flicker of an inscrutable sentiment shone in Nezha's eyes. In any case, I am far more reluctant to part with my own cultivation. I refuse to remain merely a tiny golden immortal. One day, I shall attain prowess akin to my master. Your eyes sparkled with determination, brimming with ambition. Indeed, indeed. In the future, I shall seek protection from Lady Taoyao. Nezha concealed his emotions, playfully teasing you. Well said, well said. Lady Taoyao will certainly watch over you. You and Nezha shared light-hearted banter until you arrived at the entrance of your courtyard. Go on back. I must take my leave. Next time, I shall bring you candied hawthorn. You waved to Nezha, watching him depart. Suddenly, you recalled that you had yet to inform Jin Shanzi about the white rat. With a quick gesture, you conjured a paper crane and blew upon it. The crane flapped its wings and soared towards the confinement chamber. As the paper crane flew away, you turned and stepped into the courtyard. Master, I have returned. Back already? Have a seat. Kong Xian gestured to the chair beside him as he observed the little peach blossom rushing in. What is it, master? You seem somewhat despondent. The Earth Mother has just sent word, expressing a desire for you to take a position in the heavenly court. However, the decision lies with you. You may choose to accept the decree or decline it. If you are willing, you may assume your role immediately. If not, the Earth Mother will convey your decision back to the heavenly court. Kong Xian said, handing you the imperial edict resting on the table. But I am your disciple. I should rightly belong to the Buddhist sect. You exclaimed, taking the edict and glancing at it. The gist conveyed that you were appointed as the Wuling Immortal Lord, tasked with overseeing the peach blossom garden in the heavenly realm and the blooming of blossoms in the mortal world, with the Wuling Immortal Lord's residence granted to you. This is of no consequence. Although you are my disciple, you hold no position within Lingshan. Thus, taking a role in the heavenly palace is quite appropriate. What does master think? Should I accept this decree? You inquired, still seeking your master's counsel, as you considered yourself raised under his guidance. Before Kong Xian could utter a word, the heavens and the earth began to tremble violently. Observing that you nearly toppled from your chair, he swiftly embraced you. Master, what is happening? You dizzily inquired, gazing up at Kong Xian once the shaking subsided. His emergence is indeed a fortuitous event, Kong Xian remarked with narrowed eyes. What kind of fortune, master? There is no need for further inquiries. Since this decree is a command from the celestial sovereign, you must proceed. Kong Xian contemplated a method that would enable his disciple to attain enlightenment sooner, as he was unwilling for you to merely wander like Muzha. The Earth Mother Yuan Jun seemed to share this sentiment, having orchestrated her plans over a millennium ago. Chapter 10. A Duty in the Celestial Realm. And so, your appointment to the Celestial Realm was established in a haze of uncertainty. The following morning, Kong Xian summoned you for breakfast, preparing a lavish spread of your favorite dishes. When in the Celestial Realm, do not cause trouble, and do not bring shame upon me, he advised with a calm demeanor, placing a vegetarian dumpling into your bowl. Should you encounter any difficulties, come to your master. Even the gravest matters can be borne by me, so there is no need for you to struggle alone. After a moment's reflection, he added, remember to send word back. Understood, master, you replied, setting down your bowl and wrapping your arms around his. I will certainly keep in touch. Kong Xian wiped your mouth with a handkerchief. Indeed, Tao Yao cannot be separated from her master. I shall expect your occasional disturbances. Go now, he said, escorting you to the door. Rest assured, master, I will return at my earliest convenience. You waved as you departed. Very well, remember to come back. Kong Xian murmured to himself as he watched your pink figure fade into the distance. At the boundary line, Nezha awaited your arrival at the southern heavenly gate. Nezha? Why are you here waiting? You exclaimed, surprised to see him. It should have been Tai Bai to welcome you, but knowing it was you, I took over his task. Nezha replied, unable to suppress his smile. Please, the Wuling immortal monarch, allow me to escort you to meet his majesty. Nezha bowed to you with a cheerful demeanor. You mimicked his gesture, suppressing a smile of your own, and followed Nezha to the outside of the Lingxiao treasure hall. Go and announce to his majesty that the Wuling immortal monarch has arrived. Nezha commanded the duty soldiers with a clear voice. The celestial soldiers respectfully bowed to Nezha before entering the hall to deliver the message. General, immortal monarch, his majesty summons you, the soldier announced with reverence. Let us proceed. Nezha said, pulling you into the hall, where you nodded slightly to the soldier in gratitude. Your majesty, Nezha saluted and stepped aside. Tao Yao pays her respects to your majesty, you said respectfully as you bowed to the Jade Emperor. Haha, no need for formalities. It is indeed true that seeing you in person surpasses all hearsay. The Wuling immortal monarch is truly remarkable. No wonder cough. Nezha forcefully interrupted with a cough, cutting off the Jade Emperor's words. Your specific duties have been clearly outlined in the decree. Shortly, the flower fairies of the Peach Blossom Garden will present all relevant matters to you. As you extend your hand, the Jade Emperor, upon hearing Nezha's deliberate cough, slightly moderates his demeanor. You respectfully proffer your hand, receiving the identity token, the decree, and the seal. With a mere wave, the Jade Emperor conjures these 3 items into your grasp. Regarding your residence, the Jade Emperor inquires about your preferences for a dwelling. His gaze upon you carries a semblance of affection. You respond dutifully, I shall adhere to your majesty's arrangements. A sense of bewilderment washes over you. Is the Jade Emperor genuinely this benevolent towards his subjects? Then, allow me to bestow upon you this estate. It features a peach tree in the courtyard and a lotus pond. Do you find it to your liking? As he speaks, a miniature estate materializes in his hand. I like it, you reply, unsure of how to express your gratitude. The Jade Emperor's warmth seems a trifle overwhelming. Very well, this shall be yours. As for its location, let it be beside the Cloud Tower Palace. He casts the estate into the air, inscribing the words Wuling Xianjun Mansion before waving his hand. And the estate gracefully settles beside the Cloud Tower Palace. Nezha, take Wuling Xianjun on a tour of the heavenly realm, the Jade Emperor commands. Yes, Nezha bows in acknowledgement. Wuling Xianjun, should you require anything, feel free to inform the Third Prince. Do not hesitate. The Jade Emperor looks at you with kindness. Indeed, your majesty. You respond with respect. The court is dismissed. With that proclamation, the Jade Emperor rises and departs. This Jade Emperor seems to differ from your preconceived notions. Before you can gather your thoughts, a throng of celestial lords and ladies rush towards you. Their first words are congratulations, followed by self-introductions. You respond with polite acknowledgments, enduring until your smile becomes rigid and your legs weary from standing. Finally, the exchange of pleasantries with the deities comes to a close. Chapter 11. Cloud Tower Palace. Are you exhausted? Nezha asks. Allow me to escort you back. We can visit the Peach Blossom Garden tomorrow. Just send a message to the Peach Blossom Fairies. Once the crowd disperses, Nezha approaches you. It's better to visit the Peach Blossom Garden first. We wouldn't want to leave a poor impression on the fairies on your first day, especially since we will be working together. You massage your stiffened face. All right. Come along. I shall take you. Nezha shakes his head in resignation and extends his hand towards you. Is the wind fire wheel necessary? You are startled as Nezha summons the wind fire wheel. The Peach Blossom Garden is quite a distance. The wind-fire wheel will expedite our journey, he explains. You take his hand, and together you soar swiftly towards the peach blossom garden. After conversing with the peach blossom fairies for quite some time, you familiarize yourself with your responsibilities and the individuals involved, and before you know it, it is already noon. Come to my place for lunch today, Nezha invites you. You hesitate at the thought of visiting the Cloud Tower Palace, pondering whether you should pay your respects to Li Jing, as you will be colleagues moving forward. However, Li Jing's demeanor towards Nezha unsettles you. Do not worry, Li Jing is not present. Today, I am alone in the Cloud Tower Palace, Nezha reassures you. Sensing your discomfort, relieved, you smile and nod in agreement. Nezha's mother, Lady Suji, and his sister, Zhengying, have always treated him well, and you have encountered them a few times. However, the two of them reside in Qintang Pass year-round and prefer not to dwell in the Heavenly Court. Due to the mutual disdain between Nezha and Li Jing, Nezha occupies the right hall of the Cloud Tower Palace, while Li Jing occupies the left. The central hall serves as a space for receiving guests, and the rear hall is reserved for Lady Yin and Jing during their occasional visits. As Nezha flew you to the Cloud Tower Palace, he chatted incessantly. Your Majesty is rather thoughtless. When selecting the location for your residence, did you not consider the distance? This place is far too removed from the Peach Blossom Garden, he complained mid-flight. I shall request a steed from him for you. No need to trouble His Majesty. You nearly startled me into falling, you replied, feeling overwhelmed by the Jade Emperor's exuberance. Just pretend you didn't hear that, and I shall procure one for you. Nezha insisted nonchalantly. Observing this, you ceased your refusals, as you perceived that the Jade Emperor resembled Nezha's father more than Li Jing did. You could sense that Nezha genuinely respected the Jade Emperor, and in his presence, Nezha seemed more like a child. Indeed, the Jade Emperor appeared quite fond of him. Nezha's wind-fire wheels were remarkably swift, and within moments of conversation, you stood securely at the entrance of the Cloud Tower Palace. General, Fairy, the palace guards, surprised to see their commander accompanied by a female celestial, greeted you. This is the Wuling Celestial Monarch. Henceforth, allow her passage without notification or obstruction, Nezha instructed the guards. Understood, they responded, acknowledging his command. Nezha then led you toward his quarters. His room, though simple, exuded an air of elegance. On the right wall hung a grand landscape painting, while the furnishings, crafted from fine mahogany, showcased exquisite artistry in their design. To the left stood a bookshelf, meticulously organized with scriptures, commentaries, historical texts, and poetry. Nearby, a study table adorned with brocade featured a redwood inkstone, rice paper, a brush holder, and other scholarly essentials. Let us dine, Nezha said, pulling you to sit at the redwood square table before instructing an attendant. Oh, and take this, he added, conjuring a black gold token and handing it to you. This will prevent any ill-fated encounters with the guards who might report back to Li Jing. You nodded, accepting the token without hesitation, storing it away. Chapter 12. The complained Jade Emperor, I did not expect your room to be so tastefully arranged, you remarked after lunch, surveying Nezha's quarters in admiration. Oh, what did you envision my room to be like? Nezha raised an eyebrow, intrigued by your question. I imagined it would be filled with weapons, maps of defense strategies sprawled across the table, and shelves lined with military texts. It wouldn't be chaotic, but certainly not tidy either, you admitted, feeling a touch embarrassed as you glanced at Nezha. Is this truly the image I project in your mind? Nezha chuckled at your description, a mix of amusement and disbelief crossing his face. Well, you are a general after all. Who would have thought you could be so cultured in private? You replied with an awkward smile. Fortunately, I brought you here today, otherwise, I shudder to think how many more years I would have remained coarse in your eyes, teased Nezha with a playful glance. Nezha could never be coarse, for he possesses such striking beauty. You sweetly wrapped your arms around Nezha's, and with a cough, you declared, I shall escort you back to your residence. How about I take you on a tour of the Heavenly Palace tomorrow? Nezha's cheeks flushed slightly as he hastily changed the subject. All right, but there is no need for you to escort me. I can return on my own, as it is not far from here. You couldn't help but chuckle at the blushing Nezha. Why do you blush when I compliment your looks? Upon hearing your words, Nezha's face reddened even more. Nevertheless, he accompanied you to the doorstep. After watching you enter, he turned and soared towards the Jade Emperor's Jade Pure Palace. Your Majesty, the Marshal of the Central Altar seeks an audience, announced the curtain roller, interrupting the Jade Emperor's nap. Nezha, let him enter, the Jade Emperor replied, perplexed. Hadn't Nezha gone with Taoyao to tour the Heavenly Palace? Why was he appearing at this hour? Your Majesty, Nezha greeted with a bow. At ease, please sit. The Jade Emperor responded, gesturing towards a chair beside him. Weren't you supposed to accompany the immortal Lord of Wuling? What brings you here at this hour? Did you offend someone and get sent back? The Jade Emperor cast a disdainful glance at Nezha, still touring the heavenly palace. Your Majesty, have you considered how distant the Peach Blossom Garden is from the immortal Lord of Wooling's residence? It spans the entirety of the heavenly palace, one in the south and the other in the north. I was utterly exhausted after just a hurried visit to the Peach Blossom Garden today. Nezha complained to the Jade Emperor. I built the immortal Lord of Wooling's residence next to yours for your convenience, so you could visit him daily. Now you dare to blame me? The Jade Emperor looked incredulously at Nezha, who failed to grasp his good intentions. I do not mind seeking Tao Yao even if it requires some distance. It's just that Tao Yao's daily travels seem overly taxing. Nezha furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at the Jade Emperor. What do you propose then? The Jade Emperor felt a pang of frustration. When the position of the immortal Lord of Wooling first became vacant, Nezha had recommended Tao Yao, praising her profusely. Realizing Nezha's feelings, the Jade Emperor promptly decreed her appointment. He had positioned her residence conveniently close to Nezha's, intending to facilitate their encounters. Yet now, he found himself on the receiving end of grievances. Your Majesty, could you provide a swift steed? Nezha raised an eyebrow, looking at the Jade Emperor. Are you lacking sense? You could simply pick up and drop off the immortal Lord of Wooling daily. What need have you for a steed? The Jade Emperor, exasperated by Nezha's obtuseness, felt an urge to leap up and strike him. Even if I were to do so daily, Tao Yao would still tire. I cannot always carry her, can I? Nezha replied, his tone growing urgent, dropping the formalities in favor of the personal. With your wind and fire wheels being so swift, who would know if you carried her? The Jade Emperor scolded, his expression one of exasperation. If others saw, it would tarnish Tao Yao's reputation. Nezha frowned. Fine, fine, speak your mind. What do you desire? The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on Nezha's rudeness. Perhaps that fine-winged goose you acquired a while back would suffice. Nezha suggested with a grin. Swift in flight, graceful in movement, and undeniably charming in appearance. When not needed, it can shrink in size to become a pet for Tao Yao. Upon hearing the Jade Emperor relent, Nezha cast a pleasing glance towards him. Hurry, be gone. There's no need to trouble me further. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, granting Nezha the feathered goose before dismissing him. Yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave. Nezha said while bowing, then departed with a light-hearted stride. That lad seems quite attentive to the young lady, the Jade Emperor mused, shaking his head with a smile as he watched Nezha's retreating figure. Your Majesty, the time for reviewing the memorials is approaching, the curtain attendant hastily reminded the Jade Emperor, who was about to take an afternoon nap. Nezha truly knows how to choose his moments. The Jade Emperor sighed, making his way to the Hall of Governance. Chapter 13. Nezha eats lotus root upon returning to your residence. You first conveyed your safety to Master and the Earth Mother, then indulged in a deep slumber until evening. Has the immortal Lord awakened? Shall I serve the meal? The respectful fairy Zhu Yin inquired. Zhu Yin, the head attendant of the Wooling Immortal Lord's court, appeared quite reliable. Yes, please do, you replied in a sleepy murmur. Checking the time, you rose and headed towards the door. Not long after, you received a message from Nezha, stating that he would soon arrive to share a meal and bring your steed along. Is he coming so soon? You wondered, a mix of surprise and anticipation washing over you, curious about the steed Nezha would present. He had not divulged the details, only assuring you that you would surely adore it. Nezha, before long, you spotted him approaching, clad in martial attire, seemingly having just returned from the camp. Take care not to run too fast. You might stumble. Nezha caught the little peach blossom that rushed towards him. Did you train today? Were you tired? You asked, a cheerful smile illuminating your face as you looked up at him. Nezha shook his head with a smile, finding the little peach blossom ever more adorable, unable to resist ruffling your hair. My hairstyle, you exclaimed, momentarily flustered. Never mind, I won't hold it against you today. Noticing the sweat on Nezha's brow, you presumed he had exerted himself during training and decided to offer him a handkerchief. Nezha accepted the handkerchief, wiped his sweat, and tucked it away. Let us go. It's time to eat, you said, leading him towards the courtyard. Given the recent sweltering weather, you instructed Zhu Yin to set the evening meal upon the stone table in the yard. Once seated, you gazed at the array of dishes before you in disbelief. What on earth are these dishes? You exclaimed, lotus leaf chicken, shrimp stir-fried with lotus seeds, red soup lotus root with pork ribs, scallion oil lotus slices, steamed lotus root balls, and red bean lotus root glutinous rice porridge. You expect Nezha to eat these? You turned abruptly to Zhu Yin, your eyes questioning her about the peculiar menu. At that moment, Zhu Yin, seeing Nezha's presence, was nearly in tears, for she had no inkling he would be visiting. She simply thought the abundance of lotus flowers in the pond provided a perfect opportunity for fresh dishes. As the clatter of bowls and chopsticks filled the air, Nezha calmly picked up a slice of scallion oil lotus and placed it in his mouth, eating with remarkable grace. The flavor is delightful, though perhaps a tad oily, Nezha remarked with a composed demeanor. You gazed in astonishment as Nezha used his chopsticks to pick at other dishes on the table. What is the matter? Nezha inquired, noticing your hesitation. Can you eat all of this? You swallowed hard, regarding him with surprise. I'm not particularly picky, Nezha replied nonchalantly. Is everything all right with you? Given that your true form was a peach tree, you were unable to consume peaches or drink peach blossom wine. It wasn't tea that you couldn't tea, rather. After consuming them, the taste felt so peculiar that it could induce nausea. However, observing Nezha, he seemed unperturbed. Could it be due to his high cultivation? Never mind. As long as Nezha felt fine, there was no need to overthink it. You shook your head and picked up your chopsticks to eat as well. After a satisfying meal, Nezha extended his hand and recited an incantation, summoning a small, fluffy bird of black and white into his palm. This was a winged goose. Known for its swift flight and ability to traverse water, perfectly compensating for your lack of skill in aquatic combat. Nezha handed the winged goose to you. Let us form a pact with it. You reached out and gently poked the bird's soft body, then pricked your finger to establish a master-servant contract. You look so fluffy. I shall name you Fluffy. How adorable. You gazed at Fluffy with affection. Thank you, Nezha, you said playfully, giving his arm a gentle shake. The hour is late. You should rest, he advised. I still have some military affairs to attend to, so I must take my leave. Nezha quickly bid you farewell and departed. You stood there, staring blankly at his retreating figure, noticing that his complexion seemed a shade paler than when he had first arrived. Could it be due to the illumination of the night pearl? Chapter 14. The Empress's summons. As Nezha entered the Cloud Palace, he staggered slightly, leaning against the wall. General, what is wrong? Why do you look so pale? The reverse-scale dragon asked, concerned about Nezha's condition and preparing to assist him into a room to rest. Ugh. Nezha raised a hand, signaling the reverse-scale dragon to stay back, and then leaned against the wall to vomit. I'll fetch a healer. The reverse-scale dragon declared, turning to seek help as Nezha continued to heave uncontrollably. No. Nezha quickly called out to stop him. General, the reverse-scale dragon approached Nezha, gently patting his back. After a prolonged bout of vomiting, Nezha finally managed to quell the nausea. What is wrong with you? Could it be poison? Why are you vomiting so violently? The reverse-scale dragon hurriedly offered him a cup of water. It's nothing, just some lotus root and lotus seeds I ate. Nezha explained calmly after rinsing his mouth. You ate lotus root? Are you all right? The reverse-scale dragon looked at him quizzically, as if he were gravely ill. I wanted to challenge myself. Is that a problem? Nezha shot him a warning glance. Fine, but you must be ill. The reverse-scale dragon silently added in his mind, wary of openly criticizing Nezha, the god of war. You did not see anything today, understood? Nezha subtly threatened the reverse-scale dragon. His subordinate had not encountered the marshal today. Nezha nodded slightly and returned to his chamber. The reverse-scale dragon observed Nezha's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow and shaking his head. Seeking trouble for no reason? Their marshal certainly had his peculiarities. In the past few days, you have become well acquainted with your duties. The management of the peach blossom garden does not require your personal attention for watering or pruning, as the peach blossom fairies are responsible for that. As for the blooming of flowers in the mortal realm, those in the southern regions bloom in February, while those in the north bloom in April. You need not supervise the peach blossom fairies daily at the hour of the tiger. A simple stamp on the request form for blooming flowers the day before will suffice. Overall, your tasks are quite light. Your official rank is moderate, a civil servant of the 4th rank. On this day, while you leisurely observed the flower fairies pruning the branches, a spirit butterfly fluttered in from outside, landing on your hand. As you gently raised your hand, the butterfly dissipated into the air, transforming into a message. The goddess summons you. Return swiftly. You promptly made your way out of the peach blossom garden, soaring towards the 9 Hua Jade Pavilion on the soft wings of your companion. Upon your return to the 9 Hua Jade Pavilion, you found the Earth Mother and Nuwa seated at a chessboard, engaged in a game. Nuwa nodded slightly in your direction. You have arrived. How has your recent tenure in the heavenly court been? Is there anything you find difficult to adapt to? The Earth Mother expressed surprise at your swift arrival, then glanced at your companion perched on your shoulder, instantly understanding. Rest assured, goddess. Taoyao has adapted well to the heavenly court. All right, take a seat. After a few days in the heavens, you seem to have acquired some official decorum. The Earth Mother smiled at you. Thank you, goddess. You took your place beside the Earth Mother. The reason for your urgent summons is regarding the stone monkey that emerged from Flower Fruit Mountain a few days ago. Are you aware of it? Yes. The earth trembled for quite some time that day. Surely this stone monkey will become a formidable demon king in the future. This stone monkey is the remnant of the stone used by Nuwa to mend the heavens, infused with the essence of Nuwa and Fushi, essentially a child of Nuwa. Now that he has just come into existence, you are responsible for guiding him onto the righteous path and helping him attain enlightenment. Understood, goddess. You accepted your mission. Even if he does not attain enlightenment, it suffices that he possesses the ability to protect himself and lives a stable, happy life, Nuwa added. Rest assured, goddess, you replied, bowing respectfully. Now, go forth and do your best. The Earth Mother gestured for you to depart. You bowed deeply to the Earth Mother and hurried towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Chapter 15. The initial encounter with the stone monkey. Upon arriving at Flower Fruit Mountain, you found a multitude of monkeys in a predicament. With so many monkeys, which one could be the stone monkey? Is there a stone monkey among you? You caught hold of a young monkey, conjuring a large peach from the peach blossom garden and offering it to the little one. Yes, that is our king. The small monkey replied while munching on the peach. Lead me to your king, you said, conjuring another peach to entice the little monkey. Certainly, please follow me, divine immortal. The little monkey gazed in awe at the woman before him, who could conjure delectable peaches with her bare hands. And thus he was convinced he had encountered a celestial being. With utmost reverence, he led you to the stone monkey. Great king, a goddess has come to see you, exclaimed the little monkey, leaping in front of the stone monkey and pointing at you. Goddess? The stone monkey looked at the little monkey with a perplexed expression. Indeed, a true goddess, great king. She can produce peaches out of thin air, and they are unlike any we have, large and exquisite. You approached the stone monkey and conjured a grand peach, offering it to him. Unlike the little monkey, the stone monkey did not immediately devour the fruit. Instead, he regarded you with caution. Rest assured, eat freely. I harbor no ill intentions. Your mother has entrusted me with your protection. You smiled gently at the stone monkey. My mother? I have no mother. I am a monkey born from stone. How can you lack a mother? All beings in this world have mothers. It is merely that she cannot visit you at present. Upon hearing this, the stone monkey's eyes brightened. Did he, too, have a mother? Perhaps one day, when you achieve enlightenment, you shall reunite with your mother, you said, affectionately patting the stone monkey's head. Though he still regarded you with some skepticism, the wariness in his gaze had dissipated. Thus, you spent a year accompanying the stone monkey on Huabo Mountain. Throughout that year, you regaled the monkeys with tales of the outside world and taught them to read and write. As time passed, perhaps the stone monkey recognized your benign nature. Or perhaps he was captivated by the world you described, or perhaps he simply enjoyed the peaches you provided. He began to address you not as you, but as sister. One day, you looked up at the sky and realized it was time for the morning court. You needed to return to the heavenly realm. So, you conjured a peach tree that bore fruit year-round and called for the stone monkey. Monkey, sister must leave for a while but will return in due time. You explained as you gently stroked his head. When will you return, sister? The stone monkey asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. At the earliest, in a month. At the latest, 2 months. You conjured a peach blossom necklace and placed it around his neck. Should you find yourself in danger, grasp the necklace and call for sister. I will come to protect you. Please return quickly, the stone monkey said, a touch of sadness in his tone. Very well. You bid farewell to the stone monkey and soared back to the heavenly realm. You flew swiftly, arriving just in time to reclaim your position before the Jade Emperor. Nezha sensed your arrival and turned slightly. Noticing your breathlessness, he furrowed his brow. He had not seen you all day yesterday and had planned to wait for you to attend court together this morning. But after waiting for a considerable time, he was almost late and you still had not appeared. The flower fairies in the peach blossom garden were also unaware of your whereabouts. He had contemplated sending word to Ling Mountain and the Jiuhua Jade Palace if you did not return soon. Recently, the 9-headed demon king at the treacherous waters had been restless, repeatedly provoking the heavenly court. Thus, the marshal of the central altar, Nezha, was dispatched with 5 legions of divine generals, leading 3,000 celestial soldiers to eradicate the threat. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing the report, was furious and commanded Nezha to lead the attack. Nezha, you witnessed Nezha, momentarily lost in thought after receiving the decree, and hastily called out to him. However, the distance between you rendered your voice inaudible. Nezha, the Jade Emperor slammed his hand on the table. Your Majesty, Nezha startled, immediately regaining his composure. Receive the decree. What are you pondering? The Jade Emperor, filled with ire, hurled the memorial at Nezha. Your servant shall receive the decree. Nezha deftly tilted his head to evade the blow and calmly accepted the edict. Dismissed. The Jade Emperor, in a fit of rage, turned and departed. Chapter 16. Nezha's expedition. What were you contemplating during the morning court? After the Jade Emperor left, you approached Nezha. Thinking of you, Nezha replied nonchalantly. Oh, you were taken aback. Where did you go yesterday? You did not return to the residence last night. Nezha's gaze towards you held a hint of concern. The Earth Mother summoned me back. You chose not to mention the affairs of Flower Fruit Mountain. I am not a child. Although my cultivation may not match yours, I am still a tiny golden immortal. I cannot simply disappear, can I? Your smile involuntarily broke through, seeing the worried expression on Nezha's face. Hearing your words, Nezha exhaled in relief and then opened the decree. Jiu-Ing. Nezha furrowed his brow slightly, then closed the decree. The strength of Jiu-Ing was formidable, causing you to cast a worried glance at Nezha. In truth, you had not been attentive during the morning court. You had rushed and were still catching your breath. You only heard the Jade Emperor state that the general of the central altar, Nezha, the third prince, was to lead 5 legions of divine generals and 3,000 heavenly soldiers to annihilate the foe. The specifics of who was to be vanquished had escaped your notice. Now, hearing Nezha mention Jiu-Ing, your anxiety deepened. There's nothing to fear. I merely need to be away for a period. It could be as brief as 2 months or extend to 6 months, Nezha contemplated, handing you the Hunyuan scarf for your protection. Why do you give me the Hunyuan scarf for the battle against Jiu-Ing? It is not customary to hand over a magical artifact before heading into battle. I am not in danger here. You should keep it. You did not accept the Hunyuan scarf. The Heavenly Court is not like Ling Mountain. It is safer for me to retain the Hunyuan scarf. Nezha, noticing your reluctance, grew anxious. Do you think I would be distracted on the battlefield? I wish not to. Yet I harbor doubts about your safety against Jiu-Ing. You replied, your brow furrowed. If you don't wish to worry, then just take it. Nezha seized your hand and placed the Hunyuan scarf within your grasp. Do not fret. I am a god of war, capable of defeating him. When do you depart? You asked, your concern evident in your gaze. Soon. I shall assemble the troops and leave shortly. This matter is urgent. I shall see you off. Nezha nodded. As entry into the military camp was restricted, you waited at the southern heavenly gate. Before long, you beheld a grand army marching towards the southern heavenly gate. Your eyes were drawn to Nezha at the forefront, leaving you momentarily spellbound. You had seen the gentle Nezha, as well as the playful one. But you had never witnessed him like this. Clad in resplendent golden armor that gleamed brilliantly under the sun, he resembled a meteor streaking across the sky. His battle robe billowed in the wind, akin to a banner of war, exuding an aura of power and dominion that compelled one to follow in his footsteps. Be exceedingly cautious. Do not sustain any injuries. Understood. If you find the time, send me a message to assure me of your safety. You shook the peach blossom bracelet on your wrist. Of course. Nezha affectionately ruffled your hair. Do not underestimate your opponent, nor should you strive to appear invincible. Rest assured. I shall take my leave now. Nezha, the god of slaughter, surely will encounter no misfortune. Yet, as you gaze upon Nezha's departing silhouette, a sense of unease lingers within you. Nezha, reborn from the lotus, still bears the appearance of a youth in his late teens, perpetually evoking the essence of boyhood in your heart. Throughout the millennium spent in the spiritual mountain, though you are aware of Nezha's esteemed position as the commander of the heavenly court, you have never witnessed him donning armor and leading troops into battle. You whisper a heartfelt wish for his safe return as you watch him vanish into the horizon. Chapter 17. Nezha severely wounded in the blink of an eye. Over 3 months have elapsed. Despite Nezha's daily correspondence, he has yet to reveal when he will return. You have devoted a century to instructing the stone monkey in the mortal realm. During this time, the stone monkey has mastered reading and writing, etiquette, as well as the arts of music and painting. Just as you prepare to impart some magical skills, your master sends word, stating that under the command of the Bodhisattva of Purity, you are to guide the stone monkey to the western Bull Hetso, to the Lingtai Peak of the Fongsuan Mountain, to study under the Bodhi Patriarch of the Crescent Moonstar Cave. Upon hearing the name of the Bodhi Patriarch, it becomes clear that the Bodhisattva of Purity intends to personally mentor the stone monkey. Thus, you joyfully send him off on a bamboo raft, urging him to diligently pursue his studies. You assure the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain that you will safeguard them. After an emotional farewell with the stone monkey, he paddles towards the direction marked on the map. Once he departs, you establish a protective barrier around Flower Fruit Mountain, instructing the younger monkeys to remain within. Before returning to the heavenly court, the relentless pace of daily life has indeed begun to wear on you. The bracelet you gifted Nezha differs from that of the stone monkey. It is crafted from a root of your own essence, enabling communication. However, Nezha seems to be exceedingly occupied of late, with their conversations growing increasingly brief. Nezha, have you finally found time for me? How fares your journey? Are you unharmed? After dinner, the bracelet emits a faint glow, prompting you to gently tap the peach blossom charm. I have been quite busy, but everything proceeds smoothly, and I have sustained no injuries. Nezha patiently addresses your inquiries. Ah, it is a relief to hear you are unscathed, my commander. You begin to express, but are interrupted by the distant call of Commander Pichiao. I have matters to attend to on my end. We shall speak again tomorrow. Nezha apologetically remarks before abruptly ending the conversation. Sighing, you reflect on Nezha's recent busyness, suspecting that the 9 infants must present a formidable challenge. While it is comforting to know he is unharmed, you cannot help but wonder when he will return. With your master in seclusion and the Earth Mother visiting the palace of Nuwa, a sense of ennui envelopes you as you rest your head upon the stone table. By the banks of the fierce water river, Nezha, having severed the call, cannot suppress a cough. The 9 infants, cunning in nature, have maintained a defensive stance for 3 months. When they do engage, it is often in the water, retreating at the first sign of defeat. 7 days prior, in battle, the 9 infants, for reasons unknown, chose to sacrifice one of their own to launch a surprise attack on Nezha, who, caught off guard, sustained severe injuries. Commander, should we seek aid from the Heavenly Court? The 9 infants are indeed a challenging adversary. The Vice Commander expresses concern as he glances at Nezha. There's no need. Nezha replies, coughing. Today, I shall bring him down. In the last skirmish, I had discerned his fatal weakness. Nezha suppressed a cough, covering his mouth, and explained to the Vice Commander. Commander, allow me to tend to your injuries, the Vice Commander implored, observing the blood seeping through Nezha's fingers. Fearing to let his general engage in battle once more. In a swift gesture, Nezha shook his head, signaling the Vice Commander to prepare for the call to arms. The 9 infants, having witnessed Nezha's grievous wounds in their previous encounter, boldly approached the shore to confront him once again. After a prolonged struggle, Nezha found himself gradually at a disadvantage. Observing Nezha's dwindling stamina, the 9 infants arrogantly transformed back to their original form, swinging their tail toward Nezha. With narrowed eyes filled with murderous intent, Nezha chose not to evade. As the serpent's tail struck him, he hurled the demon-slaying sword, piercing the 9 infants' vital point. With a resounding cry, the 9 infants dissipated. Upon landing, Nezha staggered, clutching his chest, and violently coughed up blood before collapsing. Commander, the Vice Commander hurriedly caught Nezha. None of the demon clan under the 9 infants shall return to the Cloud Tower Palace. Struggling to maintain his composure, Nezha instructed the Vice Commander, only to spit blood and lose consciousness. By the command of the General, all demons under the 9 infants are to be exterminated. The Vice Commander first relayed orders to the heavenly soldiers, then addressed the 4 divine generals stationed in the cardinal directions. I will escort the commander back to the heavenly court. You shall finish the task at hand. Do not worry. We shall discreetly return with the commander, and once we conclude our mission, we will inform the heavenly court in due time. The 4 nodded in unison. Chapter 18. The Jade Emperor takes action. 1 against 2. The Vice Commander, cradling the unconscious Nezha, soared to the entrance of the Jade Clear Palace. Not long after their arrival, the Jade Emperor, clad in his night attire, rushed out. What transpired? Why are you all standing idle? Summon the healer. The Jade Emperor, upon seeing the gravely injured and unconscious Nezha, could not restrain himself from shouting at his attendants. Quickly, quickly! He directed the Vice Commander to lay Nezha upon his own bed and hastily infused him with spiritual energy. When the healer arrived, they administered several needles and a multitude of spiritual medicines. How is he? The Jade Emperor inquired anxiously as he observed Nezha remained unconscious and pale. Your Majesty, the healer replied. The Third Prince had previously consumed the peach blossom pill, which treated the burns caused by the 9 infants' flames. Once he awakens, he may take another dose of the medicine I have prepared for his internal injuries, which should stabilize his condition. With several months of rest, he will recover fully. After much toiling, Nezha finally stirred awake around midnight. He is awake. He is awake. Where is the healer? The Jade Emperor, noticing Nezha's open eyes, eagerly summoned the healer who had been drafting a prescription. Your Majesty, the Third Prince is out of danger, the healer confirmed after checking Nezha's pulse. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor felt a wave of relief wash over him and took a seat on the stool beside the bed, beginning to admonish Nezha. I sent you to eliminate the 9 infants, not to seek mutual destruction. Nezha struggled to rise. Silence. I do not wish to hear your excuses. Despite his words, the Jade Emperor reached out to support Nezha, carefully placing 2 soft pillows behind him for comfort. Could you not have sought assistance if you were unable to prevail? Did you feel the need to prove you could defeat the 9 infants alone? Is it that you would rather suffer disgrace than call for help? What if you had perished at the hands of the 9 infants? Would that not be the greater disgrace? Indeed, it is rather embarrassing to die, but you would not see it. The Jade Emperor vented his frustration at Nezha. I have discovered the weakness of the nine-headed serpent. Ah, how impressive. The Jade Emperor replied sarcastically. Nezha found himself at a loss for words, caught off guard by the Jade Emperor's remarks. Summon the immortal Lord of Wooling. The Jade Emperor commanded, observing Nezha's frail state, and suddenly struck with inspiration. Cough, cough, cough. Come back. Nezha hurriedly called out to the celestial attendant. Why are you summoning Tao Yao at this late hour? Nezha glared disapprovingly at the Jade Emperor. Let her take care of you. You cannot return to the Cloud Tower Palace. You have already disrupted my sleep half the night. Do you expect me to remain awake? Nezha tossed aside the covers, preparing to rise. Rest, do not make a fuss. I will summon the immortal Lord of Wooling tomorrow, the Jade Emperor insisted, pressing Nezha back down. Concerning my injuries, I implore your majesty to keep this a secret from Tao Yao. Have you lost your mind? At this moment, you deny her the chance to care for you? What are you waiting for? Go ahead and wait until the immortal Lord of Wooling becomes someone else's spouse, and then you may attend their wedding. Just wait. The Jade Emperor retorted, exasperated, and sat back down. Coughing violently, Nezha, whether out of anger or urgency, coughed up blood. Healer, where's the medicine? The Jade Emperor, alarmed, quickly summoned the healer, refraining from provoking Nezha further. Once Nezha stabilized, the Jade Emperor left the curtain to tend to him, while he himself retired to a side chamber for the night. The following morning, the Jade Emperor summoned a celestial servant. Go summon the immortal Lord of Wooling and inform her of Nezha's condition. Remember to exaggerate the severity. Yes, your majesty. The servant replied and departed, not letting her know. If she remains unaware, she will only grow concerned for another. You foolish boy, prepare to weep. For it is I who must intervene, the Jade Emperor muttered to himself, gazing at the departing figure of the celestial servant with satisfaction. Chapter 19. The two simpletons. Early in the morning, as you rose, you were informed by Zhu Yin that a celestial servant of the Jade Emperor had come to summon you to the Yuqing Palace. Yuqing Palace? You paused, realizing it was the Jade Emperor's sleeping quarters. With no time to ponder, you swiftly made your way outside. Immortal Lord of Wooling, His Majesty urgently requests your presence. Please hurry, the celestial servant prompted gently. Could you kindly inform me of the reason for His Majesty's summons? You inquired, feeling a tinge of anxiety. The Jade Emperor summoning you to Yuqing Palace so early in the morning could mean your frequent absences from duty had been discovered. Or perhaps a mistake in your work had come to light. The third prince is gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread. The healer has been treating him all night, and he remains in danger, the celestial servant whispered to you. Which third prince? Your voice trembled slightly. It is the third prince Nezha, the servant clarified. In truth, there was no need for further explanation. Among all the denizens of the heavenly realm, only Nezha held the title of the third prince. You simply did not want to accept the news of his severe injuries. Summoning your companion, you quickly pulled the celestial servant along and soared towards the Yuqing Palace. His Majesty has summoned us. All generals, please make way, the celestial servant announced. Raising the command token, Your Majesty, Tao Yao seeks an audience. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jade Emperor's palace, there was no one to announce your arrival. So you boldly called out yourself. On the bed, Nezha, who was sipping medicine, heard your voice. He first cast an incredulous glance at the Jade Emperor, seemingly accusing him of breaking his promise. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow and softly remarked to Nezha, I never said she wouldn't be admitted today. Upon hearing this, Nezha hurriedly attempted to hide the medicine, but finding no suitable place, he glanced towards the window beside the bed. Upon noticing Nezha's intent to escape through the window, the Jade Emperor naturally did not provide him with the opportunity. You heard the Jade Emperor's voice and quickly pushed the door open. There you found Nezha weakly leaning against the bed, his complexion pale, his lips devoid of color. Instinctively, you rushed over to him. Nezha, you said, tears streaming down your face like beads from a broken string. Please, don't cry. I'm fine now. I have already recovered. Nezha, while wiping away the tears of the sobbing little peach blossom in front of him, cast a sidelong glare at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor turned his head, pretending not to see. You're lying. You said you wouldn't get hurt, and yesterday you insisted you were fine. I'll never speak to you again. Nezha, hearing the little peach blossom's declaration of ignoring him, became flustered and coughed violently. I'm sorry, Tao Yao, he sputtered. Noticing Nezha's severe coughing, you quickly poured some medicinal elixir into his mouth, but it seemed to provide no relief. He fears you might ignore him, the Jade Emperor interjected. Observing the two of you in such a state, startled by the sudden voice of the Jade Emperor, you fell onto the ground. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty and seeks forgiveness for the lack of decorum. Realizing your mistake, you hurriedly bowed to the Jade Emperor in apology. Only just realizing his presence, the Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively, not holding it against you. Seeing Nezha clutching his chest in pain, you grew anxious. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't bear to see you hurt. I would never ignore you, you quickly explained, channeling more spiritual energy into Nezha. How do you feel now? There's medicine on the table. The Jade Emperor reminded you with a hint of exasperation. Oh, you realized. Quickly picking up the bowl of medicine and spooning it into Nezha's mouth. Nezha, seeing you feeding him with a spoon, thought it unnecessary and attempted to take the bowl to drink directly, but upon catching the Jade Emperor's warning gaze, he reluctantly lowered his hand. Chapter 20. Taking Nezha home? After Nezha finished the medicine, he closed his eyes to recuperate. After a while, Nezha opened his eyes, and you noticed his complexion had slightly improved. Do you feel better? Much better. Don't worry, little peach blossom, Nezha reassured you with a comforting smile. Then let us leave. What kind of situation is it to stay here every day? The Jade Emperor interjected. Your Majesty is truly stingy, Nezha replied nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. Wuling Xianjun. The Jade Emperor called out to you, prompting you to stand up quickly. Look at Nezha in his current state. The physician has advised a period of tranquil recuperation lasting several months, cautioning against any stimuli that might compel him to return to the Cloud Palace. I find myself deeply concerned. While it may not be entirely appropriate for him to reside daily in the Jade Clear Palace, might I appeal to you, as both his neighbor and friend, to allow him to recuperate at your abode for a time? I would be most agreeable to this. However, that is out of the question. Both you and Nezha spoke simultaneously. The Wuling Immortal has already consented. What further objections could you possibly raise? The Jade Emperor cast an irate glance toward Nezha. As a man, what would it signify for me to dwell in the abode of the Wuling Immortal? Others may whisper unkind things about Taoyao and your Majesty. Please do not take advantage of her youth to tarnish her reputation, Nezha retorted immediately. It matters not. I am indifferent to such trivialities. My concerns regarding your stay at the Cloud Palace outweigh any such worries. It would be far better for me to personally attend to your needs. After all, what could be more paramount than your well-being, far surpassing the worth of mere reputation? Upon hearing your words, Nezha felt his heart race. A surge of joy filled his heart, as he pondered whether Taoyao harbored similar sentiments for him. Yet, before he could revel in this thought, your next utterance doused his elation like a bucket of cold water, draining the color from his face. Moreover, I stand firm in my integrity. I fear not the shadows cast by others. If they wish to speak, let them. You declared nonchalantly. Is this girl not just coming of age? What could Nezha possibly see in someone so naive in matters of the heart? The Jade Emperor internally scoffed. He had previously assumed that the Wuling Immortal was merely precocious, considering Nezha's character. He doubted that such a personality would initiate romantic feelings. Yet, it now appeared that the Wuling Immortal was blissfully unaware, and it was indeed Nezha who had developed an unreciprocated affection. You professed to fancy someone younger, thus. Do not be so sensitive. Observe how her words about integrity have affected you. The Jade Emperor, despite his musings, could not bear to disregard Nezha's feelings. Very well. I shall issue a decree. Due to the Wuling Immortal's adeptness in treating burns, I hereby command that Prince Nezha shall recuperate at the Wuling Immortal's residence, where the Wuling Immortal shall attend to him until he is fully healed. During this time, no one is permitted to disturb him. Do you comprehend? The Jade Emperor inquired of the celestial attendant. Yes, your Majesty, I understand clearly. The attendant hastily bowed. Then proceed to disseminate the decree throughout the heavenly realms. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, dismissing the attendant. He then turned to Nezha with a hint of irritation, asking if this arrangement would suffice. I am most grateful for your Majesty's consideration, Nezha expressed with a glance of appreciation toward the Jade Emperor. Wuling Immortal, please take good care of Nezha. Rest assured. Your Majesty. Thus, the Jade Emperor arranged for your return to the estate in his chariot. Seated in the carriage, you found yourself in a state of bewilderment for quite some time. Once you regained your composure, you dared not move, sitting rigidly. In contrast, Nezha reclined languidly, appearing quite at ease. Why sit so stiffly? The Emperor's chariot moves slowly. It will be a while before we arrive. Relax, and take a moment to breathe easy. No one dares to gaze directly upon the Emperor's carriage, so you may feel at ease. Nezha remarked, unable to resist the urge to comment on your posture. Thus, Nezha spent a fortnight recuperating under your care. In the past fortnight, Nezha has often regaled you with amusing tales from his years of demon slaying. Although he has been unable to accompany you on your usual escapades, the days have remained quite fulfilling and enjoyable. Today, with his wounds nearly healed, Nezha sits beneath a tree, sharing the joy of swinging with you. Immortal Lord, Commander, today's medicine is ready, announces Juin, as she enters with the elixir. You observe the steaming potion and decide to let it cool before partaking. Juin places the medicine on the table, bows to you both, and then gracefully departs. Your gaze drifts from the bowl of medicine to the lotus pond ahead, where the flowers bloom splendidly. Suddenly, it strikes you that Nezha is also an incarnation of the lotus. Turning to him, you marvel at his striking beauty, which stirs a tinge of envy within you. Can you bloom as well? What color is your lotus? Is it pink too? You inquire with genuine curiosity. My true form is the red lotus, Nezha replies, momentarily taken aback by your question, but ultimately smiling as he answers. Red lotus? May I see it? Once you have fully recovered, will you transform for me? You gaze at him with sparkling eyes, brimming with anticipation. After a while, I will show you, Nezha says, his expression tender as he looks at you. I knew it. Nezha is the best. You exclaim, throwing your arms around his waist in excitement. Nezha, momentarily stunned by your embrace, feels a blush rising to his cheeks. The medicine should be ready to drink now. Wait a moment, I will fetch you some candied fruits, you say as you dash into the house. Nezha watches your retreating figure with a hint of exasperation, knowing that each time you take medicine, you insist on bringing him sweets. You claim the potion is bitter, insisting he need not suffer, and promise that your indulgence in candied fruits will remain a secret. With a gentle shake of his head and a smile, Nezha approaches the stone table, lifts the bowl of medicine, and drinks it all in one go. This time, he feels a tumultuous energy surging within him, accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. Li Jing's eyes are filled with resentment as he recalls the intense agony, gripping his clothing tightly. Years ago, under the command of the primordial lord, Taichi Jinren sent Nezha to reincarnate at Chintang Pass. Li Jing, in his heart, had long accepted that Nezha was not truly his son, believing instead that Taichi Jinren and Nezha had conspired to take his child's life. In truth, Nezha and Li Jing were merely father and son in name. Neither affection nor blood truly bound them. Moreover, there was no act of murder against Li Jing's child, for that infant was stillborn. Had it not been for the intervention of Yin Suji, the child would not have survived. Yin, aware of this, had endeavored to clarify the truth to Li Jing multiple times, but he remained steadfast in his conviction that Nezha was responsible for his child's demise, perpetually viewing him as a nemesis. The incident in which Nezha slew the Dragon Prince of the East Sea was instigated by Li Jing, who, when the Dragon Kings threatened to flood Chintang Pass, pushed Nezha forward to bear the blame. Nezha's act of self-immolation at Chintang Pass was a means of severing ties with Li Jing and repaying the debt of gratitude. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Nezha was indeed born from the womb of Yin Suji. Knowing Nezha's innocence, Lady Yin constructed a temple in his honor and sought to reconstruct Nezha's golden form, hoping that he could accumulate enough merit to be resurrected. However, upon hearing this, Li Jing, without uttering a word, stormed into the Nezha temple with his sword and severed Nezha's golden body. Nezha, escaping his soul to Ling Mountain in search of aid, was met with the compassionate Buddha, who, using lotus roots for bones and lotus leaves for garments, recited the incantation of resurrection and saved Nezha's life. Seeing that Li Jing persistently pursued him, Nezha was filled with rage and brandished his spear to strike Li Jing down. The Buddha, unwilling to witness a father and son turn against each other, presented Li Jing with a delicate, translucent golden pagoda adorned with relics, each layer illuminated by the light of the Buddha. Since Nezha was saved by the Buddha, he regarded the sight of the Buddha as akin to encountering a life-saving benefactor, thus refraining from further harm to Li Jing. Nonetheless, the relationship between Li Jing and Nezha remained one of enmity despite their titles as father and son. Li Jing kept the pagoda close, fearing Nezha's wrath. Chapter 22. Naturally, it was startling. Upon presenting the candied fruit, you observed Nezha, one hand resting on the stone table, the other clutching his chest. His complexion pale and forehead drenched in cold sweat, clearly in agony. Nezha, do not come any closer, you warned as Nezha attempted to approach, desperately trying to rein in his rampant spiritual energy. You released your protective aura and instantly teleported to Nezha's side, placing your fingers on his wrist. The chaotic vital energy surged within him, exacerbating his injuries. With no time to summon the healer, you channeled your inner elixir into Nezha's body, using your abilities to suppress the turmoil within him. Once the energy stabilized, the elixir gradually emitted a gentle aura, slowly mending his internal wounds. Only when Nezha's complexion began to regain its color did you withdraw the elixir. How could this happen? You exclaimed, hastily assisting Nezha in sitting down. Something was added to the medicine. Nezha's tone was cold. I shall seek His Majesty and demand a thorough investigation. This person is clearly intent on your demise. Fueled by anger, you rose to confront the Jade Emperor. There is no need to go. Who else could wish for my death but him? Nezha's eyes glinted with malice, leaving no stone unturned in his suspicion. Are you referring to Li Jing? After all, you are his son, you remarked, incredulous. A tiger does not consume its cub. What am I to him? In his eyes, I am merely a foe that he wishes to eliminate, Nezha retorted with a cold laugh, filled with self-mockery. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Nezha's chest, causing him to cry out. I shall kill that wretch. He had better not part with the pagoda, otherwise I will be gritting my teeth in rage. Do not let your emotions get the better of you, you cautioned, seeing Nezha in such distress, urging him to remain calm to avoid aggravating his injuries. Nezha understood the importance of temperance, but found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. The more enraged he became, the sharper the pain in his chest, and with each pang, his hatred for Li Jing intensified. Cold sweat dripped down Nezha's face, his body trembling, not knowing if it was due to anger or pain. Once my master emerges from seclusion, I will seek him out for the five-colored divine light, Nezha resolved. You hurriedly took out a cloth to wipe away Nezha's sweat, gently soothing his back to help him catch his breath. You must not let your anger flare again. After a while, Nezha gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment, allowing the pain to dissipate slowly. When he opened his eyes, he gazed into yours, a hint of unease flickering in his expression. Were you frightened today? Naturally, I was alarmed, Nezha. Upon hearing this, Nezha's breath quivered slightly, and a trace of panic and sorrow emerged in his eyes. You were nearly harmed today. How could that not be frightening? You were exasperated. I suggest you stay here to avoid the daily sight of Li Jing's loathsome face and the need to suppress your feelings by calling him father. Over time, wouldn't that be unbearable? You furrowed your brow in contemplation. Perhaps we could carve a door in the wall, and you could come here at night? The Cloud Tower Palace is far too perilous. I fear he might attempt to assassinate you in the dead of night. So that is the case? Nezha listened to your words, observing your righteous indignation coupled with genuine concern for him, and smiled brilliantly. Instantly, he felt as if his wounds had nearly healed. What are you grinning about? Once you've recovered, we can indeed break through the wall, right at the spot you pointed to against the peach tree. You said to Nezha. Seeing your enthusiastic determination to actually break the wall made Nezha both amused and exasperated. The structure of the Cloud Tower Palace differs from that of the Wuling Immortal Lordess residence. Should you truly demolish that section, it would not lead to the Cloud Tower Palace's garden, but rather to the chamber of the reverse-scaled dragon. However, considering that you would likely lose interest after a short while, Nezha decided not to enlighten you further. Chapter 23. Demolishing the wall last time. Tending to Nezha's injuries cost you 300 years of cultivation. Nezha insisted on giving you a gold brick, and no amount of refusal seemed effective. Reluctantly, you accepted the gold brick, having only just returned the mixture of heaven silk, now receiving yet another gold brick. You found it somewhat exasperating, as it seemed you had mastered all of Nezha's treasures apart from the fire-tipped spear, the universe ring, and the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. Nezha had been recuperating at your place for half a month, and his injuries had improved significantly, allowing him to manage military affairs without issue. The healer advised that he refrain from combat or anger for the next few months, and with an additional 3 months of rest, he would be fully healed. Thus, after attending the morning court, Nezha hurriedly greeted you before departing, merely stating he would return to the Cloud Tower Palace tonight. Given that his wounds were nearly healed, it was no longer appropriate for him to stay at the residence of a female immortal. After lunch, you fixed your gaze upon the wall. Nezha's injuries were not yet fully healed. What if Li Jing attempted to harm him again? Bamboo sound. You cast a spell to draw a door upon the wall. Please provide me with an opening according to this design. Are you truly intent on creating a door, Immortal Lord? Should we inform the Third Prince? Bamboo sound felt trepidation. Dismantling the home of the god of death was not something she dared to undertake. Indeed, it would be wise to check if Nezha is present, lest I inadvertently harm him. You nodded and then cast a spell to send a message to Nezha. Tao Yao, what is the matter? Nezha responded promptly. Where are you right now? At the military camp. Why? Do you need something? No, I'm preparing to demolish a wall. If you're not here, I'll proceed directly. You're busy, so farewell. With that, you severed the communication. Demolish a wall. Nezha was momentarily taken aback. Demolish a wall. Nezha suddenly recalled your jest, which startled him into hastily abandoning his military duties and soaring back on his wind-fire wheels. The Celestial Lord, panting, approached you to report. Very well, you may withdraw for now. As the celestial attendants retreated to a secure distance, you recited an incantation, and a golden brick soared forth. Thunderous echoes accompanied the sound of crumbling walls, along with a mournful cry. Is someone there? It's over. At this hour, Nezha should be alone, as the celestial attendants guard the courtyard door in his absence. Who have I struck? Alarmed, you urged your companions to hasten towards the source of the cry. The reverse scale dragon, enjoying a day off, was resting in his chamber when he was suddenly thrust aside by the falling debris, struggling to rise. As he attempted to voice his outrage, he spotted Nezha's golden brick landing nearby. Nezha, rushing in, arrived just ahead of you at the reverse scale dragon's quarters. My lord, have I erred in some way? Did you come rushing back from the barracks just to demolish my abode? The reverse scale dragon's immediate reaction was one of guilt, though he could not fathom the nature of his supposed mistake. I simply miscast my throw. My apologies, here is a week's leave for you to recuperate. By whatever you fancy, do not concern yourself with the cost. Nezha coughed awkwardly and handed the reverse scale dragon a pouch of coins. Well, I must say, the wall you demolished is as neat as if it were stitched, with newfound holiday and riches. The reverse scale dragon felt the impact of that brick was well worth it, leaving with a broad smile. Upon entering, you found Nezha standing within the room, which was devoid of any other presence. Nezha snapped back to attention. It seems I might have inadvertently struck someone. No, there's no one here. This room is unoccupied. Nezha replied calmly. Indeed, it is unoccupied, except for a dragon. I intended to return and inform you that there was no need for demolition, but I arrived too late. I thought you were jesting, hence I paid it no mind. Nezha waved his hand, restoring the wall. Li Jing cannot best me. He merely seizes the opportunity to administer a few herbs when I am wounded. He fears I might strike him down on other days. Nezha gently stroked your head, elucidating softly. Besides, what would it look like if I sought you out in the dead of night? That would tarnish your reputation. Rest assured, if there were truly a matter at hand, I would approach you through the front door. All right, you replied, somewhat disheartened. Here. Nezha conjured a string of candied hawthorn skewers and presented them to you. Do not be disheartened. Look what I have brought you. Where did you acquire these candied hawthorns? You exclaimed, astonished. I had El Dongbin deliver them for me. Delicious, aren't they? Indeed, they are delightful. As you savored the candied hawthorns, your gloom dissipated. Chapter 24, Reclaiming Water Curtain Cave. Peach Yao, do you have any matters today? Nezha called out to you as the morning court session concluded. You shook your head, puzzled. Shall I take you to the mortal realm for some leisure? Today is my mother's birthday. Would you accompany me to Chintang Pass? Nezha gazed at you with hopeful anticipation. Despite his enmity with Li Jing, Nezha maintained a cordial relationship with Lady Yin. Madame Yin, unable to tolerate Li Jing's mannerisms, had long been estranged from him, especially since it was his concubine who had caused her demise in years past. For many years, she resided apart from Li Jing, sharing her life with their daughter. Their marriage merely a facade, fraught with mutual disdain. After ascending to divinity, although she inhabited the mortal realm, she celebrated her celestial birthdays, receiving gifts from various deities who cherished her. How splendid! When shall we go? Your excitement was palpable, as you two held a fondness for Madame Yin and Zhenying. Perhaps at the hour of Chun, when the scenery in the mortal world is particularly lovely, Nezha mused, contemplating the timing. Very well. I shall return first to select gifts for Madame and Zhenying. As the hour of Mao approached, you hurried back to your residence to choose presents. You selected a peach blossom hairpin embedded with a luminous pearl for Madame Yin, and recalling Zhenying's recent fascination with martial arts. You chose a lightweight peach wood sword for her. With only a quarter of an hour until the hour of Chun, you suddenly sensed a disturbance in the barrier of Flower Fruit Mountain and promptly soared towards it. Indeed, the barrier had been breached, and many monkeys had vanished. Sister Taoyao? Sister Taoyao has arrived. The little monkeys scampered from their hiding places upon spotting you. What has transpired? Why are there so few of you? You furrowed your brow. Sister Taoyao, of late a band of demons has been tormenting us, forcefully occupying our water curtain cave and abducting many of our kind, they lamented, tears streaming down their faces. Please wait here. I shall investigate, you replied, determined to confront the source of this menace. You flew to the entrance of the water curtain cave and inquired of a small demon guarding it. What manner of demons are you? Why do you seek to usurp this dwelling? And who might you be? Our king is the infamous king of chaos, and this cave was once a sacred sanctuary. Are you here to provoke us? The little demon eyed you warily after proclaiming their allegiance. Upon hearing that they had their own lair yet sought to seize another's, you were incensed and swiftly unleashed your feathers, clearing a path into the cave. Who dares to claim the title of King of Chaos? You declared as you entered. I am he. And are you a lovely maiden come to serve me? The King of Chaos leered at you. Cease your insolence. If you already possess a dwelling, why must you covet another's? Such foul speech deserves punishment. You lashed out with your feathers at the king, despite his fearsome title. The King of Chaos proved to be lacking in strength, quickly begging for mercy, promising to return the cave and the kidnapped monkeys. Then be gone. After years of cultivation with little bloodshed, you decided to grant him a chance at redemption, having recognized his error. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The king of chaos knelt, repeatedly expressing gratitude. Yet, just as he attempted to rise, a bamboo pole flew from the distance, piercing his body, and he collapsed, lifeless. You were taken aback. Was there someone of greater prowess than yourself capable of silently dispatching the king of chaos before your eyes? Chapter 25. The return of Wukong to wreak havoc on my territory, to insult my kin, and yet wish to depart unscathed? A voice, both irreverent and audacious, echoed from behind. Upon hearing the words my territory, kin, ancestor, you instinctively turned around in surprise. Before you stood a figure clad in black, with golden red hair cascading freely, gently swaying in the breeze. His attire and hair flowed gracefully, creating an ethereal presence. His sharply arched brows framed elongated, piercing black eyes, while his thin, slightly pursed lips and defined features contributed to a striking visage. Tall and slender, yet not coarse, he resembled an eagle in the night, proud and solitary. Exuding an aura of formidable strength, akin to a deity descended to earth. Sister, I have returned. The man in black leaped down from a nearby stone, landing steadily beside you. You were momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe your eyes. Is this the monkey, sister? The man grasped your arm, blinking at you with a playful gaze. Monkey? You ventured cautiously. Sister, I no longer bear that name. My master has bestowed upon me the name Sun Wukong. You may now call me Wukong, he replied, nodding, then shaking his head. 20 years, and you have attained human form? Your eyes widened in astonishment. The monkey, unfazed, nodded affirmatively. My master said I possess great talent. In merely 20 years, I have completed my training. But sister, why has your cultivation regressed so much? Wukong furrowed his brow, gazing at you with concern. Some unforeseen circumstances arose, but it is nothing. I shall begin anew, you reassured him. Now I am stronger than you. Sister, allow me to protect you henceforth, Wukong said earnestly, inching closer to you. Very well, I shall have someone to shield me, you replied, reaching out to tousle Wukong's hair. Why is your hair so disheveled? You asked, conjuring a hairband, gesturing for him to crouch. Wukong obediently knelt before you, and you gathered his hair into a high ponytail, securing it with the band. Instantly, he appeared even more dashing. Sister, you style it beautifully. The hairband is lovely as well. He crouched by the water's edge, admiring his reflection with great satisfaction. But how does sister come to carry a man's hairband? Wukong asked, feigning nonchalance. It was meant for a friend, but since you require it, you may have it for now. I originally crafted this for Nezha. I shall make another upon my return, you explained. Oh, so do I have a brother-in-law now? If I were to fight with him, whom would you support? Wukong raised an eyebrow, looking at you mischievously. There is no brother-in-law, merely an ordinary friend, you replied, exasperated. Oh, is sister's friend a lotus spirit? Wukong inquired further. That is difficult to say. I shall introduce you when the opportunity arises. You two might get along quite well, you remarked, somewhat surprised by Wukong's perceptiveness. It seemed that Master Cunny had taught him much. Yet, it seems that son Wukong has grown increasingly rebellious compared to before. One cannot discern whether this transformation is for better or worse. The Bodhisattva Jun T surpasses you significantly in both knowledge and insight. However, the current son Wukong may indeed provoke trouble. You had initially wished for him to cultivate steadily and ultimately ascend to immortality, thereby achieving a worthy fruition. But does he truly still wish to cultivate in peace? Chapter 26. Conspiracy. After spending 7 days at Flower and Fruit Mountain with son Wukong, you hurried back to the heavenly court, gathered gifts, and set off with Nezha to Chintang Pass. Mother, Nezha called out cheerfully to Yin Suji, who was picking herbs beneath a tree. Nezha? Yin Suji was equally delighted to see him. Have you been injured while vanquishing demons? Is there much work in the military? Are you tired? I am unscathed, and there is not much to do in the military. How have you been, mother? Nezha replied in turn. All is well. Mother, I have brought you a birthday gift, Nezha said with a mysterious smile directed at Yin Suji. Mother lacks for nothing. Your presence is a joy in itself, she responded. No, this gift is one you will surely cherish. In fact, I am certain you do not possess it, he insisted, pulling you forth. Madam, happy birthday, he exclaimed as he presented a peach blossom hairpin to Yin Suji. The peach blossom? Yin Suji immediately released Nezha's hand and examined the hairpin from various angles. Indeed, the peach blossom has blossomed into exquisite beauty. Knowing that her mother adored peach blossoms, Nezha smiled with pride. Yin Suji was aware that Li Jing often trained Nezha rigorously. Yet she felt powerless to intervene. Having learned that you frequently assisted Nezha in healing, she had always been grateful to you. Madam, where is Jinying? You inquired. Noticing Li Jinying was nowhere in sight. That girl cannot remain idle. Recently, She has become enamored with martial arts and has gone to Guanjinku to spar with young Erling. She has gone for a fight, has she not? Nezha teased. Pretty much, young Erling is taking it easy on her. That girl is obsessed, believing she can surpass Erling. And she pesters him daily. Suji replied with a hint of exasperation. Not long ago, I acquired a remarkable military treatise. I shall bring it to Brother Yang next time. He must be having a hard time dealing with such a chaotic spirit. Nezha sighed, somewhat helpless. Enough of her. Come inside quickly. I have prepared delicious food for you both, Suji said, ushering you into the house, holding one of your hands in each of hers. You and Nezha stayed at Chintang Pass for 2 days before returning to the heavenly court. Upon your return, you resumed the morning roll call, and after the court assembly, you descended once more to Flower and Fruit Mountain. When Sun Wukong called you sister, how could you not sincerely regard him as a brother? Now that Wukong has returned, his martial skills have advanced significantly, and his cultivation is quite commendable. Yet, you remain apprehensive about his character. Recently, he has befriended several demon kings and taken them as sworn brothers. These demon kings are also quite reckless. You have advised Sun Wukong to limit his interactions with them and focus on cultivation, urging him to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, he dismisses your counsel, claiming that in this world, strength reigns supreme. What a treacherous notion that is. It appears that the instruction given by the Bodhisattva of the precinct is not quite as you initially presumed. You believe that it was the Mother of the Earth who sought out the Bodhisattva of the precinct to guide Sun Wukong. However, it now seems that there may be ulterior motives at play. The guidance provided by the Bodhisattva appears to subtly coax Sun Wukong into creating turmoil. You are aware that the Holy Mountain is orchestrating a significant event, yet you wish to prevent Sun Wukong from becoming entangled in it. The reason eludes you, yet you are gripped by an instinctive foreboding. Should you allow Wukong to continue down this path, calamity is inevitable. You fear for his ultimate fate. You do not wish for him to be exploited or to become a mere pawn in others' schemes. Your sole desire is for his happiness. If this is indeed the plan of the Holy Mountain, then ensuring Wukong's ascension to immortality and securing his protection from the celestial realm is the only viable course. Chapter 27. The call to submit. You find yourself visiting Sun Wukong daily, overseeing his cultivation and preventing him from causing further mischief. As long as he attains a position among the immortals and achieves success, he will be safe. Until today, when you received a message from your master summoning you back to the Holy Mountain. After the court session, you hurriedly made your way to the Holy Mountain. Your master, however, seemed peculiar, offering no explanation for your return, merely engaging you in a game of chess for a day. It was not until the following morning that he allowed you to return to court. Having spent a sleepless night, you arrived at the morning court session in a state of drowsiness. You vaguely heard discussions about a lawsuit involving the Dragon King and the King of Hell. But you paid it little heed. Let them sue whomever they wish. It certainly wouldn't concern you. It was only when you heard the name of Sun Wukong, the demon immortal residing in the water-curtained cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, that you were abruptly jolted awake. In an instant, all clarity fled your mind. You knew only that Sun Wukong had caused a ruckus in the Dragon Palace and seized the sea-calming golden rod. He had also created chaos in the underworld by absconding with the Book of Life and Death. Observing the Jade Emperor furrow his brow as he examined the tattered remnants of the book, you nearly fainted. Just a year. Only a year had passed since you last laid eyes on him. Taking things was one matter. Returning them could be arranged. But what were you to do about the Book of Life and Death? The two of you hastily retreated, and the Emperor declared that he would soon dispatch troops to capture the demon monkey. The voice of the Jade Emperor, laced with fury, echoed. As the two of you withdrew, the Jade Emperor turned to the assembly of celestial ministers and warriors, inquiring about the year of birth of this demon monkey and how he had acquired such formidable powers. This monkey is a stone monkey born 200 years ago. One minister replied. At that time, your majesty did not take him seriously. However, it remains a mystery where he has been cultivating his immortality these past years, acquiring the skills to subdue dragons and tigers, and causing havoc in the underworld by forcefully taking the Book of Life and Death. The celestial eyes and ears reported accordingly. Is there any celestial being willing to descend to the mortal realm to subdue this demon monkey? The Jade Emperor asked with indifference. At this moment, you could hardly concern yourself with whether the Emperor was angered. You stepped forward without hesitation. The Emperor looked at you in surprise. What business did a civil official have in this matter? Before he could voice his objections, your voice rang out. May your majesty show mercy. Though the stone monkey possesses great strength, he is but 200 years old and, lacking understanding of human affairs, has acted with such audacity. With a modicum of guidance, he may yet serve the celestial court in the future. I beseech your majesty to reconsider. I am willing to lead the stone monkey onto the righteous path. Seeing you plead for the stone monkey, Nezha was equally astonished. You have always been one to remain aloof from matters that do not concern you. What has prompted such a change today? Without time to ponder further, Nezha exchanged a glance with the star of the White Emperor. Upon witnessing the situation, the celestial Duke Taibai stepped forth and addressed the Jade Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe the words of the Wuling immortal monarch are indeed wise. Within the realms of the three worlds, any sentient being possesses the potential to cultivate into an immortal. Since this monkey has been nurtured by the heavens and has now attained immortality, wielding the power to subdue dragons and tigers, what distinguishes him from us immortals? I humbly beseech your Majesty to bestow a decree of pacification upon him, summoning the monkey to the celestial realm, granting him an official title, and inscribing his name in the register of immortals. Should he accept this invitation, let him be rewarded. If he refuses, we shall pursue him. In this manner, we shall avoid unnecessary mobilization and secure the immortal in a rightful manner." Thus, they agreed upon the pacification, with the expectation that should he be amenable, the Wuling immortal monarch would assume the role of his mentor, and if he proved obstinate, he would meet with immediate retribution. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, exhaled a sigh of relief and waved his hand, signaling the court's dismissal. "Why are you so concerned about a mere monkey?" Nezha inquired, approaching you with a hint of confusion. "Your recent absence, is it connected to this monkey?" You hastily replied, "I shall explain upon my return," before swiftly descending back to the mortal realm. "You must forewarn the monkey, otherwise his temper might send the celestial Duke Taibai flying." Chapter 28. Given that he has called me sister, I shall certainly protect him. Wukong, do you desire to serve in the heavenly court? You made your way to Huagua Mountain and directly headed for the water curtain cave, seizing son Wukong by the arm. The heavenly court? I have yet to visit. It wouldn't hurt to frolic there. Son Wukong pondered for a moment, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Very well. An old man with a white beard will arrive shortly. Be courteous to him. Once in the heavenly palace, show respect to the Jade Emperor. If you find anything unsatisfactory, bear it for the time being. Your sister will devise a plan for you, all right? You cast a worried glance at Sun Wukong. All right, I shall heed my sister's words. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Aside from martial prowess and spells, forget everything your master taught you. In the heavenly court, adhere to the teachings that your sister has imparted over the past century. You held Sun Wukong's shoulder, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Sun Wukong nodded blankly. You felt utterly helpless, for it appeared that Ling Shan had begun to plot against Wukong. You wished to prevent him from becoming a mere pawn. Your master had left you in Ling Shan, and within just a year in the mortal realm, he had already stirred trouble. Without deliberate guidance, such occurrences would not arise. It seemed Ling Shan aimed to invoke the wrath of the Jade Emperor, subsequently intervening to rescue him. As for what they would compel him to do after saving him, you remained uncertain. If only he could endure this period, Ling Shan would seek other pawns. As long as Wukong stayed docile in the heavenly court, even if he returned to rule as a demon king afterward, it would suffice. However, should he enter Ling Shan, he would likely end up like your master, seemingly elevated in status yet devoid of happiness. The title of Buddha Mother would forever bind him to Ling Shan. You do not find Ling Shan to be inherently unfavorable. Rather, it is simply not suitable for the nature of demons, who are inherently rebellious and cherish their freedom. Yet the demon race is gradually declining, which explains why Niwa hopes Wukong can achieve enlightenment. The heavenly court, in contrast, exhibits a markedly greater tolerance towards demons. Sister has departed, remember her words. Furthermore, when you encounter her in the celestial palace, feign ignorance. As you gaze upon the clouds floating in the sky, you shall know that the illustrious Taibai Jinxing has arrived. After imparting a final piece of advice to Sun Wukong, you hastily took your leave. Upon entering the southern heavenly gate, you beheld Nezha awaiting your return. You're back? Nezha remarked with a calm glance. You nodded slightly. Have you explained the situation to that monkey? You nodded again. What on earth is going on with him? How did you become entangled with him? Are you truly willing to risk the wrath of the emperor to protect him? Nezha could not comprehend it. He is my brother, you replied firmly, meeting Nezha's gaze. You both belong to different species, Nezha exclaimed in astonishment. Are you of the same kind as Zhenying? You lifted your eyes to Nezha. It's different. We share the same mother. Nezha was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to utter, but I raised him for a century, teaching him to be courteous and kind, imparting all that I could, save for my magical arts. I believed sending him to learn from a master was the right choice. Only now do I realize I was deceived, and so was he. From the moment of his birth, he was ensnared in a game, becoming a mere pawn. He calls me sister, and thus I must protect him, even if I am not the one wielding the pieces, even if I am insignificant. I shall do all within my power to ensure he lives freely. He is but 200 years old. He should not be confined for eternity. The name Ling Mountain lingered unspoken on your lips. Piqiao, Nezha said, gazing at you in shock. At that moment, he perceived that the once naive and somewhat foolish little peach blossom had grown up. The child who could find joy in a candied hawthorn had now learned to guard. Chapter 29. The first encounter of Wukong and Nezha. I shall assist you. What? You were taken aback. I will help you. Together we shall protect him. Nezha asserted with unwavering resolve. Very well. You pondered whether Nezha would maintain such determination had he known that the player of this game was the Buddha of Ling Mountain. In truth, you were uncertain yourself. Your master was evidently involved in this matter. Because of your master, Wukong must attain immortality and gain the protection of the heavenly court, under the aegis of the Jade Emperor. If he desires to live freely as a demon king, you are fated to be unable to safeguard him. Moreover, should that moment arrive, you would be at a loss as to whom to choose between your master, who raised you, and Wukong, whom you nurtured. Marshal, Wuling Xianjun. The voice of Tai Bai Jinxing pulled you from your reverie. Inspector, you greeted Tai Bai Jinxing with a bow, while Nezha merely nodded slightly. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled upon seeing you. He opened his mouth, but refrained from calling you sister. I have met the Marshal and Wuling Xianjun, Sun Wukong remarked after a moment of contemplation, suppressing his rebellious demeanor as he performed a scholar's bow toward you. Your Majesty, you returned a formal official salute. Observing this, Nezha smiled and reciprocated with a military salute befitting a warrior. Sun Wukong, possessing remarkable intelligence, quickly discerned your intentions. This was an indication to him that if he wished to engage in literary pursuits, he ought to emulate your demeanor. Conversely, if he sought martial prowess, he should mimic Nezha's mannerisms during the salutation. Might the envoy be on his way to an audience with His Majesty? Perhaps it would be prudent to accompany him. You directed a cordial smile towards the bright star of Venus, who reciprocated with a gesture inviting you to proceed. Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon Nezha, adorned in crimson attire, and he noticed the golden lotus flowers embroidered along the edges of Nezha's sleeves, which sparked a flicker of understanding within him. However, he soon furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Nezha with curiosity. Was this individual male or female? The appearance was decidedly feminine, yet the attire suggested a masculine garb. Sun Wukong pondered silently, observing Nezha's ambiguous features, fair complexion, and striking beauty, which belied an age of merely 18 or 19. He had yet to hear Nezha speak, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Noticing Sun Wukong's gaze, Nezha raised an eyebrow and returned a courteous smile, though he paused momentarily at the sight of the headband adorning the monkey's head, before calmly averting his eyes. Sun Wukong suddenly regained his composure, realizing that his earlier scrutiny may have been somewhat impolite. Yet, the individual before him appeared unperturbed, prompting him to silently commend Nezha. After you, Commander, Sun Wukong said, taking a step back to indicate that Nezha should proceed first. Nezha, not one to stand on ceremony, nodded in gratitude before taking the lead. Upon reaching the Lingxiao Palace, the bright star of Venus gestured to Sun Wukong, indicating that the king would summon him shortly. Thank you for your service, Sun Wukong replied, clasping his fists in salute. Observing Sun Wukong's manner of greeting, you inferred his desire to pursue martial endeavors. However, it would be imprudent to have Nezha accept Sun Wukong immediately, given that Nezha, as the commander of the Central Army, was under the scrutiny of many eyes and upheld a strict code of discipline, never indulging in favoritism. One step at a time, you three entered the Lingxiao Palace. Your Majesty, you addressed the Jade Emperor with reverence. Be at ease. The Jade Emperor gestured for you to rise. Your Majesty, the Stone Monkey King awaits outside. The bright star of Venus stepped forward to report. Summon him, the Jade Emperor commanded. The herald, hearing the imperial decree, bowed and departed to fetch Sun Wukong. Chapter 30. Official title of the horse-whipping Marshal Sun Wukong, the Stone Monkey from Flowerfruit Mountain, pays his respects to the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong performed a standard bow with neither servility nor arrogance. Rise, the Jade Emperor replied, noting with satisfaction Sun Wukong's adherence to protocol. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sun Wukong stood to the side. What rank do you believe should be bestowed upon Sun Wukong? The Jade Emperor inquired, his tone indifferent. Immediately, a murmur of discussion erupted among the officials, laced with disdain for Sun Wukong, regarding him as merely a lowly celestial being. Nezha frowned at this, contemplating whether to advocate for Sun Wukong. Doing so might expose him to ridicule, and given that Sun Wukong was your brother, there were concerns about his ability to endure the hardships of military life. Yet, witnessing the monkey today, he seemed anything but incapable of hardship. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of disdain, but he recalled your counsel and chose to restrain himself. Nezha naturally observed the restraint exhibited by Sun Wukong. Indeed, a ruler capable of maintaining composure is rare. I find myself in need of a deputy, and thus, Sun Wukong may serve as my vice-general. Should he distinguish himself in battle later on, rewards may be duly conferred. After some contemplation, Nezha stepped forward to beseech the Jade Emperor for Sun Wukong's service. Fearing that the latter might harbor suspicions, he added that rewards would be contingent upon military merit. In truth, the position he offered was already quite significant. The rank of vice-general is classified as a 5th-grade official, whereas others are often assigned the 7th grade. Moreover, Sun Wukong's primary responsibilities would involve vanquishing demons, ensuring that his military accomplishments would be plentiful and promotion not difficult to attain. Didn't you claim to require merely a vice-general? Why, in the past, did you dismiss such offers? Yet now you have taken an interest in Sun Wukong? The Jade Emperor cast a look of surprise towards Nezha. I believe the military affairs have become burdensome of late, and thus I thought it prudent to seek an additional aid. Just as the Emperor was about to respond, the Star Lord of Martial Virtue stepped forward. Your Majesty, Sun Wukong has only recently been accepted into the heavens. We are still unaware of his abilities. The proposal from the Grand Marshal seems rather hasty. I suggest we allow him to start from the bottom in the Imperial Horse Management. I concur with the Star Lord of Martial Virtue. Appointing a newly ascended immortal as a vice-general may be somewhat imprudent and could lead to difficulties in garnering respect. Li Jing cast a glance at Nezha and also voiced his opposition. Nezha was acutely aware that his proposal was indeed flawed, and upon seeing 2 dissenters, he comprehended that his plan was likely doomed. After all, the Jade Emperor could not overtly show favoritism towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, are you willing to commence from the grassroots level? The Jade Emperor inquired, glancing indifferently at Sun Wukong. Willing. Sun Wukong, after a moment's contemplation, gritted his teeth and suppressed his feelings. Very well, I hereby appoint Sun Wukong as the officer of the Imperial Horse Management. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. The assembly chorused in unison. With a simple remark, the Jade Emperor departed. If the third prince finds the military duties overwhelming, it would be better to select from among your own ranks. Should you find yourself lacking, I can offer you a candidate, the Star Lord of Martial Virtue remarked, passing by Nezha with an air of schadenfreude. There is no need for your concern, Star Lord. Perhaps you should tend to your own affairs first. Nezha retorted coldly. Recent incidents involving the concubines of the Star Lord of Martial Virtue had become a source of amusement throughout the heavenly realms. The Star Lord of Martial Virtue was momentarily speechless before flouncing away in indignation. Nezha, in the future, consider your actions more carefully. Your impulsiveness is still evident. It would do you well to learn from Jinjia and Mujia. While you may not inherit their bloodline, even a superficial understanding could prove beneficial. Li Jing remarked with a tone of self-satisfaction and arrogance towards Nezha. Yes, I shall heed Father's counsel, Nezha replied through gritted teeth. Chapter 31. Does this lad aspire to become my sister's husband? Do not be vexed. Consider it akin to a dog barking. Your injuries have yet to heal completely, and the healer has advised against anger. Seeing Nezha's face pale, you hurriedly approached to gently soothe his chest and help him regain his composure. Nezha shook his head, signaling that he was fine. I know you are typically rigorous in your military discipline. To propose such an idea without knowing Wukong's martial prowess is already exceptional. Moreover, should Sun Wukong be sent directly to your subordinates, it would undoubtedly be challenging for him to win their allegiance. Thus, allowing him to undergo some trials below would be advantageous. You are aware that Nezha has exerted himself to the utmost. Regrettably, this incident has entangled him in Li Jing's criticisms. It is indeed my oversight, for had I not mentioned this matter, Sun Wukong might have had the opportunity to secure a 7th-rank position. Nezha perceives that the situation has been muddled by the conflict between him and the Martial Star Lord, as well as Li Jing, which fills him with remorse. No matter. I must express my gratitude to the Crown Prince for his endeavors on my behalf. Old Sun shall remember the Crown Prince's kindness and will surely repay it in the future. Sun Wukong hastily affirmed that he was not overly concerned. What difference does it make between the 7th and 8th ranks? Both are at the lowest possible standing, trivial in nature. You need not be anxious. In 2 months, the Divine Armament Camp will seek to recruit new soldiers for the Heavenly Court. Aside from the Central 3-Chin Army under my direct command, there are also the Eastern Camp S9E Army, the Southern Camp S8 Barbarians, the Western Camp S6 Rome, and the Northern Camp S5D. After a month of training, new soldiers will be selected as vanguard generals through a contest, ensuring a fair and impartial process determined by martial prowess. Nezha contemplated for a moment and resolved to provide Sun Wukong with a more detailed introduction. In the central camp, the other 4 camp generals are General Zhang Jiqing of the eastern camp, General Xiao Qiming of the southern camp, General Lu Wuxiu of the western camp, and General Lian Zhonggong of the northern camp. You may choose according to your preference. Thank you very much, Third Prince. Sun Wukong sincerely expressed his gratitude to Nezha. Please exercise a little patience in the coming days. It is merely a matter of 2 months. You sighed softly and cast a worried glance at Sun Wukong. Given his abilities, it seems somewhat unjust for someone of his peak strength as a Tai Golden Immortal to serve as a horse controller. Fear not, dear sister. Sun Wukong replied with a radiant smile. As for your accommodation, you shall stay at my residence, for His Majesty has commanded me to guide you. Traditionally, each horse controller has resided directly in the horse controller's quarters. After some contemplation, you decided to allow Sun Wukong to live with you. No, Nezha instinctively exclaimed. What are you doing? You startled me. He is my brother. What is wrong with him residing in my home? You looked at the suddenly agitated Nezha with curiosity. Observing this, Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow at Nezha, sensing that the lad might wish to become his brother-in-law, having noticed something amiss about him long ago. Who knew he was your brother? All that was known was that the Wuling Immortal Lord allowed an outsider to reside in his abode. Furthermore, he is not even a biological brother, Nezha silently added to himself. Let him stay at my place instead. It is closer to yours. Should you miss him, you may simply come over. Wukong, what do you think? Where would you like to reside? You inquired of Sun Wukong's preference. I wish to stay at the horse controller's quarters. I find the horse controller's quarters quite satisfactory. It saves the trouble of traveling back and forth, which is very convenient. Sun Wukong appeared remarkably composed. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, you and Nezha exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. So, what was the point of your dispute? Sun Wukong had no intention of seeking special treatment. Unafraid of hardship, he had even stirred up trouble in the Dragon Palace and battled in the underworld. That monkey is undoubtedly defiant at heart, reminiscent of his younger self. If this monkey were to go to his place, it should yield favorable results. He is destined to become a formidable general, though one cannot ascertain whether Sun Wukong is willing. In the depths of his mind, Nezha pondered. Chapter 32. To become the great sage. During the period when Sun Wukong served as the stable master, the Star Lord of Martial Arts and Li Jing visited him several times, but he effortlessly dismissed their inquiries. The other celestial beings requested him to tend to the horses, and he remained unperturbed, even exchanging light-hearted banter with them. Observing this, you felt a sense of relief. And thus, a month passed in tranquil stability. One day, as you engaged in a game of chess with Nezha, Zhuyin rushed in, breathless, to report that a brawl had erupted between Sun Wukong and the Star Lord of Martial Arts at the Horse Management Bureau. You and Nezha hastily abandoned the chess pieces and flew towards the scene. Upon arrival at the bureau, you were greeted by a scene of utter chaos. Sun Wukong had vanished, leaving behind only a trembling stableman hiding behind a pillar and the Star Lord of Martial Arts, sprawled on the ground, battered and barely conscious. What transpired here? Where is your superior? You demanded, pulling the stableman from his hiding place. I do not know, the stableman stammered. After the superior struck the Star Lord of Martial Arts, he seemed dissatisfied with his lowly position and then simply disappeared. How did the altercation begin? You pressed. Sun Wukong would never instigate a fight solely over a title. If that were the case, he would have done so long ago. Clearly, something must have provoked him. Likely that Do-Rong fellow. The stableman glanced at you, appearing conflicted. Speak in detail. Leave nothing out. Nezha interjected, unable to contain his frustration at the stableman's hesitance. Why do you dawdle? Reluctantly, the stableman began. Today, as usual, after bathing the horses, Sun Wukong encountered the Star Lord of Martial Arts, who ordered him to fetch a horse for official duties. Sun Wukong did not argue and went to retrieve the horse. However, upon his return, he overheard the Star Lord spewing vile insults. The Wuling Fairy is persistently pursuing Nezha, hoping to ascend to the position of the Marshal's consort. Little did she know that Nezha merely toyed with her affections, leaving her without a formal title. Now, she has set her sights on this stable master. What a shameless woman. The Star Lord scoffed to his colleague. The Wuling Fairy has only just come of age. She behaves with decorum around the Third Prince, the colleague retorted, unable to hold back. Decorum? You know nothing of her conduct at night. The Wuling Fairy may be fair of face, but were it not for Nezha's past play, I would consider taking her myself. Alas, I wonder how she compares to the courtesan at the Yihong Tower. The Star Lord leered with a lascivious grin. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself. He charged forth and seized the Star Lord by his collar. How dare you speak such filth about my sister? Oh, so you are here to defend her? What if I have insulted her? She is but a fourth-rank civil servant with a mere nominal title. If I were to petition the emperor for her, what could you do? You are far too insignificant to challenge me, the Star Lord taunted, unfazed, casting a provocative glance at Sun Wukong. Unable to endure the provocation, Sun Wukong swiftly drew his golden staff and relentlessly pursued the Star Lord, striking him until he begged for mercy. Yet Sun Wukong showed no signs of relenting until the Star Lord lay on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Only then did Sun Wukong sheath his staff and stride outwards. If one's official rank is to be determined, then I shall aspire to be the great sage equal to heaven. Who would dare to disregard me, the venerable Sun Wukong, or my sister? Upon uttering these words, Sun Wukong soared beyond the southern heavenly gate and returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, where he raised the banner of the great sage. Chapter 33. Relapse of internal injuries. That scoundrel Do Rong truly deserves his fate. Nezha seethed with fury upon hearing this. How could such a wretch be appointed as a Star Lord? Does the heavenly court not consider character in their selections? What nonsense is this? He was preparing to deliver a couple more kicks when he glanced up, only to find that the Star Lord of the martial star had vanished from sight. At this moment, Nezha felt a searing pain in his chest, causing him to stifle a groan. Turning at the sound, he saw Nezha, pale and leaning against a nearby pillar, his face etched with anguish. Has Nezha's internal injury flared up again due to rage? Noticing this, you hastened to his side. Disregarding the search for the martial Star Lord, you first administered medicine to alleviate his internal wounds, then infused him with a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Only when he showed signs of improvement did you exhale a breath of relief. Could you not heed the advice of the healing immortals? They warned you against succumbing to anger. What reason do you have to be enraged with a mere dog? Yet, upon recalling Do Rong, Nezha could not contain his fury once more. Clutching his chest in pain, his brows furrowed tightly. Let it go. We shall not dwell on him any longer, you urged, gently soothing Nezha, wary of provoking him further. We should seek out the monkey. He possesses an innate pride. Do Rong was already in the wrong, and the emperor would not be overly harsh with the monkey. After regaining his composure, Nezha reflected that dealing with Sun Wukong might prove rather challenging. Indeed, this matter is neither trivial nor grave. However, having assaulted a Star Lord who spewed vile slanders against a celestial maiden, it is unlikely that the Jade Emperor would truly punish Sun Wukong. After all, the Jade Emperor himself is irked by the martial Star Lord's constant references to women in such a manner. As you prepared to seek out Sun Wukong, the resounding sound of the heavenly gong echoed through the air. The heavenly gong, which had not been struck in a century, summoned the deities to the Lingshao Palace with urgency. You and Nezha exchanged concerned glances before swiftly making your way to the palace. Celestial eyes and listening ears, please reiterate for the assembly, the Jade Emperor commanded, his expression as grim as a stormy sky. Yes, your majesty. The demon immortal Sun Wukong, dissatisfied with his lowly rank, has descended to the mortal realm without permission. He has raised a flag atop a mountain, declaring himself the great sage equal to heaven. The celestial eyes and listening ears bowed and proceeded to explain the reason for the gong's summons. Your majesty, that demon monkey shows no decorum nor respect for hierarchy, and he has treated his peers in such a disgraceful manner. The Star Lord of the martial star, upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling and lamenting. You deserve far worse. Do you dare reveal to his majesty what you have uttered? Nezha, enraged, kicked the martial Star Lord to the ground. Nezha, how dare you? To strike a colleague in public. The Jade Emperor, incensed, slammed his palm upon the table and rose to his feet. Cough, cough, cough. Nezha could not suppress a fit of coughs, his form wavering, his complexion paler than before. Commander, the Star of Venus, who stood beside Nezha, quickly rushed to support him. The Jade Emperor, observing Nezha's condition, cast a worried glance in his direction. Your Majesty, the Lord of the Martial Star has uttered vile words, tarnishing my reputation. Sun Wukong, unable to tolerate his slander against the celestial maiden, has acted thus. I implore your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Seizing the opportunity to report, you stood beside Nezha and offered him a pill to heal his internal injuries. Observing Nezha's complexion improve slightly after consuming the medicine, the Jade Emperor sighed with relief and returned to his dragon throne, granting Nezha a seat. Yet, the Jade Emperor remained somewhat uneasy, gesturing for the celestial attendants to bring Nezha a chair. Thank you, your Majesty. Nezha truly could not stand. The consecutive outbursts today have exacerbated his internal wounds, rendering him as incapacitated as in a time of grave injury. Chapter 34. Capturing Wukong. The Lord of the Martial Star has spoken impertinently, maligning his fellow officials. He shall be punished with a reduction of 200 troops and demoted by 3 ranks. The Jade Emperor, upon witnessing the Lord of the Martial Star's guilty demeanor, immediately took action against him. Your Majesty, the Lord of the Martial Star trembled, still wishing to protest. Take him away, strike him at once. The Jade Emperor, growing impatient, waved his hand, signaling for the guards to remove the Lord of the Martial Star. While I may overlook Sun Wukong's assault on a court official, his audacity to privately descend to the mortal realm and declare himself the great sage equal to heaven is utterly intolerable. Who would volunteer to descend and capture the demon monkey? The Jade Emperor seethed at the thought of Wukong's self-proclamation. Your Majesty, you hastened to interject. Silence. The Jade Emperor interrupted before you could finish your sentence. Seeing this, Nezha grasped your hand, subtly shaking his head to indicate that you should refrain from further pleas. You had no choice but to withdraw for the moment, seeking an opportunity to strategize later. After all, speaking in the face of the Jade Emperor's wrath would likely only worsen the situation. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the troops to capture the demon monkey. Li Jing stepped forward to offer his service. Very well. The Jade Emperor was about to issue a command when Nezha interrupted. Your Majesty, I request to accompany my father. Nezha exclaimed in alarm upon hearing Li Jing's intention. Despite Li Jing's lack of skill, his character was equally lacking. He would not take the field himself, sending his subordinates to their doom. Such a course would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. No need for that. Rest easy. With such circumstances, what is the point of going? The Jade Emperor dismissed Nezha's request without hesitation. I am unharmed. I beseech your Majesty's grace. Nezha gazed steadfastly at the Jade Emperor. Granted, granted, granted. The healer may accompany you. The Jade Emperor, recognizing Nezha's stubbornness, impatiently consented to his request. Li Jing is appointed as the great commander for demon subjugation, and Nezha, the third prince, is designated as the grand deity of the 3 altars, to lead the celestial troops forthwith to capture the demon monkey. The Jade Emperor issued the decree. I accept the command. Li Jing and Nezha acknowledged their orders, dispatching the giant spirit god as the vanguard, leading the fish belly general, the medicine fork general, and others out of the southern heavenly gate, arriving at Flower Fruit Mountain. Giant spirit god, ensure the capture of the demon monkey. Li Jing instructed calmly. Understood. The giant spirit god accepted the command, brandishing his flower axe as he approached the entrance of the water curtain cave, where numerous demons resembling wolves, tigers, and leopards awaited. Quickly, inform the stable master that I, a great general from heaven, have come to subdue him. Let him surrender early. The giant spirit god boasted. Who are you? Foolish spirit? My golden staff does not strike nameless fools. Sun Wukong lazily lifted his gaze to glance at the giant spirit god, seemingly dismissive of his presence. I am the vanguard of the great heavenly King Li, the giant spirit general. Surrender at once, or I shall show you no mercy. The giant spirit god, enraged by Sun Wukong's indifference, retorted, You insolent monkey. I initially intended to strike you down with a single blow, but I feared there would be no one to carry the news. Quickly return and inform the Jade Emperor. Old Sun possesses boundless powers. Should he elevate my rank according to the insignia on this banner, I shall refrain from violence. Otherwise, I shall assault the Lingxiao Palace. Sun Wukong, incensed, thought to himself, how dare this mere giant spirit god act so brazenly in his presence? A mere monkey aspires to be the great sage equal to heaven? With a sneer, the giant spirit god swung his axe towards Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, and within 5 exchanges, the giant spirit god found his axe handle shattered, hastily retreating in defeat. What a coward! I spare you. Hurry and deliver my message. Sun Wukong called derisively after him. Forgive me, my lord. The marshal of horsemen is indeed formidable. I cannot best him. The giant spirit god pleaded as he sought forgiveness from Li Jing. Bring him here. The giant spirit god has demoralized my troops. Execute him. Li Jing's response was chillingly calm. Wait, father, quell your anger. Spare the giant spirit god for now. Allow me to engage him in battle. Nezha interjected hastily, seeking to save the giant spirit god. Nezha understood Li Jing's intentions perfectly. The giant spirit god was originally his subordinate. If Li Jing neglected the giant spirit god, he would use that to eliminate him, effectively removing a hidden asset from his ranks. Such disregard for his subordinates would undoubtedly breed disloyalty among the troops. Conversely, if Nezha intervened, Li Jing could conveniently remove the severely wounded giant spirit god through Sun Wukong, leaving the Jade Emperor with no grounds for reproach. Ah, what a cunning strategy! Nezha thought to himself with a hidden smirk. Commander, you mustn't. The giant spirit god quickly attempted to intervene upon witnessing Nezha's state. Standing was a struggle for him, let alone enduring a strike from Sun Wukong. Was he not courting death? Fear not, Nezha reassured, casting a comforting glance at the giant spirit god. The latter felt a wave of gratitude, nearly moved to tears. He was indeed fortunate to have aligned himself with such a commander who prioritized his safety. Commander. The giant spirit god could no longer contain his emotions and began to weep. Silence. Nezha commanded, then descended to the mortal realm, landing before Sun Wukong. Third Prince. Sun Wukong looked at Nezha with surprise, concern evident in his eyes. How have you become so injured during our brief separation? It's nothing. Merely a recurrence of internal injuries, Nezha succinctly explained. Is it due to matters concerning my sister? Sun Wukong teased lightly. Regarding the matter of the martial Star Lord. His Majesty is already aware and has dealt with him. You must withdraw this banner and return to the heavenly court with me to offer your apologies. I assure you, His Majesty will not hold you accountable. Moreover, your sister is quite worried about you. She is currently pondering how to rescue you. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Nezha felt a flush of embarrassment and awkwardly cleared his throat. Do not speak so freely. Without a supreme position, there will always be those who look down upon me. I would still be unable to protect my sister. You may leave. I shall not engage you in combat. Having reached this point, a confrontation became inevitable. Nezha let out a faint sigh and, seizing his spear, charged at Sun Wukong. The Monkey King, upon noticing this, hurriedly evaded the attack. After exchanging blows for over 20 rounds, he remained on the defensive. Breathing heavily, Nezha glanced at Sun Wukong, his pallor evident. You struggle to stand. Why persist? Sun Wukong gazed at Nezha with a sense of helplessness. Nezha, with a bitter smile, shook his head and resumed his assault on Sun Wukong. The Monkey King looked up at Li Jing in the clouds, understanding the gravity of the situation. If Nezha did not secure victory, they would be locked in this exhausting battle indefinitely, and Nezha clearly could not afford to continue in his current state. Clenching his teeth, Sun Wukong restrained his strength and swung his golden staff at Nezha. Despite his restraint, the strike was still formidable. A surge of metallic sweetness filled Nezha's throat as he knelt on one knee, wiping the blood from his lips and struggling to regain his composure. Li Jing, you are truly disgraceful. As a father, are you so afraid of death that you send your injured son to face doom? If I were you, I would rather take my own life than live in such shame. Sun Wukong mocked, retracting his golden staff and directing his scorn at Li Jing in the heavens. Sound the retreat. Li Jing, feeling the weight of humiliation, commanded the withdrawal. Tell my sister not to worry, I am fine. If the Jade Emperor does not respond, I shall continue to reign as the king of demons, Sun Wukong said as he approached to assist Nezha. Nezha sighed lightly, nodded in acknowledgement, and then returned to the heavenly court with Li Jing. This monkey is still too naive, simplifying matters excessively. Yet, Sun Wukong's innate kindness is understandable. No wonder Tao Yao is so determined to protect him, Nezha mused inwardly. Along the way, the medicinal sage trembled as he administered healing elixirs to Nezha, diligently supporting him on their journey back, fearful that any misstep might provoke the Jade Emperor's wrath and lead to his demise. The truth was, when Nezha was wounded, the Jade Emperor showed no mercy, rebuking anyone in his path, leaving the medicinal sage in a state of despair. Chapter 36. The great sage equal to heaven. Upon hearing Li Jing and Nezha's report, the Jade Emperor rose in fury, pounding the table. How dare this demon monkey display such arrogance? Immediately dispatch more troops to eliminate him. Nezha, witnessing this, attempted to speak. Silence. If you dare to cause further trouble, you need not expend your efforts in this self-destructive endeavor. I shall have you executed outright. The Jade Emperor, seeing Nezha's audacity despite his weakened state, flung a teacup at Nezha's feet. Observing Nezha, he noted that he seemed even more feeble than before. Was it from Li Jing's ire, or had he indeed fought Sun Wukong? Given Wukong's nature, it seemed unlikely he would have harmed him. Before Nezha could utter a word, the Star of the White Emperor stepped forward, stating that the demon monkey was unaware of the hierarchy. If additional forces were sent to confront him, it would be a prolonged struggle to subdue him, resulting in unnecessary mobilization. Your Majesty, it would be wiser to extend mercy and issue an edict of amnesty, allowing him to hold the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. This would be merely an empty title, granting him a position without any real power or reward. What do you mean by a position without reward? The Jade Emperor inquired, suppressing his anger. Though the official title bestowed upon him is the Great Sage equal to heaven, he is neither entrusted with responsibilities nor compensated for his services. Rather, he is maintained amidst the cosmos to temper his malevolent inclinations, thus ensuring the tranquility of the world. The bright star of Venus respectfully reported this perspective. Very well, let him be conferred the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. The Jade Emperor, After a moment of contemplation, acknowledged the wisdom in the words of the bright star and promptly decreed a proclamation, instructing the bright star to seek his submission. Upon witnessing this, you exhaled softly in relief. Dismissed. Nezha, come here. The Jade Emperor commanded in a calm tone, proceeding towards the rear palace. Nezha hastened to assist you, concerned for your well-being and apprehensive that the Jade Emperor might hold you accountable. Fear not. All is well. You should return, Nezha reassured you gently, noticing your worry. Yet, your unease lingered as you observed Nezha's frail figure, prompting you to send a message through the bright star, requesting assistance in clarifying matters to Sun Wukong. You chose to remain outside the palace, waiting. In the inner palace, Nezha saluted the Jade Emperor. No need for such formalities. Please, take a seat, the Jade Emperor urged, supporting Nezha as he guided him to a chair. Has Li Jing called you back? The Jade Emperor inquired, noticing Nezha's weakened state. Nezha nodded slightly. For the sake of the Wuling immortal, are you willing to risk your life? The Jade Emperor remarked, casting a glance at Nezha. This is not solely due to that monkey's temperament. Nezha recalled how Sun Wukong had shown restraint while in the mortal realm, even scolding Li Jing. A faint smile escaped his lips. What? Is every adversary to me of such appeal? The Jade Emperor retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. How many years have passed? Why does your majesty still dwell on that matter? Moreover, were you truly willing to harm Brother Yang back then? Nezha raised an eyebrow, challenging the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor cleared his throat awkwardly, shifting the topic. That monkey, upon seeing your injuries, still dared to strike you, and yet you defend him. Initially, he only defended himself. It was I who encouraged him to retaliate. Li Jing merely spectated. While I would have perished on Flower Fruit Mountain had I not sustained some injuries. Furthermore, that monkey staff was merely a show of force, lacking true intent. He is quite endearing, though. He pointed directly at Li Jing and scolded him, leaving Li Jing so embarrassed he wished to vanish. Ha! At this point, Nezha seemed to forget his own wounds, bursting into hearty laughter. However, the exuberance caused him to wince in pain, hastily stifling his mirth. Why such exuberance? The Jade Emperor remarked, noticing Nezha clutching his chest, his brow furrowed in discomfort, beads of cold sweat forming. Where's your medicine? Nezha shook his head lightly. I do not have any. Have you forgotten to bring it? The Jade Emperor's tone turned anxious. I never carry it. It is usually in the possession of Tao Yao. Nezha admitted, finding it bothersome to carry. Oh dear, so you are without medicinal aid. Presumably, your medicine accompanied the Wuling immortal to the mortal realm. Tell me, how could you allow that monkey to injure you so? Ignoring you, are you off to find that monkey in the lower realms? The Jade Emperor could not resist mocking Nezha. Tao Yao might have been provoked by the Jade Emperor's words, as Nezha felt in overwhelming pain, even daring not to breathe deeply. His vision dimming, observing Nezha, who was now exhausted and leaning against the chair, breathing shallowly with a pale complexion. The Jade Emperor realized he had once again unwittingly provoked him. Alarmed, he quickly retrieved the elixir gifted by the Supreme Lord and pressed it into Nezha's mouth. After consuming the potion, Nezha remained furrowed in pain, eyes closed. The Jade Emperor watched with a racing heart, contemplating whether to summon a healer. Nezha let out a soft cry of discomfort. Seeing this, the Jade Emperor felt a slight relief. At least he had managed to make a sound, indicating a degree of alleviation. Li Jing, having been angered for many years, questioned why Nezha remained so easily agitated. How could he still be so affected by mere words? The Jade Emperor found himself puzzled. Surely, he was far more formidable than Li Jing. Nezha, in agony and reluctant to speak, could not help but retort upon hearing the Jade Emperor's remarks. Li Jing was merely enraged, while the Jade Emperor's words struck directly at the heart. They were not the same. Enough, enough. I decree that the Wuling Celestial Lord be summoned back from the lower realms. The Jade Emperor felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing the situation. Nezha, upon hearing this, felt an intensification of his pain. Was the old man doing this on purpose? Ignoring the Jade Emperor, Nezha leaned back in his chair, determined to not hear another word, lest he succumb to his fate. Your Majesty. The third prince, the celestial attendant, spoke hesitantly. Speak. The Jade Emperor glanced impatiently at the attendant, prompting Nezha to slightly open his eyes. The Wuling Celestial Lord has not descended. She is waiting before the palace, presumably for the third prince. She hasn't he descended? The Jade Emperor expressed surprise. Nezha suddenly rose, gasping in pain. Is it really necessary? The Jade Emperor could not help but scoff at Nezha's dramatic reaction, yet he still offered him support. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. As Nezha steadied himself, he bid farewell to the Jade Emperor and turned to exit the palace. Upon catching sight of the pink figure, Nezha could not suppress a smile. She truly had not departed. Nezha, you rushed over as soon as you saw him emerge. You haven't gone? Nezha asked, suppressing his joy and maintaining a calm demeanor. Where would I go? With you injured like this, how could I possibly leave? You looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Didn't you descend with Tai-bai? After 1,000 years of acquaintance, do you truly see me as so heartless? You frowned slightly, disapprovingly regarding Nezha. No. Nezha chuckled, displaying a foolish grin. Come stay with me, given your condition. I cannot trust you to return to the Cloud Palace alone. You suggested after a moment's thought. No, I will return to the Cloud Palace. Nezha thought of the martial Star Lord and promptly rejected your offer. Please reconsider. Your father is hardly a good influence. Come stay at my newly built Tian-de-sheng mansion. It's still warm, a somewhat rebellious voice called out. Wukong? Son Wukong? You and Nezha exchanged surprised glances at Son Wukong. Oh, my Wukong is simply handsome. You disregarded Nezha and ran towards Son Wukong, patting his resplendent golden armor. Unable to restrain your admiration. Nezha, witnessing your complete disregard as you rushed towards Son Wukong and hearing your remark, felt an involuntary pallor wash over him. Son Wukong glanced at Nezha, observing his state, and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, thinking that this mindset was rather unhealthy. Chapter 38. Handsomeness and elegance now. Compared to the third prince, who was more handsome? Son Wukong teased you with a mischievous grin. Naturally. It's you, you replied without a moment's hesitation. After all, Nezha's appearance could hardly be described as handsome. He was, in fact, far too beautiful, surpassing many girls in allure. Son Wukong looked at Nezha, whose complexion had grown even paler, sensing that he might have inadvertently done him a disservice. He had initially assumed that with Nezha's striking looks, his sister would undoubtedly declare Nezha to be more handsome. Seeing Son Wukong's astonishment directed toward you, you felt compelled to explain. You both are not of the same type. Nezha is too delicate, almost like a girl. In fact, he is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. You were not joking, for upon first encountering Nezha, you had mistaken him for a girl, and it took over a century of friendship to realize he was male, much to your masteress' amusement. Nezha was taken aback by your words. What should I do if the one I like sees me as a sister for 1,000 years? I'm quite anxious about this. Son Wukong, noticing Nezha's despondent expression, decided against continuing the topic, wary of what peculiar remarks his sister might utter next. Let us not dwell on that. Third prince, come to my mansion to recuperate. It was I who injured you, and I hope you will allow me the chance to make amends, Son Wukong stated earnestly. Very well. I shall impose upon you, great sage, Nezha agreed, recognizing that returning to Yunlu Palace while injured was indeed unsafe. Furthermore, he genuinely liked Son Wukong. So making a friend out of this would be quite pleasant. Is that settled then? You gazed at the two of them, somewhat dazed. Today, my sister should join us for a meal. It has been far too long since we dined together. Son Wukong childishly tugged at your sleeve. Didn't we just eat together 3 days ago? You questioned, somewhat perplexed. 1 day apart feels like 3 months. By this measure, it has almost been a year since I shared a meal with my sister, Son Wukong replied with utmost seriousness. How can you calculate time like that? Just ask if I'm going or not, you remarked. Son Wukong gazed at you with pleading eyes. Of course I will go. Today. You've moved into your new place. How could I not attend? You stood on your toes and affectionately ruffled Son Wukong's hair. His face instantly brightened with a radiant smile. You summoned your fluffy companion, and together with Son Wukong and Nezha, you soared towards the Tian-de-sheng mansion. Prepare the feast. Son Wukong strode confidently into the mansion, giving instructions to the celestial attendants. After the dishes were served, Son Wukong busily helped everyone to serve food. While eating, he glanced across the table at Nezha, who was eating gracefully. He noticed that Nezha was remarkably handsome, with fair and delicate skin that hardly resembled a general, but rather that of a pampered princess. Third prince, what is your true form? Son Wukong inquired out of genuine curiosity. Red Lotus, Nezha replied, slightly puzzled by Son Wukong's sudden interest in his original identity. Red Lotus? But didn't you say your friend isn't a lotus spirit? Wasn't that headband meant for him? Son Wukong questioned, looking at you with intrigue. The headband was intended for Nezha. Yet he is indeed not a lotus spirit. Nezha is a celestial deity, a perfected being of the Tao, so he cannot be classified as a spirit of flowers. You explained innocently to Son Wukong. The headband? Is it the one on Son Wukong's head? Nezha turned to you. I had originally made a headband for you. But before I had the chance to give it to you, I encountered Wukong in disarray, so I gave it to him instead, you clarified to Nezha. I will make another one for you soon. Noticing Nezha's expression was somewhat displeased, you hurriedly added, I promise. Nezha slightly nodded and resumed eating his meal with poise. Chapter 39. A different kind of contest. Third prince, can you bloom? Son Wukong could not resist asking again. Nezha paused his eating, somewhat speechless. You two truly are like siblings, Sun Wukong remarked, looking at you with confusion. What do you mean? You replied, feeling a bit awkward. So can he bloom? Sun Wukong leaned closer to your ear, whispering. You cautiously glanced at Nezha, seeing he was not paying attention, and then quietly nodded to Sun Wukong. Oh, when he blooms. Can he cast spells? Sun Wukong continued his inquiry. I am not sure. He transformed for me once, but after that, he refused. You quietly shared with Sun Wukong, casting a slightly resentful glance at Nezha. Cough. Nezha pretended to cough, interrupting your whispered conversation. His ears turned crimson. He had indeed overheard your exchange. It was not that he was stingy. It was merely that you had been rather indiscreet in your affections, playfully touching him inappropriately. He felt too embarrassed to tell you. Yet your persistent touches made it difficult for him to remain silent. Nezha, why are your ears so red? Are you feeling unwell? Upon noticing Nezha's flushed ears, you grew concerned and pulled him closer, placing your hand on his forehead. I am fine. I am just a bit warm, Nezha calmly explained. You scared me. After checking Nezha's pulse and confirming that his condition had not worsened, you sighed in relief. After the meal, you advised Nezha to rest well and reminded Sun Wukong to take good care of him before returning to the residence of Wuling Xianjun. Once you departed, Sun Wukong conversed with Nezha for quite some time. Third Prince, I truly wish to spar with you seriously someday. I have heard that among all the generals in the heavenly realm, you are the most formidable. On the day when I served as the horsekeeper, I had a skirmish with Marshal Tianpeng, who could not endure even 10 exchanges under my command. It is indeed perplexing how he achieved the rank of a marshal, remarked Sun Wukong with a hint of regret to Nezha. Although they had fought, Nezha was gravely injured. It was a struggle for him even to stand, let alone demonstrate his prowess. Wukong genuinely desired to discover the true strength of this seemingly youthful marshal. Shall we have a contest? Nezha raised an eyebrow and looked at Sun Wukong, promptly rising to his feet. No. You have come here to recuperate, not to exacerbate your injuries. I cannot dare to compete with you now. It is best to wait until you have recovered, Wukong replied, shaking his head vigorously. Let us postpone the martial sparring for another day. Today, how about we engage in a different form of combat? Nezha smiled at Wukong. A different form of combat? How shall we compare? Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Nezha led Wukong beneath a pear tree, motioning for him to sit on the stone bench across from him. Are we to engage in a battle of wits? Wukong furrowed his brow at the chessboard on the stone table. Shall we play a game? Nezha subtly shook his head, signaling Wukong to remain calm. Very well, I am somewhat versed in chess as well, Wukong said nonchalantly, settling into his seat across from Nezha. Nezha gestured for Wukong to make the first move. Without hesitation, Wukong boldly placed a piece in the center, displaying an audacious strategy. Nezha calmly picked up a piece and placed it down, his expression unwavering. As half an incense stick's time passed, Wukong began to exhibit signs of impatience. Yet Nezha remained composed and unperturbed. I concede, what manner of strategy is this? Wukong exclaimed, having never encountered Nezha's unique approach to the game. Shall we play another round? Nezha grasped a black piece that instantly radiated light. This piece can be considered equivalent to 10 ordinary pieces. My white pieces remain unchanged. Shall we give it another try? Nezha offered the luminous black piece to Wukong. After pondering for a moment, Wukong accepted. His curiosity about Nezha's chess technique piqued. Disregarding any embarrassment about the disparity in piece value, he placed the glowing piece in the center of the board. Nezha, upon observing this, smiled and calmly made his move. This time, within less than half a stick of incense, Wukong found himself defeated once more. Why? Wukong looked at Nezha, bewildered. His sister had taught him chess, but she had never played in such a manner as Nezha did. Previously, when he played against the Silver Star, although he lost, the strategies employed were conventional, starkly contrasting Nezha's style. War is the art of deception. When two armies face each other, arrayed in formidable formations and engaged in a stalemate, conventional tactics often prove insufficient to break the deadlock. Conversely, employing stratagems to mislead the enemy into making mistakes can create opportunities for victory. This embodies the tactical philosophy of combining the unusual with the ordinary, Nezha explained to Wukong with a smile. A commanding general must possess more than mere martial prowess. Indeed, a strategist well-versed in the art of warfare and adept at deploying troops surpasses a general who is solely skilled in combat. This is precisely why there are vanguard generals in the army rather than having all marshals charge into battle. Nezha gazed at the contemplative Sun Wukong and continued. Every individual's strength is inherently limited. No matter how formidable, one cannot single-handedly confront a multitude. You may perceive Marshal Tianpeng as lacking in martial skill, unworthy of his rank. Yet, Warfare has never been about solitary duels. In a direct confrontation, Tianpeng may indeed fall short compared to you. Yet should you face him leading his troops, he would likely capture you no fewer than 10 times. Among the marshals in the heavenly court, Tianpeng is considered the weakest in martial arts. Yet his status is notably high, just a half rank below mine. Do you comprehend why? Nezha's gaze softened as he looked at Sun Wukong, who, in a daze, shook his head. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, Marshal Tianpeng is an expert in military strategy and excels in commanding and deploying troops. While there are many marshals who match him in this regard, most remain beneath him. This brings me to the second reason. Tianpeng possesses a profound understanding of governance. He maintains excellent relationships with superiors, subordinates, and peers alike. No matter the setting, one cannot escape the necessity of interpersonal relations. Thus, how one interacts becomes a significant study. Do you grasp my meaning? Sun Wukong stared blankly at Nezha, as if beginning to understand. Noticing the dawning comprehension on Sun Wukong's face, Nezha smiled gently and rose to his feet. However, the resurgence of his internal injuries, compounded by their lengthy conversation, prompted him to stifle a cough. The third prince, Sun Wukong, hurried to support Nezha, concern etched on his face. It's nothing, Nezha replied, shaking his head. I truly apologize. You are already injured, and I have kept you talking for so long, Sun Wukong expressed with regret. It matters not. I see a reflection of my youthful self in you, which compelled me to share more. Nezha waved his hand, indicating that Sun Wukong need not take it to heart. I shall assist you to rest, Sun Wukong said, guiding Nezha toward the largest and brightest room in the palace of the great sage equal to heaven. After ensuring Nezha was settled, Sun Wukong turned to leave. Marshal, could you teach me military strategy? Sun Wukong paused at the door, deliberated, and resolutely returned. If you wish to learn, I would be delighted to teach you. Tomorrow, we shall commence with a sand table battle, Nezha replied, his heart warmed by Sun Wukong's determined gaze and sparkling eyes. He genuinely cherished Sun Wukong and was eager to impart his knowledge. Just one thing? Sun Wukong asked, a hint of nervousness in his expression. There is no need for such formality. You may call me Nezha, just as your sister does. Nezha smiled at Sun Wukong. Very well. Nezha, rest well. I shall not disturb you further, Sun Wukong said, his face alight with joy. Nezha nodded slightly. And only then did Sun Wukong turn to leave. Chapter 41. The Fierce Peach Yao. Today, after the morning court, you hastily made your way to the residence of the great sage equal to heaven. The celestial attendants at the entrance, recognizing you as the sister of their master, naturally did not dare to obstruct your passage. Upon entering the courtyard, you found no sign of Sun Wukong. Where could that monkey have wandered off to? Is this how he takes care of matters? Just as you were about to summon a celestial attendant to inquire about the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and Nezha, a series of restrained coughs emanated from the main hall. Nezha, pushing open the door, you found Nezha with a pale complexion, covering his mouth and coughing incessantly. You hurriedly poured him a cup of water and handed it to him. Peach Yao, you just finished court and rushed here? After drinking the water, Nezha suppressed the urge to cough and looked at you in surprise. I was worried about you, so I came to check. Now, take your medicine first. As you responded to Nezha, you fed him the healing medicine. Was it out of concern for him that you rushed over immediately after court? Nezha could distinctly hear the pounding of his own heart, as if in response to his innermost thoughts. Why are you dealing with military affairs again? Did His Majesty not grant you a half-month leave? Seeing Nezha, despite his serious injuries, seated early at the desk handling military matters, you couldn't help but furrow your brow slightly. Military affairs are not the same as ordinary matters. They cannot be delayed. On the battlefield, even a second's delay could jeopardize the opportunity for victory. I know all this. You have reiterated it to me countless times. You preemptively voiced Nezha's impending arguments. But Nezha, this time is different. You are not on the battlefield, and your injury is severe. The healer has advised that you need to rest. You closed the documents before Nezha and took the brush from his hand. Nezha did not resist and obediently allowed you to rearrange things. Do not worry. The Deputy General presented only a few uncertain matters to me. The military affairs that have come to me are minimal, and after last night's rest, my injuries are not severe. Seeing a hint of anger on your face, Nezha inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt, and his voice softened a few degrees. Oh, not severe? Then who was that person this morning, pale-faced and coughing violently? You leaned on the desk, glaring at Nezha. Peach Yao, Nezha began to respond, but after much contemplation, he could not conjure a plausible excuse. What do you mean, what? Speak for yourself. You didn't bring your medicine, you disregarded the healer's advice. And you are always showing off, neglecting your own health, is that right? You unleashed a torrent of frustration towards Nezha. As Nezha observed your genuine concern for him, his heart softened instantly, and he couldn't help but smile foolishly at you. You are still smiling. Your anger flared at Nezha's silly grin. Nezha quickly suppressed his smile upon noticing your reaction. Remember to take your medicine on time, rest when you are tired, and do not overexert yourself. Do you understand? You wrinkled your nose at Nezha, playfully fierce. All right, I understand. I shall obey Lady Taoyao's command, Nezha said, raising an eyebrow with a smile before performing an exaggerated salute. Witnessing Nezha's antics, you couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, and in that moment, Nezha's gaze was filled with affection. Chapter 42. Love's silent struggle. Why do you look at me with such a child's gaze? Seeing the fondness in Nezha's eyes, you felt a bit disheartened. Did he really see you as a mere child? Nezha keenly sensed the sensitivity of your words. Who else has looked at you that way? My master and the lady have always regarded me with such eyes, treating me as a child, but I have grown up now. You pouted. A hint of melancholy in your demeanor. Yet we are of similar age. Why do you also perceive me as a child? You gazed at Nezha with a hint of reproach. Nezha found himself at a loss for words. He did not view you as a child in the conventional sense. His expression was not that of an elder looking at a younger one. You stared intently at Nezha, as if demanding a reasonable explanation. The king and the lady regard you with the tenderness of elders towards their young, but I do not see you as a child. I simply found you quite adorable just now, Nezha stammered, trying to explain himself. Is that so? You leaned closer to Nezha, locking your eyes onto his. Yes. Nezha's face flushed as you drew near, and he hurriedly averted his gaze. You are lying. You stood up, glaring at Nezha with indignation. I am not. You are. You are being evasive. You cannot meet my gaze, and your face has turned red. For all these years, have you merely been toying with me as if I were a child? A tinge of unhappiness and grievance colored your tone. Nezha had been your only true friend all these years, and you had believed he resonated with you, only to discover he was merely indulging a child. Taoyao. Nezha, witnessing your forlorn expression, wished to explain but found himself at a loss for words. His thoughts were so innocent. How could he dare to voice his true feelings? All right, do not be agitated. I shall not quarrel with you. You suggested, if you wish to see me as a child, then so be it. As Nezha began to cough again, you approached him, gently patting his back. I truly did not. Nezha asserted, after calming his cough and looking at you earnestly. Okay. You didn't. You quickly reassured him, not daring to provoke him further. By the way, where's Wukong? He promised me yesterday that he would take good care of you. Where has he run off to now? That monkey? He set off early to seek out the river of heaven, to make amends with Tianpeng. Nezha recalled the resolute expression on Sun Wukong's face when he mentioned apologizing to Tianpeng, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He increasingly believed that Sun Wukong was a person of great potential. Apologizing to Tianpeng? He has always believed that strength commands respect. How could he change his demeanor? You gazed at Nezha in astonishment. He has not altered his character. He simply understands now that becoming strong is not solely reliant on brute force. A person who possesses exceptional martial skills cannot be deemed a true stronghold. Nezha seemed to discern your confusion and patiently elucidated the matter to you. He surely did not arrive at this understanding spontaneously. Just days ago, when I mentioned it to him, he was quite obstinate. Thus, you shifted your gaze towards Nezha, gazing at him with admiration. How did you convey this to him? He actually took it to heart. Chapter 43. Siblings of worth yesterday. The monkey expressed a desire to engage in a friendly contest with me, so I obliged him with a match. Nezha calmly lifted a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. A contest? Given his current state, how could he dare to challenge you? Is he truly reckless? Upon hearing this, you immediately bristled, rolling up your sleeves and preparing to head outside. Do not be so agitated. When did I ever mention that we were to spar? Seeing your fervent demeanor, Nezha hurriedly sought out Sun Wukong and grasped your hand. What is the essence of this contest, if not martial arts? You stared blankly at Nezha, your large, bewildered eyes blinking in confusion. I played 2 rounds of chess with him, employing some strategies. Through these strategies, I explained to him the distinction between a commander and a general, as well as how Tianpeng ascended to his esteemed position. Nezha thought to himself, you two are indeed siblings, yet he continued to patiently elucidate the circumstances to you. Now, he has developed an interest in military strategy and is persistently urging me to teach him. Oh, you nodded in a dazed understanding. So Sun Wukong is fond of this approach. However, Nezha, are you truly intending to instruct Wukong in military tactics? Balancing military affairs and teaching strategies. Do you possess the stamina for such endeavors? You initially intended to suggest that he teach him, but your grasp of military strategy is quite limited. Not to worry, I find him rather endearing. Wukong is not only perceptive and resilient, but also bears a sense of responsibility, embodying loyalty and courage. This clever stone monkey is truly deserving of his title. Moreover, I witnessed Nezha generously praise Sun Wukong. Towards the end of his praise, he hesitated, seemingly uncertain whether to continue. Were it not for his affiliation with the demon clan and his yearning for freedom, perhaps he would be better suited to Nezha's guidance. He pointed towards the direction of Ling Mountain. For the demon clan, that place represents shackles. This realm is no different, yet comparatively, it offers slightly more freedom. Upon hearing this, you sighed softly, a shadow of concern crossing your heart. Under normal circumstances, if Sun Wukong desired to embrace the Buddhist path, it would not be impossible. However, it is evident that he has been ensnared by Ling Mountain's schemes. You remain unaware of their true intentions for him, and in Ling Mountain, your voice carries little weight to protect him. In truth, you had initially considered appointing Sun Wukong to a position in the underworld, under the auspices of the Earth Mother, who governs the 6 paths of reincarnation. You would have had the means to ensure his safety there. Yet Sun Wukong harbors a strong aversion to the dark and dreary underworld. Thus, you reluctantly abandoned that plan. Do not allow such worries to consume you. The sovereign has conferred upon Wukong the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. While he may hold a position without wealth, he is, after all, considerably freer. This cannot persist indefinitely. Once some time has passed, and Wukong has acquired sufficient knowledge, I shall seek to gauge the sovereign's sentiments, hoping to elevate Wukong to the rank of demon-subduing general. Frequenting the mortal realm will ultimately grant him more liberty than remaining under the watchful eyes of the celestial beings. Noticing your troubled expression, Nezha gently patted your head, offering soft words of comfort. Circumstances permitting, do not provoke His Majesty. Matters concerning Wukong can be approached gradually. You must not take risks, and your worried gaze upon Nezha does not go unnoticed. Although the Jade Emperor favors him, should Nezha consistently defy the Emperor's wishes, he would be wise to exercise caution. Rest assured, I am mindful of the situation. As a guardian deity under the Jade Emperor, Nezha has garnered a certain understanding of the Emperor's temperament over the years. He is not foolish and would not recklessly irritate the Emperor. While the Emperor dotes on him, Nezha occasionally exchanges banter, yet he knows where to draw the line. Chapter 44. If one of my options were you, then I would choose you. Nezha, I thank you sincerely as you regard him earnestly. Our bond spans a millennium. Why should you still stand on ceremony with me? Nezha chuckles nonchalantly. Nezha, if only. Nezha, noticing your incomplete thought, gazes at you with curiosity. What is it? Nothing much. Should the day come when you face a choice, do not let our friendship weigh upon your decision. Act according to your heart, and do as you see fit. You convey, albeit somewhat disjointedly. Nezha is deeply loyal. He is the kind of friend who would go to great lengths for those he cares about. To befriend Nezha is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. However, if Tathagata were to hold a debt of life towards him, and if the Buddhist realm truly sought to compel Sun Wukong to convert, they would likely devise a means to incite Wukong's rebellion, only to then intervene with force. When the moment arises, Nezha could not possibly align himself against Tathagata. You merely hope he can act freely and not be tormented by the weight of your long-standing friendship. Tao Yao, is something about to happen? Nezha queries, clearly perplexed by your earlier cryptic remarks. No, nothing at all. I merely spoke thoughtlessly, you reply, hastily rising to take your leave, sensing Nezha's awareness. It is the end of the month. I must descend to the mortal realm this afternoon to inspect the peach tree's yield. Please rest well. I shall return to prepare. Very well, Nezha nods in acknowledgement. Tao Yao, as you reach the door, Nezha suddenly calls out. You turn, questioning him with intrigue. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. No matter the circumstance, I shall assist you. If one of my options were you, then I would choose you, Nezha asserts earnestly. Rest assured, if I find myself in trouble, you shall be the first I seek. Why would I not lean on a strong ally? You reply with a light-hearted smile, waving goodbye as you depart. There is no certainty that events will unfold as anticipated. Why should you prematurely voice concerns that may only burden Nezha further? At this moment, Nezha gazes at your retreating figure, lost in contemplation. He has already determined that you are concealing something from him, and the matter at hand may be quite intricate. There is no need to consider your friendship. This implies that the issue likely does not stem directly from you, yet your involvement is inevitable. Is the matter pertaining to Sun Wukong? As for the choices you mentioned, do they concern the Jade Emperor and Sun Wukong, or Tathagata and Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong is merely a 200-year-old demon. Despite his formidable strength, he is but at the pinnacle of Tai. How could such a being possibly provoke the Jade Emperor or the Tathagata? Currently, Sun Wukong resides in the heavenly court. Could it be that the Jade Emperor harbors intentions towards him? This seems rather implausible. Why would the Jade Emperor trouble himself over a mere monkey? If not the Jade Emperor, then perhaps it is the Tathagata, who not long ago exhibited peculiar behavior at Ling Mountain, flitting between a scorpion and a mouse. This is indeed rather unsettling. If the Tathagata intends to take action, then Sun Wukong, being in the heavenly court, should be safe. Unless, of course, he has committed some transgression that would lead to his banishment to the mortal realm. Nezha pondered for quite some time, but could not decipher the Tathagata's true intentions. Alas, how could I possibly unravel the thoughts of such a being? Over the years, I have merely observed that monkey, hoping he does not cause any calamity. Nezha, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples and returned to attending to military affairs. Chapter 45. Who dismantled my celestial shrine? You conducted an impromptu inspection of a nation's peach trees, traversing a vast expanse. Thus, you decided to find a nearby shrine dedicated to the wooing immortal lord to rest, and, in turn, listen to the wishes of the local mortals. In truth, you had initially paid little heed to such matters, as there were no offerings from the mortal realm. Yet, mysteriously, over a month ago, the mortals suddenly believed that peach blossoms could bring fortune and yield beautiful love. Consequently, they began to construct the shrine to the wooing immortal lord with great fervor. And you found yourself receiving their offerings. Since you were receiving such tributes, it would be only just to not accept them in vain, prompting you to occasionally descend to the mortal realm to listen to their requests and help fulfill their wishes. Recently, the requests have become increasingly outrageous. Now, in addition to asking for the removal of bad luck and the attainment of love, some even come seeking children. You, feeling exasperated, found yourself making frequent visits to Guanyin Bodhisattva for assistance. Observing your visits thrice a day for a period, Guanyin bestowed upon you a willow branch. It was said that any peach blossom touched by the willow branch, when introduced into a woman's body, would grant her the blessing of pregnancy. However, the willow branch, being celestial, required a month in heaven to soak for 3 days in the koi pond of Guanyin in the southern sea, during which time you often roamed the mortal realm to observe the blossoming and bearing of peach fruits. Today, as you soared toward the shrine of the wooing immortal lord, you silently prayed that there would be no requests for children. Otherwise, you would have to send dreams instructing them to return 3 days later. Alas, your concerns proved to be unfounded. Who has dismantled my shrine to the wooing immortal lord? Which miscreant has committed this act? Come forth. Upon witnessing the ruins of the shrine, you shouted in fury. Residual spiritual energy lingered among the debris, clearly indicating the involvement of some celestial artifact. Who could be so malicious as to dismantle your shrine? Following the trail of spiritual energy, you passed by several other shrines dedicated to the wooing immortal lord, all reduced to rubble. Other shrines remained intact. Why was it only yours that faced such calamity? You had not offended anyone. So who could possibly harbor such animosity towards you? Oh, who could it be? In a fit of rage, you howled towards the heavens. You pursued the lingering energy for quite some time, when suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. A resounding crash echoed as you witnessed your ancestral hall being shattered once more. A man clad in white, wielding a massive scythe, pointed directly at a fallen woman dressed in pink. Wait, is that not your subordinate, the Peach Blossom Fairy, Feng Fei? Stop! You shouted, seeing the man's scythe poised to strike Feng Fei. In a hurry, you drew the Chungying sword to block the impending blow. Who is this little lady? Do not interfere, step aside quickly. The man, startled by your sudden appearance, urged you to clear the way. You destroy my ancestral hall, injure my subordinate, and yet dare to claim I am in the way? Who are you to act so brazenly? Anger flared within you as you glared at the man, thrusting your sword towards him. Your ancestral hall. My sincerest apologies for the destruction. It was entirely unintentional. Please do not take offense. She was persistently hiding within your hall, and I could not locate her in time. The man explained, deftly evading your strikes. As he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, and he pulled you aside, delivering a swift blow that sent Feng Fei, who was attempting to ambush from behind, crashing to the ground. A dark mist detached itself from her form. Break! He exclaimed, chanting an incantation with remarkable speed. A golden sphere of light enveloped the dark mist, and as the sphere shattered, the mist dissipated instantaneously. You gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Your subordinate was possessed by an evil spirit, but she is now free from harm. I shall restore your ancestral hall shortly. My lady, I regret today's events. The man, clutching his left shoulder, beads of sweat forming on his brow, bore not a trace of pain upon his face, still smiling as he looked at you. At this moment, you took a closer look at the man before you. He was strikingly handsome, clad in snow-white garments. Adorned with a golden crown, his brows resembled distant mountains, his eyes like water-soaked apricots, and his lips were naturally tinted red. His diabolical, yet enchanting visage bore an exquisite smile, as if he were a being from the depths of hell, or perhaps descended from the celestial realms. Chapter 46. The god of the Mid-Yuan festival. This matter was my folly. While the celestial lord rescued my subordinate, I have inadvertently harmed you. I sincerely apologize. Observing the man as he tended to the wound you had inflicted, you felt an overwhelming sense of remorse and hastily bowed in apology. This matter is of no consequence to me. The injury is trivial. However, my lady, you are quite lovely. Why engage in such thievery? The man, who had been smiling, suddenly changed his demeanor, seizing your wrist with a firm grip. His gaze fixated on a gold ingot you were attempting to conceal. Thievery? You replied, astonished by his accusation. This item is a treasure belonging to my friend. How could it possibly be in your possession? His eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he scrutinized you. This item was also gifted by my friend. Have you mistaken its origin? This was given to you by Nezha. How can it be labeled as stolen? Fairy, perhaps you should accompany me to the heavens. Nezha had always kept his distance from women. For millennia, he had but one female friend residing on Spirit Mountain. He clearly did not believe that Nezha would suddenly change his nature and bestow his treasures so freely. May I inquire as to your name, Celestial Lord? I have never encountered you in the celestial realm. You regarded the man with vigilance, unwilling to accompany a stranger without caution. I am the divine lord of the earth. Under the auspices of the great emperor, the man contemplated for a moment before deciding to share this information with you, as it would be inappropriate to simply drag away a celestial maiden, even if she were a rogue. You are Zhongyuan? You expressed with a hint of surprise. Recalling the times of your youth when you had frolicked together with Zhongyuan before your visit to the spiritual mountain. Do not attempt to be familiar. Please, fair maiden. Allow me to proceed. Zhongyuan, wary of your potential trickery, urged you to ascend and confront the heavens. I kindly request the divine lord to escort my subordinate. A sense of resignation washed over you, as Zhongyuan remained obstinately resolute after all these years. Without further ado, Zhongyuan hoisted Fangfei and grasped your wrist. Soaring towards the cloud palace. Behold, the divine lord Zhongyuan has arrived in the heavenly realm. Look at Zhongyuan. Zhongyuan. Why has Zhongyuan brought a woman? Is that permissible? Zhongyuan is mine. What do you mean yours? Zhongyuan is mine. Woe is me. Zhongyuan, marry me. Upon your arrival in the heavenly palace, the echoes of celestial maidens' shrill cries filled the air, and you found yourself quite the center of attention. The cacophony nearly shattered your eardrums. So irresistible was your charm. It was unavoidable. Zhongyuan raised an eyebrow, pride evident in his demeanor. When did a new celestial abode arise here? Zhongyuan expressed surprise at the sight of your wooling, celestial lord's mansion. It has been constructed for a while now. I kindly request the divine lord to first settle Fangfei within. You opened your mansion's door, gesturing for Zhongyuan to bring Fangfei inside. Celestial lord, you have returned. Divine lord Zhongyuan. Zhu Ying, upon seeing Zhongyuan, was rendered speechless, her face flushing crimson. Enough with the titles. Quickly ensure Fangfei is comfortable. Witnessing your celestial attendant's starry-eyed demeanor, you felt an urge to collapse in exasperation. Zhu Ying. The moment you noticed Zhu Ying's obliviousness, still gazing dreamily at Zhongyuan, you couldn't help but shout in frustration. Startled, Zhu Ying shuddered, swallowing hard as she cautiously regarded you, hesitant to inquire about your previous words. I would appreciate it if you could first attend to this maiden. Zhongyuan smiled at Zhu Ying, even managing to cast her a flirtatious glance. Zhu Ying, flustered and bashful, hurriedly took Fangfei from Zhongyuan's care and scurried into the room. You troublemaker, you glared at Zhongyuan with gritted teeth. Isn't a troublemaker better than a thief? Come with me. Zhongyuan shot you a disapproving glance and then tugged you towards the cloud palace. Upon your approach, the guards made no attempt to hinder your passage. Is Nezha at home or in the barracks? Zhongyuan inquired of the guards with a calm demeanor. Neither. He is at the residence of the great sage equaling heaven. You gazed at Zhongyuan in disbelief, unable to suppress your sarcasm. What sort of friend are you? How could you be unaware that Nezha has been injured? The residence of the great sage equaling heaven? Who is that? Zhongyuan's expression shifted from confusion to realization upon learning of his friend's injury, his voice rising in alarm. You startled me. Did you confine your master? How could you be so oblivious? Startled by Zhongyuan's sudden exclamation, you instinctively leaped up and delivered a sharp smack to his head. Why does this feel so familiar? In a moment of confusion, Zhongyuan mumbled to himself. It seems that the little peach blossom at the residence of the Earth Mother has a penchant for snapping at him in such a manner. We must hurry. We must hurry. Aren't we supposed to confront each other? That group of female immortals will soon be pursuing us. Yu grasped Zhong Yuan and soared directly to the abode of the great sage equal to heaven. The guards, upon seeing your arrival, promptly opened the gates. As you entered the courtyard, you spotted Nezha and Sun Wukong seated at a stone table beneath the peach tree. With Nezha meticulously explaining the battle scenario on the sand table to Sun Wukong, who was engrossed in the details. Peach Yao Zhong Yuan. Nezha looked up, surprised to see both you and Zhong Yuan standing in the courtyard. Sister, Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, turned around and immediately bounded over to your side, flashing a radiant smile. Nezha, Zhong Yuan greeted with a smile. What brings you to the heavenly court today? Did you come with Peach Yao? Nezha inquired with curiosity as he approached Zhong Yuan. Today is not even your reporting day. How did you two cross paths? I am waiting for her. You exclaimed, who is she? Peach Yao. Zhong Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to you. Startled, he jumped back a significant distance, colliding with Nezha behind him. Get away. You noticed Zhong Yuan's collision had caused Nezha to stumble back several steps, his body swaying slightly. Alarmed, you quickly grasped Zhong Yuan to steady him. Nezha, are you alright? You hurried over to support Nezha, offering him a healing pill while gently patting his chest to ease his breath. I am fine, Nezha replied, catching his breath and waving his hand dismissively. How did you sustain such grave injuries? Zhong Yuan, seeing Nezha's weakened state from the collision, rushed to check his pulse. Concern etched on his face. Not long ago, I was caught off guard during a battle with Zhou, allowing him to exploit an opening, Nezha explained succinctly, omitting any mention of Li Jing, the Star Lord of martial prowess, or Sun Wukong. Your injuries seem to have flared up again, Zhong Yuan remarked with a slight sigh, then assisted Nezha to a soft couch in the courtyard. What is going on with you two? How did you arrive together? Nezha inquired, eyeing you and Zhong Yuan with curiosity as he settled down. Oh, he demolished over 10 celestial shrines and accused me of being a thief, claiming I stole your magical artifact. Thus, I came to apprehend you. You shrugged, looking at Nezha with a sense of resignation. Had you mentioned earlier that you were Peach Yao, none of this would have transpired. If it were you, Nezha would not have been so reluctant to give anything. He would even offer you his life. Zhong Yuan glanced at you sheepishly. I did not wish to disclose that. The moment I began to explain, you told me not to get too familiar with you. How do you manage to be so reckless, yet so stubborn? Angrily, you charged at Zhong Yuan and kicked him. Oh dear, since you've already pierced me with a sword. Let us not dwell on this any further. Hee, shall we consider ourselves even? Zhong Yuan raised his hands in surrender. You should attend to your wound. Nezha observed as blood began seeping from Zhong Yuan's shoulder, frowning slightly. Is it flowing so quickly? I just used the cleansing garment technique. Zhong Yuan nonchalantly glanced at his wound, now beginning to bleed anew. Chapter 48. One wouldn't even realize you're a man without speaking Taoyao. Do you happen to carry any medicinal supplies for external wounds? Nezha inquired, lifting his gaze towards you. Indeed, I have plenty. Ever since we became friends, have I ever been without healing ointments? After all, certain individuals tend to neglect their own well-being, sustaining injuries every few days, you replied with a hint of sarcasm. Nezha, upon hearing your words, felt a twinge of embarrassment and shyly smiled at you. Let us proceed indoors. I shall tend to your wounds, you said, turning your attention towards Zhong Yuan. You. Zhong Yuan stammered, startled by your suggestion, unable to articulate a coherent response. The medicine is for him. He can apply it himself, Nezha's voice emerged, slightly cold and resolute. Simultaneously, Zhong Yuan and Sun Wukong turned their gazes toward Nezha, noticing his complexion pale instantly upon hearing your words. They both shook their heads helplessly, thinking that his emotional resilience was quite lacking. How can he apply it himself? The injury is on his shoulder. I shall handle it. Sun Wukong interjected hastily, observing Nezha's increasingly ashen face. Sister, you stay here to care for Nezha. He pulled Zhong Yuan aside and took the medicine from your hands, swiftly retreating indoors. You stood there, momentarily stunned by Sun Wukong's rapid actions. Observing your dazed expression, Nezha couldn't help but chuckle. This monkey can indeed act. When matters arise, he truly takes charge. You have befriended someone who has been elusive for 800 years? I'm curious about how that came to be, you inquired, gazing at Nezha. Perhaps 500 or 600 years ago, I can't recall the exact time. He was entangled with that rabbit from the Hall of Fate, and, in a moment of panic, sought refuge with me. As time passed, we discovered a mutual affinity, and thus, we naturally became friends, Nezha explained with a smile. That rabbit? Isn't he attracted to a type like Marshal Tianpeng? How did he become enamored with Zhong Yuan's delicate features? And if it's about elegance, shouldn't he be drawn to someone like you? You couldn't help but voice your thoughts, captivated by Nezha's enviable beauty. Zhong Yuan's appearance is indeed alluring and feminine. If dressed as a woman, while perhaps not surpassing Nezha, he would certainly not fall short. The celestial rabbit deity oversees male-male relationships and has his own inclinations toward such. Previously, he relentlessly pursued Marshal Tianpeng, causing the latter to hide in the heavenly river for years, terrified to emerge. That scandal remained at the forefront of gossip even after you assumed the title of Wuling Immortal Monarch. It's perplexing how he suddenly changed his preferences. Upon hearing you describe Zhong Yuan as having a delicate appearance, Nezha felt a storm of emotions, nearly toppling off the soft couch. Both he and Zhong Yuan possess softer features. If you considered Zhong Yuan to have a delicate face, did that imply Nezha didn't favor his own looks? What troubles you? Are you unwell? Seeing the color drain from Nezha's face, nearly causing him to fall, you hurriedly sat beside him, channeling some spiritual energy into him. Taoyao, do you not find Zhong Yuan's appearance appealing? Nezha halted your actions of infusing him with energy, gazing intently at you, his eyes betraying a subtle hint of unease. It isn't that I dislike it, but I can't say I'm particularly fond of it either, you replied, oblivious to the turmoil within Nezha. In truth, his visage is rather acceptable. However, his mannerisms are rather flamboyant, exuding an air of flamboyance, coupled with his effeminate appearance. It is no surprise that his countenance has garnered quite a following, attracting the affections of numerous celestial maidens. Upon encountering him, my companion Zhu Yin found herself momentarily spellbound. Observing Nezha's increasingly pallid complexion, I hastily sought to defuse the situation. It seemed Nezha found it somewhat difficult to articulate his feelings regarding his appearance. Do you not harbor a greater disdain for his looks? I queried. You two are not alike. Zhong Yuan possesses a delicate beauty that still unmistakably conveys his masculinity, whereas you. I paused. If you were to remain silent, one might not discern your gender at all. Fear not. The rabbit deity will not pursue you. If he were to take a liking to you, he would likely not be inclined towards the same gender, I reassured Nezha, who appeared increasingly disheartened. Chapter 49. What type of man do you prefer? As Sun Wukong and Zhong Yuan emerged, they were greeted by the sight of you, utterly flustered, and Nezha, wearing an expression of profound sorrow and despair. Earlier, while tending to wounds inside, Sun Wukong and Zhong Yuan had exchanged information, clarifying the situation. What did she say now? Zhong Yuan sighed, whispering to Sun Wukong. Alas, who knows what my dear sister has uttered? Sun Wukong observed Nezha's evident distress with a sense of helplessness. How can a deity of peach blossoms be so oblivious, even more so than this stone? After a shared glance, Zhong Yuan approached Nezha, while Sun Wukong gravitated towards you. Sister, what did you say this time? Sun Wukong inquired, a frown creasing his brow, his gaze filled with confusion. I truly did not say anything, you replied, recounting the events leading up to the present. Sun Wukong could not suppress a hearty laugh upon hearing your account. Who do you find flamboyant? Zhong Yuan, with a scowl, asked through gritted teeth. Let us not dwell on that, Sun Wukong suggested, glancing at Nezha and subtly signaling to Zhong Yuan. Noticing the precarious state of his friend, Zhong Yuan inhaled deeply and chose to remain silent. Sister, what type of man do you prefer? Do you have any specific criteria regarding appearance or character? Sun Wukong asked earnestly. I am devoted to the Buddhist path and have not contemplated such matters, you replied, regarding him with a puzzled expression. Sister, why not reflect on it now? Sun Wukong cooed playfully. His unexpected query left you at a loss for words. Very well, let me rephrase my question. Between the appearances of Zhong Yuan and Tianpeng, which do you favor? Sun Wukong pondered, casting a glance at Zhong Yuan before envisioning a more masculine Tianpeng. Tianpeng, you declared without hesitation. Between Tianpeng and Nezha, which do you prefer? Sun Wukong, sensing your firm preference for Tianpeng, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Observing Nezha's increasingly distressed demeanor, he steeled himself to inquire further. Nezha. You deliberated, ultimately finding Nezha more appealing. Zhong Yuan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as he quietly teased Nezha in his ear. Sister, in times of difficulty or deep sorrow, who is the first person that comes to your mind? Whom do you wish to seek? Upon hearing you choose Nezha, Sun Wukong let out a sigh of relief, reflecting on your millennia-long bond with him, and felt encouraged to persevere. It all depends on the situation. If Master can resolve it, then one should seek out Master. If he cannot, then turn to the goddess. Sister, the first person that comes to mind is the one you instinctively long to see at that moment. Sun Wukong appeared somewhat helpless. Master, please answer sincerely. It is not surprising that she would want to find the master who raised her. When you find yourself in trouble, do you not also seek out Taizhenren? Observing this, Zhong Yuan leaned closer to Nezha, whispering softly, concerned that he might be distressed. What if your master is not around? If the goddess is also absent, to whom would you turn to share your woes? Someone of your own generation. Sun Wukong, apprehensive that you might mention the Emperor of Fusong or another elder, quickly added, "Did you not say it is the person you instinctively wish to see? How can you think of someone who is not present? What mischief are you up to? Have you taken some strange medicine? Why are you behaving so oddly today?" He tugged at Sun Wukong's ear, twisting it slightly. "Ouch, that hurts." Sun Wukong lamented as he released him. "Sister, just tell me out of curiosity." He whined as he freed himself, returning to his playful demeanor. "I want to find Nezha." You answered without hesitation. "Then, sister, please cease your inquiries. Why do you persistently ask these nonsensical and futile questions?" Noticing that Sun Wukong was about to speak again, you hastily interrupted. "Why is this child so relentless today?" All right, I shall not ask any more." "Sister, do not be angry." Sun Wukong quickly raised his hands in surrender, and as you turned to check on Nezha, he discreetly signaled Zhong Yuan with a gesture. Chapter 50. Playing with Sister Strategically? Your medical skills are truly remarkable. You gazed at Zhong Yuan in admiration, noticing how Nezha's complexion improved significantly after just a short while of treatment. "Ah, it's just passable, nothing extraordinary," Zhong Yuan replied, somewhat flustered by your praise. "I am not skilled in medicine," you said, feeling a bit awkward as you looked at Zhong Yuan. He fidgeted, unsure of what to say. What could he say? That you are Nezha's heart's remedy? With your unperceptive demeanor, if he accidentally frightened you away, would Nezha not punish him? Thus, Zhong Yuan could only seek rescue by glancing at Sun Wukong. "Sister, shall we play chess?" Sun Wukong, sensing the cue, eagerly led you towards the chessboard. "Your chess skills are quite poor, yet you seem quite fond of it," you remarked with a hint of resignation. "Sister, do not underestimate me. It is said that a scholar's worth is to be recognized after 3 days apart." Sun Wukong provocatively glanced at you, and then placed a piece in an inconspicuous spot. "Oh, have you changed?" You raised an eyebrow at him and calmly made your move. Halfway through the game, you glanced at Sun Wukong in surprise. Nezha had only just begun teaching him strategy today, yet he was able to apply it so quickly on the chessboard. You are aware of his remarkable insight. Yet it remains uncertain whether it is due to his exceptional understanding of military strategy or the adept teachings of his master, Nezha. Regardless, the prowess exhibited by Sun Wukong in the game of chess compels you to take it seriously. Observing your astonishment, Sun Wukong cast a haughty glance in your direction, a smirk of arrogance gracing his features. However, that smile quickly faded. "Sister, you were not like this when we played chess before," Sun Wukong exclaimed, stunned to see a significant number of his pieces captured. "You were never this formidable when playing against sister." You responded with a smile, amused by his reaction. "Although your skills in military tactics may not rival Nezha's, they are undoubtedly sufficient to contend with a Sun Wukong who has barely begun to grasp the fundamentals. How could you play like this, sister?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, as he had intended to win and flaunt his victory. "Are we now engaging in military strategy, sister?" With a final move, you secured a decisive victory over him. "Sister, how can you possibly know military tactics?" Sun Wukong gazed at you in disbelief. After all, Pi Qiao's master, the peacock King Kong Xian, is a disciple of the protector of the Lingshan. So how could he be utterly ignorant of military strategy? Nezha, who had been observing the game from the side, finally spoke up. "Sister, why haven't you taught me military strategy?" Sun Wukong looked at you with a sense of grievance. "I thought you would not find it useful, and besides, my master is exceptional. Yet my understanding of military tactics is rather lacking. While I cannot say I am entirely ignorant, I would undoubtedly mislead my disciple if I were to teach them." You admitted, feeling a bit awkward as you glanced at Sun Wukong. I cannot last more than a few rounds against Nezha." Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before coming up with an ill-conceived idea. "Play using military tactics? Absolutely not. I have no masochistic tendencies, and I refuse to risk losing face for my master. How many rounds do you think you can hold out against Nezha?" "Sister, I am currently studying military tactics. How about you both play a game? I would like to observe," Sun Wukong implored, his expression one of eager curiosity. "Shall we play a match?" Nezha inquired, looking at you. "All right, let us do it," you sighed in resignation. "No holding back. In battle, there is no room for favoritism," Sun Wukong added, a note of concern in his voice. "Are you merely hoping for Nezha to avenge you?" You regarded Sun Wukong with suspicion. No. How could that be? "I am simply eager to learn, curious to see the differences between the military tactics of the protector of Lingshan and that of the Jade Emperor. You won't be able to see much, as my understanding is rather chaotic and does not reflect my master's teachings," you replied with a resigned smile. "Oh, come on, you two, start already," Sun Wukong urged, leaning closer to Nezha and whispering, "Don't go easy on my sister." Sister-in-law cough. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Nezha's ears turned crimson, and he became so excited that he began to cough. Nezha, noticing his distress, you immediately approached him. Have you overexerted yourself today? What has got you so worked up? Upon the mention of Buddhism and Taoism, a wave of excitement surged through the atmosphere. Sun Wukong hastily patted Nezha's back and offered him a cup of water. I am perfectly fine. I merely choked momentarily. Upon your approach, Nezha's cheeks flushed crimson, his mind replaying Sun Wukong's words, brother-in-law, rendering him momentarily shy to meet your gaze. Ah, sister, please return to your seat. Nezha is quite all right. Sun Wukong beamed at you brightly. He then leaned closer to Nezha and whispered, you mustn't go easy on her. Today, I have discerned the type my sister favors. Do not be ungrateful. Understood, Nezha replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Sun Wukong, hearing this, smiled with satisfaction. Piqiao, please begin. Once Nezha had steadied his composure, he cheerfully passed you a black piece. Very well, you accepted the piece without hesitation, placing it strategically on a small point. A move both offensive and defensive. Nezha calmly placed his piece on a star point. The game progressed, with black stones advancing and white stones countering. You recognized that Nezha was earnest in his play and thus focused intently. As Sun Wukong observed your exchanges, he pondered the implications of each move, growing increasingly excited, envisioning a grand clash of armies upon the board. After an hour of resolute effort, you faced a disheartening defeat. Sister, your master, TSK, is truly ruthless. Sun Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as the game concluded. After such a loss, you can still discern my master's tactics? Pray, enlighten me on where my master excels. You retorted, your interest piqued by Sun Wukong's commentary. If Nezha is the embodiment of slaughter, then your master, dear sister, is a master of both death and the heart, constantly instilling hope only to shatter it time and again, ultimately compelling his opponents to falter and despair. Truly merciless. Both you and Nezha were left astounded by Sun Wukong's words. As a disciple of Kong Xian, you were well aware of your master's strategies. Nezha, having once faced defeat in the Battle of the Gods against Kong Xian, had some understanding as well. Sun Wukong's observations were indeed astute. Monkey, you are a natural-born strategist. Nezha exclaimed, his gaze alight with admiration for Sun Wukong. Is your brother truly that formidable? Zhong Yuan nudged you with his elbow. Though unfamiliar with Kong Xian's military tactics, his intuition told him that Sun Wukong spoke the truth. Absolutely. My brother is the brightest. You lifted your chin with pride, casting a haughty glance at Zhong Yuan. Arrogant. Zhong Yuan replied, casting you a bemused look. Chapter 52. Nezha, you have overstepped. Life passed steadily for 6 months. During this time, Sun Wukong ventured to Yunlu Palace to study military strategy with Nezha, occasionally observing Tianping as he navigated the company of deities with grace and ease. In the span of 6 months, Sun Wukong not only mastered the art of warfare, but also forged numerous friendships within the heavenly court. Just when it appeared that everything was progressing favorably, the Jade Emperor unexpectedly issued a decree appointing Sun Wukong as the overseer of the Peach Garden. A monkey in charge of the Peach Garden? Was this not utter folly? Upon hearing the report, you hastened to the Jade Pure Palace, eager to implore the Jade Emperor to retract his command. Upon learning of the decree, Nezha immediately sensed a hint of conspiracy. Thus, he mounted his wind-fire wheels and went to seek out the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, Sun Wukong is a natural-born military talent. Over the past half-year, under my guidance, he has achieved mastery in military strategy and will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior for the heavenly court. I beseech your Majesty to reconsider and rescind your decree. Nezha bowed before the Jade Emperor, his gaze filled with urgency. What have I done? Am I merely assigning him to oversee the Peach Garden? You make it sound as though I intend to have him executed, the Jade Emperor replied, casting a cold glance at Nezha without bidding him to rise. Sun Wukong's origins from the demon clan render him unsuitable for Ling Mountain, Nezha continued. Fully aware of the Jade Emperor's growing displeasure, yet he pressed on. Your Majesty, you have overstepped. The Emperor's imperial wrath surged forth, his icy gaze fixated upon the kneeling Nezha. Nezha understood that the Jade Emperor had kept secret the dealings with Buddhism, wishing to shield him from such knowledge. To speak of it openly now would surely incite the Emperor's fury. However, he felt compelled to act, for the situation was dire. He could not allow Sun Wukong to be treated as a mere gift to Ling Mountain. I acknowledge my transgression. Nezha bowed deeply to the Jade Emperor. The coexistence of Buddhism and Taoism is the will of heaven and the only means to ensure the safety of the 3 realms. The Azura clan's ambition to dominate poses a grave threat. Should they succeed, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Jade Emperor sighed gently. Nezha, You are astute and can comprehend that only through the alliance of Buddhism and Taoism can we forge a path forward. The two teachings must not be in conflict at this time. The emperor helped Nezha to his feet, gazing deeply into his eyes. 1500 years ago, the Tathagata saved you, thus extending a hand to Taoism. Now, Sun Wukong serves as a testament to the harmonious coexistence of Buddhism and Taoism in the face of external threats. Your Majesty, Nezha exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Sun Wukong was indeed a gift from Buddhism to Taoism. Moreover, the disciples of the Tathagata must endure trials, and the heavenly court is obliged to assist. We shall send Tianpeng and Wanshi to the Buddhist realm, firstly to counter the Azura clan's occasional incursions along the western borders, and secondly to maintain vigilance, preventing any future treachery from arising in the west. The Jade Emperor disregarded Nezha's existential doubts and continued, among all the ministers of the heavenly court, you are my favorite. Do you know why? He fixed his penetrating gaze upon Nezha. I do not know, Nezha replied, lowering his head and avoiding direct eye contact with the emperor. Because you possess capability, discernment, intelligence, and most importantly, loyalty. Your loyalty is solely to me, and I greatly value it. Nezha, do not betray the affection I hold for you. The Jade Emperor patted Nezha's shoulder, his tone devoid of any tumult. Yes, your Majesty, rest assured. I shall not betray your favor. Nezha raised his head, gazing steadfastly at the Jade Emperor. Pleased by this display, the Jade Emperor waved his hand, signaling for Nezha to withdraw. Chapter 53. If I protect him, I cannot protect you, your Majesty. Is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Nezha's eyes brimmed with compassion as he sought to plead once more. There is none. The Jade Emperor cast a sidelong glance at Nezha, his tone dismissive. Nezha, you have yet to fully recover from your injuries. Should Sun Wukong cause a disturbance, I command you to apprehend him. What might be the outcome? Your servant would be no match for Sun Wukong in my current state, Nezha replied, closing his eyes and speaking slowly. Indeed. The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction, imparting a final warning to Nezha. I do not wish for anyone to disrupt the alliance between Heaven and Ling Mountain. Do you understand? Anyone at all. If such a person exists, you must stop them. Otherwise, do not think that even if you plead for their life, I would spare them. Even if you were to perish before my eyes. Yes, your Majesty. I shall prevent her, Nezha managed to utter with difficulty. Now, he can not only offer you no assistance, but must also obstruct you. I hope you do not hold this against him. Withdraw. Your servant takes his leave. Nezha bowed and turned to depart. As Nezha approached the gates of the Yuqing Palace, you spotted his weary visage emerging from within. Nezha, you called softly, hearing your voice. He looked up and took your hand, leading you back. Nezha, I must seek the emperor. You halted, breaking free from his grasp. Taoyao, do not go. Nezha's voice resonated with exhaustion. The emperor has decreed that Wukong is to guard the peach orchard. Let a monkey watch over peaches? He is merely. This matter allows for no further discussion, Taoyao. Perhaps Wukong is better suited for Ling Mountain, is he not? Nezha quickly covered your mouth before you could voice your rebellious thoughts. This concerns the beings of the three realms. Do not act impulsively. The beings of the three realms? He is just a monkey. What does this have to do with him? Wukong is already in heaven, and now he is. Enough. The emperor schemes against his subjects, and the master plots against his disciple. What right do they have? Your words became increasingly reckless. Taoyao, there are many matters in this world that we cannot change. No matter how hard we try. Nezha gazed at you with sadness. They are all in collusion. I will seek the empress. You pushed past Nezha and soared toward the Jihua Jade Palace. Wukong is a gift. How am I not one too? Nezha murmured, watching your retreating figure. In days past, he too had been young and proud, causing chaos in the East Sea. Ultimately, he was left to guard Qintang Pass, unaware that his former arrogance had cost him not only his corporeal form, but also shackled him with the bonds of gratitude. Once, he had fought injustice, aiding Erlang in the heavenly palace. They had all believed themselves formidable. Yet now, Erlang had cleaved Peach Mountain, but could not save his mother. Nezha had joined Erlang in his celestial uproar, yet could not uphold justice. What had he gained? Pardon, not absolution. The Jade Emperor's leniency, not his inability to contest them. This pardon, along with the Jade Emperor's later favoritism and protection, meant that he must remain loyal to Heaven and the Jade Emperor for the entirety of his life. To the bitter end. Yet he had once achieved sanctity in flesh and was unbound by the constraints of the divine list. He was, by nature, free. He harbored no regrets for sacrificing his life to protect Qintang, nor for defending Yangjian in the heavenly palace. He was grateful for the grace of the Tathagata's rebirth and touched by the Jade Emperor's favoritism and trust. However, the first time he lost his life. The second time he lost his freedom. The third time. Where would there be a third? He had nothing left to lose, thus no right to choose freely remained. Once, he believed himself formidable, capable of causing upheaval in the Dragon Palace or trampling the heavens with audacity. Yet he later realized that beneath the sage, all were but ants. Should he protect Wukong again this time, he would be unable to safeguard you. Chapter 54. Seeking aid, Your Highness, Tao Yao beseeches your assistance. Upon reaching the Jiu Hua Jade Pavilion, she knelt before the Earth Mother. The coexistence of Buddhism and Taoism is ordained by heaven, and such destiny cannot be defied. Tao Yao, this matter concerns the myriad beings of the three realms. It is beyond your jurisdiction. The Earth Mother sighed and helped her rise. What has the coexistence of Buddhism and Taoism to do with Wukong? Please, Your Highness, save Wukong. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed imploringly at the Earth Mother. I am powerless. Once the stone monkey has been chosen, he must bear his responsibilities. Nuwa is also aware of this. You must cease your involvement. Return now to the heavenly court and continue your role as the Wuling immortal lord. Your opportunities will arise in due course. With a gentle wave, the Earth Mother sent her beyond the mountain gate. Observing the tightly shut gate, Tao Yao understood that the Earth Mother would not intervene in this matter. Gritting her teeth, she turned and soared towards Ling Mountain. Tao Yao, the protector, is in seclusion. As she entered the courtyard, she was intercepted by Xin Cheng at the door. Stand aside. She pushed past him, determined to enter. Seclusion? The master is clearly avoiding you. He must have foreseen your intentions. Tao Yao, Xin Cheng, let her in. Kong Xian's voice interrupted Xin Cheng's protest. With a worried glance towards the inner chamber, Xin Cheng reluctantly complied and allowed her entry. Fuming, Tao Yao stormed into the room. But upon seeing Kong Xian, her fury extinguished instantaneously. Kong Xian sat upon the bed, his complexion appearing somewhat pale. Master, are you hurt? Concern shadowed her voice as she regarded him. Not at all. Kong Xian replied with a placid expression, then, with a hint of coldness in his tone, added, Speak. What brings you here in such an impolite manner? Have I taught you to disregard decorum and disrespect your elders? Master, I apologize, Tao Yao blurted, her impulsive nature surfacing as she quickly knelt. Enough, rise. Sighing at her submission, Kong Xian gestured for her to stand, indicating a nearby seat. Cautiously, she took a seat beside him. Kong Xian cast a fleeting glance her way, but did not refuse her proximity. Relieved, Tao Yao felt assured that her master was not angry. Master, you are aware of the situation concerning Sun Wukong, yes? She attempted to ingratiate herself, gently massaging Kong Xian's leg. I am aware. This matter is settled. Do not involve yourself further. Kong Xian's tone remained unperturbed, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Master, Sun Wukong is ill-suited for the spiritual realm. Could you extend your assistance to him? Surely. You possess the means, do you not? You gazed at Kong Xian with a look of desperation. Given that Kong Xian was involved in this matter from the beginning, he must have a way to effect change. Yaoer, do not act impulsively. This situation pertains to countless beings across the three realms. You must consider the greater good. Furthermore, allowing that stone monkey to embrace the Buddhist path does not equate to taking his life, so why must you react so? Kong Xian sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Master, Wukong belongs to the demon race. He should not be confined within the spiritual realm. He is innocent and deserves freedom. There are many demons in the spiritual realm. Yu Xian serves as a protector. Ma Yuan has become the venerable King Buddha, and I, too, am of the demon race, yet serve as a bodhisattva in the spiritual realm. Why, then, can Sun Wukong not enter the Buddhist fold? Kong Xian, upon hearing your words, felt a surge of anger, his tone turning icy. Chapter 55. Enraged Master. Master, did you enter the spiritual realm of your own volition? Were any of you three willing participants? Have you forgotten how you were subdued by the bodhisattva of the provisional and how you acquired that title of Buddha Mother, which you still despise to this day? Have you found happiness throughout these years? As fellow demons, why do you choose to assist in such tyranny? In that moment, blinded by rage, you failed to realize that you were reopening the wounds that had long since scabbed over in Kong Xian's heart with your cruel words. You, Kong Xian, rose unsteadily from the bed, trembling as you pointed at him, unable to articulate your fury. You all speak of the beings across the three realms, and yet a single monkey can influence them all. Why must you persist in clinging to Wukong? You now admonish me not to be willful. Yet you previously assured me that if I returned after being wronged, you would stand by me. Wasn't it the command of the bodhisattva of the provisional that led you to accept me as your disciple? Otherwise, you would scarcely have bothered with someone as burdensome as I. Kong Xian's face turned pale as he absorbed your relentless barbs, his lips quivering, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. Suddenly, he coughed up blood and collapsed. Master, Upon witnessing Kong Xian's collapse, you were instantly awakened to reality and rushed to catch him. Master, master, I was wrong. Please do not frighten me. As you gazed at the unconscious Kong Xian, you noticed his ashen complexion and faint breath, causing your heart to momentarily cease its rhythm. Tears streamed down your face as you channeled your spiritual energy into him. Sinsheng, Sinsheng, someone please. Holding your master, fragile as a delicate porcelain doll, you felt a tightness in your chest, an overwhelming sense of fear and panic engulfing you. Protector. Sinsheng, upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly laid Kong Xian on the bed and shouted toward Gong Li. Quickly summon the medicine master Buddha. Hurry. Tao Yao. You. Sinsheng looked at you, eyes devoid of hope, weeping inconsolably, as if the sky had collapsed. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering harsh words, instead letting out a heavy sigh. Is he disregarding his life? Did I not instruct him to enter seclusion for healing? The voice of the medicine master Buddha echoed. You all, quickly pay your respects to the medicine master Buddha. Get out. Upon seeing Kong Xian's condition, the medicine master Buddha's brows furrowed deeply. Upon hearing the words of the medicine master Buddha, Sinsheng hastily took your hand and led you outside. Tao Yao. The protector has endured great hardships over the years. Concerning the matter of the stone monkey, he truly finds himself at a loss. Please do not press him further. For now, it would be best to wait for the protector to awaken and speak with you personally. Sinsheng shook his head, ultimately choosing not to elaborate further. After a day and a night, the medicine master Buddha finally opened the door. When the Buddha emerged, you and Sinsheng rushed to greet him. There are no significant issues, but this time he must not be disturbed during his meditation for healing. The elixir I provided him was on the verge of being refined. What could possibly be so urgent that it warrants disturbing him at this moment? Enough of this. Your matters are of no concern to me, the Buddha interjected, cutting himself off before turning to you. Your master has requested you to enter. Do not provoke him. Understood, you replied, bowing to the medicine master Buddha before swiftly entering Kong Xian's chamber. Chapter 56. Those who are favored feel unrestrained at this moment. Kong Xian lay with his eyes half closed, his brow furrowed. He rested quietly beside the bed, his complexion alarmingly pale, devoid of color, and his lips as white as snow. Upon pushing the door open and witnessing the frail state of Kong Xian, you hesitated, unsure about approaching him. In your memory, your master was omnipotent. Though confined to Ling Mountain, as the protector of Ling Mountain, his strength was formidable and his status was high. You had never envisioned your master would be injured, nor could you have anticipated that one day he would appear so weak. Kong Xian had always cherished you, and throughout your years on Ling Mountain, aside from the Buddha, the Bodhisattvas, and the disciples of the Tathagata, you feared no one. Even without an official position, you boldly commanded the 18 Arhats to confront the scorpion demon. This was all because the entirety of Ling Mountain understood that the protector, the great King Peacock Bodhisattva Kong Xian, held profound affection for his only disciple. Unable to bear any slight against you, you were well aware of your master's affection, which is why you felt emboldened to act recklessly toward him. You knew he would never abandon you. No matter your actions, he would forgive you. Whatever you desired, he would provide, as it is often the case that those who are favored possess a sense of security. Yet, it is this very sense of security that can lead to impulsively uttering hurtful words. However, due to your close bond, the harm inflicted by your words today weighed far more heavily on Kong Xian than it would on anyone else. At this moment, you were filled with regret, lamenting how you could have uttered such excessive words. Today, you had struck at his most sensitive points. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been gravely harmed, if not fatally injured. In truth, you would have preferred your master to strike you than to see him forced into a state of anger that caused him to spit blood and faint. Yaoer, Kong Xian called softly, lifting his head upon hearing your voice, noticing you standing dazed in the doorway. Master, you replied, coming to your senses at his call, and you knelt before his bedside. Still sulking with your master? Kong Xian sighed lightly upon seeing you kneel, before explaining the 4 great spiritual monkeys of the universe, stating that only Sun Wukong was born with a Buddha heart, destined to embrace the Buddhist path. You witnessed your master faint from anger, and upon regaining consciousness, not only did he bear no resentment towards you, but he continued to contemplate your feelings and emotions. Overcome with sorrow, you grasped Kong Xian's hand, weeping uncontrollably, unable to articulate your distress, only shaking your head in despair. Yaoer, Sun Wukong's entry into Buddhism was a unanimous decision by the upper echelons of the Buddhist community, and I am powerless to alter it, Kong Xian remarked, somewhat wearied. Master, I was wrong. I should not have uttered such words. I should not have angered you. Nor should I have been so self-absorbed. You lamented, throwing yourself into Kong Xian's embrace, sobbing. Your master harbors no ill will. Yaoer, do not cry. Kong Xian gently patted your back, his tone soothing. Whoa, master, how could you be so injured? Fear gripped you as you saw your master in such a state, prompting your cries to intensify. What is there to fear? It is but a minor injury. A few days of seclusion and cultivation will suffice for recovery. It is not life-threatening, Kong Xian reassured you, nonchalantly stroking your head, seemingly dismissive of his own wounds. It is far from a minor injury. You protested, gazing up at your master. Kong Xian appeared poised to speak further, but suddenly his brow furrowed, his eyes closed, and his breathing grew labored. Master. Alarmed by the pained expression on Kong Xian's face, your voice trembled as you rose to fetch the medicine Buddha, only to be halted by his firm grip on your wrist. Yaoer, do you remember what your master spoke of regarding destiny? After a moment, Kong Xian seemed to regain his composure, opening his eyes to meet yours. You nodded, albeit in confusion. Sun Wukong is your destiny. Wukong? The revelation startled you. The golden cicada is about to undergo tribulations, transmitting scriptures across 10 lifetimes. He must convey the Western text to the East, achieving a harmonious coexistence of Buddhism and Taoism. Both Ling Shan and the Heavenly Court will dispatch a team to protect the golden cicada in his quest for the true scriptures, and upon completion, those in the team will be rewarded with Buddhahood. Chapter 57. Sister, have you schemed against me too? Sun Wukong is a member of the team jointly determined by Buddhism and Taoism for this sacred mission. As a disciple of the Bodhisattva of purity, he may not hesitate to embrace Buddhism should the Patriarch of Bodhi command. Kong Xian pondered and continued. Yaoer, should you join the scripture-fetching team, returning to Ling Shan will enable you to attain Buddhahood. If you prefer, you may remain in the Heavenly Court as the Lord of Wuling. If you wish to join the team, your master hopes you will protect Sun Wukong rather than the golden cicada. Why, master? What distinction lies between safeguarding Wukong and the golden cicada? Is not Wukong also tasked with guarding the golden cicada? Your curiosity was piqued as you regarded Kong Xian. Your master will not harm you. Remember this, he implored, his forehead now glistening with beads of sweat, his complexion paling further. You took out a handkerchief, gently wiping the sweat from Kong Xian's brow, your concern for him evident. Do you remember? Kong Xian grasped your wrist, gazing intently into your eyes. Tao Yao remembers. Recently, Master has entered seclusion. Do not provoke trouble. If you do, seek Guanyin in the South China Sea, for he shall assist you. If you are wronged, turn to Dapeng Kong Xian for counsel. Upon hearing your response, Kong Xian let out a sigh of relief. Yet, despite his discomfort, he urged you once more. Very well, Tao Yao. Remember this. You may return now. At that moment, Kong Xuan's voice trembled slightly. Yes, master, take care. You dared not disturb Kong Xian as he healed, so you rose and departed. With contemplation, you soared toward the heavenly palace, pondering the day's chaotic events. Your master, wounded, had intermittently shared thoughts with you, suggesting that Sun Wukong's entry into the Buddhist fold was inevitable. The conversation meandered to your destiny. Should you protect the golden cicada on his pilgrimage? Inquiring with the Jade Emperor yielded a negative. From the Empress, the answer was the same, and even here with your master, it seemed equally futile. However, one certainty remained. If Patriarch Bodhi commanded Wukong to embrace Buddhism, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Why then did the Jade Emperor require Wukong to guard the peach orchard and stir up trouble? Was it necessary to inflict punishment before sending him to Ling Mountain? Perhaps it would be prudent to subtly gauge Wukong's sentiments. If he were unwilling, you could devise another approach. After all, you would stand by him no matter the circumstance. With this resolve, you directed your flight toward the residence of the great sage equal to heaven. As you neared, a heavy, somber aura enveloped you. Urgently, you quickened your pace and entered the courtyard, discovering that the source of this foreboding presence emanated from Sun Wukong himself. Ah, my sister has arrived, he scoffed, turning his gaze toward you. Wukong, you appear different today, you remarked, taken aback by his demeanor. Please, sit, he beckoned, his voice laced with an unsettling charm. The Jade Emperor has tasked me with guarding the peach orchard. What do you think of this assignment? Should I accept it? Should I dutifully oversee the orchard or rebel against the celestial court? At a loss for words, you sensed that today as Wukong was not quite himself. Why so silent? Sister, perhaps I should inquire differently. If someone were scheming against me, intending to deliver me as a gift to Ling Mountain, what would you advise? Wukong leaned closer, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Who has spoken such words to you? You queried in astonishment. Ah, how curious. How did you come to know this? Or is it that you all are aware, leaving me the sole fool in your games? His laughter rang with an innocent air. Yet the deepening gloom surrounding him belied the charm. Sister, are you plotting against me as well? He narrowed his eyes, seizing your wrist. Chapter 58. I wish to rebel against the celestial palace. I have not. I swear I have never plotted against you. You hastily protested, shaking your head. Then would you be willing to share the details of this matter with me? Wukong's smile remained, as he suggested, let us drink and converse, shall we? Your heart was in turmoil, uncertain of how to proceed. How about this? I shall pose a question, and for each question you answer, you may have a drink. If you partake of the wine, I shall trust your words. Of course, if there are inquiries you prefer not to answer, you are free to leave. He guided you to a stone table, pouring a cup of peach blossom wine for you. You gazed incredulously at the peach blossom wine, looking at Sun Wukong, who naturally knew that you could not consume it. Your first question was, you have accompanied me on Flower and Fruit Mountain for a century. Is this truly a task entrusted to you by my mother? Indeed, he replied, as you took a sip of the peach blossom wine, forcing down the urge to retch. Your second question followed. Why did you want me to forget everything my master taught me, aside from magic and martial arts? What is your relationship with him? Sun Wukong, witnessing you drink the wine, briefly displayed a hint of reluctance, but nonetheless pushed another cup towards you. Your master can be considered half my master. He is a close friend of the Earth Mother, who once taught me for a period. Later, he sent me a message, instructing me to find a way for you to become his disciple. I assumed it was your mother seeking the Earth Mother's assistance in finding you a master. Hence I did not suspect anything. However, I later discovered that upon your return from your studies, you had become ruthless and murderous, fearing you would cause trouble. After speaking, you raised the peach blossom wine again and drank it all. Your third question arose. Why did you want me to submit to the heavenly court? And why did you not wish for me to enter Spirit Mountain? Sun Wukong responded. I believe the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor would protect you. Spirit Mountain exerts considerable control over the demon clan, and I was uncertain of their intentions in wanting to subdue you. You sighed softly, then lifted the cup of peach blossom wine. Enough, you need not drink anymore. Sun Wukong raised his hand to halt your drinking motion, a trace of his anger dissipating. I apologize, dear sister. I am simply fearful that you may also be scheming against me, that the century we spent together was merely an act. Tears glimmered in Sun Wukong's eyes. Sister understands and does not blame you. But, Wukong, what do you intend to do next? You gently stroked his head in a gesture of comfort. I plan to rebel against the heavenly court, Sun Wukong said nonchalantly. Rebel against the heavenly court? You are merely at the pinnacle of Tai. How can you possibly challenge the heavenly court? You were taken aback. Sister, do not rush. I suspect the Jade Emperor will have the celestial beings feign weakness, ultimately allowing Spirit Mountain to step in and subdue me. If I allow the heavenly court to capture me, what purpose would Spirit Mountain serve? Would they come rushing to help? How absurd. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow and smiled at you. No, what if the heavenly court kills you? You quickly shook your head in protest. Rest assured, they cannot kill me. At worst, I will be imprisoned for 500 or 1,000 years. By the time the heavenly court offers a new gift to Spirit Mountain, I doubt they would be willing to confine such a talent as myself. Sun Wukong appeared unconcerned. 500 or 1,000 years in prison. You would rather be imprisoned than go to Spirit Mountain? You were somewhat astonished. I, Sun, despise being schemed against. The more they wish for me to comply, the more I will resist. Sun Wukong smirked at you. Chapter 59. Fear not, dear sister, I possess discernment. What if there is someone of great importance to you at Spirit Mountain? You cautiously inquired of Sun Wukong. Sister, you are no longer in the heavenly court. He feigned ignorance as he looked at you. Not if there is someone else. My master is at Spirit Mountain. I am aware. Who he is, I now know as well. Having shared a master-disciple bond, if he were to directly approach me regarding Spirit Mountain, what would be the harm? I believe he would not assist Spirit Mountain in dealing with me. Sun Wukong exuded a sense of confidence, as if victory was assured. Wukong, you furrowed your brow slightly, anticipating that the Bodhisattva would likely disappoint Sun Wukong. Fear not, dear sister, the peaches of immortality will be well worth the banquet. Do not concern yourself with anything else. I shall manage. You grasped Sun Wukong's hand, gazing earnestly into his eyes. But do refrain, you are not invulnerable. Besides, whether I am imprisoned or you wander free, I would fare better. Sun Wukong shrugged, outright rejecting your suggestion. Very well, but are you truly impervious to harm? It must surely hurt when one is struck with force. You expressed your unease. Rest assured, dear sister, I shall first visit the Supreme Old Lord for some elixir. There is nothing to worry about. That old man can only suffer in silence. Sun Wukong replied with a raised brow and a smile. Carry these with you at all times, just in case. You pressed 2 vials of peach blossom elixir into Sun Wukong's hands. Sister, You should return to rest. The hour is quite late. Nezha has been waiting for you, and is nearly turning into a stone of longing. Sun Wukong nodded, accepting the elixirs and tucking them into his sleeve. Urging you to depart. What a peculiar metaphor. Do you take issue with my words? You shot a disapproving glance at Sun Wukong before turning to leave. Sun Wukong chuckled as he watched your retreating figure. Nezha, I, Sun Wukong, am not one to forget kindness, he silently vowed, reflecting on being treated as a gift. Nezha and Tianpeng had inadvertently revealed bits of information to him in their inebriation. He understood their helplessness and constraints. He would remember their goodwill. As you approached your abode, you were taken aback to find Nezha standing dejectedly at your doorstep. Nezha, what are you doing standing here? Serving as my door guardian? You inquired with curiosity. The moment Nezha laid eyes on you, his expression brightened. I was waiting for you. Then why not go inside to wait, or at least send me a message? Why stand out here in this icy garb, mimicking the Tianshan snow lotus? You reached out and brushed off the frost clinging to Nezha. I thought you were upset with me, Nezha replied, grinning foolishly. Have you frozen your wits? Come inside. You regarded Nezha with disdain, wondering about his foolish grin. All right. Nezha replied eagerly, following you inside. Upon entering the courtyard, you first removed the blue-green hairpin nestled within your locks. Infused with spiritual energy, my master is unharmed. Reassured, you returned the hairpin to its place. This hairpin, crafted from a plume of Kong Xian, contained his spiritual essence. Should you find yourself in peril, the energy sealed within would shield you from lethal blows and transport you directly to Kong Xian's side. Conversely, if Kong Xian were in danger or had perished, the verdant energy would dissipate, causing the teleportation array to vanish. What troubles the king? Nezha asked upon noticing you remove the hairpin. My master is injured and in seclusion. He was previously so enraged he spat blood and fainted. I was just feeling a bit uneasy, you sighed softly. The medicine Buddha and the great Peng are at Ling Mountain. The king shall be fine. Nezha comforted you gently, ruffling your hair. I am confident that my master is unharmed. However, witnessing him in such a feeble state momentarily unsettles me, akin to the anxiety I felt when you were injured. I never imagined that someone as formidable as you could also sustain injuries, you said with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Nezha was momentarily taken aback. Does this imply that he holds significant importance in your heart? Chapter 60. Nezha's embarrassment suddenly. Your gaze swept over, noticing the delicate ice crystals adorning Nezha's long eyelashes. Nezha, you said, fixated on his lashes. Nezha responded gently. I wish to see you transform into a lotus flower, you declared, your eyes locked onto him. What prompted this sudden thought? Nezha swallowed hard, attempting to maintain his composure. I am curious to see if your true form also bears ice crystals, you said earnestly. Nezha, at a loss for words, pondered your peculiar fascination. Transform for me. I wish to see, you insisted. Tugging at his sleeve with an expression that suggested he could not escape your request. With a look of resigned acceptance, Nezha nodded. Upon hearing this, you seized Nezha's hand and hurried into your room. Nezha recited an incantation and gradually transformed into a radiant red lotus. Nezha, are these your eyelashes? You inquired. Reaching out to grasp his petals, gently touching the crystalline center, excitement coursing through you. Nezha softly replied. Wow, Nezha, the ice crystals have melted. You are adorned with so much dew. It is truly beautiful. You exclaimed, naturally caressing the petals at the base. Nezha, why do I feel that you have become slightly redder? You teased, curiosity prompting you to poke at him. The petals trembled, and in the next moment, Nezha reverted to his original form, stepping back abruptly with his head bowed, his face flushed with embarrassment. I shall take my leave. You should rest early, he stated hurriedly, nearly stumbling as he exited, tripping over the threshold. Why does he always return from the lotus looking as if he has been boiled, his face so crimson? No wonder he is reluctant to show me. It must be quite the spectacle, you murmured, watching his retreating figure. Nezha, head down, made his way to the Cloud Tower Palace, plunging his head into a water vat upon entering the courtyard. Oh my, Marshal, what on earth are you doing? Exclaimed the reverse scale dragon, startled to find someone with their head submerged in the vat, nearly losing his footing in the lotus pool. Just as he considered delivering a reprimand, he realized it was his own Marshal. Hearing the reverse scale dragon's voice, Nezha couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Why is he everywhere? Why does he always witness my embarrassing moments? Marshal, the reverse scale dragon, noticing bubbles rising to the surface, quickly pulled Nezha out of the water. Marshal, are you all right? Did you choke? He asked, concern etched on his face as he noticed Nezha with closed eyes. What are you wondering about at this hour? Nezha gritted his teeth. I was merely attending to personal matters, but fortunately, I woke in time. Otherwise, you would have drowned in the vat, the reverse scale dragon replied. Visibly shaken. You ought to seek a healer to examine your mind. Nezha retorted angrily, sweeping away in a huff. Is this foolish dragon truly lacking sense? Drowning in a lotus? How could he possibly have a subordinate capable of dragging down the entire intellect of the 5 camps single-handedly? Why is he angry again? With a multitude of quirks of his own, how can he blame others for noticing? One moment he feasts on lotus roots, and the next he plunges himself into a water tank. The reverse scale dragon gazed at Nezha's retreating figure, shaking his head before returning to his chamber. At that moment, Nezha lay on his bed, his face flushed as if it could bleed. After a considerable time, he reached out to touch the spot you had previously caressed, and his face reddened even more. Should he inform you that the area you habitually touch is indeed his rear? However, if he were to voice this, both of you would inevitably find yourselves in an awkward predicament. Struggling with his thoughts, Nezha unleashed a flurry of punches against the blanket before burying his crimson face within it, unable to fall asleep for a long while. Chapter 61. The Emperor's Dilemma. Ever since you and Sun Wukong decided to play along with the scheme, you commenced your daily attendance at court, handling affairs with an air of normalcy. During your leisure, you would observe the celestial attendants rehearsing songs and dances, living a life of splendid ease. The Jade Emperor gazed at you in bewilderment, even beginning to suspect that you were perhaps just like them, continuously exploiting Sun Wukong for your own ends. After observing you for several days, Nezha could no longer contain himself and called out to you as you left court. What is the matter? You inquired, gazing at him with curiosity. What exactly do you intend to do? Nezha asked in a lowered voice. I don't intend to do anything. Am I not being quite diligent lately? You looked at Nezha with an innocent expression. Could you refrain from meddling in Wukong's affairs? Lingshan will not take any action against him. Very well, I shall not interfere. What? Nezha momentarily froze, seemingly unable to believe his ears. I said, I will not involve myself in Wukong's matters. Rest assured, you patiently reiterated. Really? Nezha regarded you with skepticism. Why was he so disbelieving that you would not concern yourself with Sun Wukong? I truly will not interfere. Wukong has grown up. He should have his own choices. You sighed, casting a helpless glance at Nezha. Nezha furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with worry. Oh, come now. Didn't you descend to the mortal realm yesterday? What about my candied hawthorn? You extended your hand toward Nezha. He produced the candied hawthorn and handed it to you, aware that you wished to steer the conversation away from the previous topic, thus refraining from further remarks. Have one. Don't look so glum. You offered the candied hawthorn to his lips. Nezha took a bite, savoring its sweetness, yet the sorrows in his heart remained untouched. Nezha watched your departing figure, feeling a heaviness in his chest. You must have a plan, but you were unwilling to share it, leaving him in a state of uncertainty about your intentions. Thus, for half a month, Nezha remained in a state of anxiety, fearing you might undertake some grand endeavor. He had even considered that if you truly angered the Jade Emperor, he would do everything in his power to deliver you to the Lady of the Earth, who governs the cycle of reincarnation and could surely protect you. Yet, as the Peaches of Immortality banquet approached, it seemed you had taken no action at all. Was it possible that you genuinely intended to refrain from involvement? The banquet proceeded as usual, and with Sun Wukong not causing any disturbances, it appeared he had chosen to endure. Nezha pondered this, gradually easing his troubled mind. At this moment, you find yourself seated beside Nezha, quietly savoring your meal while watching the enchanting performances. The celestial beings around you exude an atmosphere of joy and camaraderie. Ordinarily, your rank would preclude you from sitting next to Nezha, but unbeknownst to you, the Jade Emperor decreed this arrangement based on the positioning of the residences. Thus, you find yourself in close proximity to Nezha. What you are unaware of is that the Jade Emperor's decision was motivated by 2 considerations. Firstly, he is well aware of Nezha's sentiments and harbors genuine affection for him, wishing to assist him. Secondly, he wishes to monitor your actions, fearing you might cause some mischief, hence placing Nezha by your side for oversight. Regarding the situation with Sun Wukong, the Jade Emperor feels somewhat helpless. He admires Wukong's spirited nature. However, as this matter pertains to the 3 realms, he cannot act solely based on personal preference. Despite Nezha and Yang Jian's past indiscretions, he has shown them leniency, as those issues were confined to the heavenly court, where he could exercise his authority. The current alliance between Buddhism and Taoism is deemed a heavenly mandate. Should the 2 forces unite, the Azura clan might hesitate, refraining from reckless actions. At that time, the heavenly court and Ling Mountain will cultivate a new generation of individuals to exploit the Azura's weaknesses, and if one of them returns from tribulations, they could restrain Rahu, thereby alleviating the calamity afflicting the 3 realms. Chapter 62. Peaches of immortality or celestial peaches. Nezha watches you, cheeks puffed like a little hamster as you indulge in the dish of dragon liver and blue lotus on the table, and he cannot help but smile with affectionate delight. He then places his own dish of dragon liver and blue lotus beside you and pours you a cup of celestial nectar. "Oh, Nezha, you are the best," you exclaim, beaming at the sight of the delectable food before you. Unable to contain himself, Nezha gently ruffles your hair, his eyes brimming with unrestrained affection. The Jade Emperor, observing your interaction, shakes his head at Nezha's seemingly frivolous demeanor. His gaze then falls upon the 2 empty plates on your table. Astonished at how someone who appears so delicate can consume such quantities, he instructs the celestial chef to prepare another plate of dragon liver and blue lotus for you, and gestures for the untouched dish from his own table to be brought to you. "Yes, your majesty," the celestial attendant replies, lifting the dish and making his way toward you. "From the Jade Emperor, a gift to the wooling immortal lord," the attendant announces, holding the dish aloft as he presents it to you. Looking at the dish in the attendant's hands, you glance up at the Jade Emperor, who watches you with a warm smile. You quickly straighten up and bow in respect. The Jade Emperor waves you down, signaling you to sit. Kneeling at the table, you seize a moment during the peak of the performances to discreetly tug at Nezha's sleeve. "What is it, Taoyao?" Nezha inquires gently, his gaze tender. Am I perhaps eating a bit too much? Even the Emperor has noticed the 2 empty plates on my table, you confess, feeling a tad embarrassed. "No, the portions from the Imperial kitchen are merely insufficient. If I were to eat freely, I could finish a plate in 1 bite. Even 3 tables worth of food would not suffice for me," Nezha replies, casting a playful glance at the array of dishes before you. He then smiles and transfers your 2 empty plates to his own table. "Eat without worry. Just place the empty plates here when you are done." Heavenly Emperor chuckled upon witnessing you and Nezha engaged in whispered conversation. "Your Majesty seems particularly joyful today," remarked the Queen Mother, puzzled by the Emperor's laughter. "Oh, it is indeed the Pan Tao banquet. Naturally, one feels more elated than usual," the Emperor responded, casting a knowing smile in your direction. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his seating arrangements for the event. As the Pan Tao banquet approached its conclusion, celestial attendants presented the peaches upon the tables of the immortals. Without hesitation, you handed your portion of the peach to Nezha. Taking a bite, Nezha's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly sampled his own peach, his face contorting into a myriad of strange expressions. "What is the matter?" you inquired, puzzled by Nezha's rapid transformations of countenance. Nezha, contemplating whether to offer you a taste, suddenly recalled that he had already bitten both peaches, leaving him in a state of indecision. "What is going on?" Your curiosity piqued. You seized the peach from Nezha's hand and took a delicate bite. Gradually, your expression mirrored Nezha's. This peach tasted eerily akin to those from your own peach garden. Was this what the Pan Tao was like? Moreover, this peach bore no spiritual essence. Exchanging glances with Nezha, both of you recognized the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Scanning the expressions of the other immortals at the banquet, you noticed they too wore peculiar looks, likely having concluded that something was amiss, yet refraining from voicing their concerns in deference to the Queen Mother. Noticing the odd expressions of the immortals after consuming the peaches, the Queen Mother swiftly discerned the anomaly and waved her hand, dispelling the illusion. The peaches in the hands of the immortals transformed back into mundane celestial peaches. Chapter 63. Confrontation with the Star Lord of Martial Virtue. "Where are my Pan Tao?" the Queen Mother exclaimed, rising in a fit of anger. "Your Highness, we only brought these peaches from the Pan Tao garden. We were unaware of any illusion. We beseech your Majesty to forgive us," the 7 fairies implored. Kneeling before the Queen Mother, "Summon Sun Wukong," commanded the Heavenly Emperor to the celestial attendants. "Your Majesty, the peaches at the banquet were mere celestial peaches. Such peaches are only found in the peach garden of the immortal Lord of Wuling, who is also known to refer to Sun Wukong as his brother. This matter likely involves the immortal Lord of Wuling. I urge your Majesty to investigate thoroughly," reported the Star Lord of Martial Virtue urgently. "Are you suggesting that I am responsible for this?" you remarked, playfully restraining Nezha, who appeared ready to rise. "Humph, you cannot escape culpability," the Star Lord of Martial Virtue retorted coldly. "What is your age, Star Lord?" You cast a casual glance at him. "What do you mean?" the Star Lord inquired, perplexed. "I simply mean that you are not particularly young, and your time in the Heavenly Court has been considerable. While my peach garden is under my jurisdiction, anyone in the Heavenly Palace can harvest peaches provided they register," you stated disdainfully, rising to retrieve the registration book for review. "The fairies of my peach garden primarily oversee the blooming and fruiting dates of the peach trees in the mortal realm, only occasionally trimming the branches of the garden. Moreover, Didn't your residence register for 50 pounds of peaches yesterday? The act of picking peaches has left even the fairies of the peach orchard weary and emaciated. Has your esteemed house fallen to such a state that it can only afford to eat peaches as sustenance? Or is this matter a scheme devised by the Star Lord, merely to frame me and the great sage equal to heaven? As your words lingered in the air, the celestial beings could not restrain their laughter, pointing at the martial Star Lord with suppressed mirth. With so many wives, can one truly afford to eat? They chuckled. Ha ha ha. Consuming peaches with 20 concubines. They whispered amongst themselves. Unlike the others, Nezha burst into raucous laughter, igniting a chorus of amusement among the celestial beings who had been holding back their mirth. At this moment, the martial Star Lord wished he could vanish into the depths of the earth. What the wooling celestial lord stated holds merit. Could it be that you harbor resentment, seeking malicious revenge? The Jade Emperor suppressed his amusement, regarding the martial Star Lord with a serious expression as he prepared to retreat in shame. Your Majesty, this is utterly unfounded. I am wronged. The martial Star Lord, drenched in cold sweat, knelt and proclaimed his innocence. His intent had merely been to embarrass you, never anticipating the turn of events that would unfold. Your Majesty, the martial Star Lord is ridiculing you. He finds your salary insufficient, leaving ministers to depend on peaches for sustenance. Nezha, ever one to revel in chaos, stood to report to the Jade Emperor. Is that so, martial Star Lord? Do you find your salary lacking? The Jade Emperor cast a cool glance at him. And what of the other ministers? Is your salary sufficient? He inquired of the wooling celestial lord. The Jade Emperor offered the martial Star Lord no chance to respond, turning to you with a smile. In response to your Majesty, my salary is more than adequate each month. I find it hard to spend it all. I believe if someone exhausts their salary shortly after it is issued, their lifestyle must be excessively extravagant. You smiled innocently. Very well. Issue a decree. From next month onward, the martial Star Lord's salary shall be halved. After all, he consumes peaches to stave off hunger. Thus, there is no need to provide him with such a generous sum. The martial Star Lord, filled with indignation, could only stew in his frustration. Chapter 64. The great sage has revolted again, your Majesty. The great sage has descended to the mortal realm, and the peaches of the peach orchard have vanished. A trembling celestial servant reported. Descended to the mortal realm? Nezha exclaimed, astonished at the celestial servant. Upon discovering the missing peaches, Nezha had already surmised that it was the doing of Sun Wukong. He had initially thought it was merely an attempt to shed the responsibilities of the peach orchard, but it appeared he was indeed revolting. Your Majesty, shall I capture him and bring him back? You raised your gaze to the Jade Emperor. Both Nezha and the Jade Emperor were momentarily taken aback by your suggestion. Have you taken leave of your senses? What business is this of a civil official? The Jade Emperor queried, somewhat exasperated, before gesturing for you to withdraw. Seeing this, you did not insist and promptly retreated. Your Majesty, my elixirs. That monkey has plundered them all. Taishang Laojun, calculating, then reported in alarm to the Jade Emperor. Issue a decree to command the 4 heavenly kings and Li Tianwang, along with Prince Nezha, to lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to encircle Flower and Fruit Mountain with an 18-layer heavenly net, ensuring we capture and deal with Wukong. The Jade Emperor declared, slamming his hand down in determination. King Li led the celestial soldiers to encircle the mountain of flowers and fruit, establishing 18 celestial nets above and below. He first dispatched the 9 luminaries to engage in battle. Upon their arrival at the cave's entrance, they observed the multitude of monkeys frolicking. Hearken! We are divine beings sent from the upper realm to subdue the rebellious great sage. Let him come forth and surrender, thundered the lord of the 9 luminaries. The little demon hurried into the cave to report. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong emerged wielding his iron staff. The 9 luminaries dared not resist and were repelled. You, the steward of horses, have committed grave offenses, first stealing peaches, then consuming the elixir of immortality. Your crimes compound. Surrender at once, or we shall lay waste to this mountain. The lord of the 9 luminaries shouted as he retreated. What power do you feeble beings possess to make such boasts? Sun Wukong mused, mindful not to appear overly defeated. Thus, he vanquished the 9 luminaries, forcing them to flee. My king, that monkey king is exceedingly fierce. We cannot best him. The lord of the 9 luminaries knelt before Li Jing, seeking forgiveness. King Li then dispatched the 4 heavenly kings along with the 28 constellations to join the fray. Sun Wukong concealed the 4 valiant warriors and the multitude of monkeys deep within the water curtain cave, then directly confronted the enemy. He stood firm against the 4 great celestial gods and the towering king, while Prince Nezha, plucking a strand of his hair, chewed it into pieces and spat it out. creating hundreds of duplicates of himself to repel Nezha and the 5 heavenly kings. Having retrieved his hair, Sun Wukong returned to the cave and addressed the 4 champions and the multitude of monkeys. Those captured are merely tigers, leopards, wolves, and badgers. Our kin have suffered no harm. They intend to camp at the foot of our mountain. We must bolster our defenses and gather our strength. At dawn, I shall capture these celestial soldiers and avenge our captured brethren. The 4 heavenly kings returned to their encampment and conducted a head count. Some had captured tigers and leopards, others lions and elephants, while some had captured wolves and foxes, yet not a single monkey spirit was apprehended. The celestial soldiers established their camp, awaiting the morrow's battle. At this moment, Sun Wukong was deep in thought within the cave, scratching his head. If the Jade Emperor intends to summon the Buddha from the spirit mountain for assistance, he must have informed the other gods of a forthcoming defeat rather than victory. Thus, I cannot allow Nezha to capture me. Otherwise, Nezha would surely face the Jade Emperor's wrath. Among the celestial soldiers dispatched, none are mightier than Nezha. What shall I do? Perhaps tomorrow I shall provoke Li Jing, leading him to imprison me in his tower? What a splendid idea. As he contemplated, Sun Wukong relaxed and slipped into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 65. Guanyin Bodhisattva. At this moment, you observe the battle at the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit with little enthusiasm, when soon, Guanyin Bodhisattva arrived. Bodhisattva, upon seeing her, you promptly gathered your spirits and respectfully performed a Buddhist salutation. Guanyin offered you a gentle nod. Have you encountered any trouble lately? She inquired softly, seemingly concerned. No. I have always been well behaved, not daring to distract my master or trouble the Bodhisattva. You replied with utmost decorum. Ah, that is quite good. Guanyin smiled faintly before engaging in conversation with the Jade Emperor. You watched as Guanyin and the Jade Emperor acted out their roles with great effort, feeling somewhat speechless. In a moment of frustration, you discreetly rolled your eyes when they were not looking. You pondered why Guanyin had not brought Mu Jia along this time. The result is that Mu Jia arrived at the Lingxiao Palace, presenting a memorial to the Jade Emperor. Master, Mu Jia then approached the Bodhisattva and paid his respects. What information have you gathered? Guanyin inquired in a calm tone. With utmost respect, Mu Jia recounted the events to Guanyin, who pondered thoughtfully. The Jade Emperor perused the memorial and, upon noticing a plea for assistance, chuckled. How unfortunate. What could this monkey possibly do to withstand 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Once again, Li Tianlong seeks aid. Which celestial troops shall we dispatch to assist him? Your Majesty, do not worry. I would recommend a deity capable of subduing this monkey. Your Majesty's nephew, the manifested Erling Shun, Guanyin remarked with a smile directed at the Jade Emperor. Very well. We shall heed the Bodhisattva's suggestion. The Jade Emperor promptly issued a decree to mobilize troops. You observed that Sun Wukong and Yang Jian had been engaged in battle for quite a while, yet the clash showed no signs of conclusion. Unable to stifle a yawn, you thought it was about time for a resolution. Yang Jian, possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, was not at all inferior. Losing to him would not reflect poorly. Presently, Sun Wukong had ascended to the early stages of a great Luo golden immortal, though he had not revealed this. Yang Jian also stood at the early stage of a great Luo golden immortal, not quite as formidable as Nezha, but still a worthy opponent. The pressing concern was, what if the Bodhisattva decided to intervene directly if the battle continued to drag on? Oh dear Bodhisattva, you exclaimed dramatically as you approached her, your voice carrying across the chamber. The volume of your call startled Guanyin, who turned with a hint of exasperation. Suddenly, you remembered that the willow branch gifted by the Bodhisattva to her disciples had been misplaced, and you anxiously tugged at Guanyin's sleeve, gently shaking it. With a soft sigh, Guanyin produced a willow branch and handed it to you. Thank you, Bodhisattva. You are both handsome and kind-hearted. Your disciples envy the fortunate Hawaiian traveler for having such a wonderful master, you said, accepting the willow branch and affectionately wrapping your arms around her. Do not jest. Has your master not spoiled you enough? Guanyin lightly tapped your forehead with her finger. Hee, the master is indeed benevolent. Though she does impose the occasional penance of copying scriptures, you scratched your head, appearing rather foolish. Copying scriptures? That is nothing. I have endured beatings, Mu Jia interjected, unable to suppress his comment upon witnessing your innocent demeanor. Ouch! No sooner had Mu Jia spoken than he received a light swat on the head. You couldn't help but laugh at the sight of him covering his head, looking quite aggrieved. Unlike Jin Jia, Mu Jia was not one to blindly side with Li Jing. He often expressed dissatisfaction with his father's actions, yet as a son, he was bound by obligation. Generally, he treated Nezha well, often engaging in jovial banter during your visits to the South Sea. Chapter 66. The shameless Li Jing Erlang had been away for a day to engage in battle. Why had there been no news of his return? The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow as he observed the situation below. I beseech your majesty to accompany me, along with the patriarch, outside the southern heaven gate to personally assess the circumstances, Guanyin suggested upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words. Your reasoning is sound. The Jade Emperor nodded and led you grandly towards the southern heavenly gate. Upon reaching the gate, you beheld the celestial soldiers and generals ensnaring the area with a net. Li Jing and Nezha stood aloft, wielding the demon-dispelling mirror, while the true monarch and his companions encircled Sun Wukong, engaged in fierce combat. The humble monk, holding the Erlang god, indeed possessed divine powers, having already cornered the great sage, though capture eluded him. I shall assist him in succeeding and surely apprehend the great sage. The Bodhisattva remarked after assessing the situation. What weapon shall you employ to aid him? Taishang Laojun inquired upon hearing this. I shall cast the pure vase of willow down upon that monkey's head. No, Bodhisattva. What if your porcelain vessel is shattered by a blow from the monkey? It would be wiser for me to present him with a gold brick, you hastily proposed. A gold brick? The Jade Emperor was taken aback by your suggestion. Is it Nezha's? Did Nezha give you the gold brick? That is a reasonable point. Perhaps we shall allow Wuling Xingu to attempt it first, the Jade Emperor mused. Intrigued by whether the gold brick you referenced indeed belonged to Nezha. Very well, Taoyao, you may give it a try. The Bodhisattva nodded in agreement. You nodded. Reciting an incantation, and with a measured force, hurled the gold brick towards Sun Wukong's left arm. Sun Wukong, upon receiving your signal, wished to hasten his defeat. However, Yang Jian had ceased his assault, and the crowd had encircled him. As he grappled with indecision, he suddenly felt a gold brick soaring through the air. Did sister act? He gasped, realizing that the Bodhisattva could no longer restrain herself. What to do? If sister defeats me, the Jade Emperor may hold her accountable. Yet, if I do not catch the gold brick, what will transpire when the Bodhisattva intervenes? Alas, in that moment, Sun Wukong was beset by turmoil. Ultimately, not wishing to implicate you, he swung his staff and deflected the brick away. Oh dear, you exclaimed in frustration. Do not blame yourself, Wuling Xingu. Even 100,000 celestial soldiers would struggle to contain him. It is no surprise you missed, the Jade Emperor chuckled. His amusement evident as he recognized the gold brick to indeed belong to Nezha. Yes, thank you, your majesty, for your understanding, you replied, your brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, Nezha and Sun Wukong found themselves increasingly uneasy. Nezha, unaware of the heavenly circumstances, feared the Jade Emperor might hold you accountable. Sun Wukong, caught in a dilemma, wondered why Yang Jian had ceased his attack. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong swung his staff towards Li Jing in frustration, thinking, let whatever may happen. I shall first deal with the one who irks me. Child, stop him. Li Jing, seeing Sun Wukong approach with his staff raised, startled and dodged behind Nezha. What a shameless scoundrel. Nezha thought bitterly as he witnessed Li Jing's cowardice. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to confront the situation. Sun Wukong, taken aback by Li Jing's cowardice, found himself momentarily perplexed, thinking, now the trouble has shifted to Nezha. Truly shameless. As you observed Li Jing cowering behind Nezha, you felt rage building within. Oh dear. Are you feeling sympathy? The Jade Emperor, with a knowing smile, regarded you with a hint of maternal amusement. It seems Nezha holds greater importance to you. That lad may indeed have prospects for marriage. However, Li Jing is rather pathetic. I must devise an excuse to deal with him. The Jade Emperor pondered silently. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Nezha were locked in a fierce battle, unwilling to part. Realizing that this stalemate could not continue, Sun Wukong's eyes twinkled with a clever idea. He exchanged a knowing glance with Nezha, who immediately understood. Thus, as they continued to fight, they gradually maneuvered towards Li Jing's direction. Chapter 67. A vicious beating of Li Jing. Father, save me. Nezha exclaimed as he staggered back a few steps after Sun Wukong swung his golden staff, clutching his chest in agony. In a swift motion, he darted behind Li Jing for protection. Li Jing instinctively wanted to flee, but Nezha clutched his arm tightly, preventing any escape. Li Jing let out a wretched cry. He intended to defend himself, but Nezha's grip was unyielding, rendering him unable to draw his sword. The incantation for the treasure pagoda escaped him in the moment of panic, leaving him vulnerable to a solid blow from Sun Wukong. At this juncture, Nezha released Li Jing, slightly turning aside to grant Sun Wukong a clear path. Father, be careful. Nezha had intended to wield his spear to assist Li Jing, but the movement aggravated his wound. Grimacing in pain, he was forced to halt, his body swaying unsteadily. Nezha, unable to bear his injuries, knelt on the ground, propped up by his long spear. Your Majesty, Nezha's old wounds have flared up. He can no longer continue the fight. May I request permission to take him back? Upon seeing this, Yu expressed concern and bowed to the Jade Emperor. Very well, go quickly. The Jade Emperor chuckled heartily, granting your request with ease. With the Emperor's permission, you swiftly descended to the mortal realm. Come, your Majesty has granted you leave to return. Let us ascend. The view above is splendid. You assisted Nezha as you whispered encouragingly. All right, Nezha replied, his head bowed, as you helped him soar into the sky. Hold on. We still need to express our gratitude soon. You gently tapped his waist, noticing his suppressed laughter causing his body to tremble. Nezha, upon hearing your words, nodded in agreement. His voice quivering as he called out to the Jade Emperor, Your Majesty. There's no need for formalities. The Jade Emperor quickly interjected, halting Nezha's inclination to bow. In truth, everyone was aware of the dynamic between Li Jing and Nezha, yet they maintained a facade of formality as they were nominally father and son. Especially since Li Jing was currently holding the exquisite treasure pagoda. Otherwise, Nezha would have undoubtedly attempted to strike him down. Thus, Sun Wukong relentlessly pummeled Li Jing, leaving him battered and bruised. Li Jing, understanding the Emperor's decree, dared not use the pagoda against Sun Wukong and could only evade wildly. Yang Jian, well aware of how Li Jing typically treated Nezha, waited until Li Jing could no longer endure the beating before he swooped in to rescue him. As the celestial beings watched the tense battle, they were suddenly startled by the sound Nezha emitted, a mix of pain and unexpected pleasure. They turned to look at you both in disbelief. No. Nezha, having made that sound, was momentarily stunned and then blushed fiercely, akin to a cooked lobster. He waved his hands at the gathered celestial beings, trying to explain. What is the matter? You noticed everyone staring at you both with peculiar expressions, a hint of teasing in their eyes. For a moment, you were perplexed as to why they all looked at you in such a manner. The crowd wore expressions of understanding, chuckling as they turned away. Only Guanyin and the Jade Emperor exhibited reactions distinct from the others. Guanyin frowned, gazing at you in astonishment, while the Jade Emperor looked at you both, his grin stretching from ear to ear. In truth, you had done nothing. It was merely that Nezha, upon seeing Li Jing's bruised visage, could not stifle a laugh. Startled, you quickly pinched his waist, attempting to stifle his mirth. In this remarkable coincidence, the sound that escaped him was rather peculiar. Chapter 68. The alchemical furnace, fiery eyes and golden sight below, Sun Wukong and Yang Jian clashed once more. Sun Wukong contemplated that after 100 exchanges, he would feign a flaw for Yang Jian to exploit. The weapon in his possession, forged from silver steel, was known as the golden steel drill or the golden steel set. Once I cast it down to strike him, Taishang Laojun, observing the fierce struggle below, rolled up his sleeves, removed a ring from his left arm, and tossed it down from the heavenly gates, striking Sun Wukong directly on the head. Preoccupied with battling Erlang Shun and others, Sun Wukong was caught off guard, losing his footing and tumbling down. As he scrambled to his feet and began to flee, Yang Jian's agile hound caught up, sinking its teeth into his calf, causing him to fall once more. Yang Jian and his companions surged forward, restraining him, binding him with ropes, and piercing his peep of bone with a hooked blade, rendering him unable to transform. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong pierced by the hooked blade, the hand that had instinctively supported Nezha's arm tightened, and the color drained from your face. Do not worry, all is well, Nezha reassured, sensing the Jade Emperor's gaze upon you, and then bit his tongue, allowing blood to trickle from the corner of his lips before turning away. The Jade Emperor, noticing the bloodstains at Nezha's mouth, paused momentarily, his suspicions dissipating, replaced by a sense of relief. Ah, this lad has come to understand. He will employ a scheme to evoke sympathy from that girl. Once Laojun retrieved the golden steel drill, he invited the Jade Emperor, Guanyin, the Queen Mother, and the other celestial beings to return to the Lingxiao Hall. Steady yourselves, do not falter, Nezha whispered, seizing your hand, locking eyes with you as the celestial beings turned towards the Lingxiao Hall. You gazed at Nezha in astonishment, wondering if he had deduced your secret. Rest assured, I know nothing. His Majesty will remain oblivious, Nezha smiled reassuringly. In truth, he had gathered some insights during his battle with Sun Wukong. And as the conflict with Yang Jian continued, he sought opportunities to feign defeat, thus confirming his understanding of your and Sun Wukong's intentions. It is indeed a clever plan. Though that monkey will undoubtedly suffer, Nezha mused inwardly with a slight sigh. Thank you, you whispered to Nezha, delicately using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his lips. Nezha shook his head, signaling you to disregard it. Subsequently, you supported Nezha as you all entered the Lingxiao Hall together. Sun Wukong was brought before the demon-slaying platform, bound to the demon-subduing pillar, impervious to blades and axes. The southern Dipper Star commanded the fire deities to burn him, yet the flames could not touch him. The thunder deities struck him with thunder shards, but still, not a single hair on his body was harmed. In truth, at the moment you witnessed them striking Sun Wukong with a blade, an instinctual urge surged within you to rush forth and rescue him, yet you were restrained by Nezha, who grasped your wrist. You could only watch in horror as Sun Wukong's head was severed, but before you could mourn, you beheld the monkey's head joyfully bouncing back onto his neck. Thus, you found solace and quietly observed the celestial beings executing their judgment. Sun Wukong, throughout the ordeal, laughed defiantly, mocking the assembly of deities. The great strength demon king petitioned the Jade Emperor, who appeared somewhat troubled by the sight. That monkey had devoured the peaches of immortality and pilfered the elixir of life, transforming into a formidable being. It might be prudent to have the Taoist master take him away and forge him in the 8 trigrams furnace. In doing so, he would ultimately be reduced to ashes. The Supreme Lord Laozi then stepped forward with a suggestion. Consequently, the Jade Emperor dispatched the 6 Ding and 6 Jia to unbind Wukong, handing him over to Laozi. He also bestowed upon Erlang Shun 100 golden flowers, 100 bottles of divine wine, 100 pills of elixir, and various precious treasures to share with his sworn brothers. Yang Jian expressed his gratitude and returned to Guanjingku. As Sun Wukong passed by you, he cast a discreet glance your way, to which you responded with a slight nod, allowing him to be escorted away by Laozi's subordinates with a sense of ease. Upon arriving at the Do Shui Palace, the Supreme Lord Laozi untied the ropes binding Sun Wukong, removed the instruments made of peepa bones, and thrust him into the 8 trigrams furnace, instructing his attendants to stoke the fire for his refinement. Sun Wukong concealed himself in a corner of the furnace, where there was wind but no flames. However, the swirling smoke reddened his eyes, transforming them into the fiery golden orbs. Chapter 69. Settling the Monkey Clan. Your Majesty, I shall take Nezha back to tend to his injuries. After the departure of the Supreme Lord Laozi, you rose and bowed before the Jade Emperor. Very well, go. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, granting your leave. I take my leave. As you assisted Nezha past Guanyin, you offered a respectful bow. Guanyin nodded gently in acknowledgement. Master, may I go to see Nezha? Mu Jia, observing your retreating figures, recalled Nezha's apparent injuries and felt a pang of concern. We shall visit after the meeting. Guanyin's gaze drifted towards the direction of Flower and Fruit Mountain, her eyes filled with compassion. Indeed, Mu Jia, seeing her expression, could only suppress his worries and resumed his position behind Guanyin. After escorting Nezha back to the residence of the immortal Lord of Wuling, you seized the opportunity while the celestial beings lingered in the Lingshao Palace to soar towards Flower and Fruit Mountain. Little monkey, Marshal Ma, Marshal Lu, General Bong, General Ba, you called softly upon your arrival at Flower and Fruit Mountain. Sister Taoyao, the little monkey promptly emerged from the water curtain cave, rushing to your side. King Taoyao, the 4 generals, upon hearing your voice, also emerged alongside the multitude of monkeys. Our king he. General Bong's face was etched with worry. Your king is unharmed. First, follow me away from here. After gathering the monkeys into your Qianquan pouch, you soared towards the celestial shrine in the human realm. The Qianquan pouch, originally a treasure of the 12 witch ancestors, was safeguarded by the Earth Mother after their fall in battle. Subsequently, she presented the Qianquan pouch to you as a coming-of-age gift. As a relic of the witch clan, it could effortlessly contain a mountain of monkeys. You sought several of the most prosperous celestial shrines, hiding the monkeys within the cellars. You left each one a peach tree, which would continually bear fruit, instructing them to remain indoors. Subsequently, a barrier was set, and you departed. Have you settled down? Nezha inquired eagerly upon your return. Yes, you nodded. That rascal Li Jing went to Huahua Mountain with the palace guards without the emperor's decree. He probably got beaten by Wukong and now seeks to vent his anger on the little monkeys. That is the extent of his capabilities, Nezha scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. You handed Nezha a cup of tea, about to say something when Zhu Yin rushed in. Immortal Lord, General, Huayan Traveler requests an audience. Nezha's expression changed instantly. He set down the teacup and was about to leap over the wall back to Yunlu Palace. Wait, who did he come to see? You quickly grabbed Nezha, then turned to Zhu Yin to inquire. He came to see the general. Muza must have gone to Yunlu Palace first, upon not finding you. He came here. Returning now would be futile. Come with me. You pondered for a moment, then took Nezha toward your room, signaling Zhu Yin to invite Muza in. Quick, lie down. You pushed Nezha onto your bed. No, it's inappropriate for me to lie here. Nezha immediately sat up. There's no time. Muza hasn't been to my room. He won't recognize me. You pressed Nezha back down onto the bed, The reason being that not long ago, you had whimsically decided to experiment with cooking, resulting in the kitchen catching fire and several guest rooms being burned. Now, Juin and the others were crammed into one room. Nezha. Just as Nezha was about to speak, Muza's voice was heard, causing him to faint instantly. You stared in shock at the unconscious Nezha, momentarily dumbfounded. Hearing Muza's footsteps approaching, you quickly covered Nezha with a blanket, your expression shifting to one of concern. Chapter 70. Muza, Hawaiian Traveler. Upon Muza's entrance, you greeted him. Taoyao, where is Nezha? How is he? Muza asked with worry. He is inside. He just returned and fainted. The healer administered several elixirs and said there is no immediate danger to his life. But we do not know when he will awaken, you replied, your brow furrowed with worry. You then led Muza into the room. Nezha, my brother. How did you get hurt like this? Muza rushed to the bedside, grasping Nezha's hand and weeping. Nezha's old injuries were caused by our father Espagoda. He said after a long pause, addressing you. This time it's not directly his fault, but he cannot escape responsibility. Previously, Nezha was gravely wounded in battle against Jiuying, and during his recovery, he was drugged, worsening his condition. Later, your good father sent the injured Nezha to Huahua Mountain to confront Wukong. You must have battled against Wukong yourself and know his strength. Had Wukong not held back, you would not see Nezha today. You sighed softly, recounting the events to Muza. Indeed, father has acted excessively in this matter, but we are still his children. I will find an opportunity to persuade him. Taoyao, you must also counsel Nezha, and not let him harbor resentment toward our father. Muza sighed heavily, sorrow filling his eyes. Years ago, at Shintang Pass, Li Jing pushed Nezha forward to take the blame, and Nezha accepted it. Later, he took his own life at Shintang Pass, extracting his bones to return to his father and slicing his flesh to offer to his mother. Nezha, you are no longer connected to them. You lack the authority to confine Nezha with your so-called filial piety. Nezha's true father now resides within the layers of the Buddha in the pagoda held by Li Jing. His life is bestowed by the Buddha. When Nezha calls you brother, it has nothing to do with Li Jing. It is solely because you are you, and because, in the past, he took his own life at Shintang Pass, you genuinely mourned for him, shedding real tears for his plight. It is simply because, throughout the years, you have treated him sincerely. It is unrelated to anything else. Do you understand? There is no need for you to hope for a reconciliation between Nezha and Li Jing. Such a thing is impossible and would be far too cruel for Nezha. If you regard Nezha as your brother and wish to treat him well, then refrain from constantly speaking favorably of Li Jing in his presence. If you merely treat Nezha as the son of your father, then you may withdraw your kindness. For Nezha is no longer Li Jing's son. In terms of both blood and emotion, Li Jing's actions are not those of a father. You have spoken at length. Observing the bewildered expression on Muja's face, you sighed heavily. As a disciple of Huaiyan, this matter should not require my interference. Yet your every attempt at persuasion places Nezha in a difficult position. Nezha truly cherishes you as his brother, but why can't you, like Lady Yin and Jining, view Li Jing and Nezha as separate entities? Is it truly impossible for Nezha to forgive his father? At that moment, Muja appeared as if struck by lightning, his eyes devoid of spirit. Absolutely impossible, Nezha stated coldly. Nezha, Muja gazed at him, his eyes slightly reddened. Chapter 71. It is Nezha, not Li Nezha. Brother, do you still remember how our mother died? For a millennium, you have advised me and our mother. I understand that you long for a harmonious family. Yet Li Jing is irredeemably corrupt. Why can't you comprehend this? A hint of sorrow tinged Nezha's voice. Taoyao is correct. If you regard me as a brother, then do not mention Li Jing in my presence again. If you remain steadfast in your desire for me to return as his son, then you need not visit me any longer. Nezha resolutely clarified his thoughts. How is your injury? Muja's concerned eyes turned to Nezha. What? Nezha was momentarily taken aback by Muja's unexpected inquiry. Brother is asking how your injury is. I did not mention anyone else. Muja sighed softly. For a millennium, my cultivation has remained stagnant. Over the years, my master has continually advised me not to hold on to heavy obsessions. I have always known that this family can never be pieced together again. Yet, Sai, having entered the Buddhist path, I should not be troubled by these worldly matters. Muja gazed at Nezha with newfound clarity. Brother, you. Nezha momentarily failed to respond, appearing somewhat incredulous. Rest assured, in my heart, you will always be my brother Nezha, not Li Nezha. Not because of our father, nor because of the Buddha, but simply because of you. Muja smiled at Nezha, his gaze filled with sincerity. In truth, after Nezha's rebirth, the incarnation of the lotus should no longer possess a surname. Grateful for the Buddha's saving grace, Nezha requested that the Buddha bestow a surname upon him. The Buddha explained that upon hearing Nezha's plea, They proceeded with the matter at Ling Mountain. Due to the phonetic similarity with Li, Nezha was granted the surname Li. Whether this bestowal was a mere coincidence or a deliberate act by the Buddha remains unknown. How are you feeling now? I've asked you 3 times. Nezha observed Nezha's dazed expression with some exasperation. Oh, I'm fine. Nezha averted his gaze, feeling slightly guilty. You should have fainted if you were injured. After all, the Jade Emperor won't hold it against you. Why risk battling with such severe wounds? I just didn't want to hear you drone on about Li Jing. It wasn't intentional to avoid you. Realizing that his brother knew he was feigning unconsciousness, Nezha awkwardly offered an explanation. I'm not upset with you. As long as you're not seriously harmed, I feel at ease. Rest well. I must take my leave, for my master is waiting. Nezha patted Nezha's shoulder before departing. Tao Yao, pinch me. Nezha called out to you as he watched Nezha's retreating figure. Is that really necessary? How often does he nag you? Suddenly going quiet like this. Has he really come to believe it? You playfully pinched Nezha's arm. Use a bit more strength. Is that not enough? Your fingers are turning red. You then playfully twisted his waist. Hiss. Nezha gasped in surprise from the sudden pain. And then he recalled the sound he had made before the assembly of immortals, his face turning crimson. Was it really that painful? You observed Nezha's reddened face with curiosity. Ahem, it wasn't painful. Nezha coughed softly, shifting his gaze away. By the way, how did that sound escape you earlier? I can't seem to replicate it as you did. I lack your finesse, you inquired earnestly, intrigued. Upon hearing your question, Nezha's face flushed even deeper, and he fumbled, unsure of what to say, wishing he could faint on the spot. Is it truly like that? I feel as though my imitation lacks some essence, you reflected. Attempting to mimic Nezha's sound. Nezha felt his cheeks burning, gazing at your innocent expression. He opened his mouth, but all he could muster was, you mustn't imitate that. Oh dear, why are you so agitated? Knowing that a general like you produced such a delicate sound before the assembly of immortals is quite a loss of dignity. I won't imitate you anymore, so please don't be upset, you coaxed, holding onto his sleeve. Think about it. Nezha is already delicate in appearance, and his voice is not of a rugged nature. Now to suddenly produce such a soft sound, it's certainly not something he wishes to be reminded of. I'm not angry. I'm heading to the military camp. Nezha pulled his sleeve away, his face flushed as he dashed outside. Oh, you replied softly, watching Nezha sprinting towards the military camp without stepping onto the wind-fire wheels. Running off? You stood there, somewhat bewildered by Nezha's hasty departure. At this moment, Nezha felt a tumult of confusion in both his heart and mind. He rushed to the military camp and assembled all the celestial soldiers from the 5th Battalion for rigorous training. Thus, the heavenly troops marched grandly around the heavenly palace, their synchronized footsteps and booming chants resounding so loudly that one might mistake it for an invasion. The commotion successfully roused the Jade Emperor from his slumber. Who is it? What ruckus is this in the middle of the day? Can't I have a moment of peace? The Jade Emperor exclaimed in irritation as he threw a shoe from his foot in frustration. Your Majesty, it is General Li conducting military drills. Today, General Li is personally leading the celestial soldiers in exercises around the heavenly palace, reported the curtain keeper, retrieving the Emperor's shoe. Nezha? What madness has he succumbed to this time? The Jade Emperor sighed deeply upon hearing Nezha's name, returning to his bed. Has the clever ruse revealed itself to Tao Yao? What a useless fool, he muttered, before conjuring a soundproof barrier with a wave of his hand, and lying back down to continue his rest. I can't take it any longer. How long will the deputy commander insist on this training? We've been running for 3 hours without a moment's pause. Most of the celestial soldiers were already on the verge of collapse. I have no idea. It seems the general has lost his wits lately. Just the other night, I saw him plunge headfirst into a water vat. I wonder what folly has overtaken him now, gasped the reverse scale dragon, struggling to catch his breath. Reverse scale dragon, your training will be doubled tomorrow. Nezha's voice echoed from the front. How can he hear this? The reverse scale dragon lamented, nearly in tears. Half an hour later, a significant number of celestial soldiers lay exhausted on the ground. Only the remaining generals from the 4 battalions were still able to keep pace with Nezha, while about 500 meters behind them, the reverse scale dragon and the other 4 deputy generals lagged, followed by a scattered 1,000 celestial soldiers who were still desperately persevering. What is wrong with you today? Xiao Qiming asked, noticing Nezha showed no signs of stopping. I don't know. I just feel a chaotic turmoil within my heart and mind. General, could it be that the iron tree has blossomed? Xiao Qiming teased, recalling the flushed face of his general upon arriving at the military camp that day. Don't speak nonsense. Nezha replied with a feigned calmness. The girl has someone in her heart, and that person is not you, hence your restlessness. How could that be? She is still oblivious to matters of the heart. Nezha instinctively retorted, only to realize his face had flushed crimson immediately afterward. Oh, Xiao Qiming exclaimed with a sly grin. Nezha shot him a glare and quickened his pace. Hey, General. Don't be shy. Talk to me about it. I'm a married man. I understand these things. Xiao Qiming called out, hastily chasing after him. Chapter 73. The wooden heart sees another wooden heart. Let us go to the star arrangement platform, Nezha commanded upon hearing. All right, Xiao Qiming cheerfully replied. He then called out to the celestial soldiers. Today's training is concluded. Everyone return. Those who have kept up to now will receive a month's salary as a reward. Come on, General, tell me all the details. I'll help you strategize. Once they arrived at the star arrangement platform, Xiao Qiming boldly settled himself on the edge of the platform. How shall we proceed? Nezha settled beside Xiao Qiming, uncertain of how to initiate the conversation. So, how is your relationship now? Xiao Qiming observed his commander's wooden demeanor and opted for a question-and-answer approach. Quite well, Nezha replied earnestly. In what way? Xiao Qiming pressed on. What is your current relationship? Friends. Is that all you can say? You are constantly around her. Just make your intentions clear. How should I pursue her? Nezha blinked, genuinely curious. You pursue her as one would court someone. What is she like? Provide it for her. And pay attention to what she says, remembering it always. Xiao Qiming noted Nezha's perplexity at the question, wondering how he could be so oblivious. I've been doing this for a millennium, and it has yielded no results. A millennium? You have been unable to win her over for 1,000 years? Xiao Qiming exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Let us set that aside. Tell me why your face is flushed today. She teased me, Nezha recalled your voice, unable to suppress another blush. If she is teasing you, that indicates her interest. How obvious can it be? Xiao Qiming's excitement surged. She has no idea she has flustered me, Nezha lamented, recalling her previous comment that when he remained silent, she could not discern he was a man. Goodness, a wooden one is smitten with another wooden one. Xiao Qiming rubbed his temples, feeling an overwhelming headache. What should I do? Nezha looked at Xiao Qiming, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Then you should tease her back, make her blush. I tried, but she didn't respond. How did you attempt to flirt? Last time, I gave her a candied hawthorn. After taking a bite, she handed me the untouched part. When I bit the part she had nibbled, she showed no reaction. Nezha expressed his grievance. Then mimic how she teased you. Respond in kind. If you, a blockhead, can blush, I refuse to believe she can withstand it. No way. Nezha protested, recalling how you touched his backside. He touched yours? Absolutely not. That would be pure mischief. You must find another approach. Then, after getting drunk, lean in and kiss her. If she blushes, it means she is interested. If she doesn't claim you were too intoxicated to recall anything. She knows I can't get drunk. Nezha sighed heavily. My heavens, why do you reveal everything? Xiao Qiming felt an urge to scratch the wall in frustration. I am aware of many of the things you spoke of in childhood. No, you two are far too familiar. Here's what you should do. First, detach yourself from the role of a mere playmate. Xiao Qiming pondered for a moment, deciding to guide him gently. How do I do that? Can you be direct about what to do? You must make her feel that you are no longer the same as before. Create a contrast for her. She needs to realize you are now a grown man, not just a childhood friend, Xiao Qiming expressed, exasperated. Understood, Nezha nodded in agreement. He then advised Xiao Qiming to return for dinner, emphasizing that today's conversation should remain confidential. Rest assured, it will remain a secret, Xiao Qiming reassured him. Xiao Qiming rose to his feet and patted his belly, subsequently pulling Nezha up and setting off. The contrast from their childhood was stark. As Nezha walked towards the Cloud Palace, he pondered. Chapter 74. Uncontrollable tenderness. Nezha had contemplated throughout the night and ultimately resolved to interact with you in the same manner as he did in the military camp. It was certainly a considerable contrast, and quite manly as well. First and foremost, he would refrain from smiling. If he did smile, it would be in a hearty manner, devoid of gentleness. As a result, Nezha, are you heading to court? Early in the morning, you encountered Nezha waiting at your doorstep, upon which you greeted him with a broad smile. Upon seeing you, Nezha's gaze softened instantly, and the corners of his lips involuntarily curled upwards. Do you think Li Jing will take a leave today, or will he present himself with that multicolored face of his at court? You excitedly tugged at Nezha's sleeve, estimating that he would indeed attend court, allowing the emperor to witness his vividly colored visage as a display of loyalty. Nezha affectionately ruffled your hair. At this moment, he had realized he was smiling at you just as he always had. There was no way he could maintain a stoic demeanor in your presence. It was simply beyond his capabilities. Oh well, I suppose I shall continue as before. You simply lack awareness, don't you? At worst, I will wait until you come to your senses. You feigned illness and deceived me. After the morning court, Li Jing intercepted Nezha, glaring at him with gritted teeth. Father is overthinking. How could I? Nezha suppressed his amusement, responding with a calm demeanor. Humph. I advise you not to entertain any ulterior motives in my presence, or else beware of your own skin. A glimmer of malice flashed in Li Jing's eyes as he tightened his grip on the exquisite pagoda. Yes, I would not dare, Nezha replied, maintaining a composed and respectful tone. Nezha, do you think? You observed Li Jing's retreating figure, expressing your concerns to Nezha. Do not worry. Li Jing would not dare to torment me daily within the pagoda. At most, it will be once a month. If it occurs too frequently, the emperor will punish him for deliberately disrupting the demon-suppressing process. A hint of bitterness lingered in Nezha's smile. Your gaze towards Nezha was filled with compassion. It is nothing. He would not dare to overstep. I have grown accustomed to it over the years. Upon seeing the concern in your eyes, Nezha felt a warm current surge within him, as if the trials he had endured at Li Jing's hands were trivial in comparison. With the emperor and my master present, Li Jing would not dare to overtly seek my life with the exquisite pagoda. Yet before Nezha could finish his sentence, he felt a soft figure leap into his embrace. He was momentarily stunned, then gently caressed the back of the little peach blossom to soothe her. You plunged into Nezha's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. If it were you, enduring torment at the hands of an enemy, would you not have succumbed to madness long ago? How could you be like Nezha, who, despite his own suffering, still sought to assist others and was willing to fight for his friends? Please do not cry. Nezha sensed your tears, and his heart tightened. In a flurry of confusion, he was at a loss for how to comfort you. Peach Yao, my words were clumsy. Please do not take them to heart. Nezha's heart raced with anxiety, unsure of what he had said to make you weep. Wah, your cries intensified. Shall I take you down to the mortal realm for a bit of fun? Do not cry. I refuse to. Alas, I cannot help but weep. It seems that everyone around you bears their own burdens and sorrows, while you appear to have grown up in a sheltered and blissful manner. Yet, the very guardians who have shielded you lead lives that are far from easy. How about I take you to find Wukong? Without waiting for your response, Nezha swiftly led you towards the Doshui Palace. Son Wukong has always had a knack for bringing joy to your heart. Seeking him out is surely a wise choice, Nezha thought, as he quickened his pace. Chapter 75. The gratitude of the Silver Bell Boy. You were momentarily bewildered by Nezha's sudden action, forgetting your tears in the process. Dazed and confused, you were pulled along by Nezha. General Li and the Wuling Immortal greeted you as the Golden Bell Boy opened the door. Is the old lord in? Nezha inquired nonchalantly. The master has gone to play chess with the Southern Polar Immortal today and has yet to return, the Golden Bell Boy replied respectfully. Sister Taoyao and the general have come to see that monkey, have they not? The Silver Bell Boy peered out from behind his elder brother. You nodded in acknowledgement. Then do come in. It matters not that the master is absent, the Silver Bell Boy said cheerfully, gesturing for you to enter alongside his brother. Is it proper, though? With the master away, I feel somewhat conflicted. This does seem rather improper, you replied, torn. Oh, if the master were present, it would indeed be more difficult for you to converse with that monkey. Is it not fortuitous that today, my brother and I are on duty at the Doshui Palace? We shall not disclose your visit, he reassured you. Then I thank you, dear boy. You and Nezha exchanged glances, finding logic in the Silver Bell Boy's words. If the Supreme Lord were watching, it would indeed hinder your conversation. Why be so courteous with me? The Silver Bell Boy exclaimed joyfully. What could have prompted such excessive kindness from the Silver Bell Boy? The tale traces back a century, on the day of the Supreme Lord's birthday. To express gratitude for the celestial beings celebrating, he commanded all the boys to deliver longevity elixirs to the various deities. In a careless moment, the Silver Bell Boy accidentally dropped an entire vial of elixirs. Each celestial being was entitled to 10. Thus, that vial represented the share of 2. In a frenzy, he sat by the heavenly river, weeping. It is known that even celestial beings have a lifespan, though mortals perceive them as living for eternity. In truth, according to heavenly time, their lifespan is merely a century. Who would refuse the chance to extend their years? The Silver Bell Boy feared that this mishap could not escape the notice of his master. Should he learn of it, who knows what punishment would follow? He couldn't afford to offend any celestial being, for it would be unacceptable to slight anyone. Clutching the remaining 5 gourds, he sat quietly in a corner of the heavenly river, sobbing softly. That day, Nezha had initially planned to take you down to the mortal realm for some amusement. However, unforeseen military duties compelled him to seek out Tianpeng, and thus he brought you along to the heavenly river. While Nezha discussed matters with Tianpeng, you wandered aimlessly along the riverbank. As you strolled, you caught the sound of weeping and, upon approaching, found the Silver Bell Boy in deep sorrow. The Golden Bell Boy just brought me some. Coincidentally, I have yet to partake. Allow me to offer you this to make amends. Inquire into the circumstances. and you shall present the 10 celestial pills previously gifted to you by the golden bell boy to the silver bell boy. Thank you, celestial lord. Thank you. The silver bell boy, overwhelmed with gratitude, kneels before you. Oh, no need for such formality. It was but a trifling effort. You hastily assist him to his feet. What has transpired? Nezha approaches and observes the silver bell boy weeping profusely as he bows his head in reverence to you. You quickly explain the events to Nezha. Just now, I encountered the cowherd boy at Tianpeng, delivering celestial pills to him. I was puzzled as to why my pills had not yet arrived. Now it all makes sense. The golden bell boy oversees the civil officials of the south. You must be responsible for the military generals, correct? Nezha smiles at the silver bell boy. Indeed, in response to the marshal, I am the silver bell boy, tasked with the military generals of the south, he replies, trembling with trepidation. By fortunate coincidence, I met the marshal. I have brought you these celestial pills. The silver bell boy gulps nervously and presents 10 pills to Nezha. Very well, I shall accept them. Nezha raises an eyebrow at the silver bell boy, who does not take the pills but instead takes your hand and departs. Marshal, your celestial pills. The silver bell boy calls out, holding the pills aloft towards Nezha's retreating figure. Nezha does not turn back, continuing on his way, dismissively waving his hand. Thank you, Marshal. The silver bell boy instantly comprehends Nezha's intent and, after bowing in respect to his departing figure, wipes his tears and rushes off to deliver pills to the other celestial beings. From that moment forth, the silver bell boy entered a phase of admiration for both you and Nezha. Chapter 76. A visit to the Doshui Palace to monitor Wukong. You walk over to the alchemical furnace and gently tap its side. Sister, what brings you here? How long has this old man been practicing with me? Sun Wukong yawns, his voice brightening upon hearing your presence. Only the second day, yet you seem to be sleeping soundly. Nezha interjects, unable to resist commenting on Wukong's yawn. Indeed, the furnace of the Supreme Old Lord is an exquisite spiritual artifact, but Sun Wukong is no ordinary stone. The flames of the furnace cannot harm him, as you are well aware. However, Nezha did not anticipate that Sun Wukong would be so comfortable within it. Nezha, you two have come? I cannot sleep. For while the furnace is tolerable, its one flaw is that it is exceedingly irritating to the eyes. Since I cannot discern the passage of time while awake, I might as well sleep. Sun Wukong's languid voice emanates from within the furnace. Only the second day? I feel as though I am nearly losing my wits. When will they release me from this confinement? You may need to endure for another 48 days. You respond with a hint of exasperation. Ah, sister, I long for peaches. Sun Wukong wails. With the samadhi true fire inside, what peach could survive? You sigh? I do have a method to mitigate the samadhi true fire. But the old lord has placed a seal at the furnace's entrance. Should we force it open, we would undoubtedly be discovered. Hold on for a few more days. You may indulge in peaches once you are released. Nezha gazes at the seal atop the furnace, deep in thought. I am aware of a small door that remains unsealed. It would not be an issue to pass a peach to the great sage. Silver Bell Child gritted his teeth and finally spoke up. But great sage, you must not take this opportunity to flee. If you do, I may not survive. Rest assured, old Sun will not run away, came Sun Wukong's voice, filled with joy. Upon hearing this, Silver Bell Child glanced at Nezha, who nodded in response. Manifesting the 9-dragon fire cover, Silver Bell Child opened the door. In that instant, Nezha recited a spell, and the samadhi true fire from the furnace was gradually absorbed into the 9-dragon fire cover. Once the samadhi true fire was collected, Sun Wukong extended his hand. You handed a peach to Sun Wukong, and as it touched his fingers, it ripened instantly. You raised an eyebrow at Sun Wukong's pristine fingers. Curious, how is it that this hand appears unchanged, yet the peach has ripened? Thus, you reached out to grasp his hand, only to find your own hand suddenly blistered from the heat. Peach, Nezha quickly seized your hand, casting a spell to cool it down. Sister, what happened to you? Sun Wukong exclaimed, concern evident in his voice. It's nothing. Let me cool it down for you, or you won't be able to enjoy the fresh peaches. You reassured, patting Nezha's hand while explaining to Sun Wukong. Wrapping Sun Wukong in your innate spiritual energy, it took but a moment for the temperature around him to drop. How does it taste? You conjured a large, glistening celestial peach and offered it to Sun Wukong. Delicious. It's absolutely mouth-watering. Sister, your garden's peaches are far superior to the Queen Mother's. Sun Wukong savored the flavor, exclaiming, the Queen Mother's peaches taste bitter. If you like it, eat more. Whenever Lord Lao Jun is away, I shall bring you more peaches, you said, smiling indulgently at the stove. Best not. You should keep your distance from me. Once I am out, you can eat. Worry not for my well-being. I am quite fine, Sun Wukong replied. Do not fret. The warden of the heavenly prison was once my subordinate. Just hold on a little longer. Once inside, he will take care of you, Nezha softly reassured Sun Wukong. All right. Sun Wukong replied cheerfully. You handed him 2 more peaches, then gauged that the Supreme Lord Lao Jun would soon return. Nezha returned the samadhi, true fire to the furnace. And Silver Bell Child locked the door with a swift motion. After expressing your gratitude to Silver Bell Child once more, you departed. Chapter 77. The great sage disturbs heaven. Time flies, and today marks the 77th day of Sun Wukong's confinement in the furnace. During this period, you and Nezha had taken advantage of Lord Lao Jun's absence to secretly deliver peaches to Sun Wukong on several occasions. Today, the Jade Emperor summoned all the deities to the Do Shui Palace to witness the opening of the furnace at the hour of the monkey. After the morning court, you and Nezha agreed to visit the Do Shui Palace in the afternoon. Nezha then headed to the military camp, while you returned to the Wuling Immortal Lord's residence. Immortal Lord, the Empress requests your presence. Upon reaching the entrance, you encountered an immortal attendant beside the Queen Mother. Did the Empress mention the matter? You inquired, puzzled. Although the Queen Mother is the leader of the female deities, those like you, who have ascended to immortality and hold a celestial rank, are under the Jade Emperor's command. Why would the Queen Mother seek you? The Empress did not specify, the attendant replied respectfully. A sense of unease stirs within you. Today marks the day of Sun Wukong's emergence. Why does the Queen Mother summon you? Immortal Lord, please. The celestial attendant, noticing your furrowed brow and silence, gently urges you. You nod slightly and follow the attendant. One must not disregard the Queen Mother's wishes. And since the Jade Emperor has commanded the celestial beings to gather at the Do Shui Palace at the afternoon hour, it is likely that the Queen Mother will not detain you for long. Should any matters arise, it would not be a problem. Sun Wukong, upon seeing Nezha, will undoubtedly understand that you are untroubled. Yet, unbeknownst to you, Nezha has also been summoned by the Jade Emperor, harboring thoughts akin to yours. Though he holds suspicions, he believes that as long as you are present, Sun Wukong will not act rashly. At this moment, within the Do Shui Palace, Great Sage, the Earth Spirit calls softly to Sun Wukong. You are the Earth Spirit? What brings you here? Sun Wukong queries, somewhat puzzled. I come bearing urgent news for the Great Sage. The Wuling Immortal Lord has secretly betrayed the denizens of Flower Fruit Mountain and has been imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon. Today, His Majesty intends to execute her as a cautionary example. What of Nezha? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong grows anxious, yet he refrains from impulsive actions. If his sister truly encounters peril, Nezha would not stand idly by. Nezha attempted to rescue the Wuling Immortal Lord, but was captured by Li Jing and confined within the Linglong Tower, the Earth Spirit whispers. How do you dare to bring me this news? Sun Wukong questions with skepticism. It is at Nezha's behest, and I do not deceive the Great Sage. Nezha and I are sworn brothers. My master, the revered Lu Sun, is Nezha's master's uncle. In times past, we fought side by side against tyranny. Thus, when my brother entrusts me with a task, I shall certainly lend my support. The Earth Spirit speaks with resolute righteousness. Great Sage, the message has been delivered. I must take my leave. The decision now rests with you. With that, the Earth Spirit vanishes into the ground. Ah, sister, Sun Wukong ponders, but dares not gamble. He shatters the seal and kicks over the elixir furnace, soaring towards the Wuling Immortal Lord's residence. From afar, he sees the residence sealed with official notice. He brandishes his golden staff and strikes at the heavenly dungeon. Where is the Wuling Immortal Lord? Sun Wukong, having breached the dungeon, finds no trace of you, and thus seizes the jailer to inquire. She has been taken by His Majesty. The jailer stammers in fear. Jade Emperor, I shall overturn your Lingxiao Palace. Sun Wukong cries out to the heavens, then rushes towards the Lingxiao Palace. Your Majesty, Sun Wukong has broken the heavenly dungeon and is now charging towards the Lingxiao Palace. A report is made as the curtains are drawn back. Very well. Let Li Jing and the others hold him off. The Jade Emperor responds with an air of calmness. Your Majesty, Nezha exclaims, abruptly rising from his seat. Disbelief etched upon his face as he gazes at the Jade Emperor. Sit down. It is time for your move. The Jade Emperor speaks coolly. Your Majesty, Sun Wukong has already been subdued by the heavenly court. He no longer has reason to enter the Spirit Mountain. Nezha remains motionless, fixing his gaze intently upon the Jade Emperor. Whether he enters the Spirit Mountain or when he does so is for me to decide. Nezha, do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? The games have gone on long enough, and Li Jing has suffered enough. It is time for you to remember your place. The Jade Emperor regards Nezha with a cold glare, a hint of ire lacing his tone. Chapter 78. Always playing games with me. Your Majesty, why must you fixate on Sun Wukong? At this moment, Nezha's emotions were profoundly intricate. This is not your concern, the Jade Emperor remarked, casting a glance at Nezha. Clenching his teeth, Nezha brandished his spear and strode towards the exit. Martially, however, obstructed his path. Step aside. Nezha's voice was as frigid as the ice of a winter's day. There is no need to restrain him. The Jade Emperor gestured for Martially to withdraw. Tao Yao is currently with the Queen Mother of the West, he stated, toying with the chess piece in his hand. Your Majesty. Nezha's grip on his spear tightened instantaneously, and he turned to the Jade Emperor, his eyes filled with sorrow and disbelief. It seemed unimaginable that the sovereign he had always trusted would act in such a manner. On other matters, I can acquiesce to you, but this issue is unchangeable. I also believe you will not disappoint me. The Jade Emperor, noting the sadness in Nezha's gaze, found it difficult to meet his eyes. Ultimately, he steeled himself and spoke coldly. Very well, I shall comply with your decree. Nezha retorted angrily. There is no need for you to demean yourself with such despicable tactics to threaten me. He turned and kicked open the grand door of the Taiching Palace. The Jade Emperor, wary, glanced at the door. What of the door? What is wrong with the door? If it is to be destroyed, then let it be. That monkey will dismantle it shortly anyway. The Jade Emperor shouted impatiently. Who has threatened him with Tao Yao? I merely informed him that Tao Yao is with the Queen Mother. I have not imprisoned her. How has this become a threat to him? Speak. The Jade Emperor glared fiercely at Marshal Li. No. It was a misunderstanding on Marshal Li's part. Marshal Li quickly assured the Emperor, while secretly thinking, with that expression, anyone would perceive it as a threat. Always toying with me. And yet, he dares to accuse me of being despicable? Spoiling his bad habits. The Jade Emperor's anger mounted, and he flung one of his shoes at the door. Seizing the opportunity, Marshal Li rolled his eyes, internally grumbling. I knew you would take your frustrations out on me. Isn't this your own doing? You've spoiled him to the point of acting like your own prince. Go tell the Queen Mother that if Tao Yao wishes to leave in a quarter of an hour, do not stop her. The Jade Emperor finally instructed Marshal Li. Your Majesty. That old fool. Return my sister. Sun Wukong, having demolished the Lingxiao Palace, swung his staff towards the Taiching Palace. A spear intercepted his golden-hooped staff. Nezha, are you obstructing me? That old man intends to kill my sister. If you will not aid me, must you also hinder me? Sun Wukong gazed at Nezha in disbelief. Your sister is unharmed, Nezha replied flatly. Then where is she? A glint of ferocity flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Monkey, I apologize. But Nezha offered no further explanation and charged at Sun Wukong with his spear. You are utterly unworthy of my sister. Sun Wukong unleashed his full strength, attacking Nezha with ruthless precision. In contrast to Sun Wukong's fierce onslaught, Nezha held back at every turn. Isn't your intention to incite chaos in the Heavenly Palace? Well, I have stirred it up. Where's my sister? Release her. Realizing Nezha was deliberately holding back, Sun Wukong recognized he had fallen into a trap. Yet he remained uncertain if Nezha was among those who had conspired against him. As Nezha sold a flaw to Sun Wukong, and as Sun Wukong swung his staff down. Chapter 79, Nezha's interception unfolds. Today, the Queen Mother summoned you to the Jade Pool for naught but the enjoyment of flowers. It was only moments ago that a thunderous roar resounded, and a flash of golden light pierced the air, heralding the collapse of the Heavenly Palace, revealing that you had indeed fallen into a trap. How astutely the goddess calculated. Please, take your time to admire the blossoms. I shall take my leave. You regarded the Queen Mother with an air of indifference before turning to depart. Once outside the Jade Pool, you hastened your flight towards the Heavenly Palace. Stop. From a distance, you saw Sun Wukong brandishing his staff, charging at Nezha, prompting you to shout urgently. Sister? Sun Wukong halted in confusion. It's a trap. The Queen Mother summoned me to the Jade Pool today. What is going on? Why are you two fighting? You looked at Sun Wukong, puzzled. He has wronged me. He sent the Earth Spirit to convey a message that you were imprisoned by the Jade Emperor and would be executed today. He shamelessly crafted a persona of deep affection for himself. Sun Wukong pointed an accusing finger at Nezha. If he previously had doubts about Nezha's intentions, seeing you unharmed here confirmed his suspicions of Nezha's involvement. I have never sent anyone to convey such a message. I too was summoned today and spent half the day playing chess with His Majesty. Nezha hurriedly defended himself. There is no time. Stop arguing. They've gone to Mount Ling to summon reinforcements. You interrupted the quarrel as you noticed the celestial officials, Yui Lingguan and Yixing Jinjuan, soaring towards the western skies. Wukong, hurry. While we still can, I will bring you back. You called out to Sun Wukong, reaching out to grasp him. Sister, do not interfere. I will find someone else to capture me. Sun Wukong evaded your grasp and flew towards the Earth Spirit. There is no time. You flew in Sun Wukong's direction when suddenly a flash of red appeared before you. Step aside. You frowned at Nezha. Taoyao, there is no turning back. Even if you capture Wukong, it will be in vain. Those from Mount Ling are coming swiftly. Do not entangle yourself further. They won't allow you to seize Wukong. Nezha urgently explained, refusing to move aside. I do not wish to fight you. I'll say it once more, stand down. You conjured your sword. The tip aimed directly at Nezha. Impossible. Either you slay me, or you cease this. Nezha's heart ached as he beheld your sword poised against him. A flicker of hurt crossing his steadfast gaze. Nezha, you exclaimed in exasperation, taking advantage of his momentary distraction to dart towards Sun Wukong. Nezha regained his composure and, riding the wind and fire wheels, intercepted you once more. You changed directions several times, yet Nezha consistently positioned himself in your path. You, frustrated. You swung your sword at Nezha. He did not evade, merely lowering his gaze to conceal the sorrow welling in his eyes. I truly am exasperated. How did I not realize before how unbearable you are? Your fury nearly drove you to strike, but ultimately, you refrained from delivering the blow. Upon hearing the words unbearable, Nezha's complexion paled, and his grip on the spear trembled slightly. I beg you, please do not obstruct me any longer. At worst, I shall return to the 9 Huaguang Palace. I will seize Wukong without a second thought. Stand aside. Are you finished? You madly obstruct Nezha, who stands defiantly before you. You are on the brink of madness, as the emissaries of Ling Mountain approach. Nezha insists on blocking your way, refusing to engage in combat. Instead, using his body as a barrier. When you strike at him, he does not retaliate, adopting a stubborn demeanor that suggests you must tread over his corpse to proceed. Yet, in terms of speed, he outmatches you. Chapter 80. The Linglong Pagoda Wukong. Be careful. Your heart nearly leaps from your chest upon witnessing the martial star lord draw the Qian Kuan bow aimed at Sun Wukong. The Qian Kuan bow and the thunder arrow were crafted by Fushi. Moreover, Wukong bears the essence of both Fushi and Nuwa within him, rendering him susceptible to the Bao-S and Arrow-S formidable powers. While it may not claim his life, it could certainly inflict grave injuries upon him. Nezha refrains from obstructing you, having also spotted the Qian Kuan Bao and is understandably alarmed. He swiftly hurls the Qian Kuan circle towards the martial star lord's hand. At the same moment, you lash out with your whip, striking the martial star lord's face, obscuring his vision with blood. Amidst the chaos, Nezha's attack lands on the martial star lord's hand, causing him to scream and release his grip on the bowstring. The thunder arrow veers off course, landing perilously between the legs of the earthly sun. Dorong, have you lost your mind? You nearly incapacitated me. The earthly sun yells in a state of panic towards Dorong. Sister, I too wish to avoid imprisonment. I wish to see if Ling Mountain possesses the capability to subdue me. For now, I shall deal with this groundhog and Dorong. Sun Wukong smirks defiantly, his focus now solely on pursuing Dorong and the earthly sun. A commotion ensues, with the earthly sun employing his earth-escaping technique. Sun Wukong swings his golden rod, shaking the entire heavenly palace, and in a single blow, he forces the earthly sun out into the open. You intended to capture Sun Wukong, yet you find yourself unable to match his cloud speed. Thus, at this moment, Sun Wukong chases the earthly sun. You pursue Sun Wukong, while Nezha follows you. And Dorong takes advantage of the chaos, hiding behind a pillar in the Jade Clear Palace to survive. Li Jing, you must save me. Do you not see this monkey is serious? The earthly sun cries out as he flees. But you sent me to the Doshui Palace. Seize the Wuling Immortal. She is an accomplice. Li Jing contemplates and decides to use you to contain Sun Wukong. The 4 heavenly kings and the 28 stars intercept Sun Wukong. In an instant, numerous heavenly soldiers converge to surround you. Sun Wukong attempts to break through, but finds himself momentarily immobilized. I dare anyone to challenge me. Stand down. Nezha's eyes chill as he gazes coldly at the heavenly soldiers. Do you intend to defy military orders? Li Jing bellows, observing that the heavenly soldiers hesitate. Father, does this action warrant a report to His Majesty? Nezha sweeps aside the advancing heavenly soldiers with the Hunyuan silk, coldly addressing Li Jing. While on duty, imperial commands may not be disregarded. As the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Army, I retain the authority to deal with an accomplice. Li Jing retorts, defiantly eyeing Nezha. As for you, harboring criminals and injuring colleagues, as a father and superior, I shall fulfill my duty to educate you. Li Jing's eyes were filled with malice as he glared at Nezha. He then recited an incantation, causing the Linglong Pagoda to expand instantly. As the golden light from the pagoda enveloped Nezha, he crumpled to the ground in agony. Nezha, you witnessing this, hastily wielded your whip in an attempt to pull Nezha away, But to your dismay, the pagoda swiftly absorbed him. Li Jing, I will slay you. You lashed out at Li Jing with your whip. In a flash of multicolored light, the pagoda in Li Jing's hand vanished in an instant. Turning around, you beheld a tall and graceful figure, with knife-like brows, a prominent nose, and thin yet firmly pressed lips, his eyes sparkling with 1,000 hues of glass. His visage was picturesque, so stunning that he hardly resembled a mere mortal. An air of aloofness emanated from him, as if he were a great recluse hidden within the bustling world. He wore a fine ice-blue silk robe, adorned with snowy white peacock patterns that harmonized beautifully with the jade crown atop his head, complemented by a dark satin outer robe. A jade belt cinched his waist, and he held a jade folding fan, skillfully accentuating the extraordinary presence of a noble gentleman. Master, it is my master. He has emerged from seclusion. Tower, cease this nonsense. Are you not going to step back? Kong Xian gently reprimanded you. He then manipulated the pagoda to release Nezha. Yes, master, you replied respectfully. Chapter 81, Patricide? What are you, Li Jing? Nezha, are you all right? Upon seeing Nezha tumble from the pagoda, you swiftly flew to catch him and hurriedly fed him 2 peach blossom pills. Nezha shook his head at you and gently brushed your hand away. Li Jing's countenance turned pale as he realized the Linglong pagoda had been taken by Kong Xian. Ha ha. Nezha casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning like a vengeful spirit as he approached Li Jing. Step back. Li Jing, terrified, took a step back and turned to flee. Where do you think you are running? Nezha's gaze locked onto Li Jing like that of a venomous snake, and he struck down with his sword. Nezha, do you dare to commit patricide? Li Jing shouted as he narrowly dodged Nezha's blade. Father? I recognize the Buddha as my father. What are you, Li Jing? Nezha thrust his sword towards Li Jing's vital point. Nezha, the voice of the Tathagata resounded, causing Nezha to halt immediately. Buddha. Nezha turned to pay his respects to the Tathagata, his eyes filled with regret, thinking he was so close. So very close to slaying Li Jing. Li Jing, many years ago, I bestowed upon you the Linglong pagoda with the intention of aiding your self-preservation and resolving the enmity with Nezha. Yet you have repeatedly exploited the pagoda to torment Nezha. Completely contrary to my original intent, the Tathagata spoke slowly. Buddha, I realize my mistake. However, if Li Jing is deprived of the pagoda, you too shall see. Nezha is intent on patricide. I implore the Buddha to forgive me. I shall certainly amend my ways in the future. Li Jing trembled as he knelt before the Tathagata. Buddha, this Li Jing is duplicitous, inherently cruel, and seeks vengeance for the slightest offense. You must not trust his words. Should the pagoda be returned, he will inevitably torment Nezha to death. Seeing the Tathagata's expression waver, you hurriedly stepped forward to report. Tower speaks truthfully. I urge the Buddha to contemplate carefully. Kong Xian said, slightly bowing his head to the Tathagata, his tone measured and respectful. What the Mother Buddha says is indeed profound. The Tathagata nodded, then addressed Li Jing, saying, if that is the case, I shall impose a restriction upon the precious pagoda. Should Nezha harbor no ill intentions towards you, the pagoda shall prove ineffective against him. Li Jing, though somewhat dissatisfied, gritted his teeth and consented. The Tathagata nodded, and with a flash of golden light, a restriction appeared upon the Linglong pagoda. Turning to Kong Xian, the Tathagata signaled for him to return the pagoda. Li Jing is exceedingly treacherous, to prevent any retaliation. I hope the Buddha will honor my desire to protect my disciple. Kong Xian performed a Buddhist salute in response to the Buddha's request. The Tathagata inclined his head slightly, then waved his hand to impose another restriction upon the Linglong pagoda. Thank you, Buddha. Kong Xian smiled faintly, then returned the pagoda to Li Jing. Suddenly, Nezha's body went limp, and as you rushed to support him, he inadvertently toppled you to the ground. Li Jing had indeed struck with lethal intent. Nezha had been sustained by his hatred for Li Jing. As he pursued Li Jing, he was prepared to perish together with him, but now, seeing his vengeance thwarted, he could no longer hold on. Exhausted, he leaned against you, his breath faint. Nezha, Nezha, do not frighten me. Buddha, Buddha, save me. You noticed Nezha's complexion pale as parchment, blood seeping from the corners of his lips, and his pupils dilated, prompting you to urgently plead for the Tathagata's intervention. Upon witnessing this, the Tathagata waved his hand, releasing a stream of golden spiritual energy that enveloped Nezha. Nezha's eyes were vacant, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, and he gasped for breath. You gently wiped the sweat from Nezha's brow, anxiously observing his condition. Nezha furrowed his brow, weakly emitting a pained groan. As the golden light intensified, Nezha's breathing gradually grew stronger, and his pupils began to sharpen. Chapter 82. The Bodhisattva of Provisional Liberation. Nezha's consciousness began to return. albeit still somewhat dazed. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the ebbing of his life force. He opened his mouth, breathing rapidly as he clutched your hand, eager to convey something to you. His gaze was filled with sorrow, reluctance, and a hint of unwillingness. Nezha, what do you wish to say? Noticing Nezha's urgency, you leaned closer, yet still could not discern his words. Let us speak later, shall we? Once you recover, we can talk, you softly reassured him while holding him close. Nezha shook his head, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. The Tathagata furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly taken aback that Li Jing had indeed acted with such lethal intent. He then raised his hand, infusing Nezha's body with a stronger surge of spiritual energy, murmuring incantations. Nezha clenched his teeth, but the pain compelled him to cry out. After a wave of excruciating agony, Nezha's eyes regained clarity, his wounds fully healed, and even his cultivation level increased. Nezha, having survived the ordeal, cast a grateful glance in your direction before rising to kneel before the Tathagata. Disciple expresses profound gratitude for the Buddha's life-saving grace. Is this now resolved? As you express your relief at Nezha's recovery, your gaze shifts towards Buddha, and you swallow nervously. Realizing that today, Sun Wukong cannot escape. Monkey King, I perceive your loyalty and righteousness. Today, I shall offer you a chance. Let us engage in a game, shall we? Should you emerge victorious, I will grant you a single request. However, should you lose, your fate shall rest in my hands. Buddha's tone remains unwavering as he addresses Sun Wukong. Yaoer, come forth. Kong Xian calls you before you can utter a word. Master, you respond promptly, landing beside him. Be obedient. He casts a fleeting glance your way. You nod, feeling a pang of grievance. Very well, old man, I accept. Sensing your meekness akin to a quail, Sun Wukong realizes that he cannot contend with the two before him, thus he concedes. 3 somersault clouds. If you can escape from my palm, you shall be victorious. If not, you shall lose. What say you? There is no need. With a single somersault, I can evade your grasp. Sun Wukong scoffs inwardly, bemused by the presumption that he is an unrefined wild monkey. 3 somersault clouds would simply allow him to return again, would it not? Upon hearing this, Buddha momentarily falters, his expression shifting in surprise at Wukong's audacity. You cannot stifle a laugh that escapes your lips, prompting Kong Xian to lightly tap your head with his feather fan, exuding a sense of exasperation. Ouch! You exclaim, cradling your head and casting a pitiful glance at him. Your gaze inadvertently sweeps across the horizon, where you spot the approaching figure of Bodhisattva Punti. Stunned, you rise, incredulous, and turn to Kong Xian, silently questioning his presence. Surprised by Punti's arrival, Kong Xian gestures for you to remain still. Bodhisattva, Buddha acknowledges Punti with evident astonishment, having anticipated his solitary arrival. It seems Kong Xian, concerned for his disciple, was not alone in his worries. Punti too harbors a similar concern for his own protege. Upon hearing Punti's name, Sun Wukong's playful expression vanishes, replaced by a focused gaze directed at Punti, as if he has come to a realization, accompanied by a faint smile. Bodhisattva, how many somersault clouds do you deem suitable for a wager with this old man? Wukong challenges, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. I believe 3 would be ideal. Punti replies with a smile aimed at Sun Wukong. Very well, then 3 it is. Wukong's bravado remains, though the light in his eyes dims slightly, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Punti maintains his enigmatic smile, concealing his true thoughts. Chapter 83, 5 Elements Mountain Wukong. You urgently call out upon hearing Sun Wukong's decision to wager 3 somersault clouds. He shakes his head, signaling you to refrain from intervening. Let us commence, Buddha. Sun Wukong's tone becomes somber, his address to Buddha shifting from old man to Buddha. Inevitably, the outcome remains unchanged. 3 somersault clouds, with Sun Wukong still ensnared within Buddha's palm. Ha ha ha. Why must it be so? Why must it be so? Clearly, if you simply speak, I will comply. Master, why must you go to such lengths to conspire against me? Sun Wukong gazed at the Bodhisattva of purity with reddened eyes, his smile tinged with sorrow. He then relinquished his resistance, allowing the Buddha to press him down beneath the mountain. Observing Sun Wukong in such despair, one could discern that his heart had succumbed to the deepest sorrow. Kong Xian sighed softly, reaching out to wipe away the tears at the corner of your eyes. You turned, staring blankly, seeing the faint smile still adorning the Bodhisattva's face, as if Sun Wukong had never been of any concern to him. Anger ignited within you, mingling with profound sadness. Master, you whispered, collapsing into Kong Xian's embrace, weeping softly. Kong Xian gently patted your back, offering solace. Your Majesty requests the Buddha, the 2 Bodhisattvas. and all the celestial beings to attend the celebration banquet at the Yaoqi. The curtain-drawing attendant respectfully bowed to the Buddha and the others. At the mention of the banquet, your body trembled. To celebrate in such a manner, what a gathering of executioners it was. You need not go, my dear. Would it not be better to await your master in Lingshan? Kong Xian spoke to you in a gentle tone. Master, I am the immortal lord of Wuling. How could I refuse the emperor's invitation? You chuckled softly, withdrawing from Kong Xian's embrace. You are also an executioner. How could you not attend the banquet? Had you not allowed Wukong to become a disciple of the Bodhisattva, he would still be the free-spirited stone monkey king. My dear, Kong Xian looked at you with concern. Rest assured, master, I am well. After all, my master has not conspired against me. What discomfort could I possibly feel? The ones who ought to grieve are below. You smiled at Kong Xian. Just then, as you conversed, an arrow hurtled through the air, aimed directly at you. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes, raising his fan and effortlessly deflecting the arrow with a single sweep. Then, a flash of murderous intent appeared in his gaze, and he waved the fan towards the jade clear palace, instantly reducing it and the Star Lord of War to ashes. After executing this series of actions, Kong Xian calmly closed his fan, the menace in his eyes dissipating, returning to his serene demeanor. The Buddha and the Bodhisattva exchanged glances, then, as if nothing had occurred, proceeded with Kong Xian towards the Yaoqi. Upon arriving at the Yaoqi, the Queen Mother, beaming with delight, invited the esteemed guests from Lingshan and the celestial beings to take their seats. Immortal Lord of Wuling, I have reserved a seat beside the Bodhisattva and another beside Nezha for you. You may choose according to your preference. The Queen Mother's gaze towards you was laden with intrigue. Thank you, Your Majesty. You smiled slightly at the Queen Mother, then directly made your way to the seat beside Kong Xian, plopping down with a flourish. The sight of the Queen Mother's expression of constipation filled you with delight. She has her faults. Had she not been so arrogant before, Wukong would not have been deceived out of the alchemy furnace. Now, she still dared to test your position? In truth, you understood that it was his master who ultimately extinguished Sun Wukong's spirit, yet you found yourself inexplicably rebellious, no longer willing to compromise or seek approval from others. As Nezha approached you without a moment's hesitation, even failing to cast a glance in your direction, he made his way directly to Kong Xian, appearing somewhat desolate. Chapter 84. Li Jing's accusation. Master, have your injuries healed considerably? You didn't emerge ahead of time, did you? You inquired of Kong Xian with a hint of concern, fearing he might have left his seclusion prematurely. Indeed, I just emerged today, only to learn that you have been causing trouble again. Kong Xian replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance your way. I did not instigate any trouble. It was they who conspired against me, you retorted, indignation evident in your gaze. It was she. She insisted on bringing me to the Yaoqi to admire the blossoms. And then, in my absence, she deceived Wukong by sealing my celestial abode. Now she seeks to test me. You cast an irritable glance in the direction of the Queen Mother. If you dislike her, simply ignore her. You hold an official position in the heavenly court now. She is not an ordinary female immortal and cannot impose upon you. Should you find the heavenly court unsatisfactory, return to Mount Ling. Kong Xian gently patted your head, soothing your tumultuous emotions. Please, my feelings towards Bodhisattva Xuandi are quite complicated at present. You leaned on the table, feeling somewhat dejected. To speak frankly, Bodhisattva Xuandi is akin to a half-master to me. For millennia, I have listened to his teachings. Even my master was sought out by Bodhisattva Xuandi for me. Yet, the thought of him plotting against Wukong, while exhibiting indifference towards him, weighs heavily on my heart. Yaoer, many matters are not as simplistic as they appear. What you perceive may not be the absolute truth. It is also the fault of your master for having nurtured your character to be overly innocent. In truth, Bodhisattva Xuandi harbors some degree of affection for that monkey, although his calculations towards the monkey may seem excessive. Including him in the scripture-collecting team has allowed him to evade a life-threatening calamity. In time, the truth will reveal itself. A spirit monkey will undergo the tribulations that Sun Wukong was destined to face. After contemplating for a moment, Kong Xian shared these thoughts with you. As for the future, I cannot predict, but I know that currently, Wukong feels a profound despair. I just conveyed a message to him, and his voice was laden with exhaustion. You sighed deeply. Do not dwell on it too much. Bodhisattva Xuandi possesses discernment. In due course, he will counsel Sun Wukong. Kong Xian poured a cup of celestial nectar and handed it to you. Thank you, master. You accepted the nectar and embraced Kong Xian's arm. You no longer hold any grievances against me? Kong Xian gazed at your sudden transformation with surprise. Why should I blame my master? Last time, I acted without reason, and it was only due to your indulgence that you did not hold it against me. You reflected deeply upon your actions. Your master's protection was a testament to his kindness. You had no right to leverage his affection to demand that he shield Sun Wukong. If you could not even protect your own beloved younger brother, it was a reflection of your inadequacy, unrelated to anyone else. Your own strength was insufficient to safeguard Sun Wukong. Thus, you could only remain by his side, striving to fulfill his desires as best as you could. Your Majesty, the immortal Lord of Wuling has repeatedly aided the demon monkey. This time, he has even taken action against the denizens of the heavenly court for the monkey's sake. I believe he should be severely punished. Before the banquet commenced, Li Jing seized the opportunity to report to the Jade Emperor. You were with Nezha, and he had long held a disdain for you. In the present day, Master Kong Xian has publicly displayed his treasure pagoda, not only causing him to lose face, but also missing the opportunity to eliminate Nezha. He has laid the matter bare, and it is likely that the Jade Emperor, for the sake of his reputation, will impose severe punishment upon you. As for Kong Xian, he may have no choice but to accept this silent humiliation. Oh, against whom did the Wuling immortal lord strike? Inquired the Jade Emperor, his tone tinged with an undercurrent of anger. Li Jing, lacking in discernment, replied through gritted teeth, Nezha, the lord of the Wuxing star, and I, aware of the Jade Emperor's discontent, he nevertheless pressed on. Nezha, is this true? The Jade Emperor turned his gaze upon Nezha, seeking clarification. Your Majesty, there is absolutely no such affair. The Wuling immortal lord and I were merely engaged in a friendly sparring match, and I am truly at a loss as to how my father could have reached such a conclusion, Nezha respectfully reported to the Jade Emperor. Chapter 85. Support from the Master. Your Majesty, Nezha is obviously being evasive. It is indeed a fact that the Wuling immortal lord acted against the lord of the Wuxing star and myself. Wuling immortal lord, Li Tianwang has brought forth this accusation against you. Do you have any defense? The Jade Emperor's gaze swept over. Your Majesty, I merely could not tolerate the underhanded tactics employed by the Lord of the Wuxing Star, which prompted my action. As for Li Tianwang, I had long wished to confront him. You responded with a slight smile, speaking nonchalantly. You, Your Majesty, do listen to the words of the Wuling immortal Lord. Does he not care for the laws of heaven? Li Jing exclaimed, pointing at you with fury in his eyes. I not only desire to confront you, but also wish to eliminate you. What say you, Li Tianwang? Do you have objections? You cast a disdainful glance at Li Jing. Wuling immortal lord, you are being outrageous. How dare you behave so insolently before His Majesty? Do you have no regard for the law? Before the Jade Emperor could respond, the Queen Mother stood up in indignation. Outrageous? Is this truly what you call outrageous? I have yet to reciprocate the Queen Mother's schemes against me. Yet, she is the one to seize the first word, you remarked with a smile, brimming with arrogance. The Queen Mother trembled with rage, unable to articulate her thoughts as she pointed at you. Child, do not be disrespectful. Observing the scene, Kong Xian casually reproached you. Yes, you replied, pouting slightly and lowering your head, choosing to remain silent thereafter. My mischievous disciple has caused trouble for His Majesty. I hope for your forgiveness, and I beseech the Queen Mother to show leniency. A cool voice resonated as Kong Xian gazed calmly at the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, his demeanor conveying a subtle warning. Dare to touch my disciple, and you shall see. Fear not. The Wuling immortal lord's disdain for treacherous ambushes is commendable. I shall not hold it against him, the Jade Emperor replied with a smile, dismissing the matter lightly. Your Majesty, silence. The Jade Emperor slammed his hand on the table, interrupting the Queen Mother's words. How can Li Jing lack discernment? And so too the Queen Mother. With the alliance of Buddhism and Taoism, why must she relentlessly pursue the disciple of Kong Xian? Furthermore, they initially conspired against the brother of that Wuling immortal lord. It is only natural for him to feel aggrieved. While those who were wronged have borne it in silence, why must the conspirators continue their pursuit? It brings shame upon the Buddha and Bodhisattvas. The Jade Emperor offered an apologetic smile to Rulai, Zuni, and Kong Xian. Fear not. Rulai smiled and gently shook his head in response to the Jade Emperor. As joyful melodies resonated, the celestial maiden of the Moon Palace danced gracefully in the jade pool, accompanied by a multitude of fairy maidens. The Buddha and Bodhisattvas raised their cups in a distant toast to the three deities, the Tathagata, Zhuanti, and Kong Xian smiled gently at the Jade Emperor, lifting their cups of pure wine and drinking it all in one go. As you sipped the wine on the table, one cup after another, you found it remarkably insipid, devoid of any intoxication. If the Monkey King were to enter the Buddhist fold, he would surely struggle to appreciate such a beverage. You beckoned to a celestial attendant. What is your command, esteemed lord? The attendant approached with utmost reverence. You waved your hand. That will be enough, you may go. Initially, you intended to request a pot of bamboo leaf wine. But upon remembering the three grand Buddhas seated nearby, You reluctantly dismissed the attendant. Although you had taken refuge in the Buddhist teachings and resided in the Spirit Mountain, due to your master Kong Xian's influence, you occasionally indulged in earthly delicacies. Thus, when not in the Spirit Mountain, you were indifferent to dietary restrictions, believing in the philosophy that wine and meat pass through the body, leaving the heart untouched by the Buddha. Go to Nezha's table, but in moderation, Kong Xian remarked. Sensing your desire for a drink, aware of your discontent that day, he spoke softly to you. I cannot. It is a rare occasion to see my master. Tao Yao clung to Kong Xian's arm, smiling sweetly at him. Chapter 86. The Vacancy of the Martial Star Lord. After the celebration, your master, along with the Tathgata and Juanti, returned to the western Spirit Mountain. Observing this, you hastily descended to the mortal realm in search of Sun Wukong. Nezha, come here. The Jade Emperor called, halting Nezha, who was about to pursue you into the mortal realm. Your Majesty, it was merely a door I kicked open. I shall compensate you. Is it necessary to be so petty and pursue me for debts? Nezha felt anxious as the Jade Emperor intercepted him. Who mentioned the door? I have yet to speak. Yet you have already rambled on endlessly. Day in and day out, you chase after the Martial Star Lord's tail, and after all these years, you have achieved nothing. Noticing Nezha's pallor, the Jade Emperor pressed on. It seems you have no shame? Clinging desperately, you come off as worthless, yet the Martial Star Lord pays you no heed. Today, the lady chose her seat herself. Did she even glance your way? It is evident that the Martial Star Lord holds you in disdain. The Jade Emperor expressed his displeasure at Nezha's actions, which had not only failed to elicit an apology, but also portrayed him as petty. Do you have something to say? Nezha clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in inquiry. What is this about? You summoned him merely to belittle him? The Martial Star Lord has been eliminated by Kong Xian, and his vacancy cannot be filled in the short term. What do you propose? Will you take over for Li Jing? The Jade Emperor glared at Nezha with irritation. I lack the time and energy for such a role. My relentless pursuit over the years has yielded no results. Currently, I cannot spare the time to assume additional responsibilities. Nezha retorted sarcastically. Very well, let Li Jing manage it then, the Jade Emperor said, savoring his tea with satisfaction. No, you should assign it to Tianpeng. He has fewer matters to attend to. Upon hearing the name Li Jing, Nezha instantly ceased his sarcastic demeanor. Indeed, Tianpeng displayed a certain composure. Yet he would soon descend to the mortal realm. The search for a new Wuqing Star Lord must be expedited, for it is imperative to present this matter to the Jade Emperor within the next 2 centuries. Suddenly, an exquisite idea dawned upon him. After some time, you shall descend and procure a Wuqing Star Lord for me, the Jade Emperor instructed Nezha. Yes, no? You shall assist the Wuling Immortal Lord in seeking the Wuqing Star Lord. It is her responsibility, given that her master has dealt a fatal blow to Do Rong. The Jade Emperor elaborated, pondering the matter. I can manage alone. There is no need for Tao Yao, Nezha replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Isn't it exhausting to search for someone in the mortal realm? Moreover, I lack any magical powers. Haha, with that mind of yours, even given a millennium, you would still fail to wed. The Jade Emperor chuckled in amusement. Nezha, bewildered, gazed at the Jade Emperor, perplexed by the connection between his words and the notion of marriage. Was the old man intent on provoking him with every utterance? Is your brain filled with mush? You two shall descend and search for the Wuqing Star Lord, primarily within the royal city. When the two of you, scions of noble families, meet, you will naturally recognize one another. Thus, for the sake of convenience, is it unreasonable for you to form a union? It is a logical progression, a natural outcome. With a bond of marital affection, you may return to the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor explained, unable to suppress a kick at Nezha, who appeared utterly bewildered. Upon seeing Nezha's confusion, the Jade Emperor leaned in closer, whispering in explanation. I am grateful, Your Majesty, Nezha exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him, his countenance transforming with joy. Enough. Enough, go on. Seek out the Wuling Immortal Lord. You little tail, the Jade Emperor remarked, shaking his head at Nezha's sudden exuberance, signaling for him to depart. Yes, I take my leave. Nezha smiled, bowed to the Jade Emperor, and hurriedly exited. Chapter 87. Observing Wukong at 5 Elements Mountain. Wukong, gently plucking the leaves from Sun Wukong's head, felt a swell of emotion rise within him. Sister, did you bring me wine? I yearn for it. I haven't tasted its flavor in 6 months. Seeing the tears welling in your eyes, Sun Wukong suppressed his inner sorrow and smiled lightly at you. You nodded and poured a cup of wine, handing it to Sun Wukong. Bamboo leaf green. This wine is potent, Sun Wukong exclaimed, raising the cup and drinking it in one gulp. The fiery liquid quelled the lump in his throat. It is I who have wronged you, dear sister. I should not have allowed you to seek a master. Had you not done so, you would still be that carefree monkey king. You stroked Sun Wukong's hair, feeling a deep sense of remorse. But I do not wish to remain a monkey king who requires your protection for all eternity. Sister, I have no regrets about learning from my master. He has taught me much. Without him, I would not possess these skills, nor could I ensure the longevity of the monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Yet, I do not understand why my master would conspire against me. He had promised that I could do whatever I wished. Sun Wukong's thoughts turned to Zhuan-Ti, a look of despondency crossing his face. Perhaps the Bodhisattva does not harbor ill intentions. Zhuan-Ti's actions were meant to help you evade a future calamity. Observing Sun Wukong's forlorn expression, you decided to share what your master had imparted to you, to help me avoid calamity? A glimmer of light appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes. The specifics of the situation remain unclear to me, as the secrets of heaven are not to be disclosed. Thus, my master only briefly mentioned that the Bodhisattva of purity would likely come to explain matters to you in due course. If your mind were more astute, you would have deduced this by now, as my master has hinted quite clearly. Unlike you, Sun Wukong would grasp it immediately with just a nod from the Bodhisattva. Upon hearing your words, hope ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. Let us set aside these matters for the moment. Sister, have they caused you any distress? Sun Wukong gazed at you with concern. No one has troubled me, rest assured. The Lord of the Martial Star had my master deal with them decisively, and Li Jing, who sought to confront me, was met with my own rebuttal. You replied to Sun Wukong with a smile. That is reassuring. Sister, how are the monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain? They are safe. I shall retrieve them shortly. Then you must hurry, for they are undoubtedly restless and eager to return. Sun Wukong expressed his worry. Very well, I shall attend to it. Once the Bodhisattva of purity has spoken with you, I will return to keep you company. You conjured a grand banana plant to shield Sun Wukong from the elements, and left him a dwarf peach tree that would bear fruit endlessly before preparing to depart. Sister, Sun Wukong called out to you as you turned to leave, contemplating for a moment before stopping you. You turned back, regarding him gently. Nezha has his own constraints. This matter does not concern him, so please do not direct your ire towards him. Do not worry, I am aware. Very well, you may return now. Sun Wukong sighed in relief upon hearing your words. You nodded and then took flight. In the blink of an eye, over a century had passed. Throughout these years, whenever you and Nezha found time, you would visit Sun Wukong. Sometimes you went together, other times separately. It is unclear what the Bodhisattva of purity conveyed to Sun Wukong, but his current state has improved significantly. He informed you that there was a matter of great consequence concerning the 3 realms that he was to undertake. Although he is not the main actor, his role is nonetheless significant. His confinement beneath the mountain was a tribulation destined for him, a part of his cultivation, so you need not worry. You were delighted to see Sun Wukong, now invigorated and filled with hope, having shed his previous despondency. Chapter 88. Has Nezha grown up? Initially, you intended to reside at Wuji Mountain following the morning court. But within 2 decades, Sun Wukong insisted that you refrain from doing so. He argued that your presence there impeded his enlightenment, with everything he desired at hand. How could he refine himself? Thus, he sent you back. Recently, Nezha was dispatched to subdue demons, but you harbored no concerns for him. Over the years, he has faced numerous demons and returned safely each time. This mission, involving the soul-devouring beast, should pose no danger. Your master has entered seclusion again, claiming to forge a more formidable magical artifact for you. Consequently, your life now consists of attending court, visiting the Peach Blossom Garden, enjoying flowers and games of chess with the 100 flowers, and returning to the residence of the Lord of Wuling, an existence marked by routine. You have known the fairy of the 100 flowers for 2 centuries, and you share a harmonious bond. The flower deities under her command are quite amiable, save for the deity of the apricot blossoms. The pretense is unnecessary, and every time she speaks, Nezha becomes quite displeased. Although Nezha's expressions of discontent in your presence seldom last longer than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, your aversion to this floral deity is palpable. The other flower deities share your disdain, and thus, she rarely allows the god of apricot blossoms to appear when you are around. Today, you ventured once more to the flower garden to engage in a game of chess with the floral deities. As boredom crept in, you suggested playing mahjong instead. We need 4 players for mahjong. Shall I select 2 more flower deities? The flower goddess inquired softly. You may choose anyone but the apricot blossom goddess, you replied, gesturing for her to make the selection. Mandala, Peony, come forth, the flower goddess called after a moment's thought. Is the Lord of Wuling and the third prince not back yet? Mandala casually asked after several rounds of play. Not yet. He sent word yesterday that he would return in 5 to 10 days, you replied. Without the third prince's return, What purpose does that fragrant lady serve? Dressing as though she were a courtesan? Mandala frowned disdainfully at the flamboyant apricot blossom as she departed. The apricot blossom goddess habitually amplifies her floral fragrance to such an extent that, rather than evoking a sense of tranquility, it becomes quite overwhelming, earning her the nickname fragrance of 1,000 miles among the flower deities of the garden. She must be seeking the god of Lu Dog. They have been encountering each other frequently of late, Peony remarked, unfazed as she played a card. Indeed, it is no wonder he finds her scent appealing. Mandala rolled her eyes, exasperated. She then turned to you with a serious expression. Be cautious around her. This fragrance of 1,000 miles cannot survive without a man and is always scheming to climb higher. I am not a man. Why would she pursue me? You replied, seemingly unconcerned. Did you not notice how she clings to the third prince whenever she sees him? You ought to be more vigilant, Mandala admonished, her expression one of frustration. Oh, then I shall inform Nezha to be on his guard, you said, nodding earnestly. You must also be wary. If she succeeds in ensnaring him and weds the third prince, good heavens, I shudder to think, Peony shivered. Marry Nezha? In the heavenly court, both parties must possess celestial qualities. How could she marry without them? Your curiosity was piqued. The successful scholar is her half-brother. Should she secure the third prince, a 7th-rank official position could be within reach. The flower goddess interjected, looking at you with concern. How could I possibly manage matters of marriage? If Nezha fancies her, let him marry her, you replied, somewhat bewildered. You would be pleased with the third prince marrying the apricot blossom? Mandala's eyes widened in disbelief. Not at all. Her scent is suffocating, and her voice is grating. Besides, it is not my union. My feelings in this matter are of little consequence, you said, frowning in distaste. Why are you so soft? Be assertive. Take action. The flower goddess suddenly erupted in frustration. What are you doing, my lord? You startled me. You exclaimed, taken aback. If Nezha truly marries her, I could merely distance myself from him in the future and reduce my gifts. You heard the flower goddess shout suddenly, causing you to jump. However, has Nezha reached the age suitable for marriage? I still feel that we are both quite young. He appears so tender. Upon reflection, Nezha is now 1,800 years old, which is indeed no small matter. It feels strange in your heart, as if, all of a sudden, you both have matured. Nezha no longer seems to be merely that playful companion who accompanied you in Lingshan. Chapter 89. The onlookers, the crowd fell into a moment of silence. Realizing that you had not perceived Nezha's feelings for you at all, you still considered him merely a playmate? Poor third prince, the road ahead is long. Mandala gently shook her head. Why suddenly express pity for Nezha? You blinked in confusion. Piqiao, have you ever thought about marriage? Is there someone you admire in your heart? Baiwa probed you cautiously. I do not wish to marry. I have been cultivating Buddhism since childhood. I am not a disciple of the happy Buddha, thus I have never contemplated matters of love. You shook your head earnestly in response. Yet you are now a celestial lord of the heavenly court. You are eligible for marriage. Have you not considered choosing a partner for life? Baiwa persistently continued to guide you. One may marry, but one may also choose not to. Affection can hinder one's cultivation. You vehemently shook your head in refusal. But what of your friends who have all settled down? Do you not feel lonely? Would it not be better to find someone for lasting companionship? Muden looked at you with surprise. I will seek my master. He has promised to accompany me for a lifetime. You recalled Kong Xian with great joy. For lasting companionship. One would ideally be of a similar age, would they not? Is your master not too old? Mandala timidly inquired. Not at all. My master belongs to the ancient demon clan. If we were to convert our ages to that of the human race, he is only about 5 years older than I. You counted on your fingers. Then your master cannot marry, can he? Baiwa swallowed hard, glancing at you cautiously. He can. You nodded affirmatively. Can he? The three of them erupted in astonishment. What are you all doing? You frighten me. A bodhisattva can marry? Muden gazed at you in disbelief. Well, there is also the happy Buddha in Lingshan, who practices desire control. Although my master is not the happy Buddha, he was not restricted from taking a wife and having children when he entered Lingshan. You contemplated carefully and added, however, my master is unlikely to marry, as he has since cultivated Buddhism, and taking a wife could easily jeopardize his practice. Oh, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. However, if my master desired to marry, he would likely not be concerned about that aspect of cultivation. After all, during the Fengshan War, he was already on the verge of sainthood. You furrowed your brow, deep in thought, murmuring to yourself. The three of them gasped in unison. What is the matter with you? You looked at them with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. The trio. Oh no, this could be problematic. What should we do? We are anxious. Piqiao, if you were to rank the important people in your heart, how would you arrange them? Baiwa took a deep breath, smiling as she posed the question. Why did you suddenly ask this? You looked at Bai Hua with a puzzled expression. Curiosity piqued. Tao Tao set aside her cards and grasped your hand, shaking it gently. First was certainly the master, second was the Earth Mother, third Nezha, fourth Wukong, fifth Aunt Guanyin, sixth Uncle Daping, seventh Yu, and eighth Zhong Yuan. After some contemplation, you decided to place Nezha ahead of Wukong. Am I truly ranked seventh? At that moment, Bai Hua could not entertain other thoughts and interrupted you, staring at you in disbelief. Ah, dear friend, we haven't known each other for long, she said, tugging at Bai Hua's sleeve. You really wouldn't deceive me, would you? Well, I'll try my best to see if I can secure the fourth position. Bai Hua sighed as she slumped onto a bench. Rest assured, if Nezha marries Xinghua, you will ascend to fourth place without any effort. You jestingly waved your hand towards Bai Hua. No, please, let me strive for it myself. Bai Hua quickly shook her head in alarm. You shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 90. Has Nezha been injured again? Wuling Xianjun, there you are. I have been searching for you, the celestial servant said upon entering, bowing respectfully to you and Bai Hua. His Majesty has summoned you. Please accompany me to meet him. His Majesty? You pondered, perplexed as to why the Jade Emperor had remembered you again. Indeed. However, has Nezha returned? Is he injured again? You anxiously rose to your feet. No, Xianjun, do not worry. The third prince has not yet returned. The Emperor has assigned you a task. The celestial servant quickly clarified. Then I shall go meet His Majesty first. Dear friend, let us gather another day. You nodded to Bai Hua before departing with the celestial servant. Your servant greets His Majesty. You respectfully bowed to the Jade Emperor in the imperial study. Rise. The Jade Emperor gestured for you to stand. Without waiting for your gratitude, he continued, the position of the Wuching Star Lord has remained vacant for too long. Wuling, descend to the mortal realm and find a suitable candidate for me. Yes. But might I inquire how to seek him? What are the criteria? You asked. You will search in the guise of a mortal, carrying the memories of a past life. The Wuching Star Lord will be found near the Imperial Star, exhibiting the essence of a dragon and loyalty to the Emperor. You should seek him within the Imperial City. As for the criteria, simply assess his abilities and character. Understood, I shall obey. You bowed respectfully to accept the decree. 3 days hence, you shall find Simon to descend to the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor handed you a golden token. He then lightly touched your forehead. I grant you an illusion for self-protection. It may be used once a day, so use it wisely. Yes, when Nezha returns, I will instruct him to assist you. And you two will recognize each other upon meeting. Remember, your primary goal is to locate the Wuching Star Lord. Do not overly concern yourself with status. Yes, go now. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, signaling your dismissal. Your servant takes leave. You bowed once more before exiting. The Jade Emperor watched your departing figure and took out a letter, which was sent by Nezha, stating he would return in 3 days. Ah, how clever I am. This way, it appears less contrived. Tao Tao will descend first, and in the afternoon, Nezha will follow. They are of the same age, after all. With a chuckle, the Jade Emperor tossed aside the message and resumed his duties, humming a tune. At this moment, Nezha was seated in a chariot drawn by the heavenly horse, gliding slowly towards the heavenly court. General, why did you not have His Majesty send the medicine immortal to receive you first? The reverse-scale dragon expressed his concern as he witnessed Nezha cough up blood again. This matter must not leak a whisper, otherwise, we shall not return. Clearly, this is a trap aimed at my life. Nezha, having expelled another 2 mouthfuls of blood, managed to finish his sentence in a fragmented manner. At this rate of blood loss, I fear you may not survive the journey back, the reverse-scale dragon remarked, observing Nezha's pallid visage, akin to a ghost, and his near-constant bleeding. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke his mind. No sooner had he finished speaking than Nezha coughed up more blood, fatigue overwhelming him as he leaned against the chariot wall with closed eyes. If you cannot speak wisely, then refrain from speaking. It would do you well to conserve your energy, General, and spare me the explanations. It would save you from losing more blood, Zhang Jiqing said, glancing at the reverse-scale dragon with a stern look while channeling spiritual energy to Nezha. Please rest for a while. I shall call you when we reach the southern heavenly gate. They are waiting outside. Do not worry. Xiao Qiming gently wiped the blood from Nezha's lips, offering quiet encouragement. Nezha weakly shook his head. He was too fearful to sleep. Should he lose consciousness, a whisper of their presence would surely escape upon entering the southern heavenly gate. As of now, he remained unaware of who was behind this. Thus maintaining his vigilance was paramount. Are you foolish? I am in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows. If the general were to fall unconscious, it would be inevitable that those in the dark would strike at the southern heavenly gate. Regardless of whether this is the doing of Li Jing or not, he would be aware of the general's grievous injuries and would certainly take action. After all, with the restrictions placed upon the Linglong Tower, Li Jing would seize any opportunity to eliminate the general. Zhang Jiqing frowned as he turned to Xiao Qiming. "Let us not speak of Li Jing," Xiao Qiming replied, alarmed as he noticed fresh blood spilling from the corner of Nezha's mouth, prompting him to hastily address Zhang Jiqing. Chapter 91. He dares not gamble. Nezha initially believed the expedition was solely to eradicate the soul-devouring beast. Little did he know that other menaces awaited him, including the nightmares and Tao Tai. As he was the embodiment of the lotus, he was unaffected by the soul-devouring technique. Thus, he personally ventured into the dense forest in search of the soul-devouring beast. However, he soon fell into the illusionary realm of the nightmares, where he could not directly slay them. He had to locate the heart of the illusion to escape. Nezha quickly discovered the focal point of the illusion but hesitated to strike, for the heart of the illusion was you. "You have found my focal point. Kill her. Only then can you escape," the nightmare whispered softly beside Nezha. "It is merely an illusion. She cannot be here," Nezha declared as he charged forward with his spear. Yet, gazing upon your unconscious form, pale and lifeless, he ultimately could not bring himself to act. The slightest chance that this was not an illusion deterred him from taking the risk. "Impossible? Then strike," the nightmare urged. "If she dies, you shall be free." Her hand gently caressed Nezha's face. "But you dare not take the gamble, do you? Seeking death," Nezha exclaimed, sweeping his spear towards the nightmare. With a hearty laugh, "I granted you an opportunity, yet it was you who failed to seize it. Thus, brace yourself to fully experience the nightmare that belongs to you." The corporeal form of the nightmare dissipates into smoke, yet its voice resonates from all directions. No sooner had the words been spoken than Tao Tai launched an assault on Nezha. Nezha hastily defended himself, engaging in a fierce struggle for an extended duration. Eventually, he managed to sever one of Tao Ye's arms, but in an instant, it regenerated, becoming even more formidable than before. "In my illusion, Tao Tai grows stronger still. If you cannot break the formation, you shall be ensnared here." Tao Tai has an affinity for the divine kin. Observing Nezha's astonished expression, the voice of the nightmare echoed once more. Even Nezha, no matter how powerful, would eventually reach a moment of exhaustion, while Tao Tai would not. Consequently, Nezha soon found himself battered and bruised. He had contemplated drawing his weapon to shatter the formation numerous times, yet upon glimpsing your pallid visage, he chose to abandon the thought. With each of Tao Ye's relentless assaults, Nezha had long lost count of how many times he had been flung aside, nor could he recall the quantity of blood he had expelled. At that moment, Nezha felt the world spin around him, and his grip on the weapon faltered. Perhaps today would be his last. He closed his eyes, awaiting Tao Ye's final blow. Utterly devoid of strength, the peach blossom bracelet on his wrist seemed to sense its master's dire state, and a gentle stream of rosy spiritual energy gradually flowed into Nezha's heart, safeguarding his vital essence. The bracelet then radiated a pink glow, enveloping Nezha in a cool, ethereal power. A glimmer of clarity returned to Nezha's eyes, allowing him to perceive the true nature of the formation. The focal point was not the peach blossom, but rather the soul-devouring beast. With sheer determination, he rose to his feet and hurled his spear, piercing the body of the soul-devouring beast. As the illusion dissipated, the nightmare and Tao Tai materialized before Nezha. With a cold smile, he summoned the nine-dragon divine fire to reduce both the nightmare and Tao Tai to ashes. "Marshal!" Zhang Jiqing was startled to see Nezha, covered in blood, and quickly caught him as he began to collapse. "Do not make a sound. We must return to the camp. I need to personally relay a message to His Majesty," Nezha commanded, only to cough up more blood. Once in the military tent, Nezha, forcing himself to write a letter to the Jade Emperor, subsequently slumped onto a chair. The generals of the fourth camp obeyed without a word, preparing a carriage for Nezha and escorting him back. Chapter 92. Descending to seek a new martial star king. Upon departing from the Jade Emperor's presence, a sense of unease washed over you, yet you dismissed it as mere nerves from your inaugural descent into the mortal realm. Thus, during the following 3 days, you shared the news of your impending journey with your friends. Subsequently, you visited Wuzishan to bid farewell to Sun Wukong, informing him that you would be unable to visit for no less than 30 years, and potentially up to 60. Lastly, you communicated with your master and the Earth Mother, assuring them not to worry if they could not reach you in the coming days. Having settled all matters, the 3-day period had elapsed. You sought out the Star Lord of Fate, handed over the token, and leaped into the cycle mirror. Shortly after your entrance into the mirror, Nezha had changed into his attire at the southern celestial gate, struggling to maintain his composure as he led his troops, as usual. He then proceeded to the Imperial Study to pay his respects to the Jade Emperor. "Quick, descend to the mortal realm. I have commanded Tao Yao to descend today." allowing both of you to be born in the same year. Observe how I have orchestrated this. Not a trace of Nezha's spirit remains. Summon the healer. Hurry. The Jade Emperor exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he spoke to Nezha, until he witnessed Nezha spitting blood and collapsing. Alarmed, the Jade Emperor swiftly caught Nezha's falling form. Nezha attempted to communicate, but was unable to suppress another bout of blood, which stained the Jade Emperor's sleeves crimson. What has transpired? How could a mere soul-devouring beast inflict such harm on you? The Jade Emperor questioned, simultaneously administering a healing elixir from the Supreme One into Nezha's mouth, while channeling his spiritual energy to him. Realizing the gravity of the situation as Nezha continued to bleed profusely, he unleashed a white spiritual aura to envelop Nezha. It took a millennium of his cultivation to gradually stem the flow of Nezha's blood. Unlike Buddha, the Jade Emperor specialized in offensive techniques and was not adept in healing. The last time Buddha had swiftly rescued Nezha was facilitated by the fact that the Linglong Pagoda was his treasure, thus allowing for easier healing. Therefore, despite expending another millennium of cultivation, the Jade Emperor was unable to fully heal Nezha at that moment. He hesitated to bestow too much spiritual energy upon Nezha, knowing that the overwhelming power of a saint could be detrimental if overapplied. What is amiss? The Jade Emperor inquired, noticing that Nezha had ceased bleeding, and his complexion had improved slightly. I have been plotted against. This ordeal involves not just the soul-devouring beast, but also the nightmare and the Taotai. There are false reports of military affairs, and the knowledge of this treachery could only come from within, Nezha replied, his eyes filled with icy resolve. Qinglian, investigate. I wish to uncover who possesses such audacity to commit harm beneath my very gaze, the Jade Emperor declared, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. And you? Did you not take enough people to capture the soul-devouring beast? It serves you right to be outsmarted. The Jade Emperor chastised Nezha as Qinglian departed. Enough. Why is your spiritual energy so overpowering? It is excruciating. Nezha interjected, furrowing his brow and interrupting the Jade Emperor's tirade. In his most authentic state, Nezha refrained from referring to himself as a subject when addressing the Jade Emperor, who had always favored him and thus did not mind the informalities. Hey, I save your life, and you still find fault? Pain is better than the absence of life, is it not? The Jade Emperor retorted, his mood souring. When Buddha rescued you, you expressed boundless gratitude, yet with me, you nitpick and complain. Is it truly that painful? Observing Nezha's anguished expression, the Jade Emperor softened his tone and gently inquired. Nezha, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, nodded faintly, his pallor evident. What shall we do? Healer. Where's the healer? The tortoise should have arrived by now. The Jade Emperor called anxiously towards the entrance. Lower your voice. You startled me. I was trying to rest. Please do not disturb me, Nezha complained, his head buzzing from the Jade Emperor's loud voice. All right, sleep then, the Jade Emperor replied, assisting Nezha towards the inner palace. I cannot rest here. Your bed is too hard. I wish to sleep on the bed of your Yuqing palace, Nezha protested with evident disdain. Are you truly in pain? The Jade Emperor gazed at Nezha with skepticism. If it hurts that much, how can you be so selective? It hurts. The bed is hard. Lying down only exacerbates the discomfort, Nezha replied innocently, looking up at the Jade Emperor. Chapter 93. Are you asking me to become Tao Yao's son? Nezha, still lying on the bed in the Jade Pure Palace, reminded the Jade Emperor once more before drifting off to sleep. Please, do not inform Tao Yao of my injury. Oh no, it's over. Quickly, someone. Has the Wuling Immortal descended to the mortal realm? Hurry and stop her. Upon hearing the name Tao Yao, the Jade Emperor leapt to his feet. Your Majesty, the Wuling Immortal descended at noon, the celestial attendant respectfully informed. Tao Yao has descended? Nezha, filled with excitement, abruptly sat up, only to be met with a sharp pain that forced him back down. Do not get so agitated. I had no idea you would return in such a state, the Jade Emperor said awkwardly as he observed Nezha. After taking a moment to recover, Nezha struggled to rise from the bed. What are you doing? The Jade Emperor, alarmed at Nezha's attempt to get up, quickly pressed him back down. I must go to the mortal realm. Tao Yao has already descended. Nezha furrowed his brow as he spoke. Calm yourself. In your current condition, if you go down, you will meet your end by the age of 10, and you will still have to return here. Just rest for a few days. It's merely a romance between siblings. There are mortals who find such things appealing. Perhaps Tao Yao will too. Where's the healer? Summon the healer at once. Nezha urged, his expression urgent. Weren't you the one who said to wait until you woke? The Jade Emperor looked quizzically at Nezha. Tell him to heal me quickly. I still need to descend. Nezha's eyes were filled with desperation. With a sigh, the Jade Emperor promptly called for the healer. How is he? Nezha asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on the healer. Your injuries require a month's bed rest before you can rise, the healer replied respectfully after taking Nezha's pulse. That won't do. I can manage in 3 days at most. Nezha protested, only to feel a jarring clash of pain coursing through his body as the Jade Emperor's spiritual energy surged within him. You must not become agitated, the healer exclaimed, alarmed at Nezha's distress. Then what should I do if I become agitated? The Jade Emperor retorted, observing Nezha's painful struggles. This requires the marshal to refine your spiritual energy into his own, the healer stammered. How can he refine it in this state? We must first find a way to alleviate the pain. Fool, the Jade Emperor shouted, distressed at Nezha's cold sweat and writhing in agony. Yes, yes. The healer, startled, scrambled to his feet and administered a pill to Nezha. Marshal, please try to refine it as quickly as possible. Understood, just think of a solution quickly. I must descend within 3 days at the latest, Nezha responded before closing his eyes to meditate and refine the Jade Emperor's spiritual energy. The healer cast a troubled glance at the Jade Emperor, who gestured for him to remain silent. Of course, descending in 3 days was utterly impossible. Thus, Nezha was forcibly held back by the Jade Emperor for nearly half a month. Why are you getting up when your wounds are not yet healed? The Jade Emperor frowned upon entering to find Nezha fully dressed and preparing to leave. Please expedite the issuance of the reincarnation command, Your Majesty. It cannot be delayed any longer. If you continue in this manner, you shall meet an untimely demise, living merely 3 to 4 decades at best. 30 years is ample time. Finding a celestial figure like the martial Star Lord should pose no challenge. Nezha spoke with a hint of indifference. Li Jing, recalling the past treachery against Nezha, felt a twinge of concern. Did you not reward him with 1,000 military rods? Given his frail condition, he would hardly be able to rise from his bed within a month. Please hurry. If this drags on any longer, what purpose will I serve? Shall I descend to be Pi Chiao's son? Nezha cast an exasperated glance at the Jade Emperor. Very well, here you go, the Jade Emperor replied, reluctantly handing over the reincarnation command, simultaneously bestowing upon him memories and illusions through the same method. Chapter 94. The Ding family has a daughter named Shang Wan, a mortal search for the Celestial Lord, in the 3rd year of Yongshou during the Eastern Han Dynasty. You were born into the esteemed Ding family. Your father named you Ding Shangwan. From the moment you learned to walk, you insisted on accompanying your mother to congratulate every noble family that welcomed a newborn into the imperial city. Yet, for 16 consecutive years, Nezha's presence was conspicuously absent. Where could Nezha be? Why hasn't he arrived? You murmured to yourself while seated on a swing in the courtyard. What is Wanner murmuring about? A familiar voice interrupted your thoughts. Brother A-Man, you've arrived. You greeted him with a gentle smile. This person was the child of your aunt's family. Named Chow Chow, courtesy named Mengda, and commonly known as A-Man. You had grown up together. He was 3 years your senior and had just turned 19. The weather is splendid today. Shall we go out for a stroll, Wanner? Chow Chow offered, affectionately ruffling your hair. The last time you and your band of rascals snatched a bride, I ended up receiving the blame as well. I have no desire to accompany you again. You replied with a hint of disdain. That was an accident. Did I not return the bride afterward? Chow Chow responded, somewhat awkwardly. Cut it out. You have a peculiar fixation on other people's wives. I cannot fathom your reasoning, you retorted with a disbelieving glance at him. I do not. I merely enjoy the excitement. I have no affection for anyone else's spouse. You insisted, imploring him to believe you. Very well, there is no need for explanations. Although your peculiarities are somewhat lacking in virtue, you have not taken my bride, so I shall not bother with you. You waved dismissively, silencing Chow Chow. How could a girl marry a wife? Chow Chow laughed heartily at your words. Indeed, I cannot marry a wife, which is why I am unconcerned about your peculiarities. If I were a man, I would certainly keep my distance from you. You shot back with an air of disdain. Come now, Wanner, let us take a walk together. This time, it will just be the two of us, without Benshu and Ziyuan. How does that sound? Chow Chow asked cautiously. Fine, let us go, you acquiesced. And thus you and Chow Chow spent the day wandering outside. Miss, the head of the family and the matron request your presence in the main hall. They wish to discuss a matter of importance. A servant approached you as you returned home. Understood, I shall go immediately. You replied, and made your way to the main hall. Father, mother, you greeted your parents with proper respect before taking a seat in a lower chair. You honor. You are no longer a child. It is time for you to consider marriage. Do you have someone in mind? Not at all, father. I do not wish to marry. Upon hearing your words, your father furrowed his brows slightly. Nonsense. What girl would not desire to marry? Your mother gently reproached you. In that case, how about I arrange a match with the Chow family? Your cousin Chow Chow is well acquainted with you and has grown up alongside you. Moreover, Amon has a fondness for you. You honor. Marrying him would ensure you are treated well. Your mother interrupted your father's words. Very well, think it over. If you are unwilling, I shall seek other suitors for you. If marriage is inevitable, Chow Chow indeed presents a commendable choice. The Jade Emperor has proclaimed that the Wuxing Jun possesses the aura of a dragon, and you can vaguely perceive a coiled dragon around Chow Chow. While this dragon may not be a true dragon, could it be that the aura pertains to Chow Chow? Though he may not be entirely serious, his knowledge and martial prowess are exceptional. The dragon energy surrounding the Emperor is waning, and it is likely that chaos will ensue upon his demise. Currently, Chow Chow stands as the most probable candidate to become the Wuxing Jun, and it seems that mortal women must marry. Thus, upon entering the mortal realm, you must adhere to local customs. In light of this, Chow Chow indeed appears to be the most suitable choice. At the very least, with the dragon's presence on him, he is unlikely to meet an early demise and is destined for greatness. Father, I am willing to marry Brother Amon. After a moment's reflection, you spoke to your parents. Excellent. In that case, your father agreed to the marriage with the Chow family. Consequently, he instructed you to return and rest. And he joyfully conferred with your mother about your dowry. Chapter 95. The Bride Shang Yuan and the Young Master Guijia. Seeking the Star Lord in the mortal realm too. In the third year of sheeping, 19-year-old Chow Chow entered the capital, Luoyang, as a young official. Shortly thereafter, he was appointed as the northern officer of Luoyang, but faced demotion to the position of Dunhiu Ling for executing relatives of eunuchs who violated prohibitions. In the fourth year of sheeping, at the age of 17, you wed 20-year-old Chow Chow as his primary wife. On your wedding night, you sat in the bridal chamber, secretly lifting your veil to gaze at the full moon in the sky, sighing softly, Nezha, where are you? Meanwhile, in the Guo family of Inchuan, 4-year-old Guijia was restlessly bouncing around in his courtyard. Where on earth is Taoyao? Is this fate a fool? Oh, why am I so vexed today? Oh dear. My young master, please be careful. It's chilly at night, and your health is already fragile. Come inside with the maid. As she spoke, the maid swiftly carried the young marshal, Li Yuan, indoors. Let me go? Cough, cough, cough. See, you're coughing again. The maid paid no heed to her young master's struggles and quickly brought him inside. Time swiftly passed, and 22 years later, Chow Chow had transformed from the minor Dunhiu Ling to a formidable warlord commanding the emperor. Each time Chow Chow sought intimacy with you, you would employ illusions, leading to the widespread rumor that Lady Ding, Chow Chow's original wife, was unable to bear children. You paid little mind to this, while Chow Chow entrusted his eldest son, Chow to your care. The child possesses remarkable intelligence, and you hold him in great affection. Over the years, your relationship with Chow Chow has remained one of mutual respect, despite his unaltered penchant for taking others' wives as concubines. You have chosen to overlook his behavior, dedicating most of your time and energy to Chow. In the first year of Jianan, upon the passing of the talented strategist Xie Kai, Chow Chow sought an individual to stand by his side and assist him. His advisor Sun Yu recommended his dear friend Guijia to Chow Chow. When the two finally met to discuss matters of the world, they felt an instantaneous connection. Overjoyed, Chow Chow swiftly welcomed Guijia into his fold. Upon hearing of Chow Chow's acquisition of such a brilliant strategist, you thought perhaps he could mentor Chow. Thus, you took a food box to Chow Chow's study, only to find that Chow Chow had stepped out, leaving Guijia alone within. Why have you just arrived? Have you married? As you opened the door, you were greeted by Nezha, and both of you exchanged glances before speaking in unison. You are Guijia? Whom have you married? Once again, your words synchronized perfectly. First, answer my question. You gestured for Nezha to pause with a raised hand. I was ambushed and spent half a month recovering in the heavenly realm. I am Guijia. Nezha, seeing your womanly hairstyle, was infuriated and decided to divulge the details of his injury. You were injured? Is it serious? Have you recovered? Who ambushed you? Was it Li Jing? Upon learning of Nezha's injury, you disregarded everything else and bombarded him with inquiries. Forget about that for now. Just answer my question. Nezha brushed your hand away, gazing intently into your eyes. How old do you think I am? I must have married, and my son is already 18. As for whom I married, do I need to spell it out? Your lord, of course. You were left speechless by Nezha's responses to your two seemingly foolish questions. Well, since we are familiar, will you be my son's mentor? He is quite clever. As you spoke, Nezha's complexion drained of color, and he struggled to suppress the blood rising in his throat upon hearing your words. The moment you mentioned your son, Nezha's disbelief turned into a violent cough, causing him to spit blood before losing consciousness. Sir, someone, summon the physician. You witnessed Nezha collapse and hastily suppressed the urge to utter his name, fearing the worst. and called for help. Chapter 96. Nezha, do not slander me. Seeking the Star Monarch in the Mortal Realm 3. What happened? What is wrong with Guijia? Cao Cao rushed in upon hearing of Guijia's distress, panic evident on his face. "Elair, you are here too?" He was visibly taken aback upon seeing you. You nodded gently in response. "My lord, the gentleman is suffering from a surge of emotions, great sorrow and anger, that has caused his vital energy to rebel, compounded by his inherent weaknesses." You interjected directly. "How do we treat this? Why the delay? The lady should allow me to prepare a prescription for him to take." The physician replied, startled by your assertiveness. "Then be swift," you urged. You impatiently gestured to the physician, who subsequently prepared the medicine and administered it with remarkable efficiency. "You honor. What has inspired such valor in you today?" Cao Cao observed your unusual fervor, perplexed by your deviation from your usual calm demeanor. He had never seen you exhibit such emotion, not even when he took a concubine. How could this strategist possess such a fragile constitution? I had intended for him to mentor Zixio, yet he collapsed and spat blood the moment I uttered a word. You masked your underlying concern with a facade of displeasure, wary of revealing your connection to Guijia to Cao Cao, for he would undoubtedly eliminate Guijia. You certainly did not wish for Nezha to meet his demise upon his descent. Over the years, while Cao Cao has been devoted to his wife, he has fiercely protected his legitimate spouse. It is uncertain whether he is afraid of retribution for taking another's bride or is simply accustomed to it. Nevertheless, any man who dares to converse with you, aside from Cao Wang, is met with fatal consequences. He cannot indiscriminately slay his subordinates. So he concocted a falsehood about a penchant for killing in dreams. You honor, do not be angry. Feng Xiao's remarkable talents naturally elevate his aspirations. Let us wait a while, and I shall revisit this matter with him, shall I? Cao Cao gently wrapped his arm around your shoulders, attempting to soothe you. "Humph. My Zixio is the most astute among your many children. How could he possibly be unworthy of such instruction?" You turned your head, maintaining an indignant demeanor. "Very well, you honor. Zixio certainly deserves the finest teacher. Allow me to handle this matter, and I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction." Cao Cao embraced your waist, pulling you onto his lap. You softly acquiesced, then instructed the surrounding servants to leave, forbidding anyone from entering. Cao Cao, perceiving your intent, leaned down to kiss you. A glint of golden light flickered in your gaze as he fainted. "What has provoked you to such fury? If he does not wish to teach, so be it. I would never compel you. Your anger may affect your spirit." You furrowed your brow, casting a worried glance at the soul suspended in midair. Nezha regarded you with a cold stare, remaining silent, but a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as they passed over Cao Cao. "What troubles you? Such trivial matters should not incite such wrath." The intensity of Nezha's gaze startled you. Upon hearing your words, he clutched his chest, displaying an expression of excruciating pain. "Are you all right? If not, shall I eliminate Guijia to facilitate your return?" You noticed Nezha's unstable spirit and evident suffering, fearing for his condition, and contemplated sending him back to the celestial realm. "Trivial matters? Your marriage and the birth of a son are trifles? And you have even sought to slay me? How dare you deem me a hindrance?" Nezha took about a quarter of an hour to recover slightly. "I may be married, but that child is not mine. Let me make this clear, Nezha. Do not falsely accuse me without basis. This matter pertains to whether I have broken my vows, and it is not trivial. Even if you are injured, I cannot relent." The moment Nezha directly slandered you, you were incensed, rising in anger and rolling up your sleeves to reveal the protective vermilion mark upon your arm. In the sacred realm of Lingshan, whenever the joyous Buddha learns that a disciple has violated the precept of sensuality, he hastily seeks to draw the individual under his wing, fervently promoting his path thrice daily. Chapter 97. The Kiss? In search of the Star Lord in the mortal realm. You have been married for so many years and have yet to consummate your union? The ire within Nezha diminished significantly. "Of course, I would not let a mere task affect my cultivation. I am not foolish. I would sooner resign from my celestial position than relinquish my spiritual progress. You do not cultivate the path of the joyous Buddha, thus, breaking the precept would hinder your advancement. Although shifting to the joyous Buddha's teachings could expedite your growth as a woman, the notion of indulging in his hedonistic practices, which involve frequent exchanges of partners, may be difficult for you to accept." Nezha's emotions were tumultuous, a blend of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the fact that nothing had transpired between you and Cao Cao. The sorrow arose from his uncertainty. He pondered whether, if he were to share half of his cultivation with you, you would be inclined to be with him. Furthermore, why are you so fixated on my marital status and potential offspring? I am already 1,500 years old. What is the harm in marrying? Are you too stingy to contribute to a gift? Allow me to assure you, I am not as miserly as you. As long as you have not wed the goddess of apricot blossoms, I would gladly present you with 2 magical treasures from the witch clan. You furrowed your brow at Nezha. So, it is not that you resist marriage, but rather that you harbor no affection for him, and he would receive 2 treasures upon marrying. Quite generous indeed. Nezha, in his exasperation, struggled to articulate a coherent response. Suddenly, he was drawn into Guijia's body. Nezha, Guijia, emitted a painful groan. What is wrong? Where does it hurt? Seeing Nezha clutching his chest as if on the brink of collapse, you rushed to his bedside, gently grasping his hand. Do not concern yourself with me. Ugh, it pains me greatly. What is it to you? You are already offering me a gift. Why are you complaining? Nezha withdrew his hand, groaning in distress. What tantrum are you throwing? I will not give you a gift. Is that satisfactory? Where exactly does it hurt? Witnessing Nezha's dire condition, you were frightened. He cannot perish now. You have only just met. Nezha, feeling his body failing, ceased his tantrum and clenched your hand tightly. Let go of me. Where is the medicine? Nezha gripped you, rendering you immobile, a flurry of anxiety consuming you like ants on a hot skillet. Nezha released your hand, clutching the bedding beneath him. His lips, pale with a hint of darkness, pounded the bed in agony, unable to articulate where the medicine was located. With no other option, you began to search, finally discovering a vial of medicine tucked within his inner garment. Is this it? You held up the vial, urgently seeking Nezha's confirmation. He weakly nodded. You must swallow it. You poured the medicine into Nezha's mouth, watching in distress as he struggled to swallow, his heart heavy with despair. He wished to swallow, yet his body was failing him, leaving him devoid of strength to do so. Are you unable to swallow? The gaze of Nezha startled you. Is his body truly this fragile? Nezha laboriously blinked at you. Worthless creature. Without a moment's hesitation, you lowered your head and pressed your lips to Nezha's, blowing the medicine into his mouth. Nezha's eyes widened in disbelief. Feeling the softness upon his lips, his cheeks instantly flushed crimson. His breath quickened, as if he were struggling for air. Taking a deep breath, you noticed Nezha gasping after swallowing the medicine, and you quickly placed your hand on his chest to soothe him, assisting in regulating his breath. Chapter 98. You may as well consider me mad. Searching for the Star Lord in the mortal realm 5. After a while, Nezha finally regained his composure. At that moment, he lay on the bed like a fish washed ashore, gasping for breath as if he had survived a calamity. Have you come down before your injury has healed? You furrowed your brow as you looked at Nezha. His body appeared so weak, burdened by illness. It was evident that this was not a condition acquired through natural means, and his spirit had also seemed. Nezha, feeling guilty, shut his eyes. What kind of injury did you sustain before? You questioned, incredulous at the severity of his wounds. Was it truly necessary for him to descend to the mortal realm, to torment his body in the pursuit of finding a martial Star Lord? You took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the beads of sweat from Nezha's forehead, your heart aching for him. Do not worry. I shall be fine after resting for a while, Nezha said softly, taking your hand and looking at you with a gentle gaze. Are you no longer angry? You swallowed hard and tentatively inquired. Yes. Nezha replied in a voice barely above a whisper, then awkwardly averted his gaze. Can you tell me why you were angry? I will try to avoid it next time. You looked at Nezha earnestly. Nezha gazed into your innocent eyes, unsure how to articulate his feelings. What could he possibly say? That he felt jealous? Yet, in what capacity could he express such jealousy? If he were to openly reveal his feelings, would it not frighten you? You waited patiently for Nezha's response. After all, throughout the millennia, he had seldom expressed anger towards you. In recent centuries, due to the god of apricot blossoms, he had occasionally shown displeasure. Yet it had never reached the level of fury he displayed today. You may as well consider me mad. Nezha turned away, unable to meet your gaze any longer. Seeing Nezha reluctant to speak, though your curiosity was piqued, you refrained from prying further. By the way, did the monarch grant you the illusion? You suddenly recalled that today was the 15th, and you hurriedly asked Nezha. He did. Why? Nezha turned, puzzled by your anxious tone. Have you used it? Not yet. I will use it tonight. Nezha's face flushed slightly. Oh right. You have also practiced the Buddhist arts, so it should be complete, right? You gazed at the rafters with a look of disillusionment. What is it? What do you need the illusion for? Nezha inquired with curiosity. Today is the 15th. And he came to my room. You gestured to Chow Chow with a hint of exasperation. Weren't you both already? Nezha looked at you two in horror. Well, it will be needed tonight. You sighed deeply. Could you not push him towards other ladies? Do you think I haven't tried? He comes to me 20 days each month. Most wives are devoted to their husbands primarily for the sake of bearing offspring. After all, he believes I cannot conceive, leaving me in despair. Humph. His affections for you run deep. Nezha coldly snorted. Then what do you have to say? You two seem quite devoted to your wife. Do you not rely on illusions daily? Your existence is already precarious, yet you engage in all manner of activities, both appropriate and inappropriate. Who cannot provoke others? When have I ever used illusions daily? I only employ them once a month. Today is the 15th, isn't it? On the 1st, I feigned illness to avoid it. Unlike you, who uses them 20 times a month, Nezha retorted sarcastically. Ah, why am I so unfortunate? After a loud cry to the heavens, you picked up a nearby dagger and pointed it at your leg. What are you doing? Nezha quickly seized your arm. I am merely examining which direction the dagger would fall to injure my entire leg, you replied calmly. Are you mad? Nezha exclaimed, hastily taking the dagger from you. If I were sane, would I act this way? What else can I do? My menstrual cycle is more accurate than even AMN's. Do you know what a menstrual cycle is? Mortal women experience it monthly. I know, Nezha interrupted, his face slightly flushed. Chapter 99. Do you find me bothersome? Wishing to drive me to my demise. Searching for the Star Lord in the mortal realm 6. Do not concern yourself with this. Cao Cao will not seek you out tonight. How do you know he won't come tonight? You looked at Nezha in confusion. I will find a way to keep him occupied, and we will no longer require illusions, Nezha sighed. He does not favor men, you swallowed hard. Cautiously glancing at Nezha. A night-long discussion. Nezha was nearly breathless with exasperation. Oh, is your body up to it? You don't plan to collapse, do you? You anxiously scanned Nezha. I will not. Nezha took a deep breath, then looked at you with suspicion. Taoyao, do you find me a nuisance? Wishing to drive me to my demise. Your head shook vigorously like a rattle drum. In the second year of Jianan, Cao Cao mobilized troops to confront Zhang Xiu of Nanyang. As the army marched forth, you diligently prepared the dishes that Chaoong favored, eagerly awaiting his return to restore his strength. At just 19, Chaoong had already been honored as a filial and incorruptible man. And under Nezha's secret tutelage over the past 2 years, he had blossomed into a talented young hero on the battlefield. He was always dutiful, never allowing you to worry. Madam, the eldest son has perished. A servant rushed in, breathless, to report to you. What do you mean, the eldest son is gone? Can you not articulate properly? How could such a large person simply vanish? You suppressed your rising panic and feigned calmness as you scolded the servant. The eldest son died in battle alongside Dian Wei and Chao Anmin to protect the lord in Wanqing. Nonsense. How could my Zixio die in battle? Your words faltered as darkness enveloped you, and you fainted. The mortal body is frail. One gets overly excited and faints. Upon regaining consciousness, one realizes that during the tumult of war, Cao Cao had set his sights on Zhang Xiu's young and widowed aunt, Lady Zhou, igniting in Zhang Xiu a sense of profound humiliation. Consequently, he led his troops to ambush Cao Cao. Ultimately, Cao Cao was defeated, and his steed, Zhuing, perished in the ambush laid by Zhang Xiu's forces at Wancheng. Chaoong, in a noble act, relinquished his chance for survival, offering his own war horse to his father, Cao Cao, to facilitate his escape, while he himself walked to protect his father from the chaos of Wancheng, ultimately meeting his demise on the battlefield. Chowie man, you seethed, directing your ire at the servants surrounding you. My lord, they assured. He shall surely avenge the eldest son. Please, madam, allow him a year, quivered a trembling maid. You paid little heed to her words. Nor did you harbor any lingering hope for Cao Cao. You were preoccupied with the arrangements for Chaoang's funeral. On the 7th day following Chaoang's passing, you instructed your servants to prepare the altar for the Lady of Flowers well in advance. As night fell, you dismissed all attendants. Clad in white, you stood solitary before Chaoang's coffin. Regret and sorrow filled the gaze of his spirit as it manifested before you. With a gentle sigh, you regarded Chaoang's soul. Zixio, come here, you beckoned, gesturing for him to approach. Mother? You. Chaoang was taken aback by your ability to see him. My dear, Tao Yao requires your assistance. You ignited the incense before you. Your voice wafted with the smoke to the celestial realm's garden of flowers. Tao Yao, what is your summons? In but a moment, the figure of the Lady of Flowers emerged from the golden statue. My dear, this is my son, Chaoang, who, at 19, had already achieved the status of a filial and upright man, and, at the tender age of 20, perished in battle while protecting his father. I recall that Master Su is in need of a guardian deity. Please assist me in bringing Chaoang to the heavenly realm. Perhaps Master Su would find him worthy? If not, kindly take his spirit to Zhongyuan, to have him temporarily retain Chaoang's essence until I can devise a plan upon my return. Your son? You have a son? What of your third prince? The Lady of Flowers gazed at you in astonishment. Nezha has no offspring, given his frail constitution. Merely drawing breath is a challenge, you replied, somewhat at a loss. Well, very well. The Lady of Flowers pondered before acquiescing. Chapter 100. Ant Baiwa, the mortal realm's star-seeking Lord 7. After her agreement, the Lady of Flowers carefully examined Chaoang before delivering a light slap on his shoulder. Boy, call me Ant. Chaoang appeared momentarily bewildered. Be good, this is your Ant Baiwa. Accompany her for now, and I shall come to find you later, you said, gently ruffling Chaoang's hair, offering him a tender smile. All right, Chaoang nodded, still in a daze. Yet, he trusted that his mother would not wish him harm. Having sacrificed his life to save his father, he resolved to obey her every word. Go on, you patted his shoulder, then turned gratefully to the Lady of Flowers. I appreciate your assistance. Not at all. It is no trouble. How could it be a burden when it concerns my own nephew? Shall I take him back then? Baihua waved his hand dismissively, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, said to Tao Yao, you have summoned me here using 10 years of your lifespan. Alas, in the mortal realm, you only possess 3 years left. No matter, he continued, I believe I have an idea of whom to seek. Besides, there is Nezha. Judging by his condition, he might well survive for another decade or so. You seem rather unconcerned about this matter. Then, I shall await your return in the Heavenly Palace. A year after the Battle of Wancheng, Cao Cao once again launched an assault on Zhang Xiu, emerging victorious and subduing him. Given that tensions with Yuan Shao were escalating as preparations for the Battle of Guandu commenced, Cao Cao lacked the energy to dwell on past grievances with Zhang Xiu. He appointed Zhang Xiu as general of Yinggu and took his aunt, Lady Zhou, as a concubine. When Lady Zhou came to offer tea as a gesture of respect, for the first time in 20 years, you refused to accept it. Instead, before Cao Cao, you hurled the teacup to the ground with great force and stormed away. You honor, Cao Cao exclaimed, rushing after you. Upon hearing his voice, you quickened your pace and entered your chamber, shutting the door firmly behind you. You honor, Zhang Xiu has surrendered. Is this not the best outcome? What are you still sulking about? Have I not avenged Zixio? Cao Cao implored from the doorway. Avenge? Would it suffice for you if I died while avenging you? Zhang Xiu still lives, and Lady Zhou has become your concubine. Is this how you seek vengeance for your son? You are a disgraceful husband. I will not concern myself with you. But Chowie man, you have already brought ruin upon your own flesh and blood, and still, you lack the sense to restrain yourself. You flung open the door, pointing an accusing finger at Cao Cao. You could hardly comprehend his audacity. I have explained myself to you for countless days. Why can you not grasp the difficulties I face? Zixio was my biological son, my dearest child. How could I not grieve his loss? I did not permit Lady Zhou to enter immediately. I waited a whole month. What more do you desire from me? Begone. You shouted furiously at Cao Cao. Ding Shang Yuan. I am your husband. You now harbor such resentment towards me for a foster son with whom you share no blood ties. Is this how your family educates you to disrespect your husband? Do you dare to challenge me to divorce you? Cao Cao, visibly angered by your public rebuke, retorted. Very well. Draft the divorce papers now. I have long since grown weary of you. You turned back into your chamber, forcefully tossing the paper and pen at him. You are utterly unreasonable, Cao Cao declared, turning on his heel and departing. Upon seeing him leave, you instructed your servants to prepare the carriage for a return to the Ding family. My lady, she is kneeling before Cao Cao to report, a servant announced. What is it now? Cao Cao inquired, somewhat exasperated. The lady has returned to the Ding family. Cao Cao paused momentarily, then sighed. Very well, let her be. A little time apart may do us both good. After some time has passed, I shall bring her back and mend things. A month elapsed, during which Cao Cao persistently sent messengers to retrieve you, yet you remained resolute in your refusal to return. You await the arrival of an individual, longing for the moment to meet him. Chapter 101. You have never loved me. The Mortal Star Seeker 8. Mr. Guojia has arrived. A maid respectfully informs you. Since your return to the Ding family, you have forbidden the servants from addressing you as madam. Let him in, you reply with a subtle tone. Madam. Guojia bows as he enters. Everyone, please withdraw. You gesture for the attendants to leave. What has become of you? Nezha expresses concern at your frail appearance. If you truly hold affection for Chaoang, I could find a way to grant him a celestial status. I have summoned the court officials to descend to the mortal realm, expending some of my lifespan. You explain to Nezha. It matters not. I shall return a few days earlier if need be. These past 2 years, I have refrained from seeking you out, for Cao Cao's temperament is perilous. You shake your head, seeking to allay Nezha's worries. Tao Yao. Nezha exclaims, alarmed by the sight of your blood. Why fret? It is not as though I cannot be seen again in the heavenly realm. It is merely that my time in this form is limited. You respond with a faint smile, amused by Nezha's anxious demeanor. What do you wish to convey to me? Nezha inquires, curiosity piqued. In truth, Cao Cao is not inherently malevolent. He is merely the grandson of a eunuch, having endured much hardship and coldness from a young age, which has led to his estrangement from familial bonds. Nevertheless, he remains loyal. After all, it was he who saved the emperor. Although many claim he manipulates the emperor for his own gain, the emperor remains the emperor, does he not? At the very least, he no longer lives in fear of being hunted. Those who do not even attempt to rescue the emperor, fixated solely on the imperial seal, cannot be deemed loyal to the Han dynasty. You have witnessed his capabilities. He is, without a doubt, the most outstanding among all. His magnanimity allows him to accommodate others. In this division of the realm, one cannot deny that Cao Cao is the most fitting candidate for the role of the martial Star Lord. However, the ultimate test of whether he can withstand temptation and remain loyal to the emperor must fall to you. Are you suggesting that you wish for him to unify the realm, and then see if he would usurp the throne? Nezha deduces your intentions in an instant. At present, this appears to be the only course of action. His Majesty has stated that the martial Star Lord possesses the aura of a dragon, and Cao Cao bears a faint resemblance to a coiling dragon. Yet, the current emperor lacks the genuine aura of a true dragon. My prolonged stay in the rear court has made it exceedingly difficult to locate the imperial star. I have encountered Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, and Liu Bei. None of them embody the imperial star. Perhaps it is due to my own inability to find it, or perhaps the imperial star has yet to make its appearance. You nod in agreement, affirming Nezha's words, and subsequently share your years of observation. There is no one beneath Yuan Shao who possesses the dragon aura or embodies the imperial star. I sought it out at the age of 21. My current allegiance to Cao Cao stems from the sight of the dragon's presence within him. Nezha ponders for a moment before responding. I shall take note of your words. Should I not encounter a more suitable candidate, I shall assist Cao Cao in unification. You must return quickly. It would be unwise to raise his suspicions. Let this serve as my early farewell to you. We shall meet again in the heavenly realm. You wave to Nezha. Understood. Nezha nods before departing. Subsequently, Cao Cao personally arrives to demonstrate his sincerity, and the Ding residence welcomes him with an orderly reception. Yet, you continue with your work, weaving and spinning as though you remain unaware of his presence. Cao Cao was taken aback by your absence. After all, you had been his wife for over 20 years and had never before expressed your displeasure in such a manner. He entered the inner chamber, where you were diligently occupied at the loom. It was perhaps the first time in his life that he relinquished the imposing stature that all men revered. Kneeling beside you and beseeching, "My lady, I acknowledge my faults. Let us return home." You remained silent, continuing your work. The room was enveloped in stillness, the only sound being the shuttle weaving through the silk threads. Error, it has been 24 years. You have never loved me, nor have you ever truly cared for me. All I ask is for you to return to my side, even if your heart does not belong to me. Is that too much to ask? In my lifetime, I have known no love. Would you not pity me and come back? Upon hearing these words, you lifted your gaze to Cao Cao, your eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. After 24 years of marriage, you had never obstructed his pursuit of concubines, always treating him with respect and courtesy. What more could a man desire in a wife? Why was he discontent? How had he concluded that you did not love him? Return home, and do not come here again, you said softly, observing the redness in his eyes. Cao Cao's gaze was filled with profound sorrow as he staggered to his feet, lost and despondent, and exited the room. Chapter 102. Drunkenness, a mortal search for the Star Lord, Part 9. Once outside, Cao Cao sought out Guojia, clutching a flask of wine. 24 years have passed, and I have taken concubines without her ever expressing a hint of jealousy or anger. She has always treated me well. Her only flaw is her lack of love for me. For 24 years, I have treated her with the utmost respect. 24 years, Feng Xiao. Cao Cao, slightly inebriated, grasped Nezha's hand, confiding his grievances and frustrations. Is it not commendable to treat each other with respect? Is that not the hallmark of a harmonious marriage? Respect? Nezha mused, intrigued. Do mortals not often equate mutual respect with a peaceful marital relationship? How ironic it is. Which couple maintains such formalities throughout their lives as if they were mere strangers? When I am in the company of other women, I wish more than anything for her to express her discontent, yet she does not. If she were to quarrel with me, I would gladly devote my life to her, even if it meant remaining childless. I yearn for her jealousy, for in jealousy lies care. Yet for 20 years, how many cups of tea has she accepted from my concubines without a word? I know she disapproves of my taking other women as concubines, yet I persist. And still, she remains indifferent, utterly unconcerned. The only time she lost her composure was with the Zhou family, when she broke a teacup and stormed away, but not because of me, huh? What kind of husband ends up in such a state? Chow Chow continued to down his drinks, one after another. Nezha, feeling a kinship with his plight, could not help but raise his cup in solidarity. After consuming half a pot, he began to cough uncontrollably. Stop drinking. Given your frail constitution, you must exercise caution. Chow Chow admonished, albeit slightly intoxicated, still mindful of Gui Jia's fragile health. It's fine. Nezha brushed aside Chow Chow's hand, continuing to pour wine into his mouth. In his usual state, he could barely indulge in drunkenness. Yet now, in this realm, he decided to let loose just once. After consuming 2 jugs of wine, Nezha found himself somewhat disoriented, sprawled across the table. Feng Xiao? Sighed Chow Chow, noticing Nezha's collapse. He stood unsteadily and gently nudged Nezha. Taoyao, Taoyao. Nezha murmured in a tipsy state. What did you say? Chow Chow leaned closer to Nezha. Who is Taoyao? Upon hearing Nezha's soft whispers, Chow Chow became intrigued. Oh, Taoyao is like the moon in the water, the flower in the mirror, Nezha chuckled, his gaze filled with a dreamy haze. Do you have feelings for her? Who is your current wife? Chow Chow sat beside Nezha. Yes, I have loved her since childhood. Yet, she said that if I were to marry, she would merely send me a gift. She shows no concern for whether I take a wife. She casually mentioned giving me a gift. Who needs her gift? Nezha's eyes were glazed, his tone laced with grievance. She even remarked that I don't appear to be a man. The Queen Mother made her choose someone by her side. And she didn't even glance my way. Nezha had never been drunk before, but now, intoxicated, he cried as he drank. You did not marry her? Chow Chow asked empathetically, for he too felt the sting of unreciprocated affection. Nezha shook his head. I once thought she had never considered marriage, only to realize later that she was aware of her options, but never thought of marrying me. Woe is me. She kissed me to save me. Yet I was the only one flushed with embarrassment. Why does she not like me? Have I not treated her well enough? Nezha wept profusely over the table. My dear brother, let me tell you, this has nothing to do with how well you treat her. Look at me. I have even knelt before her. Does she care for me? Chow Chow patted Nezha's back, both men inebriated and unable to discern their surroundings. Brother, after all these years, my heart aches. My heart aches too, brother. Brother, woe is me. At that moment, both men, burdened by their unfulfilled affections, were thoroughly intoxicated. Thus, the reckless drinking of Nezha, combined with Guijia's frail constitution, led to him needing a month of bed rest. Chapter 103, Guijia's Demise. In search of the Star Lord in the mortal realm, 3 years later, Ding Shang passed away at the Ding residence. Chow Chow personally designated the burial site, presided over the wake, and arranged the funeral. Nezha remembered your words and continued to assist Chow Chow diligently. With Nezha's support, Chow Chow's forces grew formidable, conquering lands with unparalleled momentum. In the 12th year of Jianan, Chow Chow sought to march north, but feared a surprise attack from Liu Bei on Xuchang. Hence, Guijia fervently advised the northern expedition, analyzing that Liu Bei would be suppressed by Liu Biao and would not pose a significant threat. During the campaign against the Wuhuan, Nezha and Chow Chow engaged in a game of strategy within the carriage, discussing the state of the world. White smoke wafted from the incense burner, filling the carriage with the scent of rare spices. Nezha's breathing grew increasingly rapid, his hand clutching his chest as a familiar pain pierced through him. The suffocating sensation, combined with the strange aroma from the incense burner, made Nezha suddenly grasp an unsettling realization. He looked at Chow Chow in disbelief. Feng Xiao, what is wrong? Where are your medicines? Chow Chow glanced at Nezha with a hint of anxiety, then began to search his body. Could it be that he was not the cause? Nezha leaned painfully against the carriage wall, unable to discern whether this calamity was indeed orchestrated by Chow Chow. Chow Chow administered medicine to Nezha, who gradually began to recover. How could such a sudden ailment occur? Was he simply fatigued? Chow Chow observed Nezha with concern. Perhaps. Nezha replied faintly, then closed his eyes, resting against the carriage wall. It seemed that Chow Chow had no reason to harm him. Yet who else could tamper with the carriage besides Chow Chow? That incense was peculiar. It could provoke Nezha's heart condition. Did Chow Chow genuinely remain oblivious? As night fell and they set up camp, Nezha ordered the spices within the general's tent to be discarded. Despite his illness, he forcefully offered Chow Chow tactical advice, suggesting that they leave behind supplies and launch a cavalry assault. Ultimately, they achieved a resounding victory, slaying the Chanyu of the Xiongnu. On the return journey, upon encountering the strange fragrance of the incense, Nezha understood Chow Chow's intent. Though filled with indignation and confusion, he chose to prioritize the greater good and summoned Chow Chow to his side. Feng Xiao, you seek me? Chow Chow, with a worried expression, stood at Nezha's bedside, grasping his hand. May I inquire why? Nezha, in front of Chow Chow, cast aside the life-saving medicine, speaking coolly. Feng Xiao, I truly admire your talents. However, you must never covet my woman. You know my limits. With the matter now exposed, Cao Cao decided to drop the pretense. Your woman? Ah, I understand. Nezha mocked with a fleeting smile. She initially sought my assistance for your unification, but it appears. At that moment, Nezha's breath quickened, and sharp pain gripped his heart. What did you say? Cao Cao looked at Nezha in disbelief. A jolt of agony surged through Nezha's heart, forcing a cry from his lips. Observing Nezha's suffering, as if he were teetering between life and death, Cao Cao felt a pang of compassion. After a moment's contemplation, he hurled the incense burner away, deeming it useless. Nezha clutched his chest tightly, suppressing the pain as he cautioned Cao Cao about Sima Yi, whose ambitions ran deep. Those whom I cannot reach, eliminate them. Feng Xiao, Cao Cao called out to Nezha, his heart trembling, his voice quaking. I have done my utmost. Just as he seemed to finish his thought, Nezha's spirit departed from the mortal realm, leaving Guijia's body. Feng Xiao, I owe you an apology. I do not wish to be in your debt. Your last words, I shall not heed. May you be reborn into a good family in your next life. And may you never encounter a madman like me again. Honor the strategist with a grand burial. Cao Cao closed his eyes and softly instructed his deputy. The army shall march north, following Guijia's strategy. The north has been entirely pacified. Alas, Guijia passed away young on the return journey. Cao Cao disregarded Guijia's last wishes, continuing to employ Sima Yi. Cao Cao's regime remained unstable, ultimately preventing him from declaring himself emperor. Chapter 104. The Return of Nezha. Upon returning to the heavenly realm, you learned that Xiaoong had been retained by Master Su and was appointed as the Vice Master of Heaven, holding the rank of 6th grade. Thus, you first expressed your gratitude to Master Su and the Jade Emperor, then sent messages to Ling Mountain and the Nine-Glazed Jade Palace, before bringing Xiaoong to meet Sun Wukong. Wukong, I have returned. Sister, how did it go? Was everything smooth? Upon catching sight of you, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. How fortunate! He exclaimed. Let me introduce you. This is my sister's son from the mortal realm, Xiaoong, also known as Zixio. He proudly patted Xiaoong on the shoulder. Come, Zixio, greet your uncle. With utmost respect, Xiaoong bowed to Sun Wukong. Oh, my goodness! Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Has it happened so swiftly? My sister has a son in the mortal realm? And who is his father? Has Nezha finally gained recognition? Where's Nezha? It took a moment for Sun Wukong to regain his composure, and he turned to you with a smile. If you want me to address you differently, you must present me with a magical artifact. Ha ha ha. Nezha? He is assisting his father in the lower realms. You thought Sun Wukong was merely reminiscing about Nezha and did not delve deeper into the implications. But if you have ascended in status, should you not bestow a magical artifact upon Zixio? What? Sun Wukong's exclamation startled you. What are you doing? You scared me. You placed a hand on your chest, still trembling. No, I did not mean a magical artifact. Wait a moment. Is this child not born of you and Nezha? And Nezha is still aiding his biological father. Has Nezha lost his mind? Sun Wukong was filled with disbelief. What are you talking about? How did it become that I and Nezha are the parents? Both of us have cultivated Buddhist practices. How could we break our vows? This child is born of my mortal husband's concubine, whom I have raised. You cast a puzzled glance at Sun Wukong, wondering what he was thinking. Xiaoong, upon hearing your words, was equally astonished. So, it was not that his mother could not bear children, but rather that she had never allowed his father to touch her. How unfortunate for his father. Sun Wukong felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped you had gained enlightenment. It seemed Nezha still had trials ahead of him. Despite his reservations about the child's father, Sun Wukong, recognizing Xiaoong as your son, imparted many cultivation secrets to him. After bringing Xiaoong back to the heavenly realm, you resumed your previous routine. Days passed, and after a span of 10 days, you wondered, Nezha? How has he returned? Given Guijia's condition, he should have had at least 4 or 5 more years to live. Sensing Nezha's magical presence, you looked up to see a beam of golden light piercing the heavens. Realizing Nezha's injuries had not yet healed, you hurried towards the Hall of Destiny. Upon arrival, you found Nezha, pale and leaning against a pillar, his brow furrowed in discomfort. Unsure of the situation, you approached quietly, hesitant to disturb him. Nezha sensed your presence, but did not open his eyes. He was in considerable pain. Forcing himself to descend to the mortal realm while still recovering was taxing. After half an hour of resting with his eyes closed, he finally opened them. How are you? Are you well? You ventured to speak only when Nezha had opened his eyes. I'm all right, Nezha replied, his voice faint and weary. First, let us go to my place to rest, and then we shall present ourselves to his majesty. I will have someone inform the emperor. You gently supported Nezha, inquiring softly. Nezha nodded slightly, In his current state, he was indeed unfit for an audience. Chapter 105. The wooden figure unenlightened for a millennium. Upon arriving at the abode of the wooling immortal lord, you promptly dispatched someone to summon the physician. After administering treatment, the healer left behind some spiritual herbs and advised a period of tranquility before taking their leave. Given the condition of your mortal body, it seemed improbable that you would return today. What transpired? Did you engage in battle? You inquired, noticing that Nezha appeared somewhat revitalized. Not at all. I was harmed by your well-meaning husband, Nezha retorted with a hint of irritation. Oh man, that is inconceivable. He is known to cherish talent above all else. When Zhang Liao expressed a desire to serve under him, he welcomed him with bare feet upon the stony path. Though his demeanor may seem peculiar, he would never permit the unjust slaying of gifted individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, you dismissed Nezha's assertion. Are you implying that I malign him? Nezha's expression turned icy at your words. The familiarity with which you addressed a man seemed to deepen the rift. How could you still trust that mortal over him? That was not my intention. I merely believe there may be a misunderstanding. It is not that you distrust Nezha. Rather, Cao Cao's obsession with talent has reached lunacy. You clarified. Nezha chose silence, closing his eyes and reclining. He felt a swell of vexation, for it was beneath him to quarrel over a mere mortal. However, hearing you speak so affectionately about a man and your unwavering faith in Cao Cao stirred a tempest within him that he could not ignore. Thus, Nezha resolutely opted for silence, choosing to retreat from the conversation. Seeing Nezha lie down, you were uncertain whether he was fatigued or aggrieved. Tenderly, you covered him with a blanket and exited quietly. Upon hearing the door close, Nezha felt a weight in his chest, a suffocating breath that refused to rise or fall. How could one be so oblivious? Did he truly leave just like that? Nezha felt on the brink of madness. How could he find himself enamored with such a dense, unyielding figure, a wooden block unresponsive for a millennium? A wooden figure unenlightened for a millennium. Nezha lamented helplessly, rolling over while clutching the blanket. The faint fragrance of peach blossoms lingered in the air as he buried his face in the soft pink fabric, letting out a gentle sigh. Very well. He would endure for the sake of his own affections. With Nezha's wounds still unhealed, you refrained from broaching the subject that displeased him. 2 days later, Nezha appeared significantly improved and accompanied you to court. Mother, Chaoang exclaimed, running towards you with an endearing clumsiness. Mother? The wooling immortal lord truly has a son? At that moment, during the peak of court attendance, the assembled immortals turned in disbelief toward you both. The resounding address of mother nearly caused Nezha to choke in shock. The wooling immortal lord has yet to marry. Speak with caution. He shot a cold glance at Chaoang master. Chaoang greeted Nezha, his foolish grin vanishing as he bowed respectfully. It is merely a title. A son must honor his parents. It would be awkward for him to directly address me by name. You playfully shook Nezha's arm. Suit yourself, Nezha replied, withdrawing his hand and striding toward the Lingxiao treasure hall. Is he upset again? You observed Nezha's retreating figure, your brow furrowing slightly. In the past 2 centuries, Nezha has been more irritable with you than he was in the previous millennium. What is his true intention? Mother, you should seek Master first. If Master is present next time, I shall refrain from calling you mother to avoid displeasing him. At this moment, Chaoang has come to a complete understanding. Master has a fondness for his mother. Although it feels peculiar to him, this realm is not the mortal world, and he has no right to demand that his mother remain with his father. If Master were to become his stepfather, it would not be unacceptable. Pay him no mind. Let us proceed to the court. It has always been perplexing to endure Nezha's inexplicable disdain. You are not without your own temper. Since childhood, both Master and the Earth Mother have indulged you, and you have never faced such indignities. Chapter 106. Did Nezha come or not? The Jade Emperor noticed that you and Nezha had arrived separately, and that both of your expressions were rather grim, which piqued his curiosity. What has transpired? Have you had a quarrel? Were you not on good terms just a couple of days ago? During the morning court, you scarcely paid attention. It was merely a report of matters requiring the Jade Emperor's judgment, none of which fell within your responsibilities. As for the inquiry regarding the Martial Star Lord, it is a confidential edict and cannot be disclosed in the morning court. Dismiss the court. Nezha and Tao Yao shall accompany me to the study. After the Jade Emperor finished speaking, he departed first. The court has been dismissed? You suddenly regained your senses and then walked towards the study, completely ignoring the still-dazed Nezha. Your Majesty, you entered the study and bowed to the Jade Emperor. No need for that. Where's Nezha? The Jade Emperor inquired, puzzled by Nezha's absence. In response to your Majesty, I do not know, you replied with respect. Oh, then go fetch him. The Jade Emperor spoke in a casual tone. In this vast heavenly palace, where should I search for him, your Majesty? Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, you realized he had noticed your altercation with Nezha and was now sending you to seek him out to smooth things over. I do not care. You may search as you wish. Whatever means you choose is acceptable, but I must see him. The Jade Emperor said somewhat helplessly. Your Majesty permits any method of search? You raised an eyebrow at the Jade Emperor. Indeed, I do. The Jade Emperor sensed your intentions were not entirely benign, but acquiesced nonetheless. Curious about how you would seek Nezha. Very well, I shall obey your command. You smiled slightly and turned to leave. However, since you mentioned it, I cannot be blamed. With a light-hearted step, you made your way to the Lingxiao Hall, heading directly towards the heavenly gong and striking it thrice. In a short while, the celestial beings of the heavenly court hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the Lingxiao Hall. Nezha, His Majesty summons you to the study at once. You shouted from before the heavenly gong. The celestial beings instantly turned to Nezha, who shot you a glance before darkening his expression and striding toward the study. He was certain that the Jade Emperor had not instructed you to strike the heavenly gong. Wuling Xianjun, what matter does His Majesty wish to convey to us? The barefoot immortal gazed at you in confusion. It is nothing of great importance. He merely wishes to see Nezha. Everyone may disperse. I appreciate your efforts in coming here. Is it necessary to strike the heavenly gong for just one person? Taishang Laojun frowned slightly. This matter is beyond my knowledge. I am merely carrying out orders. You nodded slightly to Taishang Laojun and then departed. What is this all about? The Emperor is being discussed by the celestial beings in a cacophony of voices. Enough, enough. Just the other day, His Majesty mentioned to me that he wished to test the reactions of the celestial beings regarding a certain matter. It seems this is indeed the issue at hand. Tianpeng, after a moment of contemplation, grasped the situation and, with a smile, told a white lie to restore some dignity for the Jade Emperor. Upon realizing this, the celestial beings nodded in agreement and dispersed. Upon returning to the imperial study, you found the Jade Emperor wearing a countenance of great displeasure. You have quite the audacity, he exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the desk as you entered. What troubles you? Your Majesty? You inquired innocently, gazing at the Emperor. How dare you sound the heavenly gong without cause? The Emperor was furious. But didn't your Majesty instruct me to do so? You shrugged nonchalantly. When did I authorize you to ring the heavenly gong? He retorted. Then what is your Majesty's command? You blinked innocently at him. I commanded you to find Nezha. Has he arrived? You interrupted the Emperor. As he opened his mouth to respond, you cut him off. Whatever you say, I will search for him, you quipped, eliciting a sardonic chuckle from the Emperor. He then tossed another edict at Nezha. Haha, you laughed without sincerity. Enough, enough. You two discuss how the search for the Martial Star Lord is progressing, the Emperor said, rubbing his temples in exasperation, ultimately choosing not to pursue the matter further. Chapter 107. I wish to marry. Regarding the candidate for the Martial Star Lord, you and Nezha once again held opposing views. You believed Cao Cao was the most suitable choice, but Nezha suddenly proposed Guan Yu, known for his martial prowess and unwavering loyalty, as the rightful candidate for the position. Although I returned early, I visited the Bureau of Fate yesterday to inquire about Guan Yu. In this realm, besides Liu Bei, has he ever regarded anyone else? Such arrogance cannot bear the weight of great responsibility, you countered with a slight frown. Guan Yu is loyal and righteous. Having spent 12 years in Cao Cao's camp while still devoted to Liu Bei, and he is well versed in military strategy. As for his arrogance, is it truly a flaw to possess capability? Nezha retorted calmly. Loyalty? If he is loyal to Liu Bei, why did he let Cao Cao go at Huarong Pass? If he is righteous, why did he abandon the one who showed him kindness, Cao Cao, to return to Liu Bei? He cannot fulfill both loyalty and righteousness. Moreover, with the Emperor in the hands of Amon, to whom is Guan Yu truly loyal? You scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Nezha. Ah, Amon, Wuling's immortal lord. Do not let your personal feelings for Cao Cao interfere with matters of state. Truly, a day of marriage breeds 100 days of affection. Forsaking the greater good for the sake of personal reunions is too much. Nezha, incensed by your unguarded remark about Amon, huffed coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Am I bringing personal feelings into this? Am I using my power for personal gain? I see it as generally being petty and seeking personal vengeance. Simply holding a grudge against Cao Cao over an unfounded issue. He himself has spoken of it. I am tempted by his woman, as he has infused my incense with spices that provoke my heart's affliction. Do you ponder why he has not claimed the throne? It is because he has permitted the slaughter of virtuous talents. Otherwise, grant me 3 more years, and I shall surely assist him in unifying the realm. This land would belong to him. Cao Cao. Cao Cao did not dethrone the emperor for self-interest. How can that not be considered loyalty? Moreover, whether in military strategy or literary prowess, he excels in every regard. In terms of both sentiment and reason, he is the most suitable candidate, particularly as he bears the mark of a coiling dragon. You have investigated Guan Yu. Why have you not delved into Cao Cao? He is not unwilling to usurp the throne. Rather, he lacks the courage. His suspicions have rendered it impossible for me to ascertain his loyalty. There is no need for me to investigate him. I have known him for 36 years. How could I be unaware of his character? Admittedly, he possesses some eccentricities, yet his capabilities and loyalty are undeniable. Do you think you can forge genuine feelings while marrying someone in the mortal realm? You have brought forth a son, and now you intend to elevate your husband as well, envisioning a harmonious life for the three of you? Upon hearing your words, Nezha was nearly rendered breathless with indignation, his tone chillingly frigid. Nezha, are you unwell? I am discussing serious matters. How do you manage to divert everything into the topic of marriage? What of my marriage? Have you not also taken a wife? It is merely a means to fulfill a task. What is there to discuss? Hearing Nezha once again steer the conversation towards matrimony ignited a fire within you as well. What is the purpose of this incessant chatter? What of marriage? Is there something wrong with discussing it? I have never laid a hand on my wife. What about you? I have not broken my vows. Have you not seen my chastity mark? What nonsense are you spouting? I suspect you are reluctant to relinquish your cultivation. Otherwise, you would have joyfully leapt at the opportunity long ago. Have you not noticed how naturally you sit upon Cao Cao's lap? The thought of you, alluringly draped around Cao Cao's neck, enraged Nezha, leading to some indiscreet utterances. You, upon hearing Nezha's words, trembled with fury, pointing at him but unable to articulate a response. Tao Yao, I did not mean it that way. Nezha, witnessing the tears welling in your eyes, suddenly regained clarity and hurried to explain. Your Majesty, I request a leave of absence. You disregarded Nezha and turned to the Jade Emperor. A leave of absence? What occasion necessitates such a request at this time? The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback by your unexpected mention. A marriage leave. I wish to wed. Chapter 108. 3 choices. Whom do you wish to marry? Nezha's voice trembled. You ignored him, fixating your gaze upon the Jade Emperor. The matter of marriage is significant. The wooling immortal must consider it with utmost caution and not act on a whim. The Jade Emperor looked at you with a hint of difficulty. I am not acting out of spite. I am no longer young. I have been yearning for a man to the point of madness. I am presently desperate to marry. Your Majesty, please expedite my leave, lest my marital prospects be jeopardized. You smiled at the Jade Emperor. Although you claimed to be unconcerned with reputation, previously, when Nezha resided with you, you could afford to disregard Do Rong's remarks. Yet now, your friend of a millennium perceives you in such a light. With virtue, one fears not the shadow, as Do Rong has asserted, attributing the matter to him, for his mind often dwells upon romantic affairs, a fact known to all in the celestial palace. However, Nezha is different. He is your dear companion and has never engaged in baseless maligning of others. Since he has spoken thus, it appears the denizens of the celestial palace may indeed consider you a wayward woman. Having emerged from the realm of Hutunyang, you must not tarnish the reputation of the Zhuhua Yank. Even if you hold no regard for your reputation, it must not stray too far into disrepute. Therefore, if you were to marry, perhaps it would silence the murmurs. If your Majesty does not permit this, then I shall resign from my post as the wooling immortal lord. Observing the Jade Emperor's prolonged silence, you took a step forward and placed the seal and insignia of the wooling immortal lord upon the Emperor's desk. No, wooling immortal lord. He replied, perhaps, for now, you should defer the matter of marriage. I shall grant you a respite. Go forth and clear your mind. Return whenever you wish. Noticing Nezha's forlorn demeanor, the Jade Emperor hastily returned your insignia and seal into your hands. Yes, I shall take my leave. You contemplated briefly before acquiescing. Thank you, Marshal, for your years of care, Tao Yao expressed as she took her leave. After bowing to Nezha, you pressed a gold ingot into his palm before turning to depart. Tao Yao, I do not want you to go, Nezha implored, grasping your hand and shaking his head fervently. Ah, wait. I have something else. You summoned the fluffy creature. This is bestowed upon you by me. Worry not. Immortal Lord, keep it. The Jade Emperor, alarmed at your intention to return the feathered companion, waved his hands in protest. This seemed to signal a complete severance with Nezha. You nodded, withdrawing your hand and turning to leave. Nezha watched your retreating figure, tears brimming in his eyes, feeling as though even breathing was a torment. Your Majesty, I beseech you to assist me. I am finished. That was not my intention. I did not mean it. Nezha grasped the Emperor's sleeve as if clinging to a lifeline. Nezha, until a relationship is established, your jealousy and possessiveness are unjustified, the Jade Emperor sighed. I know, but I cannot comprehend my own feelings. I seem unable to control myself. I might be truly losing my sanity, Nezha lamented, squatting on the ground. anxiously tugging at his hair. You now have 3 choices, the Jade Emperor spoke slowly. What 3? Nezha's eyes shimmered with a flicker of hope. First, you can pursue her now and confess your feelings. If it succeeds, it succeeds. If not, you may find it difficult to remain even friends. Second, you can explain your feelings as a friend, but until you ascertain her sentiments, you must maintain a platonic presence, restraining your jealousy. Third, if it must end, seek someone else to cherish. If it is the second choice, how shall I explain? Nezha clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the Jade Emperor. You might express your fear of losing her as a friend should she find someone else and distance herself after marriage, the Jade Emperor elucidated, a hint of compassion glimmering in his eyes. Unrequited love is the most agonizing plight. Do you truly wish to tread this path? If she ultimately finds affection for another, your heart shall endure greater torment. From a tender age, I have cherished her, your majesty, yet I dare not wager. I am aware that she remains oblivious. The first path appears unfeasible, and I am reluctant to accept the third avenue. Nezha forced a smile, bowing in gratitude to the Jade Emperor, and took his leave. The Jade Emperor gazed at Nezha's retreating figure, his thoughts drifting into the distance. In days of yore, he had chosen the second path as well, yet in the end, she favored another, while he wed a woman he did not love. May fortune be kinder to you than it was to me, the Jade Emperor murmured softly. Chapter 109. He is jealous. What is the matter? Who has upset our little flower? Baiwa observed your fury and promptly poured you a cup of tea. Am I being too reckless? You exclaimed, bursting into tears. Who said that? I shall strip him of his skin. Our Taoyao is still young. Who dares to speak such malicious slander? Baiwa consoled you, embracing you while fiercely slapping the table. Nezha gazed at Baiwa with watery eyes. Who? Baiwa's eyes widened in shock. Nezha? How could it be Nezha? Absolutely impossible. Woo, you don't believe me? Are you closer to him? Are you better off with him than with me? You sobbed. How could that be? Of course, you are my dearest. Now, tell me, what did he say to you? How dare he bully our little flower? Even if I cannot best him, I shall confront him. Baiwa shook her small fist, her face aflame with righteous indignation. You recounted the events to Baiwa, lamenting, if Nezha feels that way, then surely the entire heavenly palace must think the same. Oh, Taoyao, Baiwa sighed deeply. Her expression, one of helplessness. Nezha is evidently jealous. Your Highness, the third prince requests an audience, stating he wishes to see the immortal lord, Lame reported to Baiwa. Let him go? Let him go? You erupted, interrupting Baiwa's words. Baiwa nodded resignedly and waved Lame away. Very well, Lame complied and withdrew. Taoyao, the third prince surely does not mean it in that manner, nor does the immortal have any misconceptions about you. Baiwa gently patted your head. He does mean it. He spoke to me in a sarcastic tone. He wishes to sever ties with me, embarrassed by my presence. You replied, your eyes brimming with tears. He is not doing that. He is merely envious, Baiwa sighed. Huh, what does it mean to be jealous? You inquired curiously. How shall I explain this? Consider this. If I were to become exceptionally close with Xinhua, would that upset you? You nodded in response. Furthermore, if your master were to take on a new disciple, treating that pupil far better than he treats you, would you feel heartbroken? Again, you nodded, imagining it made you want to cry. Every relationship possesses an element of exclusivity, and the third prince's feelings for you are no exception. He may differ from us in his expression, but he, your highness. The third prince wishes for the immortal lord to grant him the opportunity to explain. If the celestial lord does not see him, he shall remain there indefinitely. The winter suite comes and goes. He feels as though he need not attend court tomorrow. This tiresome routine, is it not vexing? How has he grown to be so bothersome? One cannot help but recall how, during the upheaval caused by Sun Wukong in the heavenly palace, Nezha behaved in a similarly obstinate manner, igniting a surge of anger. Do not be angry. If one does not wish to meet, then let it be. Allow him to wait outside. It is just as well. For his injuries have yet to heal. Should they flare up again, it would serve as an opportunity for some catharsis. The 100 flowers, while offering you comfort, exchanged a knowing glance with the winter suite. It is said that on the day the third prince returned to court, he bled profusely on his way back, and the emperor expended a millennium of effort to barely rescue him. Should he suffer a recurrence this time, he may not die, but he would certainly lose half of his life. Serves him right. Who asked him to bully our celestial lord? The winter suite readily agreed, expressing her concern about Nezha's severe injuries. Oh, let him be. If he is in pain, he deserves it. The 100 flowers interrupted your thoughts. Noticing your expression of worry and stoking the flames further, you clenched your garment, feeling conflicted. Perhaps the celestial lord should see him. Listen to the third prince's explanation before making a decision. Look how pitiful the third prince is. He battles demons daily, and his body is riddled with injuries. If he were to become overly distressed and his condition relapsed, the nearby lily, sensing the moment was right, quickly extended a lifeline. Tao Yao, why not go see him? The 100 Flowers gently shook your arm. Oh, let us go? The 100 Flowers, noticing your hesitation, understood that you were also concerned for Nezha, albeit reluctant to admit it. Thus, she took your hand and led you outside. Chapter 110. The Plum Blossom Deity. As the gates of the 100 Flowers garden swung open, you beheld the plum blossom, her tear-filled eyes and disheveled appearance gazing at Nezha. At that moment, Nezha's expression was as frigid as ice, his gaze toward the plum blossom flashing with a hint of murderous intent. The third prince has seen my form and acted in such a manner. Does he intend to take no responsibility? The plum blossom, noticing the increasing crowd of celestial onlookers, cast a sorrowful look at Nezha. When did this esteemed one behold your form, and what actions did I undertake? Nezha's voice was laced with fury. He is renowned in the celestial realm as a harbinger of death. How dare anyone recklessly approach him? What Nezha does not realize is that the plum blossom is no ordinary maiden. She possesses an inexplicable confidence, believing that every man who lays eyes on her will inevitably fall hopelessly in love. Even Nezha, in her eyes, is no exception. You stood frozen in place, momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding before you. Impudent! How shameless! How dare you entangle yourself with the third prince? Are you seeking death? The 100 Flowers, incensed, rushed forward and forcefully pushed the plum blossom aside. The plum blossom fell gently into the arms of the passing Lu Jing'o, who looked at her with deep concern. Xing'er, what has happened to you? Lu Jing'o's eyes were filled with compassion as he gazed at the plum blossom. The third prince, he has taken liberties with me, seen my form, yet now denies it. How shall I endure this? The god of flowers has always harbored jealousy towards me, and now, more than ever, she obstructs my quest for justice. The pretentious apricot blossom leans in, her eyes wide open, casually fluttering her lashes at the hound, Lu Jing'o, in a manner that flaunts her long, proud eyelashes. You dare to slander me? The god of flowers nearly faints with rage. You regain your composure and gently pat her hand before turning your gaze to Nezha. Was it you? Do you fancy her? Do you wish to marry her? You inquire with a calm demeanor. It wasn't me. I do not like her. How could I ever fancy such an affected and ugly creature? Nezha hastily explains, his voice raised in excitement, loud enough for those around to hear clearly. Apricot Blossom is momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by Nezha's words regarding her appearance. The third prince dares to act without accountability, publicly humiliating a female celestial being. Truly a disgrace to the heavenly court. Lu Jing'o, upon hearing this, cast an angry glare at Nezha. You fool. Nezha, aware of Lu Jing'o's lack of intelligence, is nonetheless astonished by his foolishness. Even if it is you, Nezha, I fear you not. Today, I shall seek justice for Apricot. Lu Jing'o declares, charging towards Nezha. You dare to strike me? Nezha squints, evading Lu Jing'o's assault. If you dare to bully others, what do I have to fear? Lu Jing'o's tone turns icy. After Nezha sends Lu Jing'o flying with a strike, he himself stumbles back, blood spilling from his lips, his face growing pale. Are you all right? You rush to support Nezha, swiftly placing a pill in his mouth. I am fine. Nezha replies with a shake of his head. Lu Jing'o, having risen from the ground, charges at Nezha once more. You step in front of Nezha, casting a cold glance at Lu Jing'o, conjuring a feather fan in your hand. This fan is a new artifact crafted by your master during his seclusion, possessing immense power. A single flap can send an opponent flying, and by infusing it with magical energy, it can automatically convert to counter the elemental attributes of the adversary. Against Lu Jing'o's metallic essence, the fan glows a brilliant red. Before you can make a move, Lu Jing'o is once again repelled. Impudence. The dark-clad Kuei Mu wolf stands firmly before you, regarding Lu Jing'o with a frigid stare. They bully the weak. Is the leader so unreasonable as to protect an outsider? Lu Jing'o stares incredulously at Kuei Mu wolf. Fool. The entire heavenly palace knows she is a harlot. Yet you are oblivious and willingly act as a stepping stone for this pretentious wretch, Kuei Mu wolf coldly retorts. Chapter 111. The 1,700 Killing Tribulations. Her clothes are clearly torn by her own hands. Are your eyes merely for decoration? Unable to contain yourself at Lu Jing'o's audacity, you speak up, torn by her own hands. Apricot has often claimed that you and the god of flowers spend your days tormenting her in every conceivable manner. It seems her words ring true. If so, let us publicly reveal to all the celestial beings what it looks like when one's garments are torn by another. Luo Jing'o suddenly attacked you, but Nezha reacted swiftly, kicking him away. However, you still suffered damage as he tore your shoulder garment. You seek death, Nezha exclaimed. promptly shedding his outer robe to cover you, then conjured the 9-dragon divine fire shield while chanting an incantation. Marshal, please quell your anger and spare his life. Kuei Malong, witnessing Nezha's murderous intent, hurriedly grasped his hand. There can be no mercy. Nezha's voice resonated with fierce determination. He could forgive an attack, but to dare insult Tao Yao was unforgivable. Marshal, please do not act rashly. Let this matter be decided by His Majesty. Kuei Malong noticed Luo Jingo's form was now partially revealed by the flames, growing anxious. Nezha, cease at once. Observing Nezha clutching his chest in pain, yet unwilling to relent, you gently tugged at his sleeve, fearing he would exacerbate his injuries. He dared to insult you. I shall reduce him to ashes. Nezha's eyes turned crimson, brimming with murderous intent. You must halt. Do not let vengeance cloud your judgment. Recognizing the change in Nezha's gaze, you understood that he was affected by his karmic retribution. Nezha was born with the burden of 1,700 deaths, cycling every 1,500 years, destined for destruction, earning him the title of the god of slaughter in the heavenly court. To assist Nezha in overcoming his tribulations, the Jade Emperor appointed him as the demon-subduing heavenly god. Nezha, stop. As Nezha's eyes glowed even brighter, you raised your hand and slapped him. Already nursing old wounds, should he recklessly wield his powers, he would only inflict further harm. With no other recourse, you resorted to this action to rouse him. A collective gasp echoed among the celestial beings, who looked on in terror. Everyone disperse. Kuei Malong commanded, pulling you behind him protectively, his expression tense as he conjured a weapon for defense. Tao Yao noticed Nezha's eyes regaining clarity. A sharp pain surged in Nezha's chest, prompting a suppressed groan from him as his body swayed unsteadily. Nezha, you instinctively attempted to rush forward, but Kuei Malong's grip on your hand prevented you from breaking free. Alas, Baihua, seeing you unable to advance, bravely approached to support Nezha. I apologize. Please do not hold it against me, Celestial Lord. Kuei Malong quickly released your hand. Astonished that your slap not only failed to enrage Nezha but had revived him, leaving him momentarily speechless. It is of no consequence, esteemed Star Lord. Do not dwell on it. I am grateful for your valiant protection. After offering a grateful smile to Kuei Malong, you rushed to Nezha's side. Using your feather fan to transform your wood attribute magic into fire attribute energy, gradually infusing it into Nezha's body. Only when Nezha's breathing steadied did you withdraw your spiritual energy. Seeing you complete Nezha's healing, Tao Yao promptly handed him over to you before stepping back, her heart still racing from the near calamity. Among the celestial maidens in the heavenly palace, who besides Tao Yao would dare to confront Nezha, she could scarcely fathom how Xinghua mustered such audacity to provoke him. You witnessed as Baihua, with a sudden flutter, pushed Nezha into your embrace before retreating hastily, leaving you somewhat dazed as you looked at Baihua, then turned your gaze back to Nezha. Is it truly that frightening? In this moment, you set aside any awkwardness and firmly supported Nezha. Noticing that you did not reject him, a flicker of delight passed through Nezha's eyes. Surely, a word of explanation would lead Tao Yao to forgive him, would it not? Subsequently, Nezha's glance swept over Quimawang, recalling the crucial moment when he shielded you with his own body. Thank you, Nezha expressed earnestly to Quimawang. You are too kind. Quimawang replied with a nod before returning to attend to Lu Jinghua. Chapter 112. Audience with the Jade Emperor Lord Star. Do not expend any more spiritual energy. It suffices to leave him with a breath to face His Majesty. Further expenditure would be wasteful, Nezha advised, observing Quimawang. Quimawang gave a slight nod but still channeled a bit more energy into Lu Jinghua before ceasing. After all, he was one of his subordinates. Even if his life was to be lost soon, might it not be kinder to allow him some comfort while he still breathed? Bring Lu Jinghua and that creature away. After pondering for a while, Nezha could not recall the identity of that unsightly flower and thus pointed directly at the apricot blossom sprawled on the ground. Yes, the patrolling soldiers of the 5th camp, upon seeing this, crudely seized the apricot blossom. Cough, cough, cough. What is that smell? The soldier was momentarily choked, then looked at Lu Jinghua with a peculiar expression. Does this dog possess no sense of smell? Is it not distressed by holding such a thing? Vile, lowly creature. How dare you lay hands on me? The apricot blossom struggled, roaring at the heavenly soldiers. Be quiet, you disgraceful thing. Baihua stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. You dare strike me? The apricot blossom stared incredulously at Baihua, her eyes blazing with fury. I am the esteemed flower deity of the 4th rank in the heavenly court. What of it? Merely out of consideration for your brother, I have refrained from addressing you. Do you truly believe yourself to be of consequence? Furthermore, even your brother would not dare to brazenly challenge me in my presence. Baihua, Being a colleague of the esteemed Xianjun, had extended a courtesy by not expelling his younger sister from the flower garden. Yet who would have thought the apricot blossom would be so heedless as to stir trouble? Take her away. Nezha waved his hand, signaling the heavenly soldiers to follow, and then proceeded with you toward the Lingxiao treasure hall. Upon arriving and notifying the attendants, the Jade Emperor arrived shortly thereafter. Quickly, provide a seat. The Jade Emperor, upon seeing Nezha supported by you, pale and shaken, hastily summoned for a chair. Is this Lu Jinghua? How has he ended up in such a state? The Jade Emperor looked bemused at the darkened form of Lu Jinghua. And what is this? His gaze traversed to the flamboyantly dressed apricot blossom, now appearing disheveled like a lost dog, and inquired with curiosity. Baiwa could not contain a laugh at the Jade Emperor's earnest questioning of the apricot blossom's identity. You know her, Lord Flower Deity? The Jade Emperor's brow furrowed upon seeing Baihua's amusement. Your Majesty, this is the subordinate flower deity of the Baiwa garden, the apricot blossom. Baihua replied, regaining his composure and addressing the Jade Emperor with utmost seriousness. Why must you choose such a pungent flower deity? Does your Baiwa garden not possess better options? The Jade Emperor's brows knitted tightly. The Minister Baiwa felt a sense of helplessness. Forget it. I am too lazy to concern myself with you, the Jade Emperor said impatiently, waving his hand. Hurry up and conceal your scent. Upon hearing this, Baiwa fiercely kicked the frail apricot blossom still pretending to be delicate on the ground. Ah, Divine Lord. Why do you persistently target me? Is it merely because I am more beautiful than you? The apricot blossom weakly fell, lightly biting her lip, casting a pitiful glance at Baiwa, while her gaze discreetly swept over the scattered male immortals entering the hall. What are you, to compare yourself with a noble minister? Baiwa was so enraged that she nearly choked. She charged forward and delivered another kick to the apricot blossom. Wuling, you are simply envious that the third prince is smitten with me. But you must understand, emotions like these cannot be controlled. Even if you grew up alongside the third prince, the one he loves now is me. The apricot blossom regarded her with evident disdain. You fancy yourself as the one he cherishes? Where do you derive such audacity? Nezha wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, unsteadily rising to his feet and casting a cold glare at the apricot blossom, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Healer, summon the healer at once. The Jade Emperor, upon witnessing Nezha's spitting blood, hurriedly instructed the curtain to be drawn. Your Majesty, let the healer come later. This matter must be clarified first. Nezha, infuriated, spat another mouthful of blood. Observing this, the Jade Emperor unleashed a surge of spiritual energy into Nezha's body. Nezha gritted his teeth, enduring the Jade Emperor's domineering healing power. Do not become agitated, for she is not worth it. You should quickly assist Nezha in calming his breath. Taoyao, are you no longer angry with me? Nezha gazed at you with a hint of hope. I am not. I am merely postponing our severance of ties out of respect for our millennium-long friendship, you replied, awkwardly turning your head. Will you grant me an opportunity for explanation soon? Nezha tugged at your hand. Well, it depends on my mood. You did not break free from Nezha's grasp. All right. The other immortals have also gathered. Please, explain what transpired. The Jade Emperor, initially pleased to see you and Nezha reconciling, turned and was immediately struck by a headache upon seeing the apricot blossom posing suggestively on the ground. Unable to endure any longer, he interrupted your conversation. Chapter 113. Does the Empress insist on stuffing someone into my chambers? Your Majesty, today I was waiting at the entrance of the Baiwa garden for the Wuling immortal lord. Unexpectedly, she suddenly rushed out and attempted to leap onto me. I merely kicked her away. Who would have thought she would claim that I looked at her for a moment, indicating my affection for her? Nezha reported to the Jade Emperor, pointing at the apricot blossom. Then you must indeed have feelings for her? The Jade Emperor replied blandly. Who would have feelings for her? Your Majesty, I only noticed someone approaching and instinctively glanced up. Surely, even a martial officer would be vigilant. And any scholar would glance up if a person of such a nature suddenly appeared beside them, Nezha exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I told her I did not like her. Yet she insisted on pestering me, claiming that I was merely too shy to admit it. I was too lazy to explain, so I told her to leave. Then she tore her own clothes and loudly accused me of doing it. Are you suggesting that the apricot blossom deity would use her purity to wrongfully accuse you? The Queen Mother slowly entered the scene. The implication of your Majesty is that I am falsely accusing an insignificant celestial being, one without rank or title. Nezha gazed coldly at the Queen Mother. Regardless of the circumstances, you have tarnished her innocence. Allow me to take charge. Let the third prince take in Xinghua. That is out of the question, Nezha replied icily. Oh, if we follow your Majesty's reasoning. Would it not mean that if a celestial maiden were to tear her garments and claim that His Majesty had acted lightly towards her, She too should be granted a position, allowing His Majesty to take her in? You raised an eyebrow at the Queen Mother. You, how can that be the same? The Queen Mother glared at you with fury. I believe the words of the wooling immortal Lord hold merit. Why does your Majesty harbor such ire? If today this matter proceeds as such, tomorrow the esteemed female celestial will be ridiculed. And it will not be the case that all celestial attendants in the heavenly court are celestial lords, but rather the concubines of generals? Baiwa stepped forward, boldly challenging the Queen Mother. Your Majesty, though I do not often visit the heavenly palace, it seems there are rules that state if neither party holds celestial rank, they cannot be united as celestial partners, correct? Even if it is to take a concubine. One cannot choose a celestial attendant, but must select from the ranks of celestial courtesans. I wonder which category this little celestial belongs to. Zhongyun grinned as he looked at the Queen Mother, having unexpectedly encountered such a situation while reporting to the heavens. Indeed, the heavenly rules are as such. Your Majesty should cease further discourse. The Jade Emperor interjected, directly interrupting the Queen Mother. Then I shall recognize Xinghua as my goddaughter and appoint her as an 8th-rank female official under my command. This should not contravene heavenly regulations, correct? The Queen Mother spoke once more. Is your Majesty intent on forcing someone into my quarters? Nezha looked at the Queen Mother, his eyes filled with palpable hostility. This matter bears no trace. I merely wish to minimize the situation, to turn a large issue into a small one. The Queen Mother spoke coldly, simultaneously casting a glance at Xinghua. The third prince has sullied the innocence of this little celestial. Must we now drive her to despair? Xinghua immediately understood. Sitting on the ground and weeping quietly, you sensed Nezha's hand tremble slightly, his breath quickening, indicating that his injuries had worsened, yet he was holding on. Do not be angry. I shall not allow them to defame you unjustly. You gently grasped Nezha's hand. No trace? Who says there is no trace? Your Majesty. Has His Majesty not informed you of my identity? It seems you are not in his good graces after all. You mocked, smiling at the Queen Mother. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother looked at the Jade Emperor in confusion, but he ignored her gaze. Wasteful woman, lacking any sense of propriety, causing a stir at the banquet of the Buddhist and Taoist alliance. Now attempting to force someone into a minister's residence and wanting to recognize such a thing as a goddaughter? Chapter 114. The truth revealed. Zhongyuan raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The Queen Mother was utterly unaware of Tao Yao's identity. Tao Yao was pampered like a little mistress in the Jiuhua Jade Palace, and the treasures of the Earth Mother were seemingly given to her without cost. He was puzzled as to why the Queen Mother was so intent on opposing the Jiuhua Jade Palace. It seems there will be an entertaining spectacle to behold. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Will you speak the truth of your own accord, or shall I personally ensure you lose all face? You stared coldly at Xinghua. I shall not tarnish my own innocence to defame another. You cannot guard your own man, and yet lay blame upon me? The apricot blossoms gently brush against the temples, and the tone has shifted from submissive to assertive. Your smile is warm, yet your eyes brim with derision. You recite an incantation, and with a flick of your hand, a colossal mirror materializes in the air. The mirror of retracing? Kuei Malong gazes at the mirror before him, astonished. The Star Lord possesses keen insight. You nod and smile at Kuei Malong. You then proceed to cast a spell, directing 2 beams of light straight at Nezha and the apricot blossom. In an instant, the scene unfolds. How the apricot blossom offered herself as a pillow, how Nezha ruthlessly kicked her away, how she feigned innocence, and how she tore her own garments to cling to Nezha. Everything becomes crystal clear. Gasps fill the hall, with all eyes cast disdainfully upon the apricot blossom. Your Majesty, are you able to see clearly? You inquire with a smile directed at the Queen Mother. Her face shifts through a myriad of colors in mere moments. Have all the celestial beings witnessed this? Nezha suppresses the surge of blood in his throat, lifting his gaze to the crowd. Clearly, the assembled celestial beings nod in unison. A woman of no virtue attempting to seduce a celestial should be stripped of her celestial essence and cast down to the mortal realm. However, she has also committed the crime of slandering the heavenly sovereign. With multiple offenses at play, how does your Majesty intend to proceed? Nezha speaks with a calm demeanor. It is entrusted to you. Do as you see fit. The Jade Emperor gestures, allowing Nezha the freedom to decide. Very well, bring her forth. Drag her away for execution. Ensure the process is aesthetically pleasing. Nezha's smile is laced with cruelty. Yes, 2 heavenly soldiers rush forward, seizing the apricot blossom and escorting her out. You intend to kill me? How could you not love me? I am the most beautiful celestial maiden born in the heavenly palace. How could anyone not love me? The apricot blossom struggles desperately. If it weren't for the fear of misunderstandings, do you think I would have allowed you to linger here? Nezha glances at you instinctively, then waves his hand, signaling the soldiers to continue. Brother, brother, save me, brother. The apricot blossom panics as the soldiers appear resolute. I plead for the marshal's mercy. Spare my sister's life. She was merely spoiled by her family and meant no harm. This little maiden is willing to sacrifice half her cultivation for the marshal. I beseech you to show mercy. The successful celestial lord hastens to plead for his sister. No, if she does not die, it will gnaw at my heart. Nezha remains unmoved by the celestial lord's entreaty. How laughable. He is already on a long road to win his beloved back. Does he dare orchestrate this scene? Nezha, strip her of her celestial essence and cast her down to the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor contemplates, deeming it appropriate for the apricot blossom to meet her end fittingly, to be utilized until the last. Your Majesty? Nezha furrows his brow, looking toward the Jade Emperor. Utilized to the fullest, the Jade Emperor states flatly. Understood. Nezha comprehends the Emperor's intention instantly. First, administer 1,000 lashes, then strip her of her celestial essence and cast her into Thorny Ridge. Nezha names a location, then looks at the Jade Emperor. Very well, the Jade Emperor nods, signaling for the soldiers to take the apricot blossom away. As for the insolent Lu Jin dog who dared to assault the heavenly marshal and, without regard for right or wrong, publicly tore at a celestial maideness clothing and rendered her cultivation null, he shall be cast into a death cell. The Jade Emperor turns his gaze upon Lu Jin dog. Your Majesty, spare me. I was momentarily confused. It was that apricot blossom who seduced me. Lu Jin dog immediately kneels, trembling and afraid to raise his head. Chapter 115. The disturbance of the 6 realms of reincarnation and the wrath of the Earth Mother. Your Majesty, Lu Jingo has also been deceived. He is, after all, a victim. I implore you to show mercy and allow him to serve as a vanguard in the camp of King Li, where he may redeem himself in the future. The Queen Mother, after a moment of contemplation, decided to plead for Lu Jingo. In secret, Li Jing was working on her behalf. Though Lu Jingo was one of the 28 lunar mansions, he was essentially under Li Jing's command. This incident, where Lu Jingo instigated trouble with Nezha, was undoubtedly at Li Jing's behest. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor felt a pang of indecision. Each of the 28 lunar mansions had its distinct responsibilities. Should Lu Jingo perish, it would be quite challenging to find a suitable replacement for him among the 3-headed canines. Just as the Jade Emperor was about to relent, he was abruptly interrupted. The heavens and earth suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a cacophony of ghostly wails. Aside from Zhongyuan, Nezha, and you, who remained steadfast in the hall, the anguished cries of the malevolent spirits caused the celestial beings below the threshold of sanctity to cover their ears in agony and kneel upon the ground. The disturbance in the 6 realms of reincarnation had incited the fury of the Earth Mother. Zhongyuan wore a slightly audacious smile, belonging to the underworld. He was untouched by the turmoil of the 6 realms due to a drop of the Earth Mother's blood within you. As for Nezha, upon sensing the displeasure of the Earth Mother, you had swiftly pricked your finger and smeared the blood upon Nezha's lips, shielding him from the pressure emanating from the 6 realms. In the final moment, you had also placed a drop of blood upon Baihua's forehead, leaving her only slightly breathless. Unlike the others who were in disarray, with a flash of golden light, the tumult subsided, and the 6 realms gradually returned to tranquility. A piercing scream escaped Lu Jingo before he was reduced to ashes. The golden light coalesced into a formidable general, clad in heavy golden armor and wielding a long spear that pierced through Lu Jingo's form. In that moment, he resembled a valiant and intrepid god of war, his gallant demeanor evoking a sense of reverence. Fu Tu, brother, do you see the newcomer? Your eyes sparkled with excitement. Fu Tu, the Qilin Mount of the Earth Mother and the guardian general of the 9 Huazhu Yonk, frowned slightly in displeasure. How could my young master allow that wretched dog to tear his garments? He cast a cold glance at Zhongyuan. Me? Zhongyuan pointed to himself, lowering his head with a look of indignation. Your Majesty, my lady has claimed Zhang Xiong's life. As an apology, she presents you with a new Lu Jingo Star Lord. This lad, a member of the 9 Huazhu Yonk's protective family, is the true form of the hellish 3-headed canine. Whatever Zhang Xiong can do, he can do too. I ask that you train him well. Fu Tu paid Zhongyuan no further heed, but turned instead to bow to the Jade Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. Came a youthful voice as a boy in blue behind Fu Tu respectfully saluted the Jade Emperor. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the Lu Jingo Star Lord of the Heavenly Realm. The Jade Emperor nodded, and then turned to Kuei Malong. You must train him diligently. Yes, Your Majesty. Kuei Malong replied with a respectful bow. This is a gift from my lady, Fu Tu announced, clapping his hands, as 3 exceptionally beautiful women gracefully emerged. 3 maidens bowed gracefully to the Jade Emperor. The 9 Phoenix, a rare sight, left the Jade Emperor momentarily speechless. As he gazed intently at the red-clad maiden in the center, the 9 Phoenix was the sister of the ancestral shaman Changliang, the sole inheritor of the Xianming shamanic arts, and apart from the 12 ancestors of the witches, she was the only great shaman possessing a primordial spirit. After the calamity of the witch and demon, the ancestral witch, save for the Earth Mother, fell into reincarnation, while the other 11 ancestors perished, leaving the 9 Phoenix as the leader of the remaining witch clan. However, as humanity began to rise, the witch clan could never reclaim its former glory. Later, the 10th prince of the Golden Crow, Luya, seeking vengeance for the witch clan, devised a scheme with the human emperor Zhuangzi, feigning a marriage alliance to assassinate the 9 Phoenix during the union. Ultimately, she fled into chaos, escaping the combined efforts of Luya and Guang Qingzi. Yet the witch clan's power had diminished, nearly obliterated by Zhuangzi's human army. Chapter 116. If you do not marry, then I shall not take a wife. The 9 Phoenix was the one the Jade Emperor longed for, but could never have. He protected her for millennia, yet she fell in love with a human, leading to her demise. Long ago, the Earth Mother had attempted to unite him with the 9 Phoenix, but his timid nature prevented him from expressing his feelings, resulting in his missed opportunity. The 9 Phoenix had always addressed the Earth Mother as elder sister. Thus the Jade Emperor had revered her as a sister throughout the years. My lady speaks of the deceased, while the living are as such. The Earth Mother glanced at the Jade Emperor. I am aware. Please convey my gratitude to the Mother of the Earth. The Jade Emperor appeared somewhat disoriented. After the Earth Mother bowed to him, she departed. Let us disperse. With that, the Jade Emperor also took his leave. Humph. The Queen Mother coldly huffed as she watched the Jade Emperor's retreating figure, then returned to the Yao pool with a grim expression. The 9 Phoenix murmured to herself. Do you know? Nezha, noticing her contemplative demeanor, inquired curiously. You instinctively nodded. Wait, we are officially severing ties. You suddenly realized you were still in a quarrel with Nezha. Oh, wasn't it agreed that I would be given the chance to explain? Nezha grasped your arm, preventing your departure. You frequently lose your composure. I no longer wish to hear your explanations. It would be simpler to just cut ties directly. You contemplated and ultimately decided to proceed with the severance. I won't do it again. We have grown up together. You cannot simply dismiss me outright. Surely, I deserve a chance to explain. Nezha sounded somewhat anxious. Indeed, then please speak. You nodded. I do not want you to like someone else. Nor do I want you to marry. Nezha declared through clenched teeth. Why? You looked at Nezha in confusion. I. Nezha's voice trembled as he struggled to voice his feelings, but hesitated to take the risk. Will you speak or not? If you marry, you will have to avoid me. Just like Brother Yang did. After marrying, he no longer recognized his brothers or friends. We have grown up together. I do not wish to become estranged from you. As for my previous remarks, they were simply thoughtless words, not intended. After finishing, Nezha slumped in exhaustion onto the chair, ultimately too afraid to take that step, opting instead for a more conservative path. So you are jealous? You tilted your head, looking at Nezha. Yes. Nezha's voice, akin to that of a mosquito, responded affirmatively. It seems the words of the Chamberlain hold truth. I shall forgive you. From now on, there is no need for jealousy, for I shall never marry. Rest assured, you will forever remain my dearest friend. After a moment of contemplation, you chose to forgive Nezha. After all, these sentiments are merely human. And you are aware of how the West Sea Princess controlled Yang Jian during their marriage, forbidding him from making friends. Very well, if you choose not to marry, then I too shall remain unwed. Nezha gazed at you earnestly. Unwed? Will you stay by my side forever, just like Master? You cautiously glanced at Nezha. Yes. I shall accompany you for all eternity. Nezha's tone was resolute. Hee. I too shall remain by your side forever. You smiled brightly at Nezha. Seeing your cheerful expression, Nezha could not help but smile back. If you never come to your senses, then perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to accompany you for a lifetime. Nezha pondered silently. Chapter 117. Healing at Guanjingku. Shall we go to my place? Your Majesty is likely too busy to attend to you now. As the celestial beings dispersed, you helped Nezha to his feet. Nezha weakly shook his head. In your current state, how can you return to Yunlu Palace? Upon seeing Nezha's refusal, you voiced your opposition. To Guanjingku, Nezha's voice trembled. He was in excruciating pain, merely holding on because of Li Jing's presence. Very well, you nodded. Then summoned Rongrong to take Nezha flying towards Guanjingku. Upon entering the realm of Guanjingku, your passage was unobstructed. The grass head gods recognized Nezha immediately. Brother, what has happened? Quick, inform the second lord. Seeing Nezha's pale complexion and evident injuries, Old Kong hurriedly assisted you in supporting him while instructing the howling heavenly dog to report the situation. Encountering two who dared to offend, the injuries had yet to heal before another altercation ensued, leading to calamity. Noticing the cold sweat on Nezha's brow, you answered on his behalf. In a flash of white light, Yang Jian appeared before you. How did you sustain such severe injuries? Yang Jian scrutinized Nezha's condition with a slight furrow of his brow. Who could inflict such harm on Nezha? Second brother, Nezha began. But the pain caused his body to tremble. Do not speak for now. I shall take you to receive treatment, Yang Jian declared, lifting Nezha and heading towards the Jinjuan Hall. Brother, Li Jining rushed over upon hearing the news. Do not disturb your brother. Spend a moment chatting with your sister Taoyao. Yang Jian continued without pausing. Sister Taoyao, what has happened to my brother? Li Jining looked at you with tearful eyes. Everything is fine, do not worry. For second brother is here. Nezha will be all right. You gently wiped away her tears, your voice trembling as you comforted her, also seeking solace for yourself. For Nezha's condition today was indeed alarming. Just as you finished speaking, a pained cry from Nezha echoed from within the room. Hearing his voice, you instinctively gripped Li Jining's hand tightly. Howling heavenly dog, go to Huashan and find the third holy mother. Hurry. Yang Jian's voice was tinged with urgency as the howling heavenly dog swiftly flew towards Huashan. Brother, Li Jining, upon hearing Yang Jian's words, was ready to rush in. Jining, Yang urged cultivation has not yet ceased. Do not disturb them. Quickly pull Li Jining back. Wu, Taoyao sister. I fear that Li Jining will cling to your waist and cry uncontrollably. Do not be afraid. Everything will be all right. You gently comforted her, softly patting her back, your voice trembling. You had assumed that Nezha's injury would be similar to his previous ones, yet you were unprepared for the severity of his condition. With the Buddha in seclusion and your master guarding the law, the Jade Emperor appeared lost and despondent. Yang Jin's cultivation was not yet on par with Nezha, and the three holy mothers and Yang Chan's Balian lamp might be worth a try. If that fails, your only recourse would be to seek help from Queen Hutu. However, the queen's techniques clashed with Nezha's, and if she intervened, it might bring him even greater pain. Let us hope that Yang Chan will succeed. Ah! Nezha cried out in agony. Nezha, you murmured to yourself. Hearing his heart-wrenching screams nearly caused you to collapse onto the floor. Nezha, Taoyao, come in. Yang Jin's urgent voice rang out. Upon hearing his call, you swiftly pushed the door open and rushed inside. Chapter 118. Expressing feelings, you found Nezha, drenched in sweat and his eyes devoid of life, and hurried to his bedside, taking his hand and gently shaking it. Nezha responded weakly upon hearing your voice. Nezha? You called out, your voice trembling. Taoyao, Nezha is somewhat delirious from the pain. I am here, you tightly grasped Nezha's hand. I have liked you since childhood. Nezha, dazed and in pain, blurted out his feelings. What? You looked at Nezha in astonishment. Did he mean that kind of affection? It hurts. He murmured, not addressing your question, but instead softly lamenting his pain. Soon, the third sister would arrive, and the pain would subside. Can you hold on just a little longer? You suppressed your own anxiety and gently reassured him. Nezha furrowed his brows, responding in a dazed manner. What kind of liking do you mean? While wiping the sweat from Nezha's forehead, you tentatively inquired. The kind that wishes to become immortal partners, Nezha replied softly. How could you? You gazed at Nezha in disbelief. How is this possible? Even Jining, a child yet to reach maturity, had noticed Nezha's feelings for you. You were rather slow to grasp it, Yang Jian remarked, then withdrew his power, making room for the hurriedly arriving Yang Chan. You, at a loss for words, stood up to give Yang Chan space. Nezha, let go for now. Third sister needs to treat your injuries. You gently tried to withdraw your hand, but found it stuck. Taoyao, it's all right. It doesn't affect me. Yang Chan smiled at you, her Balian lamp emanating a gentle power that enveloped Nezha. As the power flowed into Nezha's body, he gripped your hand even tighter in pain. Third sister, you noticed Nezha still appeared to be in great distress, and you called out to Yang Chan anxiously. No matter, it will be ready shortly. Yang Chan offered you a reassuring glance before concentrating on adjusting the intensity of her spell. Observing that Nezha seemed to be gradually improving, you let out a sigh of relief. Your uncle must have treated Nezha before. However, he had not anticipated that Nezha's injuries would relapse with such severity. Nezha did not immediately refine your uncle's spiritual energy. In truth, if he had waited a little longer before absorbing it, it would have been acceptable. Yet, with his agitation, the domineering spiritual energy clashed violently, exacerbating his pain to an unbearable level. Was he not on the verge of losing consciousness? Seeing that Nezha had stabilized somewhat, Yang Chan ceased to regulate the energy and took a moment to discuss Nezha's condition with you. Having been dazed before, It remained uncertain whether this bewilderment was a blessing or a curse. Yang Jian cast you a discreet glance, raising an eyebrow. Yang Chan looked at her brother with a hint of confusion. Yang Jian chuckled softly, shaking his head to indicate she should wait to speak. Yang Chan understood immediately and refrained from further comment, focusing instead on treating Nezha's wounds. After a considerable time, Nezha's gaze cleared. It is sufficient now. A period of rest will allow for recovery. Remember, do not let your anger rise again, Yang Chan advised as she gradually withdrew her power. Thank you, Nezha said weakly to Yang Jian and Yang Chan. There is no need for such politeness with us. Take care of yourself. We shall not disturb you any longer. Yang Chan responded, exchanging a meaningful glance with Yang Jian before they both exited the room. Sighing, you watched as Yang Jian and Yang Chan left. Feeling a twinge of anxiety. Then rest well. I shall not intrude. You thought of Nezha's earlier incoherent words and found yourself reluctant to meet his gaze. Stay with me for a while, will you? Nezha, noticing your inclination to withdraw, exhibited a flicker of disappointment, yet released your hand, granting you the choice. Very well, sleep. I will keep you company. You sat at the edge of the bed, too timid to look up, yet you could not abandon Nezha. Chapter 119. Do you wish to marry me? If so, would you accept my hand? Taoyao. Nezha, observing your averted gaze, appeared puzzled. What is the matter? You stammered. Did I do something wrong to upset you? Nezha's expression turned to one of distress and panic. No. You shook your head fervently, keeping your eyes lowered. Then I shall seek Brother Yang to accompany you. You exclaimed, rising swiftly to leave. After informing Yang Jian to keep Nezha company, you soared to the rooftop of the True Monarch Hall. At this moment, you were utterly at a loss regarding how to confront Nezha and the feelings that intertwined with him. Upon entering the room, Yang Jian found Nezha wearing a despondent expression. What troubles you? He inquired, curiosity etched on his features. Taoyao, she has been acting strangely, Nezha replied, shaking his head, his face clouded with sorrow. Do you not recall what you said? Yang Jian asked, surprised. Did I say something? Nezha looked at Yang Jian, puzzled. Cough. It was nothing of great import. You were in pain and somewhat dazed, and then you confessed your feelings to Taoyao, Yang Jian teased, eyeing Nezha with amusement. What? Nezha, filled with excitement, abruptly rose to his feet, only to immediately clutch his chest in pain. Do not be overly agitated. This may not necessarily be a bad thing, Yang Jian reassured him, noting that Taoyao displayed no signs of revulsion, merely an expression of disbelief. He quickly supported Nezha, helping him lean against the headboard before offering words of comfort. She has likely fled in fright and may not engage with me again. Nezha's eyes were filled with sorrow. You must allow her time to recuperate, after all. Taoyao has always regarded you as a companion. Given her current demeanor, it is unlikely she will completely disregard you, Yang Jian speculated after a moment of contemplation. Nezha nodded but remained anxious. You spent the entire night atop the roof, slowly digesting the reality of Nezha's affections while pondering the implications. At dawn the next day, you descended, radiating a chill and adorned with dew, greeting Yang Chan before accepting the tray of food from her hands. You made your way to Nezha's quarters. Did you sit up there all night? Yang Chan blinked in astonishment. Standing before Nezha's door, you took a deep breath and resolutely pushed it open. Taoyao looked at you, surprised by your dew-kissed appearance, and a wave of tension and joy washed over him. I have brought you your meal. Eat it while it is warm. You approached his bedside, naturally feeding him. Nezha sat there, dazed, chewing the food you offered. Nezha, do you like me? After placing the empty tray on the table, you gazed earnestly at him. Nezha nervously bit his lip, his hand tightly clutching the blanket. I do like you. He finally mustered the courage to confess. Do you wish to marry me? You asked, hesitating momentarily. I have been contemplating this for 1300 years. Nezha lowered his head, unable to meet your gaze. Has it truly been that long? If I report this to Lady Hoodoo, would you be willing to marry me? You inquired with resolve. Upon hearing your words, Taoyao's face lit up with surprise, but when he noticed your steadfast expression, one akin to a friend who would fight to the death for another, he was momentarily stunned, as if drenched in icy water. He had anticipated your shyness, believed you had awakened to your feelings, and hoped to see the same emotions reflected in your eyes. Yet, there was none. You simply gazed at him with unwavering determination, devoid of shyness or affection. Chapter 120. I am willing to wait for the day you awaken. What do you feel about Taoyao saying I am frivolous? Nezha's eyes sparkled with expectation. I am quite angry. Why are you angry? Hope flickered in Nezha's gaze. Because she slandered you. You replied, contemplating your words. Is that the sole reason? Nezha's expression revealed deep hurt. Well, it is also because she made you unhappy, you added, observing his wounded demeanor. However, Nezha did not seem to be uplifted by your words. What if I were to like a woman? Would you support my marriage to her? I would be willing. Excluding Xingxian, should you choose to marry her, I would not oppose, yet I would sever all ties with you. You gazed earnestly at Nezha, your eyes devoid of any affection, radiating pure brightness. Taoyao, you do not love me. You merely wish to see me happy as a friend. Nezha sighed, displaying a hint of despondency. You desire to marry me. I would acquiesce, if it brings you joy. What is love? Your eyes were filled with confusion. An intense fondness can evolve into love, and when love reaches its zenith, everyone else becomes merely a compromise. Nezha explained this with a hint of melancholy. But I truly like you. How can you be certain that love has not yet blossomed? Your brow furrowed, displaying your bewilderment. Suddenly, Nezha embraced you tightly. Thump, thump. Nezha, why does your heart race so swiftly? Are you unwell? You gently pushed him away, concern etched across your face. Nezha listened to your words, recalling the steady rhythm of your heartbeat, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What troubles you? Seeing the redness in his eyes, you felt a surge of panic. Nezha shook his head and slowly wrapped his arms around you once more. It is all right. I am willing to wait until the day you awaken to your feelings. As long as you do not distance yourself from me, I shall be content. His voice carried a muted tone. Will you still marry me then? You blinked, asking naively. Of course, once you awaken to your feelings, once you love me, I shall seek the approval of Lady Hutu. Nezha's voice held a firm resolve. Is love truly significant? You pushed him away, gazing earnestly into his eyes. It is indeed important, Nezha replied with equal seriousness. But what if, upon awakening, the one I love is not you? Then I shall remain by your side as a friend, guarding you for a lifetime. Upon hearing your words, Nezha felt a piercing pain akin to 1,000 arrows, rendering him breathless. Why not marry me directly? After all, it is a lifetime commitment. You looked at the pain Nezha, perplexed. This is different. If I marry you now, and one day you fall for another, I would become your burden and source of sorrow. I do not wish that. I desire your happiness, and I refuse to be your shackles. That is unlikely. We have known each other the longest. No friend could surpass you, not even Wukong. You gazed earnestly at Nezha. If you marry me now, would you treat me as you do Cao Cao, maintaining a respectful distance while arranging for concubines? After some contemplation, you nodded. But I do not wish to be like Cao Cao. That would be too painful. Why do you say that? Am I not good to Cao Cao? Your brow furrowed in irritation. You treat him well, yet that is not love. It is mere responsibility and obligation. I do not want you to feel that way towards me in the end. Nezha looked at you earnestly. Oh, you listened, feeling somewhat perplexed, grasping only part of the concept. I will strive to make you fall in love with me. Nezha chuckled, unable to resist pinching your cheek as he observed your bewildered expression. Is there anything I should do to assist you? You looked at Nezha with utmost seriousness. You need only to be yourself. Leave the rest to me. Nezha gazed at you with a fond smile. Is that so? But it's been 1,300 years. Perhaps I am simply lacking in some innate quality. Would you consider trying someone else? You pondered for a moment before offering Nezha a suggestion. Taoyao, I do not wish to settle. Please do not discourage or push me away. Nezha looked at you with a hint of helplessness. Very well, you pouted, choosing not to say more. Is it not enough to treat him well? Must love be a requisite? Where indeed could one find love? Never mind. He said to leave it to him, so let it be. After all, Nezha has always been more capable than you. Perhaps when you attain the status of a great immortal, you will understand. You shook your head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued your mind. Chapter 121. Nezha soothes the child. Nezha, you called softly. Nezha looked at you gently. You leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Nezha was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks blossoming with a rosy hue. After a brief pause, he touched the spot where you had kissed and grinned foolishly at you. Seeing his smile brought you joy as well. Indeed, Aman's method proved effective. Though Nezha appeared unchanged today, you could sense his underlying melancholy. Previously, while in the mortal realm, Aman had told you that if he seemed unhappy or angry, a kiss would remedy it. There is nothing a kiss cannot resolve. If one kiss fails, then two will suffice. During your time in the mortal world, Aman expressed his love for you. Now, Nezha mirrored that sentiment, suggesting that what delighted Aman might also bring joy to Nezha. You had just tested this theory, and it proved true. Though you were uncertain about the nature of love, your desire was simply to see Nezha happy. Taoyao, Nezha said, tentatively wrapping his arm around your waist. Noticing your lack of resistance, he lifted you onto his lap with enthusiasm. Ah, you're injured. You protested, attempting to wriggle free. A minor injury. It's nothing, Nezha replied, beaming with delight. Taoyao kissed me. She doesn't refuse my embrace, and even claims to like me. Surely, when she comes to her senses, I still have hope. Nezha mused inwardly. Tao Yao, Nezha, suddenly. Jin Yanshan entered without knocking, only to find Nezha cradling you, grinning like a fool. Oh dear, I must have entered the wrong room. Please, carry on, Yanshan said, hastily retreating and closing the door behind her. Second brother. It's done. It's done. Yanshan's excited voice echoed from outside, growing fainter. What has been accomplished? You blinked, bewildered, as you looked at Nezha. This third sister is quite something, Nezha sighed. Why shout so loudly? As if afraid they would not hear? Thankfully, Tao Yao remains oblivious. Otherwise, it would be rather awkward. Just now, third sister mentioned Zhen. It seems Zhen Ying is worried and wishes to see you. You are feeling better now. Shall I bring her here? You slid off Nezha's lap. All right. Nezha was enveloped by a warm current of emotion as he thought of Li Jinying. Just yesterday, he had heard the girl weeping outside the door, gasping for breath. And though he was in immense pain, he found himself unable to comfort her. Later, in a daze, he had expressed his feelings to Tao Yao, spending a restless night consumed by worry, and naturally, he had not offered her solace either. He imagined that she must have been quite frightened. A twinge of guilt washed over him. Brother, Li Jinying cried, rushing towards Nezha with her short legs, tears streaming down her face. What are you crying for? Your brother is not dead yet. Save your wails for when I am gone, Nezha said lightly, gently tapping her on the head. Wah! Upon hearing Nezha's words, Li Jinying burst into uncontrollable sobs. Oh dear, she has been crying all night. Her voice is nearly hoarse. How can you say such things? She shot him an indignant glare as she entered the room. I don't usually act like this, Nezha thought, startled by the sight of her tears. This child, typically as wild as a spirited donkey, was now in distress. Jinying, dear, don't cry, don't cry. Your brother meant no harm. He was merely jesting. He quickly scooped her up, softly patting her back to soothe her. Wah! Don't die, brother! Li Jinying cried, her heart-wrenching sobs piercing the air. Brother, seeing you like this makes me want to resolve the matter at hand. He paused his comforting words and placed her gently on his lap. There, my sister. Enough tears. I'm not going anywhere, all right? Wah! You're the worst. Li Jinying lamented, burying her face in Nezha's embrace, sobbing incessantly. All right. I'm the worst, Nezha replied, utterly resigned. He was at a loss when it came to comforting children, especially his sister, who could provoke tears from him without shedding a single one herself in return. Brother, do you still hurt? After a long while, Li Jinying finally lifted her tear-streaked face to gaze at Nezha. It no longer pains me, he replied, momentarily taken aback as he tenderly wiped the tears from her cheeks. Brother, she called softly, wrapping her arms around him. Nezha waited patiently for her to speak, but when she remained silent, he lifted her to see that she had fallen asleep. A bemused smile crept across his face. This child, he thought, shaking his head as he carefully laid her on the inner side of the bed and tucked her in snugly. He exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. You truly frightened Jinying yesterday. Her little face turned pale with terror. She had never seen you in such a state. Was I really that frightening? I thought I managed rather well. It wasn't as if I were on the brink of death, Nezha mused, perplexed. From her perspective, the first thing she saw was Brother Yang carrying you inside, and then she heard your agonizing cries at the door. Brother Yang was in such a panic that he even called for the celestial hound to fetch Sister San. Tell me, how could a 7-year-old not be afraid? I was frightened myself. I dared not tremble in her presence. You were scared too? Afraid I might die? Nezha raised an eyebrow, looking at her. That is not the case. I am aware that you cannot perish. However, if the magical lotus lantern bestowed by my third sister fails to save you, I shall have no choice but to escort you to the Empress of the Earth. The Empress practices an extremely dark form of sorcery, while you embody the essence of pure yang. Should you fall into her grasp, it would undoubtedly bring you excruciating pain. You shrugged and gazed innocently at Nezha. So, dear little peach blossom, are you feeling sympathy for me? Nezha pulled you close, his gaze brimming with affection. Indeed, you seem to catch Nezha off guard with your straightforwardness, leaving him momentarily flustered, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Noticing the warmth radiating from his cheeks, you hurriedly reached out to check his temperature. So hot. Are you feeling all right? You felt his forehead, alarmed, and quickly channeled some spiritual energy into him. I am not unwell, Nezha interrupted your ministrations. Then, are you simply shy? You recall the time from your childhood when you were publicly praised by the Buddha, feeling a similar warmth. But why was Nezha embarrassed? You hadn't even complimented him. Ahem. Nezha cleared his throat and turned his face away to avoid your gaze. Indeed, sincerity is the most alluring quality. Why have you suddenly become bashful? You murmured softly. However, I did not expect that girl, Jinying, to react in such a way. Typically, she would engage with me. Why, then, is she crying so excessively this time? Nezha swiftly changed the subject, voicing his own curiosity. In Jinying's heart, her brother is invincible, the mightiest of them all. Thus, she never considered that you could be harmed or rendered so weak. Yet, she disregards my words daily, constantly bringing me trouble, Nezha remarked, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he teased his sister. That is because she knows you will never abandon her and will not truly blame her. Only those who are favored act so fearlessly, you explained with a smile to Nezha. That girl is quite adorable when she is calm. Nezha gently poked Jinying's cheek, gazing affectionately at his sister's sleeping face. By the way, how do you understand these things so well? Nezha looked at you curiously. You do not have a sister, do you? Wukong does not possess such understanding either. Ahem, I am simply clever, you replied awkwardly, clearing your throat. Oh, Nezha responded with an enigmatic smile. Oh dear, you are infuriating. I had just rendered my master unconscious from anger not long ago, you said, stomping your foot in embarrassment, hastily revealing the reason. Ha ha. Nezha laughed at your flustered stomping. I knew you would laugh at me, you muttered in dissatisfaction. I am not mocking you. I merely find my little peach blossom to be utterly charming. Nezha gazed at you with twinkling eyes. Is that so? You asked, half convinced. Of course. Nezha replied with a smile that exuded sincerity. Chapter 123. The serious and earnest Marshal Li after 2 days of diligent cultivation. Nezha was seen secretly sending a message to the heavens. What are you doing? You narrowed your eyes, scrutinizing Nezha. I shall convey a message to them. Requesting Shao Qiming to grant me a few days of sick leave. Nezha nervously swallowed and spoke in a feeble tone. Oh, is that so? Is it not a message to the military camp regarding military affairs? You replied with a sardonic smile. Did we not agree to postpone military matters for 6 months? Naturally. I heed your words. Nezha, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and stammered his explanation. Let me remind you, Li Nezha, your injuries have yet to heal completely. Should you exacerbate your condition through exertion, I shall not take care of you. If you suffer, it will be entirely your own fault, you warned. Casting a stern glance at Nezha. Do not worry, I know my limits, Nezha said, tugging at your sleeve in a placating manner. Lie down on the bed. Oh, Nezha released your sleeve obediently, climbed into bed, and covered himself with a blanket. Good boy, you patted Nezha's head, satisfied, before turning to leave. 3 days later, Li Jinying. You wretched girl, are you seeking a beating? Early in the morning, you heard Nezha's furious roar. Instantly, Yang Jian, Yang Chan, the Mei Mountain brothers, and even the howling celestial hound were roused. As you opened your door, a petite figure dashed out of Nezha's room, leaping up and clinging to Yang Jian. Second brother, save me. My brother has gone mad. Li Jinying grasped Yang Jian's collar tightly. Get down from there. I must teach you a lesson today. Nezha shouted through gritted teeth as he stormed out. I won't. Li Jinying retorted defiantly, glancing back at Nezha. Nezha gasped, a pained expression on his face as he clutched his chest, his body swaying precariously, one hand propped against a stone table. Do not provoke him. Jinying is still young. You quickly approached to support Nezha, helping him regain his composure. Young? Once she grows up, she might very well dismantle the heavenly palace. Nezha thought of the ink-stained documents in his possession, feeling a sharper pain in his chest. Your brother is unwell. Why must you incite him? Yang Jian lifted the young girl down, frowning slightly. He is still handling military affairs despite his poor health. He has coughed blood. I only wish to destroy those documents so he can rest properly, Li Jinying cried, her expression pitiful. Nezha's anger dissipated considerably as he looked at Li Jinying with a hint of helplessness. Military affairs? Your voice rang coldly. Tao Yao, Nezha, cautiously glanced at you. Do not cry, Jinying. Sister Tao Yao will make you a new little wooden sword, all right? You released Nezha unexpectedly and walked over to Li Jinying, lifting her into your arms. Nezha, caught off guard by your sudden release, stumbled but managed to steady himself against the stone table, avoiding a clumsy fall. All right, Li Jinying replied, sniffling. Seeing you carry her away, she pointed worriedly at Nezha by the stone table. Do not mind him. He is quite well, you smiled, not sparing a glance at Nezha as you departed with Li Jinying. Not Tao Yao. Nezha coughed, watching your retreating figure as you continued on without pausing. Just as I attempted to pursue, a cough seized me, preventing me from standing upright, compelling me to halt my steps. It matters not that I have lost half a day. Why must you always be so anxious to resolve matters in the morning? With your current state of recovery, when shall you fully heal? One cannot blame Tao Yao for her ire. Yang Jian sighed, then assisted Nezha in regulating his breath. Once Nezha had regained some composure, he supported him back to the room. The urgency of military affairs brooks no delay. A day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. Should demons wreak havoc? Countless lives of mortals hang in the balance. How can we afford to wait? The military matters conveyed to me are beyond their capacity to resolve and cannot be postponed. Nezha let out a slight sigh. Chapter 124, Yang Jian. Nezha, at times, you need not be so earnest. Your position indeed permits you to focus on your recovery. I shall dispatch someone to patrol your dominion in the mortal realm. Should any unusual occurrences arise, I will quell them. Yang Jian contemplated for a moment and spoke to Nezha. Nezha appeared somewhat conflicted. This seems rather burdensome for others. Do not feel troubled on my account. I am merely inclined to follow directives rather than proclamations. Idleness is not preferable. I might as well take a stroll. Besides, you are nearly recovered and can attend to military matters. I shall relinquish my concerns. It will not take long. Yang Jian, seeming to perceive Nezha's inner thoughts, spoke up. Then, I am grateful, second brother. Nezha expressed his appreciation towards Yang Jian, for this would grant him time to appease the irate little peach blossom. Not at all. Yang Jian waved his hand, indicating Nezha need not dwell on it. Rest well. I shall seek out third sister to persuade Taoyao. With that, Yang Jian proceeded towards the door. Nezha nodded, then closed his eyes, leaning against the headboard, pondering how to explain matters to her. Nezha, at times. You need not be so steadfast. Yang Jian suddenly recalled something as he reached the threshold and addressed Nezha. Second brother's words prompted Nezha to open his eyes, gazing at Yang Jian with curiosity. At times, when injured, it is unnecessary to maintain a fade before Taoyao. If it hurts, you should express it, especially when she is displeased. Yang Jian could not help but offer Nezha this counsel. Is that feasible? Just moments ago, Taoyao turned and left without a backward glance. Nezha reflected on her prior reaction, feeling somewhat despondent. She knows that with me and third sister present, you are in no danger. However, when you are alone with her, trust me, this approach will be effective. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow and smiled at Nezha. Very well, I shall give it a try. Nezha nodded thoughtfully. Be cautious in your approach. If you employ this tactic too frequently, it may lose its efficacy. Yang Jian stated before taking his leave. Meanwhile, you crafted a new peach wood sword for Li Junying and engaged in play for a considerable time until Yang Chan arrived to summon you both for dinner. After the meal, you bid farewell to everyone and directly retreated to your chamber, truly neglecting Nezha. Is Taoyao truly ignoring Nezha? Yang Chan observed your indifferent return to your room with surprise. Indeed, Nezha mentioned that Taoyao had previously told him that if his injuries were to worsen due to fatigue, she would not concern herself with him. Yang Jian stated calmly. I shall first take a meal to Nezha, then I will go explain matters to Taoyao. Yang Chan sighed, lifting the dishes as she made her way towards Nezha's room. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Nezha looked up in surprise. But the moment he laid eyes on Yang Chan, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. Taoyao truly does not care for me anymore. Is my presence such a disappointment? Yang Chan shot him an exasperated glance. Sister, Nezha, feel somewhat awkward trying to explain. Enough, enough. You have endured enough over the years. I will assist you in clarifying matters with Taoyao shortly. If it succeeds, splendid. If not, I shall return to Mount Hua tomorrow. Second brother will also be leaving, and at that time, you shall explain personally. Understanding Nezha's predicament, Yang Chan refrained from teasing him further. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, sister. Nezha expressed his gratitude towards Yang Chan. She waved her hand, indicating that he need not be overly concerned, and then turned to seek you out. Chapter 125. Apology and Reconciliation. Yesterday, Yang Chan came to explain Nezha's clandestine handling of military affairs and informed you that Yang Jian would oversee Nezha's territory during this period. Early this morning, shortly after breakfast, Yang Chan hurried back to Mount Hua, expressing her unease and intent to return tomorrow. After a while, Yang Jian received news and set off to subdue demons, accompanied by the eager Li Junying. In an instant, the true monarch hall was left with only you and Nezha. Contemplating their uncertain return, you began to prepare lunch. Nezha, eager to please, squatted beside you, assisting in washing the vegetables. Rest at home. Neither sister nor second brother is here. If you feel unwell, there is no one to attend to you. You cast a faint glance at Nezha. Taoyao, I was wrong. I should not have deceived you. But the military situation is urgent, and I had no choice. Even half a day in the heavens equates to 6 months in the mortal realm. If demons stir, that time suffices to obliterate a small nation. Nezha leaned closer, looking at you with a pitiful expression. I understand, but you do this every time. Even though you disregard your own health, have you considered that if your injuries worsen, the time required for recovery will also extend? Should formidable demons arise while you are incapacitated, How will you manage? You set down the vegetables and regarded Nezha earnestly. I know my limits, Tao Yao. You know your limits? You coughed up blood yesterday. You turned and shot Nezha a disapproving look. My coughing blood has nothing to do with military affairs. It merely happened after I refined the Emperor's spiritual energy and coincidentally went to review documents, which that girl happened to see. She assumed I was fatigued from the paperwork. Nezha explained with a hint of helplessness. All right, I understand. Given his explanation, you were inclined to believe that his coughing blood was indeed unrelated to military duties. After all, it was quite normal for him to expel some blood after refining the Jade Emperor's energy. So, you're not angry with me anymore? Nezha cautiously probed. You responded softly. Nezha's constitution was not so frail. He simply tended to feel unwell when overexerted. Yet, seeing him suppressed by the burden of military affairs, you decided to acquiesce to his wishes. Hee. Nezha grinned foolishly at you. Oh dear, you should really take a break now. You gazed at the vegetables that Nezha had chosen, utterly speechless. What kind of selection was this? What had become of the perfectly fine sweet potato leaves? Do not fret. I am here to assist you. Who is worried about you? I merely find your actions troublesome. How can I possibly consume the sweet potato leaves you have so carelessly torn apart? You cast a disdainful glance at Nezha. Can these leaves even be eaten? Nezha asked, bewildered. How could they not be? They can be stir-fried or used as a dipping sauce. Really? They are edible? I shall fetch some water to wash the vegetables. Nezha replied with an awkward smile. Please, calm down for a moment. What if you feel unwell again shortly? Before you could finish your sentence, Nezha suddenly sprang to his feet, his face paling in an instant due to the pain. Are you attempting to harm yourself? Upon noticing the cold sweat on Nezha's brow, you hurriedly rose to support him. Nezha shook his head, momentarily at a loss for words. I forgot. After a brief pause, Nezha mustered the strength to speak. You nearly choked on your indignation at his words. Forgotten? How could one forget they were injured? What a carefree heart. Chapter 126. The Stellar Lord. You accompanied Nezha at the Guan River mouth for 3 years until his injuries stabilized. And then you resided in Qintang Pass for another 4 years, enjoying the offerings. Only then did you return to the heavenly court. Has the matter concerning the Martial Star Lord been decided by His Majesty? It has been over 10 years, if a decision is not made soon. Both Cao Cao and Guan Yu will have passed away. You murmured this under your breath, but before Nezha could respond, a celestial attendant arrived to summon you both. You two are needed. His Majesty has urgently summoned you. Your humble servant pays respects to His Majesty. Upon entering the imperial study with Nezha, you both bowed deeply to the Jade Emperor. How are your injuries faring? The Jade Emperor inquired, looking at Nezha. They are no longer serious. And how is your mood now? He turned his gaze to you. It is tolerable, you replied somewhat dazedly. Good. Then you two, can you finalize the recommendation for the Martial Star Lord? The Jade Emperor slammed his hand on the table. Did we not already provide you with candidates? It is now up to you to decide, Nezha stated calmly. The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback. He knew it was his responsibility to determine the outcome. However, he had been preoccupied with the matter of the 9 phoenixes and was not fully present. You two were arguing halfway through. I understood nothing. Speak again from the beginning. The Jade Emperor declared, shifting the blame. You exchanged a knowing glance with Nezha, instantly realizing this was the Jade Emperor's way of deflecting responsibility. Your Majesty, Guan Yu is a person of loyalty and exceptional martial prowess, yet he is also exceedingly proud and dismissive of others. He remains faithful to his brother Liu Bei, but showed mercy to Cao Cao during their encounter at Huarong Road. This matter is not straightforward. I implore your Majesty to make a decision. Nezha stepped forward to outline Guan Yu's strengths and weaknesses. Your Majesty, Cao Cao possesses both literary and martial talent. Accompanied by a dragon-like spirit, he is respectful of the talented and values them greatly. To this day, he has not sought to usurp the Han dynasty. However, Cao Cao is overly suspicious. During his flight, he once killed El Bosch, who had sheltered him, due to his doubts. Furthermore, his personal emotions have occasionally led him to mistakenly harm loyal subjects. This matter also requires your Majesty's judgment. You reported on Cao Cao's merits and faults. The Martial Star Lord should be a military talent. Thus, it seems Guan Yu is more suitable. However, Cao Cao, as a notorious schemer, might be more fitting for the Azure Dragon Star. The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment before responding slowly. The sovereign's intent is to summon the 2 celestial lords from the heavenly palace? Nezha furrowed his brow. Cao Cao has also arrived? Perhaps not. This matter ultimately hinges on Cao Cao himself. I shall command someone to descend to the mortal realm and bestow upon him celestial wine. This individual may toy with Cao Cao. If he can withstand the trials and harbors no excessive suspicion, then he shall be welcomed to the heavens as the Azure Dragon Star Lord. The Jade Emperor glanced at Nezha and spoke slowly. Unlike the purple-hued star of the sovereign, the literary star of the top scholar, or the martial star of the general, the azure dragon star is primarily regarded as a potential peril by the emperor, often seen by the common folk as a harbinger of chaos. However, the azure dragon star is also the one closest to the imperial star, requiring both the magnanimity of a monarch and a tempered skepticism. Enough, you may withdraw. The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Yes, your majesty, I take my leave. After bowing to Nezha, you stepped back. I shall return to my residence. And you? Upon exiting the imperial study, you inquired of Nezha's whereabouts. I shall head to the military camp. Then we shall meet at the morning court tomorrow. You waved goodbye to Nezha and departed. Upon returning home, your spirit transcended to deliver a dream to Cao Cao. Oh man, your essence appeared in Cao Cao's dreams. You have finally come to see me. Cao Cao rushed toward you, his eyes welling with tears. Oh man, should any capable or extraordinary individuals offer you wine in the future, you must accept it. This is a celestial connection. Do you understand? You looked at Cao Cao and spoke softly. Understood. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Cao Cao readily agreed. You nodded, preparing to leave his dream. Where? Do not go. I will heed your every word. Cao Cao chased after your vanishing figure. You shook your head, signaling him to halt. Shall we meet again? Cao Cao gazed at you with hope. If you follow my guidance, we shall undoubtedly meet again in time. With that, you withdrew from his dream. Where? Cao Cao suddenly awoke. Send word. Should any capable or extraordinary individuals seek an audience, they shall be treated as esteemed guests. Cao Cao, regaining his composure, promptly instructed his subordinates. Chapter 127. The Return of the Star Lords. Nezha contemplated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from going to the military camp, instead returning to the imperial study to seek an audience with the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, the third prince seeks an audience. The celestial attendant reported to the Jade Emperor. Allow him to enter. The Jade Emperor hesitated for a moment before giving the command. Your Majesty. Nezha respectfully bowed before the Jade Emperor. Speak. What matter compelled you to leave Peach Blossom alone and return? The Jade Emperor gestured for Nezha to rise and spoke in a measured tone. May I inquire which celestial being you intend to send to the mortal realm to test Cao Cao? Nezha struggled internally for quite some time before finally voicing the question. What? Do you intend to exploit your power for personal gain? The Jade Emperor set aside the memorial he was reading and looked up at Nezha. Nezha clenched his fists, remaining silent. Nezha, attaining true enlightenment and the celestial lords returning to the heavens is a matter of divine will, not something you can alter through your own efforts. Do not be foolish and engage in actions that would undermine your own merit. The Jade Emperor sighed softly. In truth, the martial star lord need not descend to the mortal realm. Upon achieving success, he will naturally ascend to the heavens. It was merely the Jade Emperor seizing the opportunity to facilitate a union between you and Nezha, which prompted him to concoct such a rationale to send you down to the mortal realm. While Guan Yu indeed embodies the martial star lord, Cao Cao does not represent the azure dragon star lord. The so-called bestowed wine is merely a trial from the 9 emperor stars. To pass through it is to ascend immediately, otherwise, one must endure several centuries more. Your Majesty, Nezha called out to the Jade Emperor, his eyes filled with determination and reluctance. I shall command the curtain roller to descend. The Jade Emperor shook his head, ultimately revealing the truth to Nezha. This matter had already taken root in Nezha's heart, and any misstep could easily give rise to inner demons. Should Tao Yao and Cao Cao truly fail to prevent Cao Cao's ascension in the future, it would undoubtedly become a source of torment for Nezha. Although Nezha could easily intervene for personal gain, it would merely plant the seeds of inner turmoil. But since Cao Cao's success was already assured, the emergence of Nezha's demons was unlikely. It would simply result in a loss of merit, which pales in comparison to the weight of inner demons. Ultimately, the Jade Emperor favored Nezha, unwilling to see him hindered by such turmoil in his cultivation. Thank you, Your Majesty. I take my leave. After bowing to the Jade Emperor, Nezha departed in search of the curtain roller. 3 days later, the Jade Emperor summoned the celestial beings to the Lingshao Palace to await the ascension of the Star Lords. At the hour of Chun, a beam of golden light shot skyward outside the southern heavenly gate. Tai-bai Jinxing, go and greet the martial Star Lord, the Jade Emperor instructed. I obey your command, Tai-bai Jinxing replied, departing promptly. In but a moment, a green light radiated across the sky. A serpentine dragon coiled around the luminous pillar, soaring aloft and, with a resounding roar, transformed into a golden dragon. The green pillar instantaneously brightened to a more resplendent gold. Nezha observed the golden dragon darting into the southern heavenly gate, his his complexion slightly pale, his hands clenched tightly. "Wenchang Star-Lord, go and welcome the left assistant Star-Lord," the Jade Emperor stated, casting a glance at Nezha before continuing. "The left assistant Star-Lord? You appear somewhat astonished. Should it not be the Azure Dragon Star-Lord? Has he risen a rank?" "Indeed, I obey your command," Wenchang Star-Lord replied, bowing before departing. "Guan Yu, I salute your majesty." Just as Wenchang Star-Lord exited, Tai Bai Jinxing entered with Guan Yu. "No need for formalities. Effective immediately, you shall assume the position of Martial Star-Lord, holding the rank of 4th grade. Today, I bestow upon you a residence for the Martial Star-Lord, to be located near the Kaiyang Palace." As the Jade Emperor spoke, he waved his hand, conjuring a residence that settled beside the Kaiyang Palace. He then presented Guan Yu with the golden seal and insignia of the Martial Star-Lord. "I, your humble servant, accept the decree with gratitude." Guan Yu respectfully bowed to the Jade Emperor. "Your Majesty, the left assistant Star-Lord has arrived outside the palace," Wenchang Star-Lord reported. "Admit him." "Yes, your Majesty." Wenchang Star-Lord turned to receive Cao Cao into the palace. "Cao Cao, I salute your Majesty." Cao Cao greeted the Jade Emperor with neither arrogance nor servility. "No need for formalities. Effective immediately. You shall succeed to the position of the left assistant Star-Lord of the 9 Emperor Stars, holding the rank of 3rd grade. Your residence shall be established beside the ZY Palace." As the Jade Emperor spoke, he conjured another palace that settled adjacent to the ZY Palace, bestowing upon Cao Cao the golden seal and insignia. "Cao Cao, I accept the decree with gratitude." Once more, Cao Cao bowed to the Jade Emperor. "Today, the Heavenly Court welcomes 2 new Star-Lords. This is indeed joyous news. Proclaim my decree. A welcoming banquet shall be held in the Yaoqi 7 days hence. To celebrate the triumphant completion of the 2 Celestial Lords' endeavors," the Jade Emperor spoke with a smile. The celestial beings simultaneously bowed to the Jade Emperor, who waved his hand, signaling that the assembly had concluded. He then rose and departed. Chapter 128. Proclamation of Sovereignty. Nezha, shall we extend our greetings? Observing the gathering of celestial beings around Guan Yu and Cao Cao, you approached Nezha and spoke. Nezha nodded and accompanied you. "Congratulations, Lord of the Martial Star, on your successful accomplishments." You intended to approach Cao Cao first, adhering to the hierarchy, but Nezha directly greeted Guan Yu instead. Thus, you halted and redirected your steps towards Guan Yu. "Thank you, esteemed Celestial Lord. May I inquire as to your name?" Guan Yu, unaware of Nezha's rank, posed the question. "Upon meeting the Lord of the Stars, I momentarily forgot to introduce myself. Please do not hold it against me. I am General Li Nezha, commander of the Central Altar." Nezha replied with a smile to Guan Yu. "General Li," Guan Yu acknowledged, straightening his posture and bowing respectfully to Nezha. "Your humility is noted." Nezha responded with a half-bow in return. "I am Tao Yao, the Wuling Celestial Lord. I extend my congratulations on your achievements and hope for your continued guidance in the future," Tao Yao interjected, offering her greetings as you approached Guan Yu to pay your respects. "Thank you, Celestial Lord." Guan Yu reciprocated your bow. "It seems you have met the General and the Celestial Lord in the mortal realm?" Guan Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued as he regarded the 2 of you. "Indeed. You recall us, esteemed Lord?" You replied, somewhat astonished. It was one thing for Guan Yu to remember Nezha, but for him to recognize you, as well, was unexpected. During the gathering of the 18 warlords, the demeanor of the Celestial Lord was indeed striking, Guan Yu remarked, his gaze towards you devoid of arrogance, infused with a hint of admiration. The aura of the Celestial Lord was equally remarkable during that assembly. The phrase "heroes do not inquire about origins" aptly describes the bond among the 3 of us. You replied with a smile directed at Guan Yu. The Celestial Lord's grace remains unchanged. However, it appears the General has undergone considerable transformation, Guan Yu noted, turning to Nezha. "Oh, in what manner has he changed?" Nezha asked, intrigued by Guan Yu's observation. "I find it hard to fathom that the frail strategist is now a renowned general in the heavenly realm. I wonder why he chose to feign illness instead of donning armor and engaging in battle. The General's military strategies are unparalleled. Were he to personally confront the King of Wei, he would surely ascend to the throne," Guan Yu mused. "Ha ha ha, so that is the nature of his transformation." Nezha laughed heartily at Guan Yu's words. The Celestial Lord has misunderstood Nezha. He is not feigning illness. Guijia's health was genuinely poor. His injuries remained unresolved before Nezha descended, leading to Guijia's untimely demise. "Oh, I see. I was puzzled as to why you 2 did not descend together." Leaving Guan Yu to ponder the implications, Guan Yu began, then awkwardly halted his statement. "Do not concern yourself with it," Nezha quickly reassured Guan Yu, sensing his discomfort. "We shall visit you another day." As you noticed that the celestial beings were nearly finished departing, you bid farewell to Guan Yu. The illustrious Cloud Chong awaits the esteemed presence of the Marshal and the Celestial Lord. Guan Yu bows respectfully to both of you. Upon your arrival at Cao Cao's side, the celestial beings surrounding him have dwindled significantly. After bidding farewell to the last Celestial Lord, Cao Cao gazes tenderly at you. Willing Celestial Lord, Tao Yao, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on the successful completion of your celestial duties. You suppress the urge to utter the name Amon. In the heavenly realm, Chaoan calling you mother is inconsequential. However, should your identities mirror those of the mortal realm, it would indeed be peculiar. The peach blossoms are vibrant, radiant in their beauty. The son returns home, ready to establish his household. So, your name is indeed Tao Yao. My lady, may I call you Yaoer from now on? Cao Cao whispers softly into your ear. Celestial Lord, please maintain your dignity. Nezha abruptly pulls you into his embrace, regarding Cao Cao with a cold glare. I shall gift you an incense burner, and you repay me with a cup of wine. We are thus even, but when will you cease your covetousness towards another's wife? Cao Cao smirks coldly, unflinchingly meeting Nezha's gaze. Your wife? Tao Yao merely undertook a task in the mortal realm. You two have been wed for 22 years. And Ding Shang is still a maiden. Humph, do you not comprehend the implications? Nezha's voice is as frigid as ice. Chapter 129. Nezha's intense jealousy, is what he said true? Wei-er, with a look of deep grievance, gazes at you from Cao Cao's eyes. Yes. After a moment of contemplation, you affirm Nezha's words. You must understand, I can only meet you after drinking the immortal's wine. Cao Cao looks at you incredulously. Did you inform him in advance? And you intend to meet him? Nezha's eyes narrow, a flicker of danger passing through them. I did inform him beforehand, but I never mentioned a meeting. Knowing Nezha's disdain for Cao Cao, you hastily clarify. You dare act in such a manner, risking your divine merit. Nezha's anger simmers beneath the surface as he responds coldly. What merit is at stake? Did you not do everything in your power to prevent me from drinking? Cao Cao interrupts disdainfully. What do you mean by preventing you from drinking? I am confused. What does that imply? Nezha did not prevent you? Zhuai said that by drinking the celestial wine, I could ascend to the ranks of the immortals. However, this would cause my soul to scatter, never to reincarnate, which I naturally refuse. I was puzzled before, but now it all makes sense. That little boy besides Zhuai must be him. Cao Cao gritted his teeth as he spoke. It is indeed I who disclosed this heavenly secret, Celestial Lord. Do not take offense. Fortunately, you have successfully accomplished your celestial mission. We shall take our leave now and visit the Celestial Lord's residence next time. After speaking, you grasp Nezha's hand and turn to depart. Tao Yao, even if you do not love me now, how does it matter? Ultimately, you shall be my wife. Cao Cao calls out with a chuckle as you retreat. Nezha's eyes flash with murderous intent as he turns towards Cao Cao. Come back. You seize Nezha, soaring towards the wooling Celestial Lord's abode. Have you lost your mind? Were you truly intent on killing Cao Cao? Once inside, you furrow your brow and question Nezha directly. And if I were to kill him, what of it? Are you distressed? Nezha's gaze towards you is filled with fury and sorrow. What manner of words are you speaking? Cao Cao has neither wronged you nor harmed you. Why then do you act with such reckless abandon? You glared at Nezha in anger. Moreover, what is the matter with the celestial wine? Are you seeking personal revenge? I am aware of your disdain for him. Yet are you now attempting to vindicate Cao Cao in my presence? Nezha interrupted your words with a loud exclamation. Nezha, wooling color, you are utterly unreasonable. Your fury threatened to consume you. You referred to Cao Cao as the Star Lord, while Nezha acknowledged your aversion to him. Their relationship was evident. So why continue this charade? Not to mention, do you not realize how much merit is lost by obstructing the Star Lord's return? You have always been fair. How could you act so rashly this time? You took a deep breath, suppressing your inner turmoil, and spoke to Nezha. Do you truly believe I lack virtue? Or is it that you simply do not wish for me to lose my merit? After over 1,000 years of acquaintance, I find myself inferior to a mere mortal who has spent 22 years with Cao Cao. You quarrel with me on his behalf. Nezha choked back the blood rising in his throat. For him, Nezha, I can hardly endure you any longer. Your anger surged as you leaped up, shouting at him. Nezha, startled by your outburst, suddenly recalled the Jade Emperor's words regarding relationships yet to be defined. Your jealousy and possessiveness are unwarranted. Tao Yao clearly has yet to awaken to her own feelings. Why does she lose her composure at the mere mention of Cao Cao? Nezha felt a pang of regret. If Tao Yao remains oblivious, does that not render her deranged? If this persists, will she not eventually be driven into another's arms? Hadn't she just vowed to remain composed? Chapter 130. The Bitter Plan? Tao Yao, I apologize. Nezha, realizing the gravity of the situation, anxiously turned to you. You need not say anything. I can no longer bear it. I am on the verge of madness. Please find someone else to love, and keep your distance from me. You once spoke of marrying me. I was compelled to reciprocate your affection. If such madness is love, I would rather remain forever ignorant of it. You trembled with rage, a sharp pain piercing your heart, radiating throughout your chest. Nezha furrowed his brow, closing his eyes against the pain as he leaned against the corridor pillar. What troubles you? Where does it hurt? Seeing Nezha in distress, blood trickling from his lips, you felt a surge of panic. Does it hurt? Nezha initially intended to shake his head, but thought better of it, given your unresolved anger, and instead murmured his discomfort. Where does it hurt? Has your internal injury flared up again? Observing Nezha clutching his chest in agony, you felt a mix of urgency and frustration. Juin, summon the healer. You grumbled through gritted teeth, supporting Nezha as you guided him into the room. Ugh. Nezha lay on the bed, groaning in pain. You deserve this. Your irritation momentarily overshadowed your concern for him. Ugh, it hurts. Nezha writhed, cold sweat pouring down his brow, desperately clutching the bedding beneath him. The healer would arrive soon. Just hold on a little longer. You gaze upon Nezha, who writhes in pain upon the bed. And despite your heartache, you cannot abandon him. You grasp his hand, channeling your spiritual energy into him. Does it hurt, Nezha? You inquire softly, as he clutches your hand, continually lamenting his agony. I know you are in pain. The healer will arrive shortly, you reassure him, having never witnessed Nezha in such distress. Thus, you gently wipe the cold sweat from his brow, while soothing him with tender words. In truth, Nezha's suffering is genuine. He had merely concealed it until now, only allowing himself to express such vulnerability in solitude. Today, witnessing your anger, he resorted to a stratagem reminiscent of Yang Jian's tactics, which proved surprisingly effective. My lord, the healer has come, Bamboo Sound exclaimed, hastily ushering the healer into the room. Thank you, esteemed healer, you say with urgency, acknowledging their presence with a nod. No need for formality, the healer replies, stepping forward only to have Nezha evade their approach. Nezha, why are you hiding? Bring your hand here, you insist. Pulling him toward the healer. Nezha retracts his hand, rolling in pain upon the bed. Do you wish to perish from this torment? I refuse. I will not be examined. Let me suffer as I must. He retorts stubbornly, even as you plead with him. When did I ever say I wished to sever ties with you? I did not. You told me to keep my distance and to find another to cherish. Is that not the same as severing our bond? He challenges, his demeanor petulant. That was merely a moment of frustration. Do not take it to heart. Please, allow the healer to attend to you. You implore, fully aware that Nezha is being obstinate, yet unable to disregard his well-being. Very well, he concedes softly. Thank you, esteemed healer. You say, promptly taking hold of Nezha's wrist. The marshal's injuries have recurred too frequently, each time exacerbating his condition. It is imperative that he avoids emotional upheaval and refrains from combat for a month, ensuring he rests adequately. Otherwise, he may find himself beyond recovery. The healer, having assessed Nezha, releases a deep sigh, administering a medicinal pill before gradually infusing him with healing energy. They then solemnly instruct you, take heed. Understood, you affirm with a nod. This is an emergency elixir. I will prepare a regimen for his recovery. The healer presents you with the pill and the prescription before rising to take their leave. Esteemed healer, I must ask you to keep Nezha's condition confidential. Should anyone inquire, please assure them that he is not in grave danger. You implore, contemplating the implications. Rest assured, my lord, I fully understand. The healer replies with a slight nod before departing. Chapter 131. Nezha, you are the most infuriating. Day in and day out, he is battered and bruised, suffering such severe injuries. You gently wipe the sweat from Nezha's brow, your heart aching at the pallor of his complexion. Do not worry, I am fine. He hastily reassures you, sensing your concern. Do not heed that old man's exaggerations. He perpetually inflates the truth. Nezha, taken aback by the gravity of his ruse, did not anticipate the extent of his suffering. Had he known, he would have endured until the healer from Yuqing Palace arrived, ensuring you did not witness his plight. Oh, please, do not weep. I am truly fine. He implores, attempting to assuage your fears. As Nezha observed your tear-streaked face, he was startled and quickly sat up, gently wiping away your tears. What caused you to rise so abruptly? Noticing Nezha's pallor had deepened, you realized he must have exacerbated his injuries, but bore the pain stoically. Fearing your concern, I am a warrior. I am not so fragile. Nezha smiled at you. Nezha, you are the most infuriating. You sobbed. Why must you always act this way? Seeing Nezha's indifferent demeanor, you understood that over the millennia, he must have endured innumerable wounds, which allowed him to remain so composed. What is wrong with me? No, it is all my fault. Please do not cry. Nezha fumbled to comfort you. You remember that time at Ling Mountain when you accompanied me to secretly catch fish? Didn't you get injured then? And what about that time we roasted pigeons by the river? You recounted over a dozen incidents while sobbing. Previously, as you seldom crossed paths, you were unaware of the dangers he faced in vanquishing demons, so when Nezha claimed he was unhurt, you believed him. It now appeared he was frequently wounded. Nezha averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. A warm current surged within him. Did Tao Yao truly notice? You do. You insisted. Why do you persist in enduring pain? Why do you always pretend nothing is amiss? Your voice quivered with frustration. I am not pretending, Nezha replied. Seeing you happy, I feel my wounds heal by half. With tender motions, he drew you into his embrace, his tone imbued with sincerity. From now on, if you lose your temper, I shall refrain from arguing with you. You buried your head against his chest, your words muffled. Seeing Nezha in this light, you felt a surge of guilt. Despite sharing a bond forged over a millennium, Nezha could cultivate love, while you found yourself lacking. Until you understand, I shall not lose my temper again. I promise. Nezha assured with a hint of relief. Though I may not comprehend love, trust in my words. Aside from my master and the goddess, you hold the utmost significance in my heart, even more than Wukong. You gazed earnestly into Nezha's eyes. And what of Cao Cao? What place does he occupy in your heart? Nezha inquired, his eyes meeting yours. Cao Cao. You frowned, contemplating with evident conflict. Is he truly important? Nezha felt a flutter of unease. No, he holds no significant place in my heart, you clarified. He is akin to the Hound of Heaven or the Brothers of Maishan, merely acquaintances. Should he seek my assistance, I would oblige, but not too frequently. You pondered for a moment before responding candidly. Then what is this turmoil within you? Nezha regarded you with curiosity. You asked. And thus I was merely assigning him a position in my heart. You sighed, a hint of exasperation in your tone. Do not assign him any position, Nezha exclaimed suddenly. Startling you. Oh, you nodded, still shaken. Tao Yao, why did you send Cao Cao a dream? Nezha could no longer contain his curiosity. Truthfully, while I do not doubt your claims of Cao Cao's malice, I merely believed he would remain oblivious to our acquaintance. His behavior is indeed somewhat deranged. Each time he murders in his dreams, it is those subordinates with whom I have shared laughter. It was precisely for that reason I refrained from visiting you during those 2 years in the mortal realm. You sighed softly. Later, you confided in me that if I were to treat you as I did Cao Cao, it would cause you great distress. As Cao Cao had also explicitly expressed affection towards me, I pondered that his obsessive madness might be related to having married a wife like me, who was oblivious to love. In this world, every consequence has its cause. The cycle of cause and effect is relentless, and I wished to avoid incurring karmic debts in the mortal realm. Hence, I contemplated the idea of sacrificing some of my merits to compensate him. Upon hearing your words, Nezha felt an immediate release from the pent-up frustration within his heart. Chapter 132. Your reputation is more important than my life at the welcoming banquet 7 days hence. Let us request leave, you suggested, looking inquiringly at Nezha. What reason shall we provide for our absence? Nezha inquired with a smile. His question left you somewhat troubled. Nezha's injuries must remain undisclosed. What other justification could there be? There are still 7 days. By then, my wounds will have healed sufficiently, at least superficially. So worry not, it will be inconspicuous. Nezha, discerning your thoughts, understood that you had come to a decision. I have never felt such irritation towards anyone before. Li Jing is the first. You exclaimed, brimming with indignation. How could his mind ever harm me? Nezha scoffed lightly. As for Li Jing, provided he is not grievously injured and on the brink of death, he would never dare to act recklessly. On ordinary days, taking advantage of his injuries to administer some poison is the extent of his audacity. You shall stay with me for these 7 days. You can hardly withstand the concoctions Li Jing would administer to you now. No, it would tarnish my reputation to have you, a man, stay overnight. Nezha furrowed his brows slightly. It matters not. I do not extend hospitality to just anyone. It is merely you among men, after all. At worst, they might speculate about our intimacy, you replied nonchalantly. Nezha had also spent nights here before. By now, rumors must be rife. Yet still, it is unacceptable. Such matters, when spoken of, often lead to scorn directed at women. You are unaware of how harshly they might speak, Nezha countered once more. Which is more important, reputation or life? You gazed at Nezha in silence, perplexed. If you were unconcerned, why was he still conflicted? Life is paramount. Before you could finish your thought, Nezha interrupted. Yet your reputation is more crucial than my life. He stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon you. Momentarily, you were rendered speechless, your heart skipping a beat as you stared blankly at Nezha. What absurdity is this? Upon regaining your composure, you shot him a glare, quickly diverting your gaze. For reasons unknown, you felt that while Nezha remained fundamentally the same, there was a subtle difference about him compared to before. Nezha, why not accompany me to reside at the Jihua Jade Palace for a few days? The spiritual energy there is abundant, and with the goddess present, it is the most suitable place for recuperation, you suggested with brightened eyes, excitedly addressing Nezha. After all, you must return for the birthday of the goddess of the earth in 5 days. I would prefer to go to Qintang Pass instead, Nezha replied timidly, as the goddess of the earth and Tao Yao are bound by the ties of master and servant. In truth, Tao Yao carries a drop of the purest blood from the goddess, rendering her half-daughter to the goddess of the earth. He was not yet prepared to meet her. Do not. The spiritual energy in the mortal realm is scarce. You spent 7 years in the lower realm, and the results were still inferior to 5 days in heaven. Oh, you needn't worry. The goddess is quite amiable. Very well. Nezha contemplated for a moment before nodding. Then rest a while longer. We shall depart at the hour of the rooster. You assisted Nezha in lying down and tucked him in snugly. Zhu Yin, deliver this to his majesty and inform him it will be 7 days. Suddenly, Nezha recalled something and propped himself up, calling for Zhu Yin to enter. And please, request a leave of absence for me to visit my family, you added. Understood. Zhu Yin respectfully accepted the yellow jade pendant Nezha handed her, nodding graciously to you before retreating. His Majesty seems to favor you excessively. Is it because of your striking appearance? You gazed at Nezha with curiosity. Perhaps, Nezha replied with a playful raise of his brow, and then reclined once more. You are also exceedingly beautiful. You could not help but gently pinch Nezha's cheek. Rest now. I shall not disturb you. With that, you rose and exited. Nezha, taken aback by your sudden gesture, was momentarily dazed. Had he just been pinched? Instantly, 2 blushes blossomed on his cheeks. At the hour of the rooster, you summoned a chariot drawn by 5 fearsome hellhounds, which grandly halted before the gates of Wuling Xianjuan's residence. Accompanied by Nezha, you embarked on your journey towards the 9 Huaihua Palace. Your chariot is quite impressive. It rivals even that of the Queen Mother, Nezha remarked, leaning against the low table within the spacious carriage, admiring the flamboyant hellhounds. Oh, it's just average. The last time the Queen Mother sought trouble, the Duchess was quite furious and gifted me this chariot for show, you replied, brimming with pride. Upon hearing you mention the Duchess, Nezha straightened up nervously. Do not be anxious. The Duchess will not trouble you, you reassured him, patting his shoulder to encourage him to relax. Chapter 133. A visit to the future mother-in-law? Xinya, where's the Duchess at this moment? Upon entering the 9 Huaihua Palace, you inquired of Xinya. The Duchess is resting in her chambers. What brings you back today? You ungrateful little one? Xinya lightly tapped your forehead. Ouch, brother, could you show me a bit of leniency? You protested, rubbing your head in dismay. Oh, you've even brought a little companion back. Xinya raised an eyebrow and smiled at Nezha behind you. Do not set your sights on him. He is still injured. Seek out another opponent. Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming up? Challenge him instead. You instinctively shielded Nezha behind you, eyeing Xinya warily. My sister has grown. Her elbows now point outward. Xinya exaggeratedly wiped non-existent tears. Is it so difficult to find someone to spar with? He lamented, gazing skyward. If there is a chance in the future, I shall certainly accompany the envoy for a friendly duel, Nezha responded with a smile, taking Xinya's jest in stride. Excellent. I shall look forward to testing the prowess of the most celebrated general of the heavenly court. Xinya cheerfully clapped Nezha on the shoulder. Be gentle, you brute, you exclaimed, alarmed as Nezha's complexion turned pale from Xinya's hearty pat, your heart racing in concern. Nezha, are you all right? You looked at him with worry. No worries, Tao Yao. I am well. Upon noticing your agitation, Nezha quickly gestured to you that all was well. I gently patted Xinya and timidly spoke. I do not wish to converse with you. I shall seek out the Empress. With a huff directed at Xinya, you took Nezha's hand and set off to find Hutu. Why is the Empress resting at this hour? You murmured as you approached her resplendent chamber. Bring me a chair. You quietly instructed a nearby celestial attendant. Tao Yao, Nezha grasped your arm and shook his head, observing his concern. You cast a worried glance at Nezha and then waved your hand to the attendant, signaling her not to fetch the chair. Nezha understood that Tao Yao feared for his well-being, but on the occasion of his first audience with the Empress, he could not be so impolite as to sit idly awaiting her arrival, even in his injured state. Not to mention her esteemed status and lineage, she was, after all, akin to a maternal figure for Tao Yao. He would never dare to be so presumptuous. After waiting for a full half-hour, the Empress had yet to awaken, and you grew increasingly anxious upon observing Nezha's pale complexion. It is time for the meal. Summon the attendants, you instructed, glancing outside at the darkening sky. You then skipped into Hotu's chamber. Empress, Empress, it is time for dinner. You knelt before her bed, gently calling out. Later, Hotu replied nonchalantly, keeping her eyes closed. The evening meal should be taken punctually for the sake of your health, you insisted, lightly shaking her arm. I have not seen you show concern for my well-being before. What is it now that has captured your interest? Hotu, stirred from her slumber by your presence, decided to rise. It is nothing of great importance. Merely showing my concern for the Empress, you replied with a charming smile. Is there nothing else? You added with a hint of mischief. Oh, and I have brought a friend who would like to stay here for a few days. Hotu responded lazily. Should I bring him to the front hall? You inquired tentatively. Hotu gave a slight nod. Thank you. Empress, you exclaimed, rising to head outside. Come, the Empress is awake, you called to Nezha as you dashed out. All right, Nezha replied, nervously clutching his garment. Do not be anxious, the Empress is not fierce at all. You reassured him with a gentle pat on his hand before leading him inside. Juniorly Nezha pays respects to the Mother of Earth, Yuan Jun. Nezha bowed deeply before the esteemed Hotu. Rise, she commanded. Thank you, Yuan Jun. You heard Hotu instruct Nezha to stand, and you quickly moved to assist him. Nezha. Oh, the child from the Tai family, Hotu mused, her brow furrowing in thought before enlightenment dawned upon her. I have heard from Hotu that you were quite protective of Tao Yao during your recent time in the heavenly court. This is a newly concocted elixir I have prepared. I shall bestow it upon you. Hotu waved her hand, and a pill materialized in Nezha's grasp. Empress, Nezha is uncertain how to respond, he admitted. Accept it, she urged. What a good child you are. How did you come to be so injured? Hotu sighed softly as she regarded Nezha. The younger generation expresses their gratitude to Yuan Jun. Nezha said, bowing in thanks. Empress, shall we not disturb you further during your meal? Peach Blossom urged Nezha to withdraw. Go ahead, she said. Hotu yawned, signaling for you to leave. After bowing to Nezha, you retreated. Chapter 134. Then I must trouble the marshal to accompany me in my performance. Hotu had given Nezha an exquisite healing elixir, crafted in the celestial furnace. If he successfully absorbed it, he could recover 70% of his injuries. Upon arriving at the Peach Blossom Pavilion, you urged Nezha to take the elixir and enter seclusion for healing. Meanwhile, you cast a soundproof barrier around Nezha's room and began rehearsing the dance you were to perform at the banquet in 5 days. After 3 days in seclusion, Nezha felt that most of his wounds had healed. His energy surged, and he felt invigorated. Upon dispelling the soundproof barrier, the sound of silk and bamboo instruments wafted in. Pushing open the door, he beheld you clad in a pink dance attire, adorned with a peacock feather in your hair, a long veil draping over you, and silver anklets jingling softly around your bare feet as you gracefully danced to the rhythm. The silver anklets swayed in harmony with your movements, each gesture appearing effortlessly natural and fluid, reminiscent of a blooming lotus. As the music intensified, your figure danced with increasing swiftness, your jade-like hands flowing elegantly, while your skirt billowed around you. Your smoky, expressive eyes seemed to convey unspoken words, sparkling with ethereal light, resembling a flower veiled in mist, beautiful yet elusive. Enthralled by the scene, Nezha stood mesmerized, momentarily rooted to the spot. His little peach blossom was truly enchanting. Suddenly, a playful voice interrupted Nezha's reverie. Oh no, that was wrong. You had not noticed Nezha and, with a slight frown, interrupted the music. I apologize, Sister Tao Yao. I am truly inept with music, you said, lowering your head in embarrassment. If only Greenie were here, you sighed, feeling somewhat dejected. Greenie, a former maid of the 9 Huayan Palace, had once shared a bond with the Dragon King Ao Run. She had requested to leave and become his concubine. Traditionally, she would return for Hotu's birthday. But this time, due to her pregnancy, she had sent a letter and gifts in advance, apologizing for her absence. Greenie was skilled in music, and in years past, she had always accompanied you with her flute. Without her this year, you had to make do with the less musically inclined Hotu. Let me take over, Nezha said, stepping closer and conjuring a white jade flute with a wave of his hand. Nezha, you finished your seclusion? How are you feeling? You were surprised to see him. I'm almost completely healed, he replied, smiling gently. Indeed, you look much better, you remarked joyfully, relieved that he was recovering well. But I'm preparing for the banquet in honor of Lord Yuan. I'm afraid my dance practice has suffered without my musician. Nezha patted your head. Yes, you mentioned you needed someone to accompany you. I can play the flute. How did I not know this? Suddenly recalling his earlier offer, you felt invigorated. My master taught me, but with the burdens of military duties, I seldom find time for such frivolities. For millennia, have we ever engaged in such discussions? Our time has always been spent frolicking and roasting birds, leaping about in joyous abandon. I had no inkling that you possessed such graceful dancing skills. Nezha, momentarily taken aback, observed the dynamic between you two, an apparent familiarity blended with a hint of estrangement, as neither seemed aware of the other's talents. With a somewhat awkward chuckle, you bowed to Nezha in a gesture reminiscent of traditional opera, humbly requesting the marshal to accompany your performance. It was indeed an honor. Nezha smiled back at you with gentle warmth. As the melodious notes of the flute filled the air, you began to dance gracefully, moving in harmony with the music. After 2 hours, you paused, slightly breathless, giving Nezha a thumbs up, truly a man of both martial and literary prowess. With a playful smile, you leaned closer to Nezha, gently tugging at his sleeve, asking for his assistance in the days to come. All right, he replied without a moment's hesitation. I knew you were the best, you exclaimed, embracing Nezha in an unexpected hug, causing his heart to skip a beat before racing wildly. Chapter 135. The Birthday Feast of the Earth Mother. The Birthday Feast of the Earth Mother was a grand affair, attended by numerous high-ranking deities, including the Emperor of Heaven, Nuwa, and the Three Pure Ones, among approximately 100 celestial beings. Naturally, this gathering also included the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, and Nezha's master, tamed. As the celestial assembly settled, the banquet commenced. The enchanting sounds of the flute rose, captivating all hearts, while numerous maidens donned flowing sleeves and danced gracefully, petals fluttering like delicate whispers in the air, filling the atmosphere with an intoxicating floral fragrance. The 100 celestial maidens blossomed like radiant buds, dispersing gracefully, while you, adorned in a pink gauze dress, emerged like an ethereal orchid. Your light and elegant dance, accompanied by the sweeping of your wide sleeves, accentuated your exquisite beauty, leaving the audience spellbound. Isn't that Tao Yao? Someone remarked. Is that Nezha playing the flute? I thought he was sent down to vanquish demons. The Queen Mother furrowed her brow, glancing at the Jade Emperor. Nezha conveyed to me yesterday that he has subdued the demons. I deemed it inconsequential and did not mention it to the Queen. The Jade Emperor replied, maintaining his composure. Is that so? The Queen Mother regarded him with skepticism. Nezha holds the esteemed title of General of the Third rank in heaven, and he serves as my protective deity. Should I present his memorial to you for your approval? The Jade Emperor's tone turned icy. That was not my intent. The Queen Mother hastily clarified, sensing his displeasure. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor cast a covert glare at Nezha, silently chastising him. What are you doing? You claim to be recuperating from a serious injury, and now you're accompanying your future bride back to her family to celebrate her mother's birthday? Fine. Celebrate if you must, but do inform me in advance. He inwardly lamented. Tai Junren, too, observed his pupil's infatuated gaze, utterly fixated on the young lady, with affection radiating from his eyes. This lad has reached an age where he desires a bride, he mused. Having truly grown up, he found himself enamored with a certain girl. Tai Junren stroked his beard, a gentle smile adorning his face. That girl, is she from the Ho-Tu family? It seems I must ponder this matter and have a word with Ho-Tu to ascertain whether the child is already betrothed. After a millennium of seclusion, encountering his disciples' awakening upon his return naturally prompted him to take notice. On the joyous occasion of the Empress's birthday, Tao Yao extended her heartfelt wishes for her longevity and eternal happiness. After her dance concluded, she respectfully bowed to Ho-Tu's day, a joyful celebration for the Empress's birthday. Upon finishing her words, the accompanying dancers and musicians joined in unison to offer their congratulations. Tao Yao has been considerate. Everyone else may dispense with formalities. Ho-Tu smiled at her and then raised her hand to signal the others to rise. Mother Earth, your grace. After rising from her bow with the others, she heard the voice of the Emperor of Fengdu resound. Fengdu? Today, we shall not discuss official matters. Ho-Tu observed with some perplexity as the Emperor of Fengdu stood to bow. This is not a matter of state, the Emperor replied with a smile. Oh. Ho-Tu's curiosity piqued as she gazed at the Emperor. My son has cherished Tao Yao since childhood. Now that she has blossomed into a graceful young woman, it is indeed the time for courtship. Might the Empress consider granting my son's sincere affections? The Emperor of Fengdu respectfully bowed to Ho-Tu's day. The Underworld Lord has also grown up under my watch. He is indeed a fine young man, Ho-Tu mused thoughtfully. Should Tao Yao marry into the Underworld, no one would dare mistreat her, making it a commendable choice. The Underworld Lord is also a straightforward child, never lingering in frivolous pursuits. Indeed, our families are well acquainted. The Emperor continued, if Tao Yao were to enter our household, we would surely cherish her and ensure she suffers no grievances. Seeing Ho-Tu soften her stance, the Emperor felt a surge of excitement, for his son was already languishing from lovesickness. Chapter 136. To allow you to marry someone you do not love would be like death to me. Nezha, witnessing Ho-Tu's apparent inclination, turned pale in an instant. Tao Yao is to be courted? This cannot be. She has yet to fully awaken to her emotions. How can she be casually promised to another? A sharp pain pierced his heart, and in desperation, Nezha raised his gaze to Tai Junren, his eyes filled with pleading. Such is the case, Yuanjun. Tai, observing his disciple's distress, could no longer remain silent and interrupted Ho-Tu's words. What troubles you? Ho-Tu inquired, puzzled by Tai's intervention. Considering our families are indeed well acquainted. What do you think of my disciple? Tai Junren cheerfully suggested. Your disciple? Ho-Tu hesitated, recalling Nezha, a commendable youth indeed. She could see that he harbored affection for Tao Yao, though his familial situation was somewhat chaotic. Empress, Nezha has harbored feelings for Tao Yao for quite some time. I implore you to consider. Nezha, seeing Ho-Tu's furrowed brow and hesitant demeanor, quickly knelt on the ground, his gaze sincere and resolute as he looked up at her. Does Yuanjun have any reservations? The Jade Emperor interjected. Nezha is indeed a good boy. It is merely his family situation that complicates matters, Ho-Tu replied, somewhat troubled. She feared that Li Jing might exploit his elder status to mistreat Tao Yao, for once she married into another family, she could not always be there to protect her. Ah, Yuanjun, there is no need for concern. If Tao Yao is promised to Nezha after their marriage, I shall take it upon myself to grant Nezha an independent estate, free from the necessity of cohabiting with Li Jing. The Jade Emperor has boldly intervened in the affairs of his subjects. What of it? He seems to have abandoned his own reputation. In this case, it is indeed suitable for Tao Yao. What say you? Do you have a preference among these two? If not, I shall find you another suitor. Huta nodded, subsequently turning her gaze towards you. Does Tao Yao truly need to marry? You asked. Your expression reflecting the dilemma you felt as you looked at Hutu. You had no desire for marriage. And Nezha had previously stated he would wait until you loved him before proposing. Thus, it seemed that remaining unwed would be the most favorable outcome. Now that you have reached adulthood, you are indeed at the age for discussing marriage. If you wish to indulge in a few more centuries of freedom, that is certainly feasible. However, a betrothal must first be established. I had planned to host a matchmaking banquet for you in a few days. Now that the topic has arisen, I urge you to contemplate it. Huta said with a smile. Her intentions were clear. If you had feelings for either Nezha or the Underworld Emperor, you should make your choice. If not, I shall arrange a grand selection of suitors for you. Regardless, you must marry. Your Highness, Tao Yao is currently devoted to her training in Buddhist teachings. Should marriage impede her cultivation, she wishes to resist. Fear not. Even Kong Xian himself has not practiced many Buddhist tenets. The teachings he imparts to you would only result in a minor setback in your cultivation, perhaps a few years at most, not even a decade. Rest assured. Hutu reassured you with a smile. You felt conflicted. You were still ignorant of the true nature of love, and according to Nezha, a marriage devoid of affection is fraught with suffering. You did not wish for Nezha to endure such pain. Thus, perhaps it would be better to torment that insufferable Underworld Emperor instead. Your Highness, Tao Yao chooses the Underworld. Tao Yao. Nezha's voice trembled as he interrupted you. Panic evident in his eyes. Choose me, he whispered, his tone laced with a hint of desperation. Weren't you the one who said that a loveless marriage is a source of suffering? You replied, bewildered as you looked at Nezha. Yet, allowing you to marry someone you do not like, or even despise, would be a fate worse than death, Nezha said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Your Highness, Tao Yao has a preference for Li Nezha. Although you could not fully grasp Nezha's feelings, you chose to align with his wishes. Chapter 137. The betrothal to Nezha, is this truly your decision? Hutu inquired, noticing your whispered exchange with Nezha. Indeed, your tone was resolute. Marriage is a significant matter. I must respect Tao Yao's own wishes. Since she has made her choice, it appears we shall not become in-laws. Hutu nodded slightly, then cast an apologetic glance at the Emperor of Fengdu. Not at all. It is my son who lacks the fortune, the Emperor of Fengdu responded, refraining from further comment. However, Tao Yao was reluctant to marry too soon. After some contemplation, you spoke up. Very well. If that is the case, let us proceed with the betrothal today. As for the wedding date, Tao Yao may choose whenever she desires. Taiji Tiandi beamed broadly. Nezha, do you have any objections? Taiji Tiandi urged upon noticing Nezha's dazed expression. None. I listened to the voice of Nezha, filled with excitement, causing my own to tremble slightly. Thus, let us settle this matter. The Earth Mother, pleased with the words of Nezha and the supreme deity Tai, waved her hand and conjured a betrothal contract. After both you and Nezha pricked your fingers and let your blood fall upon the contract, a flash of golden light enveloped it, sealing the agreement. This is the illusory golden bell, capable of conjuring illusions, which shall serve as your token of engagement. The supreme deity Tai gently caressed 2 golden bells, upon which your names appeared in an instant. He then bestowed upon you a bell inscribed with the name Nezha, and another bell inscribed with the name Wu Lince for Nezha. Both you and Nezha bowed in gratitude to the supreme deity Tai. Your full name is Wu Lince, though later the Earth Mother granted you the name Tao Yao. However, for significant matters such as marriage and engagement, one must use their full name. The celestial beings in the hall rose to congratulate you, each presenting various magical artifacts as gifts to you and Nezha. You both bowed in thanks, and the atmosphere brimmed with joy. Today marks a double celebration. I shall add one more joy to this occasion. Today, I formally accept Tao Yao as my daughter, and I hope that everyone can bear witness. Once the celestial beings finished their congratulations, the Earth Mother spoke with a smile. Congratulations, Yuan Jun, on receiving a beloved daughter. They chorused in unison. You gazed at the Earth Mother in astonishment. You bear a drop of her essence within you, marking you as her half-daughter. Over the years, although the Earth Mother and the celestial beings of Jiuhua UK have treated you with great affection, the bond remained unacknowledged. You possess a drop of my essence. Thus, you are half my daughter. From now on, you may call me mother. You felt a swell of emotion, your eyes misting, as you performed a deep bow to the Earth Mother. For a millennium, she had been exceedingly lenient with you, yet had never permitted you to address her as mother. You understood the reason. Your existence was a testament to the love shared between the Earth Mother and the Emperor of Fusang. You carry within you the blood of both, which should have been a source of pride. However, during the incident involving the Jade Emperor and the 9 Phoenixes, the Emperor of Fusang and the Earth Mother found themselves at odds. The Emperor supported his sister's ambition to become the Queen Mother, and while the Earth Mother was ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation, he conspired with her sister against the 9 Phoenixes, leading to their demise. Once the Earth Mother emerged from the cycle, she had a fierce confrontation with the Emperor of Fusang, vowing never to see him again, declaring him her enemy. Rise. For all these years, I have been in the wrong. I should not have let my grievances with unrelated matters affect you. The Earth Mother sighed, rising to assist you. Her gaze was filled with remorse. Indeed, the Earth Mother's feelings for Tao Yao were deeply complex. She had provided Tao Yao with the best of everything. Yet she could not bring herself to acknowledge her as the testament of her love with the Emperor of Fusang. In fact, upon Tao Yao's centennial birthday, she sent her to Lingshan to learn the arts, hoping to escape the shadows of her painful past. Chapter 138. Trust in your master. Tao Yao will love you. After the banquet concluded, Nezha went to pay his respects to his master, the supreme deity Tai. You returned to the Peach Blossom Pavilion ahead of him. When did my master emerge from seclusion? Why was I not informed? I should have visited him long ago. Nezha accompanied the supreme deity Tai to his residence in Jiuhua, Quebec. Today, having just emerged from seclusion, I intended to visit Yuan Jun to celebrate his birthday, but did not mention it to you. To my surprise, we, master and disciple, have encountered each other here. After a millennium in retreat, Nezha has grown up and is now seeking a wife, remarked the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, chuckling alongside Nezha. Master, Nezha scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. It is evident that you have affections for Tao Yao. Now that your wishes are fulfilled, why does a hint of melancholy linger upon your brow? Nezha, what troubles your heart? The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord discerned the shadow of sorrow that Nezha believed he had concealed well. Master, a few days ago, when I was injured, I foolishly expressed my feelings to Tao Yao. She mentioned wanting to return to the Queen of the Earth and marry me, to which I declined. Nezha no longer concealed the turmoil and sorrow within his heart. Oh, why so? The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord inquired, perplexed. Because Tao Yao has yet to awaken to the nuances of love. She knows not what love is, and thus cannot love me. I intended to wait until she fell in love with me before proposing at the Jiuhua Jade Palace. Yet unforeseen circumstances have arisen. The awakening of love can transpire gradually. What difference does it make post-marriage? If you do not act first, what will you do when she has pledged herself to another? The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord lightly swatted Nezha's arm with his feather duster. But, Master, I am afraid. Afraid of what? I fear that after we wed, she may develop affections for someone else. I cannot bear to bind her to me while she remains unaware of her own heart. Should she ever find someone she truly loves, she would undoubtedly resent me. The mere thought of Tao Yao harboring hatred for me rends my heart. Then why, pray tell? Are you hastening to propose? I cannot bear to watch her marry another. Master, I am torn. I desire Tao Yao's happiness and joy, yet I cannot bring myself to let her go. I despise any man who harbors inappropriate thoughts towards her and loathe every potential suitor she might come to love. Whenever the subject of Tao Yao arises, I become sensitive and obsessive. What am I to do, master? Pain and conflict filled Nezha's gaze. If Tao Yao finds someone she loves, what will you do? Will you let her go? Can you sincerely wish them well? The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord regarded Nezha earnestly. I do not know. Master, I once believed I could, but now, I genuinely do not know what to do. How can I proceed? Nezha, in anguish, cradled his head and crouched upon the ground. Nezha, if it is destined that you cannot relinquish her, then strive for her affection. It is far better than living in constant anxiety. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord exhaled softly, helping Nezha to his feet. You need not worry excessively. With the weighty title of fiancé, you should feel considerably lighter. Since Tao Yao has yet to awaken to love, strive to become a habit in her life, an indispensable part of her existence before she does. Master, Nezha gazed at the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord in a daze. Love is not absolute. You must believe that affection can blossom over time. Trust me, Tao Yao will come to love you. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord smiled warmly at Nezha. Chapter 139. A gentleman? A gentleman cannot find a wife. But master, His Majesty has guarded the 9 phoenixes for millennia, yet ultimately, the 9 phoenixes fell in love with the Emperor of Humanity. Nezha, in a state of inner turmoil, hesitantly inquired. How foolish of him. Always adhering to convention. He had never managed to integrate himself into the life of Jiu Feng, rendering himself seemingly superfluous. It was as if no one would remember his existence unless they were reminded of him. The Supreme Celestial Master spoke with exasperation. Hey, why do you lack such confidence? Was it due to his intimidation? That old fool, deceiving my disciple. The Supreme Celestial Master suddenly came to a realization, rising from his seat in a flurry. Your Majesty also provided me with ideas. Nezha timidly defended the Jade Emperor. The Supreme Celestial Master attentively listened to the suggestions and advice that the Jade Emperor had imparted to Nezha during this time, only to be further incensed. With his character? And yet he dares to offer counsel? He is only fit to marry someone like the Queen Mother. My disciple, do not heed his words. Remember, maintain decorum in public. But in private, embrace her when you should, and flirt when the moment calls for it. Just ensure you do not cross the line before she falls in love with you. But master, Tao Yao is rather dense, Nezha lamented. If she is dense, then you must provoke her into enlightenment. The disciple took his master's words to heart, realizing that the most crucial aspect was to immerse himself in Tao Yao's life, making her feel unsettled without him, making her yearn for his presence. The Supreme Celestial Master solemnly patted Nezha's shoulder. By the way, should anyone foolishly attempt to vie for your bride, do not be agitated. Remember, never engage in quarrels with Tao Yao over such matters. In her presence, subtly undermine that rival, speak ill of him. Consider the years of friendship you share with Tao Yao. As long as you remain calm, she will surely take your words to heart. The Supreme Celestial Master leaned in closer to whisper his advice. Master, speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Nezha expressed his discomfort. Gentlemen? Gentlemen do not secure brides. If you wish to marry, you must be a bit unscrupulous in this regard. Nezha pondered this and ultimately concluded that winning his bride was of utmost importance. As long as he behaved differently in other aspects, that would suffice. Precisely. Look at the Jade Emperor. What did he marry? Your master may be lacking in virtue, but look at your mistress. She is far superior to the Queen Mother. The Supreme Celestial Master, satisfied with Nezha's agreement, stroked his beard with approval. Nezha nodded in agreement. His mistress, Bixia Yuanjun, was renowned as an ice-cold beauty, with suitors who could circle the heavenly palace thrice, yet she ended up marrying his rather ordinary master. The Emperor, now in middle age, still bore traces of his former charm, but ultimately lost the one he loved, marrying the Queen Mother instead. This illustrated that his master was indeed formidable in the pursuit of a spouse. My disciple, remember my words. I shall surely assist you in winning the heart of your beloved. Understood, Nezha solemnly nodded. By the way, master, if Tao Yao inquires about my sudden change in attitude, what should I say? Nezha gazed blankly at the Supreme Celestial Master, his expression reflecting pure innocence. Oh my heavens, it's my fault. For all these years, I have focused solely on teaching you profound philosophies, neglecting this aspect of your life. Just confess your feelings. Tell her you cannot live without her. Be as sentimental as you wish. I cannot believe she would not blush. Even a fierce woman fears becoming attached. The Supreme Celestial Master observed his disciple's wooden demeanor, feeling his blood pressure rise. My disciple, take note. Nezha resolutely nodded. Remember to apply your knowledge broadly, showcasing the essence of your military teachings. Admonished the revered Tai Jinren once more, unable to contain his concern. Yes, master, replied Nezha. I shall take my leave now to seek out my beloved wife. With a respectful bow, Nezha bid farewell to Taizhenren. The master waved his hand, signaling Nezha to return. For one must act decisively when it comes to one's own disciple. Chapter 140. May I steal a kiss? As Nezha returned, he noticed a hint of guilt in your gaze. What troubles you? He inquired, gently stroking your head. I apologize. I will speak with the goddess shortly to annul the engagement. Rest assured, even if I do not marry you, I shall not wed someone whom I do not love. Recalling Nezha's words, you hastily added, Taoyao, do you despise me? Nezha gazed at you with tender affection. You shook your head in response. Then shall we not call off the engagement? He asked earnestly. Taoyao, I cherish you and do not wish for you to marry another. His face flushed with emotion. But you once said that a loveless marriage is a torment, you replied, feeling somewhat perplexed by his sudden shift in demeanor. Why the change? Yet to witness you wed another would be a true torment, Nezha asserted, his gaze unwavering. Then I shall never marry, he declared. You cherished Nezha as your closest friend and desired to shield him from any harm. But I wish to marry you, Nezha stated resolutely. Nezha, perhaps I shall never comprehend love, you sighed softly. Taoyao, a millennium shall be our time frame. Within that span, I shall endeavor to make you fall in love with me. If I cannot, I shall cease my pursuit, seeking only to ensure your peace and safety for a lifetime. Grant me this opportunity, will you? Very well. Let us set the wedding date for a millennium hence. Should you have any regrets, we may dissolve the engagement at any moment. After careful consideration, you resolve to provide Nezha with an opportunity for reconsideration. All right, the wedding date shall be as you wish. However, Taoyao, I will not regret this. Nor will I allow you to love another. Nezha whispered softly as he embraced you. If I were to awaken to love without loving you, it may be that I am incapable of loving at all, you noted, a hint of despondence in your tone. Taoyao, Nezha was momentarily taken aback by your casual remark, his heart racing uncontrollably. May I steal a kiss? He proposed, recalling his master's advice to ardently pursue you. Attempting to suppress his rapid heartbeat, he spoke with a slight tremor. All right, you responded, rising on your toes to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. Nezha's face reddened further. He had intended to tease you with a kiss, but your sincere and swift gesture left him breathless, nearly causing him to faint. Nezha, are you all right? You asked, noting the alarming pace of his heartbeat as you gazed at him with concern. Little Peach, summon the healer. I am fine, Nezha quickly reassured you, grasping your hand as he pressed against his chest, seemingly attempting to calm his racing heart. Do not race so, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. What did you say? You did not quite catch Nezha's words. There was nothing particularly notable as Nezha closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure. A hug? Uncertain of the reasons, you thought to offer Nezha a comforting embrace, stepping forward to wrap your arms around his waist. Taoyao, could you refrain from hugging other men? Nezha paused for a moment, then spoke earnestly. Taoyao, lacking insight at the moment, would certainly stir trouble if she flirted with others in such a manner. Rest assured, I am aware. I must maintain a sense of propriety. After all, I have been married in the mortal realm. I understand this. From now on, aside from family and you, I shall not embrace other men. You nodded solemnly. Nezha was somewhat surprised. What a delightful benefit this was. No wonder his master claimed that having a fiancé made things much easier. Had he known this sooner, he would have engaged to Taoyao long ago. Taoyao, do you like me? Of course, you said, looking up at Nezha with an innocent smile. Taoyao, please keep your distance from Cao Cao. I do not like him. All right, you responded without hesitation. Taoyao, you belong to me, do you not? Nezha tightened his embrace slightly. Yes, I am yours. Wait. No, I am my own. You suddenly realized and pushed Nezha away. No, I have just acknowledged my mother. You cannot sell me. You looked at Nezha warily, your expression one of disbelief as if to say, I consider you a friend, yet you wish to sell me. Why is it that every time I express my feelings, you conjure up such odd thoughts? Nezha looked at you with a hint of exasperation. The leaps in logic were utterly baffling. You blinked at him, your gaze pure and innocent. You remembered that in the mortal realm, if a person belonged to another, it typically meant that the contract of servitude lay in the hands of that individual, which could facilitate human trafficking. I will not sell you, Nezha said, observing your innocent eyes with a weary rub of his temples. He could not fathom why, whenever he saw you in such a state, he felt like a pervert with a penchant for infatuation. Chapter 141. The cunning little Nezha and Nezha bid farewell to Lady Hutu the following day after the birthday banquet and descended to Chintang Pass to visit Lady Yin. Lady Yin was overjoyed to learn of your engagement and immediately gifted you a family heirloom jade bracelet from her wrist. Li Jinying affectionately called you sister-in-law with warmth. By coincidence, Yang Jian and Yang Chan were visiting Qintang Pass, saving you both the journey to Guanjian and Mount Hua. Subsequently, you and Nezha visited Wuxing Mountain to see Sun Wukong. Everything was pleasant, except Nezha found himself blushing furiously at Wukong's repeated calls of brother-in-law. 2 days later, the welcome banquet was extraordinarily grand, with the Jade Emperor specifically appointing the maidens of the Pixiang Hall to serve the celestial beings during the feast. Today, on the occasion of the welcome banquet, I shall announce another piece of joyous news. As the festivities reached their zenith, the Jade Emperor halted the music and dance. Your Majesty, what is this joyful news? Please do not keep us in suspense, Tianpeng remarked with a smile, noticing the Emperor's deliberate pause. Is there more good news from heaven? You set down your chopsticks and quietly inquired of Nezha, who wore an enigmatic smile. What joyous occasion is this? Why does His Majesty leave us in suspense? Come closer, and I shall enlighten you, Nezha whispered. You leaned in a bit closer, intrigued. Be cautious, Nezha said, gently steadying your waist to prevent you from stumbling. Do hurry and tell me, you urged him softly. The third Prince Nezha and the Wuling Immortal have officially become engaged at the Nine Hua Jade Palace, he revealed. Another pair of lovebirds has graced the heavenly realm. Laughter erupted from the Jade Emperor. Isn't this delightful? Nezha leaned closer to your ear and began to speak slowly. In an instant, all the celestial beings turned their gaze towards you, witnessing Nezha's hand on your waist as you leaned into him. Congratulations to the third prince. Congratulations to the Wuling Immortal. The crowd exclaimed, their smiles wide with amusement. Have you two become affectionate? Except for the Star Lords Wafu, who remained stoic, the rest of the celestial beings cheered. The third prince has fulfilled his wish. Congratulations. May the two of you be united in heart and soul, growing old together. A match made in heaven. Their voices mingled in a chorus of well wishes. Nezha and Tao Yao expressed their gratitude for the blessings, affirming, with your kind words, we shall surely remain united and grow old together. Nezha beamed, pulling you, still a bit dazed, to bow in appreciation to the assembled deities. Your blessings are truly delightful. They bring great joy to my heart. Each of you shall receive half a year's salary, the Emperor declared. Furthermore, from the day of Nezha and Tao Yao's marriage, I grant a special allowance for Nezha to reside independently with Tao Yao. Do any of you have objections? Once the celestial beings finished their congratulations, the Jade Emperor announced the rewards, and without waiting for thanks, he continued with Nezha's special decree. We have no objections, Your Majesty. Your wisdom is unmatched. The celestial beings exclaimed in unison, kneeling in reverence. Rise, let the festivities continue. The Emperor, noticing Li Jing's silence, felt quite pleased. With a grand gesture, he signaled for the music and dance to resume. Li Nezha, are you mocking me? You glared at Nezha, your frustration palpable. I am not. It was merely the Emperor who spoke at that moment. Nezha replied earnestly, clearing his throat. You coughed. After a millennium, you still cough when nervous. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Speak. Why did you tease me publicly? You narrowed your eyes, scrutinizing him. This is not teasing. It is flirtation, Nezha retorted, suppressing the urge to cough as he smiled at you. Really? You questioned, doubt clouding your gaze. Just then, a serving girl accidentally spilled wine all over Nezha. Forgive me. Third Prince, I did not secure the cup properly, she pleaded, kneeling and casting him glances filled with admiration. However, Nezha did not pay her any mind, remaining oblivious to her advances. It's no matter. You may leave, Nezha said, frowning slightly but not scolding her, merely waving her away. Third Prince, allow me to assist you, the serving girl offered shyly, holding a handkerchief to help wipe away the spilled wine. Chapter 142. Wouldn't it be simpler to just remove his clothing? Do not touch me. Nezha's countenance darkened in an instant as he coldly reproached the Jade Maiden. Why not simply strip him of his garments? It would be far more convenient, he sneered. With a gentle gaze, you regarded the Jade Maiden, observing your indifference. Nezha felt a sharp pang in his heart, his expression marred by a hint of hurt. I am merely offering you a suggestion, yet you display no acknowledgement? Ignoring Nezha, you fixed your unwavering gaze upon the Jade Maiden. The servant girl hesitated, unsure of your intentions, and timidly responded, why would I not dare? If you do not remove his clothing, how do you expect to succeed? You earnestly urged the Jade Maiden, if you feel shy, you may escort him to the rear hall. It is more suitable there. The servant girl hesitantly cast a glance at Nezha, who appeared as cold as ice, causing her to shudder in fear. She initially thought Nezha held some affection for her, but now she wondered if this Wuling Immortal Lord was simply oblivious. The Jade Emperor observed your light-hearted conversation with the Jade Maiden while Nezha, drenched in wine, wore a most displeased expression. Noticing the Jade Maiden's hesitant gaze towards Nezha, he quickly grasped the situation. Just as he prepared to reprimand the Jade Maiden, Your voice rang out sharply. Do you genuinely intend to take him to the rear hall? Did you not hear the emperor's words? Are you deaf or simply lacking in intellect? Do you truly believe I am powerless? You slammed your hand on the table, your tone brimming with ire. Upon hearing your words, the icy demeanor in Nezha's eyes melted away, his hostility dissipating in an instant. Is Piqiao upset? She actually cares. Nezha mused internally, a wave of joy flooding his heart as a subtle smile graced his lips, his face alight with delight as he gazed at you. The servant girl, finally realizing the gravity of her situation, quickly bowed her head and prostrated herself on the ground. I dare not mean such. She stammered. Dare not? What do you mean? You have already reached into his collar. Pray tell, what is your intention? Do not tell me your eyesight is also failing. Speak, and if your reasoning holds merit, I shall grant you some leeway. You regarded the jade maiden with a cold stare. Though she may have lacked emotional acumen, she had once been the rightful wife of a prime minister in the mortal realm. Such conduct was commonplace at banquets attended by officials. How could she not comprehend the implications of her actions? This affront was a blatant slap in the face to the primary consort, akin to being publicly humiliated. Although you and Nezha were merely betrothed, it was evident that the jade maiden sought to embarrass you. Who do you think you are, daring to humiliate me in public? Seeing the jade maiden trembling on the ground, unable to articulate her thoughts, yet still casting furtive glances at Nezha, you lashed out with a whip. Ah, immortal lord, spare me. I dare not. The jade maiden cried, frightened as she witnessed your hand raised to deliver a second strike. Your whip, the celestial fire whip left by the fire god Zhu Rong, could easily take half her life with a single blow. What do you find amusing? Are you pleased by her public humiliation of me? You glared at Nezha, whose smile betrayed his delight, nearly prompting you to leap in anger. No. Nezha immediately suppressed his smile and shook his head vigorously. Oh, so it is merely the attention of another that brings you joy? Nezha, you truly bring me honor. You cast a cold glance at Nezha. Even Cao Cao, who has known you for 30 years, would never permit anyone to embarrass you. After a millennium of acquaintance, Nezha, indeed brings you esteem. I am not Tao Yao. I do not possess the ability to witness your icy demeanor and remain silent, I hastily explained. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Lords Wufu, Lord Wu Chu, I apologize. After bowing to the Jade Emperor, you nodded at Cao Cao and Guan Yu, then stepped away. Tao Yao, Nezha instinctively wanted to chase after you, his gaze sweeping over the fallen Jade Maiden, a flicker of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Your Majesty, I shall go take a look. Bai Hua, seeing your departure, hurriedly followed in your footsteps. Bring her down and execute her. Nezha hurled his wine cup to the ground beside the Jade Maiden, coldly instructing the heavenly soldiers. Just because he is pleased with your actions does not mean he will spare those who insult you. Your Majesty, I take my leave. After hastily bowing to the Jade Emperor and addressing the Jade Maiden, Nezha hurriedly pursued you. Chapter 143. What is the purpose of seeking a little courtesan? Your Majesty, I shall also take my leave. Cao Cao rose to bow to the Jade Emperor. Absolutely not. The Jade Emperor's voice rose sharply. Cough, cough. Lord Wufu is the guest of honor today. How can he leave first? Sit down. Realizing his own lapse, the Jade Emperor quickly forced a smile. Haha, how could I allow you to leave? If you depart, how can Nezha appease his beloved wife? Mingda, do not be rude. Cao Cao intended to say more, but was pulled back down by Guan Yu. Reluctantly, Cao Cao acquiesced. Tao Yao, wait for me. Bai Hua called out, breathless after running for some time without catching up to you. My dear minister, why have you come out? Upon hearing Bai Hua's voice, you halted. I naturally came to find you. How could I rest easy with you storming out in such a huff? Bai Hua gazed at you with concern. My dear minister, you are the kindest to me, and you clung to Bai Hua with a look of grievance. Tao Yao, do not be angry. The third prince does not favor that Jade Maiden. We can all see his feelings for you. Moreover, did he not immediately reprimand her when she touched him? Bai Hua gently patted your back, attempting to comfort you. His feelings for the Jade Maiden are of no concern to me. If he truly favors her and wishes to marry her, he must follow the proper protocol. What was that display? That Jade Maiden, in broad daylight, openly attempting to seduce him before my very eyes, was a blatant affront. Not only did he fail to address it, but he also laughed. The thought of Nezha laughing infuriated you further. Tao Yao, are you feeling jealous? Bai Hua tentatively inquired upon observing your demeanor. Jealous? Not at all. You looked at Bai Hua with a hint of confusion. Then why the fuss? Bai Hua pondered. With all that transpired, why act so dramatically? Back in the mortal realm, even Cao Cao, no matter how unhinged, never behaved in such a manner. Any woman who dared to openly tempt him without having undergone the formal process of becoming a concubine was swiftly dealt with. I never had to intervene. What is Nezha doing? After a millennium of friendship, He fails to act, leaving me in disgrace. I intervene, and he still laughs? Is he mocking me? You spoke in frustration. Has he not intervened? You mused, before taking action. Baiwa sighed deeply, still opting to clarify matters for Nezha. I had thought that with your betrothal, you would have gained some wisdom. To which you retorted, is this what you call intervention? Rolling your eyes skyward. Come on, let us head to the southern wind pavilion. Just observe how many retreat at my utterance of do not touch me. Let's go, and see if we can find a little attendant. As you spoke, you tugged Baiwa in the direction of the pavilion. Calm down, Taoyao, Baiwa murmured, a hint of embarrassment causing her to lower her gaze. Halt. Nezha had just spotted you when he overheard your words about seeking a little attendant, and he was instantly alarmed. Seek a little attendant? What do you mean? Are you out of your mind? His sudden outburst startled you, and as you raised your eyes, you found Nezha's expression barely concealing his anger. My apologies, Taoyao, Nezha said, noticing your shock and feeling a pang of guilt. Humph. You replied coldly, dismissing him and instead pulling Baiwa along. If you must try, then you shall do so with me. Do not seek out a little attendant, Nezha stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. You are incapable of any such endeavor. You scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. Upon hearing your words, Nezha's face drained of color, as if the sky had fallen upon him. How can you judge my capabilities when you have not even attempted? Do you truly see me as a mere woman? Nezha's countenance shifted for a moment before he seized your wrist with a hint of anger in his tone. Do not touch me. You echoed his tone defiantly. Fine. Let us see if you dare to venture to the southern wind pavilion today. Do you believe I will flatten that place? Nezha, incensed by your frosty demeanor and refusal to let him touch you, decided to embrace you tightly. Release me. You protested. Guichen, did you witness that? He cannot even manage himself. You struggled against Nezha, but before you could finish your protest, he hoisted you over his shoulder. Put me down, Nezha. Let me go? You yelled, pounding on his back. The deity chuckled. We shall take our leave now. Nezha, still seething, nodded slightly at Baiwa. Calm yourself, he exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to your backside. He cannot manage himself, and yet, you wish to seek a little attendant? Baiwa attempted to explain, but her voice was drowned out by your cries, leaving her helplessly watching as Nezha carried you away. Ah, Nezha, have you lost your mind? After a while, you shouted, put me down. Let us settle this one-on-one. Nezha, you have no sense of martial ethics. You had been carried for what felt like an eternity, nearly feeling ill from the motion. Your shouts had weakened considerably. Nezha ignored you, still fuming as he carried you towards the residence of the wooling immortal lord. Indeed, he walked rather than flew, fearing that his temper might lead him to act rashly against you. Woe is me. This is all your fault. You lamented. Nezha, you bully me. How utterly unreasonable. I shall never play with you again. Overwhelmed by a mix of anger and grievance, I collapsed onto Nezha's shoulder, weeping inconsolably. Just then, as we passed by the Yao pool, my heart-wrenching cries drowned out the melodies and dances within, startling the Jade Emperor and the celestial beings, who rushed out in a flurry. My young master, Lu Jingo swiftly dashed toward my direction. Aching, save me. I cried out through my sobs as I spotted Fo Qing approaching. Release my young master. Fo Qing charged directly at Nezha. Ah, let me go? Fo Qing was abruptly seized by Nezha, who lifted him by the scruff of his neck. Release A Qing. Li Nezha, just you wait. I struggled fiercely. Kue Mu Lang. Keep an eye on your pup. Nezha hurled Fo Qing across the air toward Kue Mu Lang. You'd better watch out. I will tell my father to deal with yours. Do you believe me? Fo Qing bared his teeth, issuing a threat as he landed in Kue Mu Lang's embrace. Li Jing exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? In bemusement. Huh. I'm waiting, Nezha. The god of Lu Jingo couldn't help but chuckle at Fo Qing's words, his anger slightly abating. Nezha, put Taoyao down. The Jade Emperor, witnessing Nezha's reckless actions, quickly interjected. No, if I let her go, she will, Nezha began, but ultimately refrained from voicing his concern for my reputation. Third Prince. No. Baihua, still uneasy, pursued us. She tiptoed and whispered urgently into Nezha's ear, swiftly clarifying the entire situation. After listening, Nezha was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting dramatically before he hurriedly set me down. I glared coldly at Nezha, hastily wiping away my tears, and without hesitation, I leapt up and delivered a merciless kick to his abdomen. Nezha had intended to explain, but was caught off guard by my unrelenting strike, doubling over in pain. I chose not to acknowledge him further, turning away to leave. Taoyao, wait for me. Baihua shot Nezha a look that seemed to wish him luck before chasing after me once more. The celestial beings erupted in laughter at the sight of Nezha bent over, unable to straighten up after being kicked by his future bride. What are you laughing at? I willingly allowed Taoyao to kick me. You who lack celestial partners know nothing of this. It's called romance. Nezha, clutching his abdomen and gasping for breath, straightened up after a moment, casting a glance at the gathered celestial beings with indifference before hastily flying off in the direction I had taken.